Leisha moved closer to Meng Sherwan and couldn't help asking, "Sister, what's going on? Why is that farmland flickering?" They had never seen anything like this during rescue missions. Meng Sherwan summoned the farm again, and a farmland of over 10 square meters reappeared in the hall. She explained, "This is a new skill unlocked with my space ability, my domain. You can go inside. I want to do an experiment." Following Meng Sherwan's instructions, the others carefully stepped into the farmland. The moist, soft soil beneath their feet and the fresh, fragrant air. They hadn't felt these for over a month. Seeing the lively, lush farmland again, they were all surprised and delighted. Meanwhile, Snowy, who was nibbling on catnip, heard the noise and turned to look. Seeing a few team members, Teshua tilted its head and looked confused. Clearly, its small brain still couldn't understand how they got in. Also, the farm now looks different from usual. Tao Yering came over to Teshua, petting its head and playing with the kitten. The other young men ran into the fields, picking cucumbers, tomatoes, and strawberries to show off. Xiao Zi stuffed a strawberry into his mouth and exclaimed, "No matter how delicious the fruit is, nothing beats eating it fresh right from the plant. So sweet." They all seemed excited, wandering around the vegetable garden like on a farm visit. Meng Sherwan tried to close the farm, but found she couldn't. As she guessed, when someone is inside the farm, it can't be closed. Otherwise, she could have a portable, movable base. How great would that be? Now, it seems if she wants to expand the farm into a base, she needs to find a good location to settle down. The farm is located somewhere and developed slowly. It can't follow her everywhere anymore. She stood in the hall, trying to take things out of the farm. A tomato that Leisha just picked suddenly appeared in Meng Sherwan's hand.
Leitze?
Meng Sherwan tried to use her teleport again. She could teleport directly into the fields. In the end, she concluded that the farm can be expanded or retracted externally, but when someone is inside, it can't be closed. Also, when the farm is expanded outside, she can still freely take things out or put them back without affecting her ability to teleport. "All right, time to go back to sleep," Meng Sherwan spoke, and each of them picked a few fruits and left the fields. Tao Yering took a bite of a tomato, sour and sweet, and said, "Sis, put away the tableware and ingredients." Meng Sherwan closed the farm and looked in the direction Tao Yering pointed. They had just finished hot pot, and there was a pile of pots and bowls. There was also a large freezer filled with various frozen meats. On top of the freezer was a cylindrical soup pot filled with all kinds of seasonings. All these were found in the cafeteria and thought useful, so they brought them out. Meng Sherwan controlled a vine to extend and stored everything into her space. She quickly returned to the farm and did not see Tyakshu, so she probably went back to the RV. Meng Sherwan followed her back to the RV, but still didn't see Tyakshu's figure. A voice came from the second floor. Meng Sherwan looked up from the stairs and saw Tyakshu curled up on the black cube, sleeping. Its chubby body was pressed against the black cube, with fur spilling over the edges, looking like a black mushroom. Meng Sherwan took out her phone and took 2 cute photos of it. "Do you want to come to bed and sleep with me?" Tyakshu lazily looked up and meowed, then buried its head in its belly and continued sleeping. Its attitude was very clear. "All right, it seems I am a wild person today without a cat to keep me company." Meng Sherwan went to wash up, then lay on the sofa playing a farming minigame. She showed off a box of ice cream before going to bed. It was already past 1 a.m., and Meng Sherwan planned to sleep in until late the next morning. Just as she was sleeping soundly, her phone rang, waking her up. Meng Sherwan felt annoyed. She reached for her phone on the bedside table, looked at the screen, and saw an unfamiliar number. She hung up and checked the time, just after 6 a.m. She turned over and continued sleeping, but the ringtone kept ringing insistently. Sleepy and irritated, Meng Sherwan scratched her head, answered the call, and said in a bad tone, "You better have something important." Although the world was ending, communication hadn't been cut off, so it wasn't a spam call. But someone calling at this hour to disturb her sleep must have something serious. Wu Ming heard Meng Sherwan's voice and immediately felt excited. "Miss Meng, this is a big deal." Truly a big deal. Last night, Meng Sherwan mentioned to them the quick way to enhance their abilities. Wu Ming quickly contacted his superiors and reported this matter. He was so excited last night that he didn't sleep. After careful planning, he arranged the work for the future. Once the ability user's strength increased, the Sky Dome could be completed much earlier. Before the acid rain arrived, the base could stockpile more supplies to prepare for even worse disasters ahead. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he couldn't wait. The sky showed a hint of brightness, and he hurriedly called Meng Sherwan to ask about the ability enhancement. Miss Meng, this is a critical time for the base to prepare for future disasters. We need to gather supplies as quickly as possible to secure more protection for the future. Improving abilities is very, very important. We really can't wait for you to return to the base. We want to discuss this matter with you now. Meng Sherwan was lying on her bed, looking up at the ceiling, feeling a bit more awake. The end of the world was very hard to endure, and she understood how the other person felt. She asked, "Do you know about the Chuangyuan base? Tell me about their situation." Wu Ming didn't understand why Meng Sherwan suddenly asked this, but since she was willing to talk, it was a good thing. Wu Ming thought for a moment. Actually, the seed base didn't know much about the Chuangyuan base either. The Chuangyuan base has always been very mysterious. Chuangyuan base is in the southern island. They occupy a once prosperous island and have sealed off the surrounding waters, not allowing inland people to enter. They do have some contact with inland bases, but it's not close. The only connection between the Chuangyuan base and inland bases is through trading. If there's a zombie tide in an area that can't be cleared, they will ask the Chuangyuan base for help. The ability users at the Chuangyuan base are very strong. They help take over areas like granaries, salt lakes, etc., and in return, they take a lot of supplies. As for why the ability users at the Chuangyuan base are stronger than those inland, we heard that they developed a special ability enhancement liquid. Many inland bases have tried to buy this ability enhancement liquid from the Chuangyuan base, but they were all refused. No matter what conditions are offered, they won't agree. Our understanding of the Chuangyuan base is limited to this. Besides trading, they don't like to interact with inland bases, and no one knows exactly what their base is like inside. Meng Sherwan's drowsiness was completely gone, and her brow unconsciously furrowed. This Chuangyuan base was indeed a trouble. I have the ability enhancement liquid. Wu Ming.
What?
What did you say? You have the ability enhancement liquid? Regarding Meng Sherwan's strength, she actually guessed some of it. After all, the Chuangyuan base has energy enhancement liquids, and others might have them too, so it's not impossible. But hearing Meng Sherwan say she has such a liquid still surprised me. Meng Sherwan responded, "Yes, I can sell energy enhancement liquids to you, pure and without side effects." Wu Ming eagerly asked, "Do you sell the formula?" The base has also been researching energy enhancement liquids. Before, Meng Qinghua suggested some ways to make it, but it was still difficult to do practically. The base managed to produce some, but it had too many impurities and could harm energy users, so they wouldn't let anyone drink it. Meng Sherwan said, "Thinking about it, I only sell finished products. Energy recovery liquid costs 150 crystals per bottle, and energy enhancement liquid costs 300 crystals per bottle. You exchange crystals for them. Can it be cheaper?" I heard that the Chuangyuan base sells energy enhancement liquid for only 100 crystals per bottle. Meng Sherwan pouted, "Then forget it if you don't want to buy." She originally wanted to sell it for 500 crystals per bottle, but felt that price was a bit too high. After all, the Chuangyuan base sells it for only 100 crystals. In the end, she decided to sell in small profit but large quantities, since she bought it from the system and had no real cost. The seed base is strong, and it's not bad for her either. Bye. Wu Ming quickly chimed in, afraid Meng Sherwan might change her mind. Based on Meng Sherwan's personality, if she says she's done, she really means it. Wu Ming asked again, "When will you return to the base? How much energy enhancement liquid do you have?" Meng Sherwan thought for a moment. "I don't plan to go back for now. Have someone bring crystals to find me. The amount of crystals you have is the amount of energy enhancement liquid I have." "Okay, knowing you said that, I feel relieved," Wu Ming said excitedly as he left quickly to report and make arrangements. After hanging up, Meng Sherwan looked around. Teshua wasn't on the bed. Suddenly, Teshua didn't come to sleep with her, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Outside, the sky was faintly bright. Inside the RV, the air conditioning was just right. Sleepiness hit her, and Meng Sherwan closed her eyes to continue sleeping. When she woke up again, it was already noon. She yawned, got up, raised the adjustable bed, and went to the bathroom to wash up. After tidying up, she slowly opened the curtain in front of the wardrobe. Outside, the hot air was shimmering. A few team members didn't know exactly when they started working. They had already cleared a few dozen meters around the convoy. Faced with a crowded zombie horde, each of them kept to their own area, using their special powers to slowly weaken the zombies and push them back. Soon, Meng Sherwan, who had many crystal cores, no longer cared much about collecting more. These zombies were still left for them to kill, so they could exchange the crystal cores for energy-enhancing liquids. Meng Sherwan, who was about to become wealthy, suddenly felt relaxed. She looked at the ingredients in the fridge and decided to cook a nice meal to treat herself. First, she turned on the TV to watch a countryside variety show. Then, she took some flour, kneaded it, and let it ferment to make pizza dough. She marinated some meat with spices to make Orleans-style chicken. Next, she made a durian-flavored dish with lots of fruit and cheese, using real ingredients, and put it in the oven to bake. She also prepared chicken by breaking it down and marinating it to make fried chicken pieces, along with some fries and sweet potato fries, making a hearty meal. While she was cooking, the team chat buzzed with chatter. And Jiawen said, "I have a suggestion. Since we now have more team members, we should discuss how to split the crystal cores we find on the road and how to divide future gains. I think we should all work together and share everything equally." Leisha chuckled, "I have no problem with that. But we should ask Tao Yaru. I borrowed her 2 crystal cores, but I owe her 3. Do you think she'll agree to share equally?" Tao Yaru. Right now, she still found it easiest to get crystal cores using her special power. If everyone shared equally, she would be the biggest loser. If she refused, it would be understandable. Surprisingly, Tao Yaru agreed, saying, "Fine, let's split them equally." I sound like I'm being stingy, but whatever. When the team was small, it was easier to keep track. Now, with more people, it's impossible to count exactly. Who contributed more? Who contributed less? It's hard to measure. For example, Luyu is very good at cooking. Maybe he would often need to cook for everyone in the future. How should that be counted? Should we use crystal cores to buy his meals? And who owns the ingredients? Since it's hard to tell, they decided not to split at all. Everyone worked together happily, giving their best. It was a good way to go. Tao Yaru understood these reasons well. Even Tao Yaring agreed, so others had no objections. They fought zombies while working together peacefully. Qiu Zi's water-based powers were weak, so he followed behind, knocking on zombie heads to find crystal cores. He sighed and said, "I'm hungry. Should I start cooking?" Liu volunteered, "I'll cook." "What do you want to eat?" Ma Jiandong hesitated and asked, "Can we have pork stew with vermicelli?" Qiu Zi cheered, "Yes, yes." "Luyu, do you need a hand?" "No need. Just wait for the meal." Luyu turned and ran toward the camper, saying, "Sister, please bring out the cooking tools from last night. I'm going to cook." Meng Sherwang used vines to place the pile of items from yesterday in the first floor hall. He also took the farm outside, telling him to pick vegetables himself. Luyu followed the vines into the hall, seeing a large freezer full of dishes and a farm over 10 square meters, smiling happily. It's great to be with sister. Good food, good drinks, good days. He first took out large chunks of pork from the freezer to thaw, then found a bundle of vermicelli in a big iron bucket, placing it in a large basin. "Qiu Zi, pour some water for me." Then he used a rice cooker to steam a big pot of rice. Next, he went to the farm to pick vegetables. For the pork stew with vermicelli, he needed more green beans and some water spinach, which are delicious. He also pulled some scallions and garlic for seasoning. He went to the melon patch to pick ripe watermelons, placing 2 aside to chill in the ice for later. After dinner, they could enjoy the watermelon. It would be perfect. Qiu Zi came in and saw Luyu busy in the vegetable garden. He was surprised, saying, "Wow, our life is getting better. Carrying a garden with us, planting whatever we want, This good life probably won't be enjoyed by others. He felt lucky. Why did he meet Meng Shirwang so late? Living this good life with Meng Shirwang was truly lucky. Now we have to feed so many people, and the small vegetable garden is almost exhausted. Meng Shirwan is cooking delicious food inside the RV. When her fried chicken is ready, the big pot of rice over here is also about to be served. Luyu calls in the group chat, "Dinner time, sister, dinner time." A few team members outside fighting zombies hear the call and turn their heads to run inside. Leisha is the first to arrive. "I've been smelling the aroma for a long time. Finally, I can eat." Ma Jiandong's eyes sparkle. As a northerner, I just can't resist the smell of pork stew with vermicelli. They run ahead, while the zombie horde chases behind. They've spent the whole morning fighting to stay within a safe zone, only to be pushed back again by the zombies. But now, none of them care about the zombies. They're all thinking about food. When Meng Shirwan hears the news, she quickly appears in the farm and sees a few people nearby, holding bowls and serving rice. Luyu sees Meng Shirwan coming and quickly hands her a plate of food. "Sister, try my cooking." Meng Shirwan takes the plate, glances at it, and it looks quite good. It smells delicious too. It's pork stew with vermicelli, with green beans and water spinach added. It looks shiny with oil and has a strong aroma. There's also a plate of plain white rice packed in a lunchbox. It looks appetizing and fragrant. Meng Shirwan asks, "Is anything missing?" Luyu quickly waves his hand. "No, everything's here, drinks and all." "Plenty to fill everyone up." Meng Shirwan responds with a nod, then quickly returns to the RV, packing up the farm. The small vegetable garden disappears from the hall. Luyu grins widely, smiling happily. He doesn't even know why he's laughing, just feeling joyful, probably because he gets to eat good food. Since joining the Dawn Squad, he's been very happy. Having 2 good meals in one day, how could he not be happy? Luyu also hurried back to serve himself some food. The hall is now silent except for the sounds of everyone eating. Meng Shirwan returns to the RV, places the dishes on the cabinet, and walks to the sofa. She reaches out to fold the small square table, and with a click, the fold-out tabletop extends into a small, horizontal table. She arranges the prepared dishes on the small table: freshly baked pizza, fried chicken pieces, fried chicken legs, French fries, and even made herself 2 burgers. There was also Luyu's pork stew with vermicelli and rice, along with 2 bottles of chilled soda from the fridge. The table was full and very rich. "Shua? Dinner is ready." She looked up at the second floor, took out a fresh canned dish from the fridge, and poured it into Shue's small plate. Shue smelled the delicious aroma from the can, then suddenly jumped down from the second floor, landing on the cabinet and happily eating. Today, Shue was not graceful at all, eating eagerly as if it hadn't eaten for days, gobbling down its food. Meng Shirwan stroked its fur, feeling a bit strange. Today, Shue not only didn't sleep with her, but also rarely came down to play and didn't go to the farm. It stayed on the second floor sleeping all day. It even forgot to eat, looking quite hungry now. This was very unlike Shue's usual personality. In the past, it would never let itself go hungry. Meng Shirwan took out another dried codfish from the fridge, placed it on the cabinet, then went to the sofa, connected her controller to the monitor, and started playing a farming game. She curled up in the corner of the wardrobe and sofa, eating and playing her game. It had been a long time since she felt so relaxed. Now, she could leisurely stay at home even amid the howling zombie hordes. Fried chicken, burgers, pizza, soda, and her little game. She felt incredibly happy. After finishing their meal, the team members came out of the hall. Through the snarling zombies, they saw Meng Shirwan inside the RV, sitting on the sofa, munching fries and playing games. Their eyes showed deep envy. Leisha sighed. "Having an RV is so comfortable. Wherever we go, it's like home. I really envy my sister." This was a zombie horde, terrifying and deadly enough to make ordinary people tremble, and even low-level mutants had to be cautious around them. Yet here they were, relaxing at home and playing games. Outside, danger was everywhere. Scenes were bloody and terrifying. Inside, life was peaceful, filled with good food and leisure. The contrast was striking. Moreover, the people inside the RV looked good-looking, and the scene inside was very beautiful. Tao Yeren couldn't help but take out her phone and snap a few pictures to record this moment. Don't be jealous. You still have watermelon juice on your mouth, and you don't know how many people are jealous of us. Leisha wiped his mouth and chuckled. Haha, that's true. Inside the base, ordinary people fought desperately against the terrifying zombies just to fill their stomachs. Inside the base, the mutants are well-fed and comfortable, reaching pre-apocalypse levels of living, but they work very hard. To prepare for future disasters, they stay awake for days and nights, rushing to move supplies. In this huge disaster, everyone is struggling to survive. However, after joining the Dawn Squad, they have strong skills that others envy, enjoy delicious food, and can eat fresh vegetables just picked. Their current situation is so good that anyone would be jealous if they knew. Chiu Zi clenched his bone hammer, eager to start working. I'm ready. Let's get to work. Sister has given us a good life, and we should give her a good life too. These zombies don't need Sister to handle them. We'll clear them out ourselves. Everyone, full and energized, rushed into the zombie horde and fought fiercely. The zombie numbers were terrifying, but they weren't weak. All of them were level 4 or 5 mutants, like wolves attacking a sheep herd. Cleaning them up was only a matter of time. Without the Zombie King's call, there wouldn't be endless waves of zombies, which eased a lot of pressure. Wu Ming arrived with his team in an armored vehicle, and most of the zombies had already been cleared. The ground was piled with zombie bodies, messy and decayed, with broken limbs and rotting flesh. 7 people stood among the piles, digging through the heads of zombies to find crystal cores, working diligently like a group of old farmers. Seeing the scene, Wu Ming was stunned. When he learned there was a zombie king here and that 5 mutants had sacrificed themselves, he was almost scared out of his mind. According to Meng Qingyuan's prophecy, the place where the zombie king appears is a forbidden zone, very hard to deal with. Even after learning from Liu Yu that Meng Shiwang and others had killed the zombie king, Wu Ming still felt the situation might not be good. He specifically requested to drive the armored vehicle here. But he didn't expect to see such a scene. Not even a single feather of the zombie king was visible. Wu Ming drove the armored vehicle into the square, crushing the zombie piles with a loud cracking sound of breaking bones. Meng Shiwang saw the commotion outside, exited the game, and got up to tidy up the dishes. She placed the bowls and chopsticks into the sink and used her water-based ability to clean away all the dirt and food leftovers inside the RV. This water ability is quite suitable for cleaning. She washed the bowls and chopsticks again and put them back in their places. After tidying up, Wu Ming knocked on the RV door. Meng Shiwang opened the door and glanced at the large armored vehicle nearby, noticing there weren't many people around. She asked, "Did you bring the things?" "Yes, I did," Wu Ming said, his eyes bright with suppressed anticipation and excitement. He was eager to see the ability enhancement liquid. This meant the power of the ability users and hope for the future. Meng Shiwang got out of the vehicle, closed the door, and asked, "How much did you bring?" She didn't show her excitement outwardly, but inside, she was very happy. Soon, there would be many crystal cores to expand the space and the farm. For her, crystal cores were as important as the ability enhancement liquid. Wu Ming turned and waved to the middle-aged man inside the armored vehicle. "Li Jun, come here." Li Jun got out of the vehicle, approached Meng Shiwang, and looked her over carefully. He asked uncertainly, "Do you really have the ability enhancement liquid?" It wasn't that he didn't trust Meng Shiwang, but this news sounded too unbelievable. Currently, inland research on the ability enhancement liquid was still in the early stages, far from being able to drink it. The Chuangyuan base on Nandao did have the liquid, but unfortunately, they wouldn't sell it. Many inland bases were negotiating with the Chuangyuan base for the liquid. The price had risen from 500 crystal cores per bottle to 2,000. But the Chuangyuan base simply refused to sell, no matter the price, making negotiations very difficult. Now suddenly, someone from inland claimed they also had the ability enhancement liquid at 300 crystal cores per bottle, with as much as needed. Hearing this, they felt both surprised and a bit skeptical. Meng Shiwang looked at him. He had a square face and a decent appearance and demeanor. But when faced with such questions, she frowned slightly and showed some impatience. Since he came all this way and still asked such questions, if he doubted her, why did he come at all? Wu Ming noticed Meng Shuan's mood and quickly tried to smooth things over by introducing him. He is Li Jun, not from our base. He's from the neighboring seed base in Shueqing district. We specially borrowed him as a space ability user to help move the crystal cores and the energy enhancement liquid. Since crystal cores and energy enhancement liquid are so important, they can't be transported carelessly. What if they get stolen? Space ability users are rare. Previously, there was one in the Haiqing district of our seed base, Meng Qinghua, but unfortunately, she died mysteriously. Now, we have to borrow a space ability user from another city base. Since Wu Ming finished his call with Meng Shuan this morning, he hasn't stopped working. He quickly reported the situation, discussed strategies, and arranged to borrow a space ability user from the Shueqing district base. When the Shueqing district seed base heard they could buy the energy enhancement liquid with crystal cores, they also wanted some. They hurriedly prepared crystal cores and sent Li Jun by helicopter to reach the Haiqing district seed base as fast as possible. Wu Ming told Li Jun to bring the crystal cores prepared by their base. He accompanied Li Jun and rushed to find Meng Shuan. They haven't even had a meal yet. Fortunately, on the way, Meng Shuan cleared a smooth path, and everything went smoothly. Before nightfall, they finally met Meng Shuan. Wu Ming urged Li Jun, bring out the crystal cores and let the other side count them. Li Jun didn't ask further. Their base had heard about this and was just trying to get a good deal. Such matters are not taken lightly. He released 10 large containers from his space, stacking them on top of zombie corpses. Wu Ming explained, each box contains 30,000 crystal cores. There are a total of 300,000 here. Meng Shuan's eyes widened in surprise. This was much more than she expected. She thought their base could only come up with about 100,000 crystal cores for the first trade. But now, they had 3 times that amount. She realized she could earn 200,000 crystal cores. She was truly making a fortune this time. The system, seeing this, was already excited and eagerly watching. Without Meng Shuan needing to say a word, the system had already done its part. I've counted them. There are 300,002 crystal cores. Meng Shuan calmed her mind and used vines to open the lid of one of the containers. Inside, the dense, shimmering light reflected under the bright sunlight, dazzling to the eyes. A few team members nearby, who were knocking zombies' heads, were dazzled by the bright light and looked over. They saw inside the container a shimmering surface like rippling water, making it hard to see clearly. Everyone hurried over, looking at the many boxes filled with crystal cores, and they were all very surprised. And Jiawen exclaimed, "So many crystal cores." Chuangyuan looked at the few crystal cores he had just found in his hand, then at the large pile inside the container, and realized the difference was huge. How many could there be in this densely packed box? In the past, when they were in the rescue team, they didn't pay much attention to crystal cores. The rescue team took care of their food, clothing, and shelter, and at most gave some to their families or bought needed items at the supermarket. Other than that, they thought crystal cores were not very useful. It was only after following Meng Shuan that they learned crystal cores could be exchanged for special energy-enhancing liquids, making them more valuable. The group gathered around the container, looking at the crystal cores and recalling their former leader, Wu Ming, feeling a bit confused about the current situation. Meng Shuan used vines to pry open all the containers. The vines reached inside and stored 300,000 crystal cores into her space. Wu Ming was surprised. Aren't you going to count them? Counting each one was impossible. They needed to roughly weigh and estimate the total. Meng Shuan confidently said, "No need, I trust you all." His words moved Wu Ming a little. In fact, the system had already counted them. Meng Shuan spoke to the system in his mind, buy 1,000 units of energy-enhancing liquid, and put them into the container. The system had been waiting for this moment. As soon as Meng Shuan finished speaking, 1,000 bottles of energy-enhancing liquid appeared inside the container, neatly arranged in rows. Wu Ming and Li Jun were very excited. They each picked up a bottle and examined it. They never expected that such a small, unassuming bottle of energy-enhancing liquid could quickly boost an energy user's strength. After inspecting the bottles, they each opened one and drank. Feeling the energy fluctuations inside their bodies, both of them smiled happily. Li Jun was surprised. This is genuine energy-enhancing liquid. Wu Ming sighed. We really found a treasure. With this, we have more confidence to face future disasters. After completing the deal, Li Jun stored the container and the ability enhancement liquid into a space and said goodbye to Meng Sherwan. Wu Ming smiled and said, "We need to go back quickly to report. We might come back to buy from you again in the future." Li Jun, with a slightly awkward smile on his square face, said, "It was a misunderstanding on my part earlier. We will keep working together in the future." Meng Sherwan responded with a smile. "Good. As long as you have crystal cores, I have ability enhancement liquid." When Wu Ming was about to leave, he glanced at the few team members who were leaving with him and sighed quietly, feeling a little regretful. Trading 6 ability users for the chance to buy ability enhancement liquid was worth it. As the armored vehicle gradually drove away, the team members gathered around Meng Sherwan. Qiu Zi asked, "Sister, you suddenly took out so much ability enhancement liquid. How do you have so much?" Chuangyuan asked, "Sister, you now have so many crystal cores. Are you using them to make ability enhancement liquid?" Leisha asked, "Sister, how exactly is the ability enhancement liquid made? Is it made from crystal cores?" Ma Jiandong asked, "Once the seed base has enough strength, it should be better at dealing with natural disasters in the future." They all asked questions at once. Meng Sherwan hurriedly told them, "Go, go, go. Do your own things. When the time comes, you'll naturally know everything." The team members then dispersed to continue digging crystal cores from zombie heads. Meng Sherwan returned to the RV, lay down on the sofa, and held a small ice cream cone, eating while pondering how to distribute the 200,000 crystal cores. The system was already impatient and said, hurry up, hurry up. Use the crystal cores to expand the space quickly." "What's the use of keeping them?" Meng Sherwan took a bite of the ice cream and said, "Don't rush. Let me think." The system couldn't help but be anxious. It was almost frantic. Whenever it saw crystal cores, it couldn't stay calm. "Just think quickly. Stop eating the ice cream." Meng Sherwan thought for a moment and said, "Expand the farmland by 100 acres and the pond by 50 acres. Expanding the farm was inevitable. In the upcoming natural disasters, renewable resources would be the most valuable. 1 acre is 666 square meters. So, expanding 1 acre of farmland requires 666 crystal cores. For a total of 150 acres of farmland and pond, 50 acres, it would cost 99,000 crystal cores. Just received 20,000 energy cores, and half of them were spent so easily." Following Meng Sherwan's instructions, the system quickly took care of everything without her needing to do anything manually. It arranged everything clearly. "All right. The 100 acres of farmland and 50 acres of pond have been expanded. Do you want to buy anything else?" Meng Sherwan, who suddenly became wealthy, was quite generous. "Buy 50 bottles of ability enhancement liquid." The system responded immediately, neatly placing 50 bottles of ability enhancement liquid on a small table. Meng Sherwan stood up, took out a large beer glass from her space, and placed it on the table. She opened each bottle of ability enhancement liquid and poured it into the glass. The system watched her do this and was confused. "What are you doing?" Meng Sherwan raised an eyebrow. "What else?" "Drinking." The milky white liquid filled half the glass. The system was even more alarmed, with its mechanical voice raising several decibels. "Are you drinking ability enhancement liquid like that? Do you think it's a beverage?" Meng Sherwan replied naturally, "You said the ability enhancement liquid you provide is healthy and has no side effects, right?" The system almost broke down. "No side effects. You can't just drink it like a drink. Don't you think your actions are a bit extreme? This ability enhancement liquid is extremely precious, something others would beg for. Yet she was pouring it into a glass and drinking it all at once. It's like Pigsy eating ginseng fruit." After pouring all 50 bottles, she picked up the glass to look at it. The color was beautiful, the milky, white liquid transparent. She got up, took some ice cubes from the fridge, threw them into the glass, and then drank it all. Only the remaining unmelted ice at the bottom made a crisp clinking sound. She let out a burp and commented, "It has no taste." Fortunately, it was just the system. If it had been a person, they might have rolled their eyes and fainted. This precious ability enhancement liquid was consumed in a way that made it feel like cheap draft beer from a roadside stall. Buying 50 more bottles of ability enhancement liquid cost another 5,000 energy cores. Now, she had 95,100 energy cores left. Expand the diesel tank by 20,000 cubic meters, expand a gasoline tank by 20,000 cubic meters, and use the rest to expand the second floor space. With water-type abilities, water sources are no longer the urgent resource to gather. Additionally, the farmland soil remains moist enough without needing irrigation, which greatly reduces water needs. With this plan, the 200,000 crystal cores are completely used up. Now there is enough space, and the next step is to stockpile supplies before acid rain arrives. Any supplies, whether currently useful or not, should be stored first. This is always the right choice. As the sun sets and the last warm rays disappear, a few team members finally finish collecting crystal cores. They carry a large bag to find Meng Sherwan to exchange for ability-enhancing liquid. Leisha stands outside the RV and calls out in the group chat, "Sister, we're here to exchange crystal cores." He carries a clear plastic bag filled with the crystal cores they hunted today and those collected in vehicle boxes. It's a shiny, heavy little bag. They roughly counted earlier. There are nearly 2,000 crystal cores. Meng Sherwan opens the window, takes the cores, and has the system verify the number, 1,792 in total. Including the cores they already had, they decide to share everything equally, with no distinctions, totaling 1,964 cores. Meng Sherwan bought 10 bottles of ability-enhancing liquid for them and reminds, "Rest early tonight, get up early tomorrow. We have work to do." Leisha takes the liquid, grinning, "Okay, sister." Everyone looks excited about the ability-enhancing liquid, and no one asks what the work is. For them, whatever Meng Sherwan says to do, they do without question. The 7 teammates walk into the first-floor hall in groups. Through the group chat, Meng Sherwan learns about their movements. Chiu Zi asks, "How should we split the 10 bottles of ability-enhancing liquid among the 7 of us?" Leisha thinks for a moment, 1 each, and the remaining 3 go to Lu Yu, Ma Jiandong, and Jiang Yuan. "Next time we have extra, we'll take turns, no one will lose out. What do you all think?" They agree with this plan. Lu Yu is very touched. "I'll make some shredded meat noodle soup for you all. Eat quickly and go to bed early." While waiting for the meal in the hall, everyone chats casually, all in good spirits. Meng Sherwan lowers the group chat volume and mutes her microphone. She speaks to the system, "Check how many crystal cores I have now." The system quickly reported, the remaining 964 particles earlier, plus those in the crystal core collection box, total 1,130 particles. Meng Sherwan said, "Let's use all of them to expand the second floor space." Currently, the second floor has a volume of 66,233 cubic units, enough to store many supplies. After finishing her work, Meng Sherwan suddenly realized she hadn't seen Snowstep all day. Usually, Snowstep would be darting around in front of her. The fact that it was so quiet now made her a bit uncomfortable. "Snowstep? You haven't eaten dinner yet, have you? Do you want to sleep with me tonight?" Snowstep's lazy voice came from the second floor. Meng Sherwan stepped onto the stairs and saw Snowstep still curled up on the black cube, sleeping. Probably hearing her call, Snowstep lifted its head to look at Meng Sherwan, then tucked its head back into its belly to sleep again. It clearly didn't want dinner or to sleep with Meng Sherwan. Its chubby body was nestled on the cube, with fur and flesh spilling out around it, like it was wearing a plush hat on the black cube. Seeing it so lethargic, Meng Sherwan worried, "Are you sick? Are you feeling unwell? Why are you sleeping so much?" Snowstep was usually lively and sometimes mischievous. Its current quietness made Meng Sherwan a little worried. Snowstep lifted its head again, seeing her worried face, then got up from the black cube, stretched lazily with its bottom in the air, and walked over to Meng Sherwan, rubbing against her arm to show it was fine. Meng Sherwan held it and checked carefully from top to bottom, but found nothing unusual, so she felt relieved. She picked up Snowstep and jumped down the stairs, asking, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "Meow," Snowstep responded listlessly, seeming not very hungry. Meng Sherwan placed it on the cabinet and said, "How about cooked shrimp and small fish? I'll also get a fresh stewkin for you, so you'll be full." While speaking, she went to the freezer to get shrimp and caught 2 small yellow fish from the pond, boiling them in a small pot with water. Snowstep stood on the cabinet, its big round eyes looking at Meng Sherwan with confusion. Why is she giving it such good food tonight? Based on her behavior, something's wrong. This is very unusual. It sat on the table, its big round eyes staring intently at Meng Sherwan, as if trying to see through the mischievous plans of its owner. Where Meng Sherwan went, it followed closely. Finally, Meng Sherwan couldn't hide it anymore and decided to be honest. "All right, I admit it. There's something I want you to help with." Meow. It knew exactly what Meng Sherwan meant. It understood its owner very well. Meng Sherwan gently held its head and smiled kindly. "Here's the thing. I want to raise some chickens, ducks, and geese so they can lay eggs for us. But last time, I bought mostly eggs that were already hatching at the farm. You know, I'm human. I don't know how to hatch eggs." Hearing this, its big, round eyes widened even more in disbelief. It pulled its head out of Meng Sherwan's hand and looked at her with suspicion. She can't hatch eggs, so does that mean it can? Is its owner really asking it to hatch eggs? Could this be a crazy idea only a human would think of? Meng Sherwan looked at its soft belly and smiled. "Teshua, you're the best. I believe you can do it. You're chubby and adorable, so I'm sure you can hatch eggs." It didn't agree. It didn't want to hatch eggs. It was a cat, and cats don't hatch eggs. Meng Sherwan hugged it and gently stroked its smooth fur. "Teshua, just help me out, okay? If there are eggs, I'll make you boiled eggs, steamed egg custard, egg drop soup, egg cans, and shrimp with eggs." Every time she mentioned a dish, Teshua's eyes lit up a little more. Finally, Teshua let out a soft meow, looking determined. Hatching eggs? It was just a small thing compared to all the delicious food. What was there to be ashamed of? Meng Sherwan patted its head. "Good girl. I'll go get the eggs now." Having raised Teshua for so many years, she knew this little foodie well and could easily handle her cute kitten. She took out a fluffy little blanket from her space, folded it into a thick square, and placed it on the edge of the second floor. Then she took out 10 chicken eggs, 10 duck eggs, and 10 goose eggs from several large incubation boxes in her space, arranging them neatly on the blanket. Most of these eggs were close to hatching. The tiny creatures inside were almost ready to break free. Teshua kept the eggs warm with its belly, gently warming them up. Soon they would hatch. Prepare these things. Meng Sherwan stands on the stairs and calls out to Teshua, "Come quickly, sleep in the nest. Before they hatch, I will bring you food. Besides going to the bathroom, try not to leave the nest." Teshua comes to the second floor, looking at a nest of eggs with a cute cat face full of resignation. It bites the edge of the plush nest, drags it next to the black box, and reluctantly crawls inside, hugging the eggs in its arms. Probably because it's uncomfortable, it twists its body, finds a comfortable position, rests its head on the edge of the plush blanket, and stares with tired eyes, showing no enthusiasm. Seeing it like this, Meng Sherwan can't help but laugh out loud. When the fish and shrimp are cooked, peeled, and deboned, she places them in a small plate, covers it with a fresh stew can, and stands on the stairs. Using a thin vine, she pushes the small plate to Teshua, who is incubating the eggs. Reluctantly, Teshua lies in the nest and eats the stew with resignation. After eating enough, it rests its head and falls asleep again. After settling Teshua, Meng Sherwan takes some cooked food from the fridge to share with her family. That night, they don't play games and go to bed early. The next day, the sun shines brightly, turning the outside into a blazing oven. Several team members have already gotten up. The zombies around have been cleared out. They sleep on mats in the first floor hall at night. The building has electricity and air conditioning, making it more comfortable than sleeping in the car. Lu Yu is preparing breakfast. With limited ingredients, he plans to make noodle soup. Other team members help with the preparations, kneading dough and getting ingredients ready. Leisha walks to the door, sees the camper's curtain drawn, and thinks Meng Sherwan hasn't woken up yet, so he doesn't disturb her. They finish breakfast, each eating 2 large bowls, feeling full. Chiu Zi rinses the dishes and tidies everything up. Leisha goes to the door again and sees Meng Sherwan wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, standing by the cabinet, nibbling on bread. He sends her a message. "Sister, are we leaving for somewhere else today? The zombies outside have been cleared, so there's no point in staying." Meng Sherwan sees the message, picks up her phone and replies, "Not leaving today. Today I will farm." Leisha scratches his head. "Farming? What are you planting?" "Your little vegetable garden. That small patch of land has little to grow. Just scattering some seeds can make plants grow vigorously. There's no need to plant for just one day." As soon as he sends the message, his view suddenly changes. The area was originally a cement square, with flat cement roads and a dry, cracked field ahead. Suddenly, it turned into a deep brown color. Jose looked carefully. Wow, what a big piece of farmland. It was no longer the dry, white, cracked land baked by the hot sun and covered with spider webs. Instead, it was dark brown, moist, and looked very fertile. This normal farmland stood out sharply against the surrounding dry and barren land. In the distance of the fertile land, under the sunlight, there was a shimmering white reflection. It was a pond, a very large pond. Jose thought he wasn't exaggerating. This dark brown, fertile land was as big as 10 standard soccer fields, covering about 100 acres. The pond was about half the size of the fertile land, roughly 40 to 50 acres. Seeing the scene, he suddenly remembered the small vegetable garden that Meng Sherwan had released earlier. It was just a small plot of land, about 10 square meters, with a tiny pond. How did it turn into a farm of over 100 acres overnight? Jose asked nervously, "Sister, is this whole area yours? How did it grow so quickly?" Meng Sherwan naturally didn't answer his question directly. She said, "Call them out to farm, find useful farming tools, and bring everything into the farm." It must be said, they were in a good place. The germplasm bank was in the suburbs, surrounded by large farmland, which was the test field for the germplasm bank. The germplasm bank didn't just store seeds of various plants. Researchers also grew plants in the test fields for experiments, especially wheat, rice, corn, sweet potatoes, and various fruits and vegetables. These crops that affect people's lives and livelihoods were the main focus of research and cultivation. This meant that, besides seeds of different plant species, the germplasm bank also stored many crop seeds and various agricultural machines. There were seeders, harvesters, plowing machines, fertilizing machines, rice transplanters, automated pesticide sprayers. These were not only comprehensive, but also advanced. Previously, Meng Sherwan's space was small, so she couldn't take these things away. Now that the farm had expanded, and it was the right time to acquire various agricultural machines, she naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. The others heard Jose calling out and quickly ran out of the hall. When they stood at the door and saw the square outside, the road, and the ravines replaced by a large, flat, fertile land, they were all surprised. Tao Yering asked, "What's going on?" "The sun is so hot, and the temperature is so high. Where did such a big area of moist, fertile farmland come from?" Chuangyuan exclaimed. "It's really quite large. It can grow many crops. The farm is about 150 acres. It's not very big, but not small either. It's not so vast as to be endless, but you can still see the edges when you look up. However, the large, flat area feels very open and impressive." They could wait to step onto the farm. As soon as their feet touched the moist ground, a cool feeling washed over them. It was a comfortable coolness, neither cold nor hot. After experiencing the high temperatures outside, feeling this moderate coolness was incredibly pleasant. Ma Jiandong asked curiously, "Is this the sister's domain?" "Her domain not only includes the farmland but also controls the temperature." His question left everyone speechless. No one could answer. They weren't space abilities users and didn't understand the various skills related to space powers. Actually, the main reason is that the farm isn't in this world. Instead, the farm space overlays the real-world space. The original appearance of the farm space remains the same as when Meng Sherwan released it for everyone to see. Inside the farm space, the temperature and soil moisture are just right. After being released, it stays in this perfect state. They moved from the extremely hot environment outside into the farm space and naturally felt the coolness. Leisha conveyed Meng Sherwan's words. Sister said to find farming tools and machinery. Don't just stand around, get to work. They quickly looked around the building for a basement or a garage where machines and tools might be stored. After breakfast, Meng Sherwan went upstairs to check on Teshua, who was sleeping soundly on an egg. A few eggs were exposed outside her belly. Meng Sherwan gently pushed them with vines without waking Teshua. Only then did she feel at ease and went downstairs, changed into a long-sleeved, long-pants sports outfit for sun protection, opened the car door, and entered the farm. This vast land will continue to expand as they gather more crystal cores, becoming even larger. If they want to make the most of this land, relying on her or just a few team members is clearly not enough. They can't possibly stay in the fields every day to farm. So, Meng Sherwan decided to gather more people in the future to build a base on this farm, where they can grow crops and produce food. First, to strengthen their power and face future uncertainties. Second, to restore farming and production, which is a hope for humanity. Meng Sherwan doesn't know if other space abilities can grow crops in their space, but she only needs to focus on what she can do. Big sister, look at what we found. Leisha's voice came with the buzzing of a tractor, approaching from afar and then driving into the farm. Meng Sherwan looked over as Leisha drove a tractor, pulling a large trailer filled with various farming tools like hoes and shovels. Behind the tractor, there was a wheat harvester, followed by seeders and plowing machines. Each vehicle was driven by one person, lined up and moving in. Meng Sherwan quickly went back to her trailer, and when she reappeared, she was already near them. Leisha stopped the tractor and said excitedly, "Big sister, behind the building, there's a big shed with all kinds of farm machinery. There are at least dozens of machines, plus many tools stacked in the corner, more complete than what you'd find at the market." Her guess was right. There are indeed many farm machines here. She saw large test fields with signs around them and guessed that with such a large area of land, they probably wouldn't lack equipment. "I'll go collect the machinery and you can bring out the seeds. Just watch and plant." Meng Sherwan took out the 8 cubic meter seeds she had stockpiled at the market, along with many crop seeds stored in the seed bank, piling them into small hills on the ground. Let them figure out how to plant them themselves. Fertile, moist soil is always suitable for planting. The others parked their vehicles aside and gathered around the seed piles to study. Tao Yering said to Meng Sherwan, "Big sister, you go ahead. We can handle these." Some of them come from rural backgrounds and have farmed before, and during rescue missions, they learned some basic planting knowledge. They could manage to figure it out. If they really couldn't understand, they could look it up online. Meng Sherwan ignored them and headed toward the building behind the house. Behind the building, there is a large concrete square covered with a metal cage to protect against wind and rain. Many farming machines, as Ziz mentioned, are parked inside. Meng Sherwan takes out a seed, and dense vines spread out, touching the farming machines and tools, all of which are collected into the farm. In front of the building, a few people are moving seeds into the tractor's hopper when they suddenly see dozens of different-sized farming machines appear nearby. They are all surprised. Upon closer look, they realize these are the same machines they saw under the shed earlier. Lu Yu sighs, "My sister is truly incredibly strong." Chuangyuan, who has some injuries and is responsible for driving the tractor to transport seeds, sits in the driver's seat and comments, "No kidding. Even among those with special abilities, she's quite powerful. Forget about the first-tier abilities or super strong combat skills for now. Let's talk about this farm. Which space-type ability user can grow crops with their space power? And which space-type ability user can extend their space as their domain? Or which space-type ability user can remotely send things into the farm from elsewhere?" Even among abilities, this level of strength is astonishingly impressive. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe abilities could be used like this? Ma Jiandong remains silent. "When I was in the rescue team, I thought I had seen a lot. But following my sister, I realize what true experience is. Tao Yering, holding a bunch of vegetable seeds, passes by and says, "Exactly. We've been with her for so long, and each time she surprises us more. Who knows, there might be even bigger surprises ahead. Let's get to work." There are over 100 acres waiting for us to plant. They each grab a bag of seeds, find a seed drill, and start planting from the farthest corner of the farm. As for what to plant, they've already decided. Main crops like corn, wheat, rice, sweet potatoes, soybeans, and sesame, covering about 10 acres each, aim for a balanced variety. The remaining 30 acres will be used for vegetables and fruits. Do sweet potatoes, and rice need seedling cultivation? With Tao Yering, a wood-type ability user, around, even small tasks like seedling cultivation are no problem. After finishing harvesting various farming machines and tools from the greenhouse, Meng Sherwan walks into a nearby room. Inside, there is a huge generator that supplies power to the entire building. It is humming loudly and still working. Meng Sherwan presses the emergency stop button, retracting the large machine into the space. She also collects various messy mechanical parts and tools in the room, unsure if they are useful, but figures taking them all is better than leaving them. After gathering everything in the room, she notices that there is a buried oil tank underground. Such equipment is usually found only at gas stations. Its presence here shows how much people value this seed bank. No wonder, after more than a month in the apocalypse, the generator still runs normally. Meng Sherwan controls a vine, slowly guiding it into the oil tank to collect the remaining diesel into the storage tank. She only manages to gather about 8 cubic meters of diesel. If they hadn't come, this amount of fuel wouldn't last long for the generator. Given the current temperature, if the generator stops, the power in the building will go out and the stored seeds might spoil quickly. Fortunately, they arrived just in time and saved the seeds of thousands of plant species here. After collecting these supplies, Meng Sherwan takes a quick look around and feels there's nothing else valuable in the building. She walks into the first floor lobby through the door. Since she took the generator, the whole building is without power and the cool air inside is quickly disappearing under the heat. In the center of the lobby, she sees neatly arranged kitchen tools and a large freezer, which she also puts into her space. Without electricity, the meat in the freezer will thaw and spoil quickly. Just as Meng Sherwan is about to leave, she hears footsteps on the stairs. She turns around cautiously and sees Chiu Zi coming down from upstairs. He is dragging a large water ball, inside which various sized ornamental fish are swimming. The fish are so densely packed that they form a small school. Meng Sherwan, weren't you outside planting crops? Why did he come into the house to catch fish? Chiu Zi walks down the stairs, continuously adding water to the fish ball to prevent the fish from overcrowding. He explains, I was about to plant corn with the seed machine, but then I saw the clear pond nearby. I thought about the fish inside the building. After we leave, these fish probably won't survive. So I came back to gather them and put them in the pond to raise. During their previous cleaning of the floors, they indeed saw many fish tanks of various sizes, almost on every level. Some were broken by zombies, while others remained intact, with fish swimming freely inside. Perhaps a leader from the gene bank liked to keep fish, which is why there are tanks all over the building. Some of the fish are tropical, and it's uncertain if they would survive in a pond. They just have to leave it to fate. Meng Sherwan nodded and said, Go ahead. The temperature is high, and if you delay any longer, the fish might be turned into fish soup. Big sister, I'm leaving now, Chiu Zi said, holding a water ball and rushing excitedly to the farm. When he reached the farm and the temperature dropped a bit, he finally relaxed and slowed down. Meng Sherwan followed behind and returned to the farm. She went to a small vegetable garden about 10 square meters in size and used her wood element ability to make the fruits and vegetables ripen again. These plants were nearing the end of their life. She picked all the fruits and put them into the refrigerator space. She pulled out the roots of chives and water spinach and placed them in the space for future transplantation. Looking up, she saw several cedars in the corner to the front left, lined up and planting seeds. Chiu Zi threw the fish into the lake, climbed onto a seed machine, and joined the planting team. Fortunately, there were many and diverse farming machines here, allowing their 7 people to have tools and work efficiently. Meng Sherwang moved to the middle area, where the farmland and fish pond met. Standing by the lake, she could see the smooth pebbles beneath the clear water and many water plants growing wildly. The water was so clear it seemed empty, but unfortunately, there were no fish. The fish in her previous 2 cubic meter ponds, plus the ornamental fish Chiozi just released, were so few in the 50-acre pond that they were barely visible. "It's too shallow," Meng Sherwang murmured as she looked at the shimmering surface of the lake. "A 1-meter deep lake isn't really a lake," she told the system. "Fold the fish pond and make it 3 meters deep. The fish pond could be expanded in cubic meters, just like space, and could be moved freely." The system received the command and replied, "Understood. Folded." Meng Sherwang watched as the water depth changed from 1 meter to 3 meters, which looked much better. This was the way a pond should be. The area is much smaller now. Originally, the land was 50 acres, but it has been reduced to about 1/3 of that. Now, only around 16 or 17 acres remain. Xiao Zi finished planting a batch of corn seeds and returned with the seeder. As he looked at the shimmering water surface, he felt something was off. "Do you all think the pond has gotten smaller? Or is it just my imagination?" Others looked up and saw that the water surface was indeed much smaller than before. Tao Yering frowned. "It's not an illusion. It really has shrunk, and it's definitely not as wide as before." Leisha looked at the person standing by the riverbank. "It must be something Sister did. How can her area change size like that? What's the principle behind it?" And Jiawen chuckled. "As a supernatural being in the end of the world, you're asking about the science behind it." After their surprise, they continued with their work. Meng Sherwan took out her phone, placed it into the space, then leapt into the pond with a perfect jump. In the clear water, she swam skillfully, pushed aside the green water plants, and sank to the bottom. Underneath, there was a layer of beautiful, colorful pebbles. Meng Sherwan moved the stones aside, revealing black mud beneath. Her arm reached into the mud, not even burying her forearm, just touching the hard bottom below. It was probably more than 3 meters deep, touching the edge of the farm space below. Meng Sherwan turned and surfaced, took a couple of breaths, and said to the system, "Fold the pond again. Make it 4 meters deep, with a 1-meter mud bottom." Received. Folding now. Originally, the pond was 50 acres. After being folded to a depth of 4 meters, it now covers only about 12.5 acres. This time, as the pond shrank, the people using the cultivator clearly saw the change. Chuangyuan exclaimed, "You were right earlier. The pond has shrunk again, and it's a lot smaller now." They looked up and saw that the pond was much smaller than before. Ma Jiandong glanced at the water surface. "The area is smaller, but the water is much deeper. Sister must be adjusting it." Their vehicles reached the end and stopped by the pond to check. The water was deep, but still clear. Meng Sherwan took a deep breath, submerged again, and felt the depth of the mud bottom. It was suitable for planting water plants like lotus roots and water chestnuts. She took out a bunch of lotus seeds from her space, moved gracefully, and evenly scattered them on the bottom of the water. She then took out seeds of water lilies, water caltrops, and water spinach, placing each type at intervals across different parts of the pond. Such a large pond shouldn't be wasted. Everything that can be planted should be planted. After finishing these tasks, Meng Sherwan swam to the shore. She walked to a central spot by the pond, took out a shovel, and began digging holes to plant fruit trees. She didn't have saplings, only seeds collected from her seed bank. But for Meng Sherwan, who has wood-based powers, this was not difficult. Along the edge of the pond, she first planted a row of oranges, 5 trees, 5 meters apart. Next, she planted a row of apple trees, also 5 trees spaced 5 meters apart. She dug a hole, dropped a small seed inside, and covered it. Then she moved 5 meters and dug another hole. There were also pomegranates, mangoes, kiwi fruits, pears, persimmons, and more. Every fruit variety she had, she planted in a row. She kept 5 meters of space around each tree to give them room to grow. As for the climate needs of these fruit trees, she didn't need to worry. Her powerful wood-based powers made plants grow easily. Under the strong vitality driven by her wood powers, there was no plant she couldn't grow. While Meng Sherwan was busy digging holes and planting trees, a few team members were planting crops. 7 or 8 people worked happily in this farmland. What used to be boring and tiring farm work now brought hope and joy. Until noon, Luyu came to find Meng Sherwan, who was still digging holes. "Big sister, what are we having for lunch?" he asked. "Anything is fine," Meng Sherwan replied, taking out a bunch of kitchen tools from her space. She also took out some vegetables and placed them on the ground for Luyu to see. Earlier, Chiu-zi told Luyu that the power in the building had gone out. Luyu didn't carry the kitchen tools to the hall anymore. Instead, he carried a large pot to the pond, set up a simple stove with an iron frame, and started cooking. There was water from the pond nearby. As a fire-type ability user, he had everything he needed. He busily prepared lunch alone, making a big stew in a large iron pot. The farmland, pond, and rising smoke gave a peaceful, idyllic feeling. Meng Sherwan had planted a circle of fruit seeds, leaving about 2 or 3 acres of open space in the middle of the orchard. She walked to the empty space in the middle and bent over to continue working. Meanwhile, Luyu steamed a large pot of rice and made a hearty stew, calling everyone in the group chat to come and eat. Meng Sherwan had almost finished planting and tending the land. She placed one hand on the ground, her slender fingers gently sinking into the soft soil, releasing her wood-based powers. A strong surge of life force spread out, forming circles of green that quickly expanded. The seeds underground sprouted rapidly, grew taller, and made soft rustling sounds. The fruit trees grew very fast. Their trunks thickened visibly, branches stretched out, and the leaves multiplied and became denser. In a short time, the seeds planted in the soil had turned into lush trees, blooming with various colorful flowers. Next to the pond, the tips of lotus flowers quickly emerged from the water, spreading out and floating on the surface, forming bright green round lily pads. More and more lily pads covered the water, and the leaves of water chestnuts, water lilies, and ferns nearby also spread quickly across the surface. In a moment, the pond was covered with vibrant green, decorated with blooming flowers, creating a beautiful scene. The people coming to eat saw this view and were very surprised. Tao Yering looked at the green pond and exclaimed, "So beautiful! I haven't seen such a large area of green plants in over a month. Seeing it now, it's truly breathtaking." Chuangyuan took a deep breath twice, saying, "It's the smell of green plants, so fresh." People are like that. After staying in a city with concrete buildings for a long time, seeing natural scenery outside always leaves them amazed. Humans need plants to heal. They forgot about eating and walked through the fruit trees, discovering a hidden paradise inside. They passed through a flowering fruit grove and saw a large open area inside. In one corner, there was a lush patch of bushes with small flowers blooming. Winding paths ran through the bushes, and a thick, lush lawn grew nearby. And Jiawen strolled around the path, carefully examining the plants inside. Afterward, he explained to everyone, "These are berries, various kinds of berries. This corner was a berry orchard with blueberries, currants, mulberries, snowberries, blackcurrants, goji berries, and more, very complete." Near the path, low-growing strawberries and lantern fruits were also planted. When these berries ripen, the colorful display will be very beautiful. On the other side, there was a variety of fresh flowers planted. Sunflowers, honeysuckle, chrysanthemums, jasmine, and roses are all fresh flowers that can be used to make tea. They are now in full bloom, with bright and beautiful colors. In the middle of this open space, there is a round lawn. It's quite large and can comfortably park Meng Sherwan's camper. Next to the pond, there is a wide, bright lawn. The soft grass is dotted with a few unknown small flowers, which look charming and soothing. Sitting on the lawn, you can easily see the lotuses blooming in the pond. This land, surrounded by fruit trees, has now become a lovely little garden. Staying here makes both body and mind feel much better. This is a small home that Meng Sherwan has prepared for herself. The world is often harsh and dull, so she needs a small garden to heal herself. When the camper is parked on the lawn, she can enjoy the scenery, fish a little, pick some fruit. These simple pleasures bring great happiness. Something is still missing, Meng Shirwang softly said. Tao Yering leaned over. What could be missing? I think this place is already very beautiful. Less bees. Without bees, there's no pollination. Without pollination, there can be no fruit. Unfortunately, the bees might all be dead from the heat now. If we want bees, we need to ask the base. The base should have some. In this disaster, the base not only needs to keep humans alive, but also ensure the survival of species. Protecting seeds and animals is definitely something the seed bank will do. Tao Yering suddenly understood. Oh, no bees for pollination. She had been thinking that this beautiful place seemed to be missing something. Now she realized it was the sound of insects and birds. Meng Shirwang gave her a new task. When you have time, contact Wu Ming. Tell him I can use the ability enhancement liquid to exchange for some beneficial insects and birds at the base. Make sure to include bees. If it's convenient, they can send some over or prepare them so we can exchange when we return to the base. Meng Shirwang guessed that she could wait, but the base probably couldn't. At this critical moment, the base wouldn't miss any chance to get the ability enhancement liquid. Tao Yering nodded. Okay, I'll contact them now. She stepped onto the soft grass, walked to the side, and dialed Wu Ming's number. The call was quickly answered, and Tao Yering explained Meng Shirwang's request. Meng Shirwang saw her making a phone call and raised an eyebrow slightly. Then she took out her own phone from her space. Surprisingly, there was signal. Earlier, when she was in the farm, her phone had no signal. Now, with the farm space overlapping with the real world, some aspects, like signal coverage, are connected to reality. This discovery surprised her a lot. From now on, using the farm as a base could save her many troubles. After they admired Meng Shirwang's small garden, they went to eat. They had a big mixed dish, a bowl of rice, and a group of people squatting by the pond, enjoying the beautiful lotus flowers and eating happily. Hee hee. Hee hee ha. Leisha was eating and laughing like a silly person. Everyone's eyes looked at him, confused about what he was laughing about. Xiaozi asked with a smile, "What are you laughing at? You don't seem very smart." Leisha put down his chopsticks and pointed at the surroundings. Look at the lush orchard next to us, with all kinds of colorful flowers, the clear water in front, reflecting shiny pebbles, the lively lotus flowers on the water, and beneath the soil, there are corn quietly sprouting. And in the distance, there are dried, dead trees and barren land. Comparing all this, isn't it wonderful that we can eat here? Hearing this, everyone, who already thought the environment was nice, felt a wave of happiness. Xiaozi scooped up some delicious food and said, "You know what? You're right. This kind of simple life isn't so bad." Hee hee. Luyu hee hee. Hee ha. Suddenly, the sound of laughter filled the air. These people, while showing off their food, were also laughing foolishly at the lively plants around them. Meng Shirwang. She thought her team members didn't seem very smart. She looked into the distance, where life and death, hope and despair, formed a stark contrast. In some moments, humans are quite easy to satisfy. Eating well, having a place to live, these are enough to make people feel very happy now. After lunch, Luyu cleaned up the dishes, and the others went back to farming. Meng Shirwang suddenly appeared at the edge of the farm. Stepping out onto the damp farmland and onto the scorching cement road heated by the sun, her feet made a sizzling sound. The moisture from the farm instantly evaporated in the heat. A wave of heat hit her face, making her feel as if she were inside a hot oven. In this temperature, just staying alive was a big challenge for humans. Meng Shirwang used her ice powers to cover herself, which helped to cool down the surrounding heat and made her feel a little more comfortable. She took out a chainsaw from her space and cut down the already dried French plane trees along the roadside. Each tree she cut down was stored in her space, and she continued cutting a long row. She returned to her small garden, placed the tree trunks in the fruit orchard, and then went to the tool area to find woodworking tools. She also took apart a first-floor window and door. Following online tutorials, Meng Shirwang worked alone. She planned to build a nest for the chickens, ducks, and geese in the fruit orchard, and also a small house for the snow to rest on. She didn't need perfect woodworking skills. She cut the trunks into suitable lengths, stuck them into the ground to form the basic frame of the house, and covered it with sturdy wooden boards. This was easy for Meng Sherwan now. Then she planted grapevines around the house. Using her wood powers, she made the vines grow wildly, climbing all over the frame and creating natural walls and a roof. It looked like a fairy tale forest scene. The chicken, duck, and goose nests were simple, small rooms inside a shed, meant for laying eggs. The Snow's house was on the right side, next to the grassland of the fruit orchard. It was a round house, 3 meters in diameter and 80 square meters in size. Now it was covered with grapevines, and inside, the floor was smooth hardwood. Once Meng Sherwan found some pet supplies to decorate it, Snow would have her own pretty little home. Around the central circular lawn, Meng Sherwan used her metal powers to melt the windows and doors, forming a 4-meter-high round iron frame. For sturdy metal pillars at the corners were embedded into the ground to hold it steady. She then planted 4 pink climbing roses at the corners. After they grew, they climbed all over the frame, blooming with dense, fragrant flowers. This beautiful and dreamy little garden was now complete. To others, Meng Sherwan seemed ruthless, cold, and emotionless. But in reality, she was just a young woman who had recently graduated from college. Having faced the end of the world twice, she has become tough and ruthless, but inside, she still remains a young girl who loves flowers and beautiful things. This 100 acres of land looks very big. With various farming machines helping out, the planting goes quite quickly. Especially some vegetable seeds, which don't even need machines. Just scatter them evenly on the soil, and they will take root, sprout, and grow on their own. By the time the sun sets and the sky darkens, most of the planting on this land is done. Dozens of farming machines are neatly lined up at the edge of the farm. Various small tools, like hoes and shovels, are also neatly arranged nearby. Leja carries an aluminum door and runs over from the building. "Big sister, make a barbecue grill for us. Let's have a barbecue tonight to celebrate." Meng Sherwan. She quietly takes the door panel, melts it with her metal ability, and slowly shapes it into a barbecue grill. This grill is quite large, enough to cook half a sheep at once. Tao Yering wrinkles her nose. "If you want to eat barbecue, just eat it. Why do you need an excuse? What are you celebrating?" Leja lifts a huge barbecue grill and laughs. "Of course, we're celebrating having such a big farm. We won't have to worry about food and drinks in the future, so what's there to celebrate?" Tao Yering is speechless. "It's nothing. You're just plain greedy." Despite saying that, everyone gets excited when they hear about having barbecue tonight, and they start to get busy. And Joan finds a task for herself. "I'll go outside the farm and bring back some trees. Luyu will use his fire ability to make charcoal, and then we'll have barbecue charcoal." Leja carries the big grill toward Meng Sherwan's small garden. "Sister, let's eat on your lawn. It's more romantic." Meng Sherwan. Tao Yering turns to walk toward the car. "I'll go get drinks and snacks from the truck. Later, Ma Jiandong will put ice on them, and it'll be so nice." Luyu looks at the meat in the freezer. "There's some beef and lamb here, but other meats aren't really suitable for barbecue." Then he looks eagerly at Meng Sherwan, waiting for her to feed him. Meng Sherwan. Honestly, she doesn't understand how these people can eat so much. The meat she stocked in the supermarket isn't enough for these people to eat for a few days. Meng Sherwan simply takes out a pig. "Let's slaughter it." The pig had just come out of the space and was squealing loudly as it ran around wildly. Ma Jiandong and Chuangyuan, holding kitchen knives and drooling, went after the pig. Meng Sherwan took out all the vegetables stored in the space, along with some skewers and various barbecue seasonings. Luyu happily prepared the ingredients. Qiu Zi headed toward the pond, saying, "I'll catch 2 fish so we can make grilled fish later." Originally, there were only 2 cubic meters of fish, shrimp, but now they were scattered across this more than 10-acre pond, making them hard to find. Everyone had their own tasks, but when it came to eating, they were all very eager. Meng Sherwan's only thought now was to stockpile supplies. Since the small team already eats so much, they would need a base in the future. Before the acid rain arrives, they must gather as many supplies as possible. Tomorrow, they will leave this place and start their stockpiling journey. While they were cooking, Meng Sherwan thought about going back to check on Teshua. She hadn't returned to the RV all day and didn't know if Teshua had gone downstairs for dinner. As soon as she appeared inside the RV, she heard chattering and cackling sounds. Standing on the stairs, Meng Sherwan saw that all the eggs she had prepared had hatched. Little chicks, ducklings, and goslings were running everywhere on the second floor, leaving droppings all over. Teshua, looking like a princess in a cold palace, was curled up on the black cube with messy fur. When she saw Meng Sherwan return, she looked at her with a resentful expression. Suddenly, Meng Sherwan thought of a saying, "Anyone who takes care of children goes crazy." Why did they hatch so quickly? Why didn't you come find me? Meng Sherwan thought it would take 2 or 3 days for the eggs to hatch, but they all came out in just 1 day. Teshua would rather endure their constant chirping than hide on the farm. She jumped down from the black cube, kicked a little goose away, and then snuggled into Meng Sherwan's arms. Meng Sherwan picked her up, feeling her weight increase. "Teshua, have you gained weight again?" Teshua rubbed her head against her round eyes full of resentment, sadness, and questions. Meng Sherwan quickly changed her tone. Okay, no weight gain. I planted a lot of flowers on the farm. I'll take you to play." Teshua looked back once, then decided to follow Meng Sherwan. Meng Sherwan used vines to pull out a small blanket from the back of the car, then gathered the newly hatched little ones onto the blanket, carrying them all together. She used water-based abilities to clean the RV, then carefully carried Snowstep in one arm and held chickens, ducks, and geese in the other, quickly returning to the farm. The skill that allows her to instantly teleport anywhere is very useful. She appeared on the lawn of the small garden, placed Snowstep on the grass, and pointed to the small house nearby. "That's the little house I built for you. Later, you can add some pet supplies inside. I think you'll like it." Snowstep blinked happily, looking at Meng Sherwan and then at the environment and the small house. Its big eyes showed some joy. It wagged its tail high, like a small broom, and walked toward its little house, looking around as it went. Meng Sherwan carried the chickens, ducks, and geese to their small shelter and sprinkled food inside. The 30 little creatures immediately waddled around on their short legs, exploring the new environment. As Meng Sherwan thought about what to feed them, she remembered she had no feed. This is the problem with limited supplies. When you need something, you realize you don't have it. She had no choice but to take out a large pot from her space, place it on a metal stand, and cook soft, mushy noodles to feed the little animals. After cooking, she poured a small bowl of noodles, cooled it with her ice abilities, and placed it under the shelter. The little creatures happily gobbled up the noodles. Meng Sherwan put away the remaining noodles for next time. Meanwhile, the team members had prepared various ingredients, and the barbecue grill was lit with charcoal, filling the air with the smell of grilled meat. Tao Yereng waved to Meng Sherwan. "Sister, come here." Meng Sherwan walked over and sat at a nearby table. Tao Yereng brought over a plate of lamb skewers. "Sister, try this." Meng Sherwan picked up a skewer and took a bite. The flavor was indeed good. Lu Yu from the New Eastern team was quite skilled. Snowstep caught the smell of the meat and ran over, yowling, jumping onto a nearby chair, and snatched the skewer from Meng Sherwan's hand. She helplessly stuffed the lamb skewer into Snowstep's mouth, pinched its small mouth, and left some meat in its mouth. Snowstep happily chewed and swallowed quickly, still eager for more meat from Meng Sherwan's hand. Meng Sherwan took out a small cat dish, placed a few pieces of meat inside, and set it on the table for Snowstep to eat. Tao Yereng watched nearby, her eyes wide with surprise. "Big sister, when did Snowstep grow so big?" Meng Sherwan looked at Snowstep, who was standing on her hind legs on the chair, with her front paws resting on the table, happily eating. Tao Yereng walked over to Snowstep and looked back and forth. "Really? Snowstep has grown a lot, sister. Last time we had Hot Pot, Snowstep was sitting on this chair, taking up most of it. Now look, her bottom can cover the whole chair." Hearing this, Meng Sherwan also realized something was wrong. She spent every day with Snowstep, but hadn't noticed her change. Snowstep was chubby and fluffy, which made her look bigger. She was a normal-sized cat, but on the larger side. But now, Snowstep looked as big as a lion cat, clearly beyond the normal cat size. Meng Sherwan sat up straight, feeling a little nervous as she stared at Snowstep. Snowstep was her best friend, and even her emotional support. She didn't want anything to happen to Snowstep. Without her, she would be very lonely. Chiuzi, come here. Chiuzi, busy flipping meat skewers near the grill, heard Meng Sherwan's urgent call. Thinking something was wrong, he dropped the skewers and hurried over. Sister, what's wrong? Meng Sherwan hugged Snowstep. Help me check her, see if there's anything wrong. Snowstep was happily eating grilled meat when Meng Sherwan pulled her away. She watched the plate of meat getting farther and farther, trying to reach out her head but couldn't. She looked at Meng Sherwan with a grumpy expression, wanting to ask what her owner was doing. But seeing her worried face, she blinked and obediently stayed in Meng Sherwan's arms. She tilted her head, observing her owner's expression, as if trying to figure out what was bothering her. Chiuzi squatted down to examine Snowstep's pupils, mouth, and body. Although he was a surgeon and not an animal expert, he knew a little about animal health. Huh? So Snowstep is a girl cat. Tao Yerang heard Chiuzi's soft exclamation and also moved closer to look at Snowstep's belly. Is she a girl cat? I always thought it was a small male cat. Chiuzi checked it over. No problems. Everything looks healthy. Is there anything unusual about its stool? Meng Sherwan shook her head. It suddenly grew bigger. Huh? Chiuzi was momentarily confused by her words. Carefully examining Teshua, he realized, it really has grown. It's much larger than when I saw it yesterday. He crouched down to check again. No issues. Has it evolved? I haven't heard of animals evolving before. Meng Sherwan seemed to think for a moment and said in a serious tone, the black cube. Since I put the black cube in the RV, Teshua has been sleeping next to it. Tao Yarrow understood. The black cube can make zombies evolve, but can it also make animals evolve? Chiuzi looked at Teshua, who was lying obediently in Meng Sherwan's arms. Maybe Teshua has evolved, becoming bigger and stronger. That might be a good thing. If you're worried, you could move the black cube away so Teshua isn't near it. Teshua, who had been quietly waiting, quickly stood up from Meng Sherwan's arms, licked her chin, and looked a bit eager. Meng Sherwan asked, Do you not want me to take the black cube away? Meow. Teshua licked her chin again. Would that be dangerous for you? Teshua tilted its head, its small black ears twitching. It jumped from Meng Sherwan's arms to the ground and performed a little parkour, showing it was very healthy. Tao Yar saw this and seemed to realize something new about Teshua. It can understand human speech? I always thought it was just an ordinary little cat. Turns out it's quite smart. Meng Sherwan let out a small breath of relief. Good, as long as it's okay. As long as it's okay, but she didn't fully relax. She would keep watching Teshua closely. If anything seemed wrong, she would take the black cube away. She couldn't let anything happen to Teshua. Seeing Meng Sherwan's worried expression fade, Teshua also relaxed. Now, it could eat peacefully. As it grew bigger, its appetite increased. Meng Sherwan was grilling meat skewers, and Teshua was eating happily. Sometimes, it would nibble on a piece of greens, but Meng Sherwan would dismiss it, and it would be left aside. Luyu saw how much Teshua was enjoying its food and specially grilled a plate without any seasoning for it. The adorable cat had truly become everyone's favorite. At this moment, Tao Yering's phone rang. She took it out and saw that Wu Ming was calling. Since he was calling now, he probably had something to ask about. She pressed the answer button and said, Hello. Immediately, Wu Ming's trembling voice came through the phone. Tao Yering, are you guys still alive? Are you caught in some illusion? I saw farmland and a pond in front of the building. Oh no. Tao Yering covered the phone and looked at Meng Sherwan. Sister, Wu Ming is here and he saw our farm. How could he come so quickly? She told him at noon that they needed beneficial insects and birds, and now he's here in the evening? This is a farm, a place where plants can grow. In this barren world, it's more precious than some special elixirs in a way. If others find out, what if they have bad intentions and come to steal? Meng Sherwang was very calm. If he's here, let him come. Invite him in for some barbecue. Are we afraid? No way. She had been running her business for a long time, so she had some confidence. She planned to use the farm as her future base, so it was only a matter of time before others found out. If it happens, it happens. There's nothing to fear. If someone really has bad intentions and wants to steal from her, she's ready to face it. Right now, she is a level 10, 6-type psychic. In terms of strength, she is among the top. Plus, she has a mobile home for safety. It's not easy to kill her. From a military perspective, she has a system that sells weapons and a mall where she can choose any weapon she wants. She's not defenseless. Following Meng Sherwang's instructions, Tao Yareng headed outside. Sister, I'll go meet them. They just planted seeds in the field. If they come by car, don't drive in and damage the crops. Wu Ming was still shouting on the phone. What's going on? Is this a hallucination? In this scorching weather of 60 or 70 degrees, I actually saw moist farmland and a pond. There are green plants in the pond too. Many lakes have dried up, but this small pond hasn't. If you say it's not a hallucination, I won't believe it. What exactly is happening? Tao Yareng heard Wu Ming's shouting and moved the phone slightly away from her ear. Stop asking. Wait until we meet, and I'll explain everything then. She quickly walked toward the main road and indeed saw the familiar armored vehicle from yesterday parked outside the farm. She didn't dare to approach recklessly. Wu Ming sat in the driver's seat. When he saw what was in front of him, he felt a chill run down his spine, and his whole body went numb. Li Jun, sitting in the passenger seat, didn't look much better. He stared at the distant pond covered with green plants, eyes wide in disbelief. There was no pond when they came last time, and the dark brown land was clearly different from the nearby dry, yellow earth. It was the end of the world, a very hot one. Suddenly seeing such a lively place was very strange, don't you think? Li Jun was sure. This must be an illusion, a rare supernatural illusion that you can't escape from once you're inside. Someone must know that Meng Sherwan has a special liquid to boost abilities and came to steal it. We need to think of a way to help. Without Meng Sherwan, we wouldn't have that ability-boosting liquid. Wu Ming had thought the same earlier, but hearing Tao Yarwen's calm tone on the phone, he felt it might not be the case. I heard Tao Yarwen sound pretty calm, not like she's in danger. She even said she would come to pick us up. Once we see her, we'll know what's really going on. Just as they finished speaking, they saw a figure approaching from the dark brown land. The sun had already set, and the sky was dim. As they got closer, they finally recognized it was Tao Yarwen. Wu Ming hurriedly got out of the car, trembling as he called out, Tao Yarwen, what's really going on? Are you fake too? Is this also an illusion? Tao Yarwen chuckled. An illusion? When the three of us went to the central hospital for a mission, you refused to approve our helicopter. Wu Ming quickly raised his hand to stop her. All right, I believe you're real. So, what's really happening? Tao Yarwen shrugged. Our team leader's space ability has created a field, which is a farm. Li Jun was excited. With enough strength, a space ability user can create a field and grow crops. He was also a space ability user. Tao Yarwen corrected him. That's our team leader's domain skill. Not all space ability users can create fields for farming. Li Jun looked a bit disappointed. He said that his space couldn't be used for farming. Even if he became more powerful later, he couldn't suddenly have a piece of land to grow crops on. Tao Yareng invited them. Come on. Our team leader is treating you to a meal. The two followed her, and as soon as they stepped into the farm, their faces showed shock. How? How is this possible? Wu Ming froze in place, unable to believe it. He got out of the armored vehicle, and in just a short moment, his sweaty clothes were soaked with sweat. But as soon as he stepped onto the damp ground, a cool feeling washed over him. The temperature was around 20 degrees Celsius, much cooler than the scorching 60 or 70 degrees outside, and it made them feel a bit cold. They took a few more steps forward, still feeling the coolness. They were sure that the temperature inside this farm was different from outside. Li Jun asked, Can this area control the temperature? Tao Yareng led the way. I'm not sure. Anyway, since the team leader activated the farm's field, the temperature inside has always been like this. Wow, that's amazing. Is it true that high-level supernatural beings can do this? Wu Ming bent down and scooped up a handful of soil, bringing it close to his nose, greedily inhaling the damp, decayed smell of the earth. It was the smell of life and hope. Tao Yeren corrected him again. I don't know if high-level supernatural beings can be this powerful, but I do know that the team leader is quite impressive. Seeing them walking carelessly and stepping on plants, she reminded them, follow the riverbank. The seeds just planted inside, don't step on them. The two quickly followed Tao Yering's footprints, treating each plant very carefully. When they reached the orchard, they looked at the lush fruit trees, full of blooming flowers, and were even more reluctant to disturb a single blossom. Seeing the plants in the ground again, their attitude was completely different from before the end of the world. Before, they thought it was ordinary plants growing in the cracks of the walls. Now, they considered these plants treasures worth protecting. They tiptoed carefully, bending low, and walking through the orchard. When they saw the scene inside, they froze in place, staring in shock. What did they see? Could such a scene really exist in the end times? A garden full of colorful flowers, a relaxed and carefree atmosphere, like a scene from before the apocalypse. Bright sunflowers, roses, camellias, and other colorful flowers are competing for beauty. In the middle, there is a blooming rose trellis and a small grapevine house nearby. In the distance, elegant water lilies float on a clear pond. On the lush green lawn, a group of people are gathered around a barbecue, busy grilling meat. The smell of grilled meat mixes with the floral scent, making people naturally start to salivate. Even a cute, relaxed cat is sitting on the table, watching quietly. Near the woods, it seems like something small is moving. Looking closer, it turns out to be a group of chicks and ducklings searching for grass to eat. Wu Ming looks up at the sky, feeling a bit dazed. Is this really the dangerous end-of-the-world scenario? Tao Yering walks along and notices that the others behind her have stopped. She turns around and sees two people standing under a fruit tree, staring blankly as if turned to stone. What are you two doing? Come on, our team leader is waiting for you. The two finally come back to themselves. They look up and see a pole next to the dining table with a lamp hanging from it. Meng Sherwan is sitting under the lamp, turning her head to look at them with a gentle smile. Her silhouette under the light is clear, slim, beautiful, yet strong. Wu Ming secretly thinks that beauty often hides danger. Meng Sherwan not only has a special ability enhancement liquid, but also single-handedly created this garden. She is not to be underestimated. She didn't build this garden under normal conditions before the end of the world. Instead, she created a piece of paradise in this desperate situation. That's a completely different concept. The two of them snap out of their thoughts, adjusting their emotions, and walk toward Meng Sherwan. Meng Sherwan smiles and says, "Come and sit down to eat something." After some busy work by a few team members, the table is now filled with various grilled meats and dishes. That pig was not killed in vain. There's grilled pork, pork chops, and even braised pig trotters on the table. They are paired with roasted vegetables and cold drinks, making for a very rich meal. Wu Ming and Li Jun are both stunned. Is this how life in the end times is supposed to be? Shouldn't people be living miserably, starving and looking pale? Why is this feast so lavish? Wu Ming sits nearby, looking at the calm face of Meng Sherwan, and suddenly asks, "Does your Dawn Squad still accept new members? Maybe I should resign and join your Dawn Squad, who made this team so strong that even their food is so tempting." Not only is there a table full of meat, but once the surrounding fruit trees are full of fruit, there will be plenty of fruits and vegetables to eat. Who could resist that? No wonder those little troublemakers said they would quit their jobs and follow Meng Sherwan without hesitation. Everyone busy around the barbecue grill, upon hearing Wu Ming's words, all turned their heads and looked at him with puzzled faces. Are the leaders of the rescue team at the base really planning to resign and join her? Their choice is definitely the right one. Meng Sherwan smiled and said, "You're joking. Just recruiting some minor staff is enough. If they really bring over the leaders, the seed base might get upset." Wu Ming grinned and said, just joking, but deep down he really wants to join the Dawn Squad. However, seeing that Meng Shiwan didn't seem interested in accepting him, it was clear she was politely refusing. He felt a bit disappointed, but then shifted to serious matters. Tao Yering said you wanted some beneficial insects and birds. We brought them all, 10 boxes of bees, 2 boxes of dragonflies, some silkworm larvae, and 50 pairs of swallows, 50 pairs of cuckoos, and 50 pairs of parrots. Do you think these are worth how much ability enhancement liquid? Li Jun took the items out of his space and placed them on the nearby lawn. The bees were in clusters inside their hives, the dragonflies and silkworm larvae were in boxes, and the 3 types of birds were in cages, chirping lively. Meng Shiwan asked, "How much ability enhancement liquid do you want?" Wu Ming held up one finger. 100 bottles. Meng Shiwan chuckled softly, clearly not agreeing with that amount. She was selling them for 300 crystal cores per bottle of ability enhancement liquid. 100 bottles would be 300,000 crystal cores. These animals aren't worth that much. At most 50 bottles, if that's okay. If not. Meng Shiwan's gaze fell on Li Jun. I think other bases probably have these animals too. Li Jun nodded vigorously. Yes, their seed base in Water City also has them. They will sell 50 bottles of ability enhancement liquid. Wu Ming reached out and patted Li Jun's head. Alright, 50 bottles it is. These common small animals are quite a lot in the base, so exchanging 50 bottles of ability enhancement liquid is worth it. Currently, Meng Shiwan doesn't have enough crystal cores to buy the ability enhancement liquid. She was thinking about whether to owe Wu Ming first or to buy system credit first, when a crystal core was delivered directly to her. Wu Ming spoke, "We brought a batch of crystal cores, 30,000 in total, to exchange for ability enhancement liquid." Meng Shiwan straightened up, surprised that they could produce another 30,000 crystal cores so soon after exchanging the previous batch yesterday. "Sure, I'll trade. As long as you have crystal cores, I have ability enhancement liquid." Li Jun placed 10 containers on the lawn again, filled with full crystal cores. Not all of these cores came from their 2 bases. Last night, the 2 of them returned with ability enhancement liquid, which was quickly distributed to the ability users inside the base. Once they confirmed the liquid was effective and had no side effects, the news spread quickly to other city seed bases. Each major city had a seed base, which was part of the official base and followed official commands. Whenever a base found good news, the message was immediately sent to the seed base headquarters for collection. In this apocalyptic disaster, seed bases across major cities worked together to try to overcome the crisis and ensure the survival of humans and many other species. The news that crystal cores could be exchanged for ability enhancement liquid spread quickly from the headquarters to the seed bases in various cities. Cities closer by quickly sent some crystal cores to the Haiqing seed base, and Wu Ming and Li Jun brought the cores to Meng Shiwan to exchange for the ability enhancement liquid. These 30,000 crystal cores were gathered from several nearby bases. Meng Shiwan asked the system to count them, confirming the number was correct, then used vines to open the container lid and stored the 30,000 cores into her space. She then ordered the system to buy 1,050 bottles of ability enhancement liquid, which she placed inside the container to complete the transaction. Meng Shiwan still had 195,000 crystal cores remaining. Li Jun stored the ability enhancement liquid into her space, feeling relieved. Wu Ming looked at the abundant food on the table and smiled. "Then we won't be polite." Meng Shiwan gestured for them to help themselves. The 2 picked up skewers and put them in their mouths. The aroma of meat exploded in their mouths, making them squint happily. They took a sip of small beer, smelling the floral and herbal scents, enjoying the lotus flowers, feeling like they had reached the peak of life. They didn't gobble their food but ate very happily. Wu Ming sighed. "These little guys have good taste. It's a good day because of them." Li Jun thought to himself, "When will humans be able to enjoy such peaceful and relaxed days again?" But he didn't say anything, afraid of ruining everyone's mood. Leisha saw that both of them had eaten and ran over to ask Meng Shiwan, "Sister, what should we do with these small animals? They were making a lot of noise chirping here." Meng Shiwan controlled the vines, put away the young silkworms and the 3 types of birds, and stored them in her space. Placed the beehives in the corner of the fruit forest. Let the dragonflies go free. Right now, there's no time to raise silkworms. There aren't many trees and crops, so the silkworms and birds can wait until later when conditions are better. The bees sting people, so Tao Yering used her vines to roll up the beehives and headed toward the part of the fruit forest with flowers. Leisha opened the box with the dragonflies, letting them fly around freely. Wu Ming sat up straight, watching Tao Yering's back, roughly counting her vines waving wildly. She looks like a level 5 ability user. Captain Meng, isn't your team's benefit supposed to be some kind of ability enhancement liquid? Are you really not thinking about taking me into your Dawn team? I'm pretty strong. There are thousands of ability users in the base, and the ability enhancement liquids they get back aren't enough for everyone. Life is pretty tight. It's better to stick with Meng Sherwan. Another day of envy for the members of the Dawn team. Li Jun looked at Wu Ming, first showing disdain, then thinking deeply, as if making a decision, and finally speaking firmly. Meng Sherwan immediately cut him off. Enough, enough. Are you here for the food? Is the barbecue not tasty? Or are the drinks not good? Why so many words? Li Jun swallowed his words back. Wu Ming remained silent, and the two of them ate quietly. The team members who had been busy preparing the meal also relaxed, sat around the table, chatting and laughing as they ate. After the snow was eaten and everyone was full, a little creature jumped into Meng Sherwan's arms, rolled onto its belly, and acted cute before disappearing. It went back to sleep in the RV. At night, under the beautiful scenery, warm-colored lights, soft grass, a table full of delicious food, a group of friends, enjoying the night breeze, eating barbecue, and chatting casually. But now, their conversation was no longer about worldly pleasures. They talked more about the disaster and what humanity's future should be. As they talked, everyone sighed and felt pessimistic about what was to come. However, Meng Sherwan, who knew the most and felt the most pressure, quietly listened without speaking. Meng Qingyue said that the end of the apocalypse depends on her, which at least reveals one good piece of news. That is, there is hope that this end-of-the-world situation can be resolved. Hope is the rarest thing in such times. Everyone ate well and talked happily. Wu Ming and Li Jun left because they had to return to the base to report. A few team members lay directly on the grass, sleeping soundly. Meng Sherwan sat under the light, quietly watching the peaceful night. This end-of-the-world event will eventually come to an end. In the morning, dew droplets gathered on the grass, shining brightly in the sunlight. The people lying on the ground were soaked in dew, but they felt very happy. And Jiawen's hand brushed across the grass, leaving water stains. Dew, I never thought I'd get so excited just seeing dew. When will this heat finally end? Meng Sherwan, who had slept all night in a chair, stood up to stretch. It's almost over. We need to gather supplies quickly. Let's eat breakfast first, then set out. Okay, sis. Everyone had a good sleep yesterday, and now looked full of energy. Luyu went to check the bone broth on the barbecue rack. He opened the lid, and the broth was rich and still warm. Last night, before sleeping, he filled the barbecue with charcoal and placed a large pot on top to simmer for several hours. Can I make noodles with bone broth and some greens? Is that okay? Leisha sniffed and said, yes, yes. Whatever you make is delicious. Luyu cooked the noodles and Leisha helped with the preparations. The others tidied up the leftovers from last night. There were some grilled skewers left on the table, which they didn't want to waste. They gathered them together and stir-fried them as a side dish. Food was very precious now. After breakfast, each person had a bowl of noodles with big bones and leftover vegetables, eating happily at the table. Meng Sherwan joined them for breakfast. The cool morning breeze carried the scent of lotus flowers, making everyone feel refreshed. After eating, they packed up the dishes. All the meat and vegetables Meng Sherwan brought out last night, which hadn't been eaten, were stored in the freezer. After tidying up, Meng Sherwan put away the kitchen tools, tables, and chairs, restoring the lawn to its clean and neat state. They carried the trash toward the vehicle. Meng Sherwan went to feed the little chickens and ducks some old, mushy noodles, then quickly returned to the camper. When everyone came out of the farm, Meng Sherwan withdrew her domain, and the fields and ponds disappeared, returning to the dry, cracked land. Tao Yering jogged a few steps and said, "I'm used to staying at the farm. It's so hot outside. I want to get on the car quickly." She felt like she was about to be steamed alive. Lu Yu followed Tao Yering onto her truck, while Ma Jiandong and Jiang Yuan got into Qiu Zi's truck. The trucks had 4 seats in the cab, making it easy to sit. They started the vehicles and slowly drove out of the square onto the main road. Leading the group, Leisha started a group chat and asked, "Sister, where are we going?" Meng Shiruan stood on the stairs, looking at Shui, who was still sleeping next to the black cube. As Shui grew bigger, the black cube, which was about the size of a head, could no longer hold it. Shui could only lie on the ground, hugging the black cube as it slept. Meng Shiruan checked Shui and saw nothing unusual. She took out a fresh stew can, poured it into a small plate, and pushed it in front of Shui. Shui sniffed the aroma, then lifted its head and happily ate the canned food. Meng Shiruan came down the stairs and responded to Leisha, "We'll go through the industrial area, then circle around to the seaside to find some fishing farms, then head to the central district, and finally return to the base." "Okay, sister," Leisha replied. Meng Shiruan poured some drinking water into a cup, added ice cubes, and drove the car to catch up with the convoy. The zombies in the industrial area had previously gathered near the germplasm bank after being summoned by the zombie king, but they had been cleared out. This caused the zombie numbers in the industrial zone to drop sharply, making their movements much smoother. Haicheng is a prosperous coastal city with over 20 million residents, covering more than 6,000 square kilometers. Just an industrial area in the suburbs is about the size of a small third-tier city. It has all kinds of factories, and if you wander around the industrial zone, you can find almost everything you need. The base people are also collecting supplies, but they focus on important strategic resources. For example, granaries, large salt factories, sugar factories, and oil fields. They don't pay much attention to scattered factories and shops in the streets. The base has gathered hundreds of thousands of survivors, with fewer special abilities and soldiers. Facing a city that once had over 20 million people, it is impossible to move all the supplies. Even working day and night, they cannot finish. "Big sister, the light steel factory is just ahead," Leisha called out in the group chat as he drove the tow truck into the factory area. This is the closest steel factory they have located, which makes light steel houses. These are houses built with steel frames instead of concrete, with the entire structure made from steel. Because they are cheaper, eco-friendly, and once popular, they are now used as bases after the farm. Since they need to build houses, these light steel villas are very suitable. The convoy drove into the factory, where many steel rods and wall materials were piled in the corners. Team members got out of the vehicles, spread out, and went to different parts of the factory to clear zombies and look for survivors. Meng Shiruan got out, walked to the wall, and vines extended out to store various steel materials into her space. The factory is quite large, with several buildings. Meng Shiruan isn't short on space now. Seeing the steel, machinery, and cutting tools, she stored everything into her space. They will definitely find a use for it later. And Jiawen came out of a building, looking unhappy. "Big sister, I saw about 10 dead bodies in the office. They're not zombies, they're humans already decayed. They are now numb to killing zombies, but seeing human corpses still makes them sad." Meng Shiruan looked at him without speaking and continued collecting supplies. She had already guessed this situation. After nearly 2 months of the apocalypse, in this hot weather, without enough food and water, survival is impossible. People die from thirst, hunger, or illness. These are common causes of death. The seed farm is working hard, but they are just a group of people. They need to prepare for future disasters. They must stockpile supplies to give humanity more security. They need to rescue plants and animals to ensure the continuation of civilization and species. They must save survivors. All these tasks must be completed before acid rain arrives. Even if they split the abilities and soldiers into 8 parts, they still can't do everything. Faced with this disaster, humanity has endless things to do. Survivors want to live. Instead of asking others, they should rely on themselves, find food, water, and safe places to stay, and find ways to survive. They can either fight their way out to reach their base or find another safe spot. If they can't do these things, or if they try and fail, they can only blame bad luck. Everyone is busy just trying to stay alive, so they focus on their own safety. Meng Sherwan stored all kinds of materials from the factory into her space. This included steel, boards, machinery, and even some villa blueprints from the office. "Let's go," she said. To the next factory, she called out to her team, and they all got into their cars. After checking around and finding nothing useful, they drove away from the factory. Tao Yering looked at the map. There are furniture factories, textile factories, clothing factories nearby. These supplies are very important. Qiu Zi added, "Exactly. Shoe factories, daily necessities factories, food factories, spice factories, oil presses. What supplies are not needed?" Meng Sherwan. "You can't stockpile everything. There's just too much." Thinking about the future, when the disaster might never end, she felt like everything was scarce and wanted to gather as much as possible. She asked the system, "How many crystal cores do we have left from the last haul?" The system replied, 19,500. Meng Sherwan thought for a moment. Expand the second floor space completely. Next, she planned to sweep through the industrial zone. The system was very excited.
Done.
An additional 195,000 cubic meters. With enough space, Meng Sherwan no longer had to hold back when collecting supplies. If she needed something, she just put it into the space. Whenever they reached a factory, her team would clear dangers and eliminate zombies. Meng Sherwan stayed at the back, controlling the vines to extend outward, making large amounts of supplies disappear into her space. She took all raw materials and production lines, making it easier to restart work later. The Dawn squad worked together smoothly and quickly. In just one day, they cleared nearly half of the industrial zone. Meng Sherwan's space was more than half full. She sighed, "The space still isn't enough. Hundreds of thousands of cubic meters sound like a lot." Faced with large factories, full warehouses, big machines, and piles of raw materials in the industrial area, it was quite overwhelming to look at. When Meng Sherwan expressed her amazement, the system simply pretended to be dead. When she has a crystal core, the system is very enthusiastic and active. Without a crystal core, the system is afraid Meng Sherwan might ask it for credit. "Big sister, there's a bread factory ahead," Leisha called out in the group chat. Meng Sherwan replied, "Let's go see it. We can have dinner here, rest a bit, then continue. Getting closer to the acid rain, it's better to seize some time now." As for the space issue, Meng Sherwan doesn't need to worry. With the enhancement potion, crystal cores will keep coming to her naturally. The vehicle entered the factory area. A few team members, following their usual routine, got out to clear out the zombies. With their current strength, killing these scattered zombies is as easy as crushing ants. They dispersed, each responsible for a different direction, moving deeper into the factory. Where they passed, not a single zombie was left alive. Tao Yering entered the nearest factory building. Surprisingly, no hordes of zombies rushed at her. Inside, it was unusually quiet. She looked around and saw many corpses scattered on the ground. Tao Yering approached to examine them. All these dead bodies were zombies. Judging by how dry the bodies were, they had been dead for some days. Each zombie's forehead had a finger-thick hole, which was the main cause of death. Tao Yering used vines to smash the zombies' heads, and she didn't find any bullet casings or similar remnants inside. Her method of killing zombies felt quite familiar. An ice-type ability user, when Meng Sherwan kills zombies with her ice powers, she usually forms small ice spikes and directly stabs them into the zombies' heads. Once the ice spikes melt, no weapon remnants are left inside. She headed into the factory, but didn't see any bread or similar supplies. The fact that so many zombies are here suggests that the factory was producing before the apocalypse. When the outbreak happened, the workers were infected and turned into zombies. Based on the current situation, it seems an ice-type ability user came here to kill the zombies and took the supplies away. Tao Yering left the factory building and reported to Meng Sherwan, "Sister, there are no supplies inside." It seems someone with special abilities came and took them, probably an ice-type ability user. A few other team members also returned from their searches. Lu Yu said, "Sister, the factory building we checked has no supplies." Ma Jiandong added, "Same here." All the zombies are dead, and someone has come to move things. Chiozi said, "Me too. The zombies are killed, but no supplies. It looks like this factory has been emptied by others. We can't find anything here." Meng Sherwan looked around. The factory area wasn't very big, with 5 or 6 buildings. She recognized the brand of bread they found. Before the apocalypse, it was sold both online and in stores quite well known. "Sister, I saw a building at the back. The windows and doors on the first and second floors are all welded shut. There are lights upstairs, so someone might be there." Meng Sherwan raised an eyebrow. As she suspected, where there is food, survivors are more likely to still be alive. These survivors gathered the factory's supplies into one building. Among them was an ice-type ability user, which greatly increased their chances of survival. Ice abilities can lower temperatures and turn into water for drinking. Meng Sherwan took out a bunch of kitchen utensils from her space. "Let's cook." Since that was the case, she didn't have to insist on having the bread. There was no need to compete with these hard-won survivors. After eating, they would continue searching other factory areas. It was already getting dark, hazy and dim. Hearing Meng Sherwan's instructions, everyone stopped thinking about other things and focused on cooking. Xiao Zi cleaned the ground around them. Liu started thinking about what to eat. Ma Jiandong piled up a circle of ice around them, lowering the temperature significantly. Others helped wash vegetables, chop ingredients, steam rice, and assist. Leisha asked, "Lu Yu, what are we eating today?" Lu Yu set up a simple stove. "We still have the bone broth from last night. Steam some rice, braise some pork, and stir-fry a mixed vegetable dish." The nicer way to say it was mixed vegetables. But really, it was just a mix of leftover vegetables from yesterday, all stir-fried together. They used pork and cooked it on high heat, filling the air with a fragrant smell. "Sounds good." Leisha had no objections. "I think having a cook in the team is great. They can set up a stove and make big meals wherever they go." Meng Sherwan returned to the RV, stepped up the stairs, and saw Teshua still sleeping. "Teshua, get up and move around. Don't sleep all the time." Teshua lifted its head, looking sleepy, and meowed softly. When it saw Meng Sherwan, it got up from the floor, pouted its little, and stretched lazily. Meng Sherwan looked at Teshua's long body and thought it seemed to have grown a bit taller. From her point of view, Teshua walking toward her looked quite confident. It was like a little lion, with sharper eyes than before, showing some fierce animal traits. Meng Sherwan didn't quite understand. Could the black cube really make Teshua bigger? Maybe it also affected its personality. The once soft and cute kitten now looked a bit fierce. Meng Sherwan stepped down the stairs, letting Teshua come down by itself. Suddenly, she felt a heavy weight on her back, like a meteorite had fallen on her shoulder. Even she, strong as she was, couldn't help but cough lightly. Teshua crouched on Meng Sherwan's shoulder, rubbing its big head against hers. But then it slipped and slid onto the cabinet. It turned around, glaring with big round eyes, looking at Meng Sherwan with a mix of grievance and sadness. Its owner had pushed it off her shoulder. Meng Sherwan rubbed her shoulder, feeling both amused and helpless, and said, "Teshua, look at your size. My shoulders can't hold you anymore." Teshua tilted its head, looking at her helpless and sincere face, then at her thin shoulders. Not convinced, it made a big jump again, trying to land on Meng Sherwan's shoulder. But it didn't land steadily and slipped again, falling onto the stairs behind her. Meng Sherwan was hit with a muffled thump, stumbling and hitting the cabinet, feeling almost faint. She realized that Teshua was still her adorable, affectionate cat, just much stronger now. It almost knocked her out, even though she was a level 6 psychic. If it were an ordinary person, one swipe from it could probably hurt them badly. Teshua blinked its big eyes, now convinced that her owner still loved it, just that it had grown bigger. With a quick jump onto the cabinet, it licked Meng Sherwan's hair to show apology. Originally smooth hair was now messy and tangled because of its licking. Meng Sherwan resigned herself and sat up, petting Teshua's big head. "It's okay. Even if you become a big baby, you're still my baby. I can't carry you anymore, so I'll hold you." Meng Sherwan supported Teshua's bottom and held her in her arms. She got out of the car and closed the door with her foot. Tao Yering, who was helping to cut vegetables, saw the one person and one cat. Her eyes widened more than Teshua's. Wow, is this still the little kitten we knew before? She saw Meng Shuan holding Teshua's bottom, with Teshua's front paws resting on Meng Shuan's shoulder. Teshua's big body and fluffy fur completely covered Meng Shuan's upper body. From Tao Yering's point of view, it looked like a giant chubby cat with 2 legs. Leisha also looked stunned. It's only been a day, and it's grown so much. Now I wonder how big Teshua will get before it stops. A few team members looked up at Teshua, all confused. Right now, it was about the size of a small dog. Among lion cats, it was considered large. Meng Shuan put Teshua on the ground and took a deep breath. Go play by yourself. Teshua stood on the ground, looked around, and found everything warm and boring. It lazily lay down on the ground, not wanting to move. Leisha's eyes moved, and he put down his work, running into the nearby factory. When he came out, he was carrying a bunch of metal stools, ready for dinner. He set down the stools, picked up the top one, and walked to Meng Shuan. Sister, melt a ball, Meng Shuan? Leisha grinned. Melt a ball. I need it. Meng Shuan was confused but did as told. Using her metal element ability, she melted the iron stool into liquid, formed it into a ball, solidified it, and handed it to Leisha. Leisha's hands trembled as he caught the ball, almost dropping it. He held the ball with both hands and walked to Teshua, who was lying on the ground. Little kitty, come, let's play with the ball, Meng Shuan? Others. Tao Yering was speechless. Leisha, are you crazy? Who plays with a ball of iron for cat? Not a yarn ball, but an iron ball. Chi couldn't help but sigh. You're so mean. You're bullying Snowstep. He hadn't finished speaking when his voice suddenly cut off. Just then, Leisha and the iron ball were both knocked flying several meters away by Snowstep. Earlier, Leisha ignored their teasing and placed the iron ball in front of Snowstep, teasing it playfully. Snowstep, let's play with the ball together. It's really fun. Bored, Snowstep's golden eyes lit up when it saw the ball, clearly interested. It stood up, stretched its neck, and perked up its ears, ready to catch the ball in Leisha's hand. Seeing that Snowstep liked playing, Leisha placed the ball on the ground and rolled it toward Snowstep. A normal cat would hold the ball and bite or kick it. But Snowstep wasn't an ordinary cat, it was a super smart cat. It wanted to push the ball back, so Leisha would roll it again, making the game more fun. But when it pawed at the ball, it not only knocked the 2 fist-sized iron ball away. The ball hit Leisha in the stomach, knocking him several meters away and causing him to fall heavily outside the ice block. Everyone saw this and was silent for a moment, doubting what they had just seen. Snowstep was also confused, with a puzzled look on its face. It tilted its head, looking at Leisha lying on the ground holding the ball, wondering why this person was playing with it, and why he ran off with the ball in the middle of the game. If he didn't want to play, he could just stop. Why grab the ball and run? It wasn't trying to steal. Snowstep sighed heavily, looking exhausted, and lay down on the ground, resting its head on its white paws, continuing to sleep. Leisha, holding the iron ball, stood up and said in frustration, Cheesy, what did you just say? Who's bullying whom? Look at yourself. Who's really bullying who? Cheesy. I take back what I just said. Pretend I never said anything. After being shocked, Tao Yara burst out laughing. Haha, Leisha, you're even worse than a cat. You can't even beat a cat at playing with a ball. The others couldn't hold back either and burst into laughter. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Leisha is even less useful than a cat, Luyu mocked, holding a spoon. Speaking of which, Snowstep is really strong. Even a lion or a leopard couldn't have such strength, and Jiawen pondered. Chuangyuan stifled a laugh. Leisha, you're useless. Ma Jiandong couldn't hold back and laughed loudly. Haha, Leisha is useless, haha. His laughter sounded harsh to Leisha. Leisha didn't believe in losing easily. I am a level 5 abilities user. Playing with a ball with a cat, can I lose? Snow, let's have another round. He angrily walked 2 meters in front of Snow, swinging the iron ball in his hand. Snow tilted her head and looked up, thinking this human was really strange. If it's just playing, then play. Humans are petty, But she, as a little cat, is generous and doesn't bother with such things. Snow stood up, ready to catch the ball. This time, Leisha didn't roll away but raised both hands and threw the iron ball toward Snow. He didn't throw very hard, but the iron ball was heavy and flew through the air with some force. Snow raised her paw and caught the ball, then hit it back. Leisha was prepared this time, holding the ball tightly with both hands. Before he could feel happy, the ball hit him and knocked him flying several meters away. Leisha was stunned, completely stunned. He sat on the ground, clutching the ball, shocked by Snow's strength. Even a big cat shouldn't have such strength, right? Snow looked at Leisha flying away and wagged her tail irritably. This human was so petty that he ran off with the ball. She decided she wouldn't play with him anymore. Ha ha, you're so useless, Leisha, ha ha. Loud, arrogant laughter echoed, making Leisha feel even more annoyed. Meng Sherwan stood quietly nearby, watching the scene. She also thought Snow's strength was quite impressive. The laughter was so loud that people on the building at the back of the factory could hear it. A young woman in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts came to the window, looking out at the night sky, where faint flickers of firelight could be seen. She asked, "Are there people coming to our factory?" The man beside her replied, "It seems so. Someone just said they smelled the aroma of stew. That was meat, any hint of smell, and they could tell. Recently, they had been eating sweetbreads so much they almost got tired of it." The middle-aged man standing beside her became nervous immediately. "Ms. Yi, you are hope. Stay here, and I will send others to watch over you." Yi Tsonglei is the ice-type ability user. When the zombie outbreak happened, her powers awakened. She sensed something was wrong and reacted quickly. While others were panicking and running around, she used her ice powers to kill zombies and save survivors. Then she told the survivors to pick up weapons and fight back with her. At the same time, she had someone turn on the factory's radio to repeatedly tell people not to panic or run around, as that would only get them killed faster. She led groups to hit zombies' heads with weapons and find a safe, enclosed room to hide. Thanks to her leadership and guidance, many survivors in the factory managed to stay alive. Yi Tsonglei led the survivors to clear out the office building, having people nail the doors and windows on the first and second floors to prevent zombies from sneaking in and hurting anyone. In the following days, she and the survivors used machinery as weapons to slowly clear out zombies and rescue people trapped in other factory buildings. They gathered supplies from all the factories into the office building. Inside this building, they survived on endless bread and ice blocks provided by Yi Tsonglei's ice powers, which served as their water source. With her there, they wouldn't die from heat or lack of water. Naturally, they were worried when they heard she wanted to go on an adventure outside. But Yi Tsonglei frowned and said sternly, "How many times do I have to tell you? Don't call me Ms. Yi. Call me the base leader. The seed base has been searching for ability users. Whenever an ability user contacts the base, help is sent immediately." When Qiu Zi was in the dangerous central hospital, the seed base sent people to rescue him, showing how much they value ability users. Now, it's been almost 2 months since the apocalypse started. Why hasn't Yi Tsonglei, an ice-type ability user, gone to the base yet? Because she never asked the seed base for help. She wants to be the leader of the base herself. This bread factory was built by her parents. After she took over, she ran it decisively, expanding it and making the brand very successful. She has always been a strong girl. Other girls, when they feel wronged, go to their parents for comfort. But she, when wronged, only has one answer: "Dare to mess with me, and I'll smash your head." As a result, her childhood friends would see her and immediately run away, afraid of being beaten if they stayed too close. They were always worried they might get hurt if they didn't keep their distance. She kept this tough personality even when she grew up. When the zombie outbreak happened, other survivors were so scared they were trembling and quickly looked for a safe place to ask for help, hoping to get rescued. Yi Tsonglei saw the zombies start to appear and quickly understood what was happening. She only said one thing: "I want to be the leader of the base." The middle-aged man hurriedly covered his mouth and changed his words. "Yes, yes, yes, the leader of the base. We're used to calling you Yi Zong. Our base has over 100 people waiting for your protection. I'll send someone out to check the situation first. Once we know what's going on, you can decide what to do. He added, a few days ago there was a big zombie riot outside. It was really scary. Our base can't be without a leader. Your safety is the most important. The main concern was that without Yi Tsonglei and the water supply, everyone would die of thirst. No one could afford her to get hurt. But Yi Tsonglei waved her hand and headed downstairs. No need. I'm a special ability user. I'm not so fragile. I'll go out and look around. If I find ordinary people, I'll bring them into the base to grow our community. If I find other ability users, that's even better. We can persuade them to join us and make our base stronger. The middle-aged man was the factory manager, responsible for all the factory's affairs. He worried. What if they come to rob us? The nearby factories, including ours, have the most food supplies. Yi Tsonglei snorted coldly. They can't beat me. The manager continued. What if the attackers are also ability users and come to steal? Yi Tsonglei was speechless. She turned her head to look at the boss, who was rambling. Stop talking so much. Go back quickly. I'll quietly check the situation. If things look bad, I'll come back. She sneaked out through a hidden door on the first floor, blending into the night. She tiptoed along the wall toward the firelight, cautious and quiet. Despite the boss's endless chatter, she listened carefully. If the attackers had ability users, it could be very dangerous. She decided to quietly observe the situation. If it looked bad, she would run back and defend the main camp. She tiptoed to a nearby factory building, peeked out from behind the wall, and quickly pulled her head back. The scene ahead flashed through her mind, and she wondered if she was just imagining things. She surprisingly saw a group of people sitting on benches, each holding a bowl, gathered around a fire, eating near a stove. They looked relaxed and happy, as if this wasn't the end of the world, and they couldn't see the zombie bodies around them. Their carefree attitude was like relaxing under a big park tree. Yi Tsonglei sniffed, smelling the strong aroma of meat that filled her nose. She couldn't help but salivate at the delicious smell. This tasty meat was real, not just her imagination. She reached out her head again, wanting to see more clearly. But instead of a scene of people eating, she saw a close-up of a big cat's face. Her breath caught, and before she could react, the big cat stretched out its sharp claws, caught her clothes, and threw her far away. The claws tore her clothes and left deep scratches on her shoulder. Teshua let out a loud, angry roar and leapt forward, trying to attack her. Yi Tsonglei hurriedly gathered an ice spear, aiming at the black and white cat rushing toward her. Teshua, don't hurt anyone. A soft, calm voice sounded. Yi Tsonglei felt a strong wave of heat hit her, and her ice spear melted away. The fierce big cat jumped beside her, stopped attacking, looked at her with a proud expression, and then left. Before Yi Tsonglei could breathe a sigh of relief and think of what to do next, a vine suddenly wrapped around her tightly, dragging her in front of the others. Yi Tsonglei accepted her fate. There was no way to escape now. The director was right. She had been too careless. These people were not just ability users. They were surprisingly strong. As soon as she appeared, she was powerless and was. This was a bit too unbelievable. Normally, no matter what kind of ability user you encounter, you should be able to fight back if you face them directly. But this was completely different from what she expected. She didn't even get a chance to fight back before she was captured. Tao Yering carried her bowl and walked over, seeing that she was a woman. She casually scooped some rice with braised meat juice and asked vaguely, "What are you doing?" "Just tell us." Her attitude was relaxed and full of disdain. For an ability user of this level, she posed no threat to the Dawn Squad. Yi Tsonglei struggled against the vines on her body, but they wouldn't budge. She raised her head sincerely and said, "I'm here to make friends with you." Tao Yering didn't believe her. "Why are you sneaking around if you're just making friends?" Yi Tsonglei felt helpless. "I'm afraid you won't want to be friends with me. If I come straight to you, what will you do to me?" "We'll hit you." Tao Yering was about to say, "Why would we hit you?" But when she looked down, she saw that she had already done so. The scratches on her shoulder were still bleeding, and she was tightly bound, looking a bit embarrassed, lying on the ground. She forced herself to hold back that sentence. Tao Yering released the vines from Yi Lei and threatened her. Hurry up and leave. If you don't, I'll hit you. Yi Lei got up from the ground, covering her shoulder wound with her hand, and looked around. The others sat on small stools, each holding a bowl, eating and watching the scene. She was the one causing the fuss. Everyone's eyes were on her, full of curiosity and scrutiny. There was no suspicion or hostility. How to describe this feeling? It was like before the apocalypse, when a group was having a team-building event, and suddenly a stranger burst in. There was only questioning, no suspicion. The atmosphere was too relaxed, so relaxed that it felt out of place in this harsh world. Yi Lei didn't leave. She sincerely invited them. I really mean no harm. I just want to make friends and invite you to join my base. Tao Yering became interested. She stood beside her with her bowl and asked, Your base? Where is it? How big is it? No wonder this ice-type ability user didn't go to the seed base. It turns out she had built her own. Tao Yering then carefully looked at this woman. Her aura was confident and sharp, which was quite surprising. Talking about the base, Yi Lei was very proud. My base is right behind that building. There are over 100 people there. The atmosphere is very harmonious. Everyone helps each other. You can eat bread freely, and we have water sources. We also have some medicines and the generator is working, so there's no power outage. I sincerely invite you to join my base. Let's work together. We can survive well in this world, and I won't let you down. These things are truly worth her pride. The survivors managed to gather over 100 people, living peacefully without chaos revealing human evil. They also ensured everyone was well-fed, comfortable, and able to live good lives. In this end-of-the-world situation, it's truly impressive. Compared to the people met at the farm, these survivors are completely different extremes. Tao Yering looked at her with new respect, a slight smile on her face. The bread is really delicious. Do you have meat at your base, Yi Lei? She looked at the pot behind Tao Yering, where shiny chunks of braised meat lay inside, making her mouth water. Next to it were two other pots, one with plain white rice, the other with green vegetables. She forcefully swallowed the saliva that was flooding her mouth. No, but the sweet bread is also very fragrant. Just thinking about the overly sweet taste of bread made her feel sick. Anyone who had eaten bread for 2 months without other food to change the taste would feel nauseous. Fortunately, the rich smell of meat helped suppress her nausea. She had to pretend she was very relaxed. As long as they could gather these powerful psychic users, they wouldn't have to hide inside the house. They could go farther to find other survivors and more food. Expanding the base and developing civilization, she had done something truly remarkable. Tao Yering took a crunchy bite of cabbage. Are there any vegetables to eat? Yi Lei.
No meat, no vegetables.
She sighed helplessly. No, but if you like, we can try planting some. Besides, the bread really tastes good. You'll definitely like it. She didn't know if others would like it, but she definitely didn't want to eat bread for the rest of her life. Tao Yering turned to look at Meng Shiwang, her eyes asking a question. Meng Shiwang, holding a piece of braised meat, was feeding Snowstep. Her gaze fell on Yi Lei, and she nodded lightly to Tao Yering. This person seemed decent, able to save over 100 people, so she had some skills. But unfortunately, her view of this end of the world was still too naive. Inviting someone to join the base without knowing them. If a few bad people joined and then managed to control her, the base would belong to others, and bad people could do as they pleased. Meng Shiwang thought she was capable and brave, but not cautious enough. They can be recruited into the base and tested for character later. If they are suitable, they will be promoted. If not, they will be eliminated. After storing supplies this time, Meng Shiwang will start preparing for the base's construction. The new base needs people to farm, and these over 100 ready workers are very useful. Tao Yering turned around, put down her bowl, and picked up a clean set of utensils, serving half a bowl of plain rice. She topped it with half a portion of braised pork and half a plate of stir-fried vegetables, then handed it to Yi Lei. She smiled kindly, saying, Since you're here to make friends, we shouldn't have hurt you earlier. How is your injury? We have a doctor here. If you're okay, after you finish eating, I can help you bandage it. Yi Songlei looked at the delicious food in front of her. The aroma was so tempting it made her nose tingle. All she could think about was how good it smelled. She wanted to be polite, but her body, and used to meat for a long time, was honest. She took the food with both hands and started eating eagerly. The rich smell of meat and the crispness of vegetables exploded in her mouth. She felt her soul relax, almost overwhelmed by the deliciousness. With a big mouthful of rice, she looked at Tao Yering with gratitude and mumbled, "Thank you." Tao Yering smiled and said, "No problem. Keep eating. There's more in the pot." She also brought a stool for Yi Songlei to sit and eat comfortably. But inside, Tao Yering was thinking that this person was completely unguarded. The food was very fragrant, and she wasn't worried about poison. She dared to keep eating without hesitation. Having courage and boldness in a safe post-apocalyptic world can bring good luck and rewards. But in the chaos of the end times, just having courage and boldness isn't enough. Without caution and strength, you'll only die faster. Fortunately, she was lucky to meet such good people. Right now, all Yi Songlei could think about was the delicious food. She decided to wait until she finished eating to deal with other matters. She sat on the stool, hunched over her rice, quickly finishing her bowl. Tao Yering handed her a bottle of orange juice. "Want another bowl?" Yi Songlei quickly shook her head. "I can't eat anymore." After being hungry for so long, her stomach was small. No matter how tasty the food was, she couldn't eat much more. Tao Yering took her empty bowl and handed her the orange juice. Yi Songlei took it and took a sip. The juice was sweet and sour, chilled, and incredibly refreshing. She was deeply moved. "You're really kind. In the end times, humans should support each other to survive better. Do you agree to join my base?" Tao Yering sat on a small stool beside her. "Forget about your base. Have you considered joining ours with those survivors?" Yi Songlei was stunned. How did it turn into a confrontation? Trying to persuade her over a meal was impossible. Absolutely impossible. She sighed. "So, you already have a base? Which one is it? Would you consider joining my base? I can offer you better treatment. In the future, you'll be key members of our base." Tao Yering smiled. "Why don't you listen to our base's conditions first?" Yi Songlei looked confused. Could it be better than the seed base? If she wanted to join another base, she would have gone to the seed base long ago. In terms of safety and conditions, which base could be better than the seed base? Tao Yering spoke softly, gently persuading, "In our base, we often have meals like this. You'll have the chance to become as strong as us. Isn't that enough?" Yi Songlei's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe it. "Did I hear that right? Your base often has vegetables? Can abilities also become stronger? These conditions are indeed better than the seed base. Meat is fine, but now, can they really eat vegetables often? How is that possible? And how can abilities become stronger? Aren't abilities supposed to improve gradually on their own?" Thinking of this, Yi Songlei asked suspiciously, "Are you lying to me, Tao Yering?" When they were invited to join the base earlier, she didn't think they were bad people. During the meal, she didn't think the food would be problematic. Now she suddenly became security conscious. Tao Yering chuckled. "Isn't the truth right in front of you? Why would I lie?" Yi Songlei fell silent. She had just eaten the meat and vegetables. She had also seen their strength. As fellow abilities, she had no chance to fight back. She was simply. It seemed she wasn't lying to her after all. Yi Songlei hesitated now. Being the leader of a base and achieving great things, or often eating vegetables and becoming stronger, it's really hard to choose. While talking to Meng Shirwang, who was playing in the snow, she suddenly spoke again, giving her a heavy warning. "Rain of acid is coming soon. After the acid rain, there will be a tsunami. After the tsunami, there will be extreme cold. Do you really think that, as an ability user, you can lead ordinary people to survive these disasters?" Her words not only shocked Yi Songlei, but also stunned several team members who had been watching and eating. Leisha asked nervously, "Sister, is that true? Don't scare me." Just hearing this made their hearts sink. If it really happens, it would be so heavy to bear. Meng Shirwang didn't speak, and they all understood the answer. Tao Yaru quietly said, "When has sister ever lied to us? They only knew about the acid rain because the seed base was busy building a canopy. They didn't know that after the acid rain, other disasters would follow." Yi Songlei was still in shock, unable to think clearly for a long time. This news was too shocking for her. It made her even doubt whether Meng Shiwang was telling the truth. At that moment, the roar of a vehicle approached from afar. Meng Shiwang looked up with a slight smile. Wu Ming is here. The Crystal Core team was also arriving. Her space was running out of room, and their arrival was just in time. It was the armored vehicle, parked beside the convoy. Wu Ming jumped out and headed straight for the stove. "I'm just in time, perfect for dinner." He was very casual, took a bowl, filled it with rice, added a little meat and lots of vegetables. Given his status, the base didn't lack meat, but vegetables were rare, so he cherished them. Li Jun also copied him, filling his own bowl. The two sat on the side and started eating. Meng Shiwang, "Can you two focus on the main matter first?" She was still waiting for the crystal core. Wu Ming looked at Li Jun, who was eating nearby, and signaled him to take out the items. No need to talk much. As usual, this time 1,000,000 crystal cores. Li Jun threw dozens of containers onto the empty ground behind him and kept eating. Hearing the number 1,000,000, Meng Shiwang was stunned.
Wow.
"Oh my goodness," the system exclaimed in shock, echoing in Meng Shiwang's mind. "This amount is really shocking." Wu Ming saw Meng Shiwang's amazement and looked up from his bowl, worried. "Can this amount be exchanged?" Since the news spread that crystal cores could be exchanged for ability-enhancing liquids, all seed bases in different cities rushed to send crystal cores to the Haicheng seed base, eager to get this good stuff. This 1,000,000 crystal cores was collected from many city seed bases. They all wanted to get the ability-enhancing liquid early to train ability users for future disasters. Wu Ming saw Meng Shiwang's surprise and worried she couldn't exchange so many, hoping the other bases wouldn't get their hopes up. Meng Shiwang nodded. "Yes, I can exchange." Only after hearing Meng Shiwang's confirmation did Wu Ming feel relieved and start eating his meal quietly. In his mind, Meng Shiwang said to the system, "Count the number. If it's okay, I will buy 3,334 units for him later." The system was very happy. "Got it. The amount is just right, and it's tradable." Meng Shiwang activated the vines, carefully prying open each container to collect the crystal cores. Sitting nearby, Yi Songlei's eyes widened like bells, and her jaw almost dropped. She looked at each container being opened, revealing dense crystal cores inside, which then quickly disappeared. Her mind was almost overwhelmed. It felt like she had entered some incredible trading scene. She only heard the two talking about whether they could exchange and what they wanted to exchange for, but she didn't know the details. They needed 1,000,000 crystal cores. 1,000,000 crystal cores. Where did they get so many? Yi Songlei originally thought her base was impressive. But compared to what she saw now, her base was nothing. Is this the end of the world scenario? She understood. Are these people living in the same world as her? And with so many crystal cores disappearing, it must be space ability users. But why can she see the girl who raises cats using wood-type abilities? Earlier, when the cats attacked her, she used ice abilities to counterattack. But this girl clearly used fire abilities to block her attack. What is going on? Are there multi-ability users? Do multi-ability users really exist in this world? Are they that powerful? No wonder these people call her sister. She really is impressive. Yi Songlei asked softly to Tao Yaring beside her. Who are you all? What do you do? What good thing is worth 1,000,000 crystal cores? As she spoke, she almost lost her voice. Her mind was filled with shock and disbelief. Before Tao Yaring could answer, Wu Ming suddenly stood up with a loud noise. He pointed at Yi Songlei and questioned Meng Shiwang. Didn't you say you weren't taking new members for now? Who is this unfamiliar face? Your new teammate. His expression was dramatic, like catching a mistress with her husband. Very intense. Yi Songlei. No. She hadn't even figured out her previous questions, and now this?
What's going on?
Meng Shiwang also felt speechless. She had just finished collecting the crystal cores, had the system upgrade her psychic energy, completed the trade, and turned around to see Wu Ming's attitude. Are you crazy? She's not a new team member. She hasn't agreed to join. Wu Ming's gaze suddenly shifted to Yi Tsunglei's face, and he questioned her in Meng Shuan's tone. Are you also crazy? The Dawn Squad invited you to join and you refused? How big is your heart? The good days are right in front of you, and you won't accept. He made Yi Tsunglei stunned. Yi Tsunglei, with her fiery temper, stood up, crossed her arms, and pointed at Wu Ming's nose. Hey, how can you talk like that? Wu Ming ignored Yi Tsunglei and looked back at Meng Shuan. If she doesn't join, I can. Think about me, okay? Meng Shuan rubbed her head, stood up. Teshua, let's go back to the RV. She turned to leave, and Teshua happily followed behind. Wu Ming called out, Don't go. I sincerely want to join. His gaze fell on Teshua, puzzled. Huh? This cat? Or is it a cat? Why does it look like a dog? What's going on? Everyone had questions, and the scene became a bit chaotic. Tao Yering looked at these two people, her head buzzing. She tried to stop them. All right, shut up. Why are you making a fuss? If there's a problem, you'll find out when you need to. Yi Tsunglei was unhappy, pointing at Wu Ming's nose and questioning, but he just called me crazy. Wu Ming poured himself a bowl of rice, squatted to the side, and said, I was right. The good days are right in front of you, and you don't even realize it. If you're not sick, then what are you? Seeing these two people about to argue again, Tao Yering became impatient. She turned to Yi Tsunglei and asked, Do you want to join our Dawn base? She was asking if they wanted to join the Dawn base, not the Dawn Squad. The squad already has an Ice-type ability user, so they don't need new members for now. But the upcoming base needs everyone, whether ordinary people or ability users. Wu Ming heard Tao Yering's words and felt relieved. So it's an invitation to join the base, not the squad. Meng Shuan didn't trick me after all. Tao Yering. Yi Tsunglei looked at Wu Ming, who was sitting on the ground looking a bit guilty, and said to Tao Yering, We will join. She was a bit hot-tempered, but she was also smart. After seeing what just happened, it was clear that these people were not simple. Simple people can't raise such a big cat in the apocalypse, fat and healthy. Simple people can't use multiple abilities. Simple people can't make a deal for 1,000,000 crystal cores. People who are not simple said there would be more natural disasters in the future. They probably weren't trying to fool her. She didn't have much to show off in front of these people, so there was no reason to be fooled. She really wanted to be the base leader and build a successful career. But if the future becomes even harsher, protecting her life is the most important. This group of people looked like reliable support, so sticking with them was a good idea. Tao Yering sighed in relief. With over 100 people joining, she wouldn't have to worry about farming anymore. She looked at Wu Ming and said, We'll need you two to help. When you go back to the base, bring them along. Tao Yering also explained to Yi Tsunglei, You take the survivors to the seed base first and settle them in. Once we return, we'll make further arrangements. The villa couldn't hold so many people, so they could only assign them rooms first. Once the sister builds the base, everything will be better. Yi Tsunglei had a question. Why do we need to go to the seed base? What about our own base? Tao Yering. Our base hasn't been built yet, Yi Tsunglei. Really? Are you guys serious? Her own base wasn't perfect, but at least it had a building. Now she was dragging her family along to join, only to be told that the Dawn base wasn't even built yet. Are they joking? Tao Yering touched her nose. The base was just starting to prepare. We came out to find supplies, and once we return, we'll build it. Don't worry, with my skills, what are you afraid of? Yi Tsunglei scratched her head. All right, I'll go call people now. She saw how strong this group was. They arrived in armored vehicles, which only the seed base has. People who can drive armored vehicles must have a high status at the seed base. Even they want to join the Dawn base, which shows that this new base has potential. Forget it, I'll take a chance. If the Dawn base doesn't work out later, I'll just lead the survivors to start our own. And I'll still be the leader of my own base. She turned and headed toward the building behind. Tonight, she was moving out. The factory director, a middle-aged man, peeked out from the small door. When he saw Yi Tsunglei return, he finally relaxed, feeling relieved. Whether or not they could recruit new members, it was good that the base leader returned safely. More than 100 people depended on her to keep everyone alive. As Yi Songlei got closer, the director saw the wound on her shoulder and hurried over, worried. Base leader, what happened? Are you hurt? Yi Songlei replied, don't call me that. The director followed behind her, confused. Before leaving, she insisted on being called the base leader and said she wanted to grow the base bigger and stronger. Now, after just one trip, she's hurt and doesn't want to be called that anymore? He was puzzled but then heard her say, I'm taking you all to join a new base. They're busy now and we're moving tonight. Someone will bring the truck and we'll load supplies like bread and other materials. We're leaving now. What? Weren't you trying to bring others to join our base? How did you get recruited by another base so quickly? What happened? The director was shocked. He couldn't understand. How could someone trying to persuade others be persuaded themselves? Yi Songlei waved impatiently. Don't ask so many questions. Everything I do is to help everyone live better. The director gritted his teeth. All right, we'll follow your lead. I'll go call everyone. He quickly returned to the workshop and started calling people to get ready. When everyone heard about moving, they agreed without complaint and cooperated fully. These survivors used to work in the factory, and before the apocalypse, Yi Songlei always provided good benefits for them. They all liked their boss very much. During the zombie outbreak, Yi Songlei kept calm and helped them stay steady, which allowed them to survive. Later, Yi Songlei also supported them by providing supplies. This made them subconsciously believe that listening to their boss was the way to stay alive, and that following her advice was always right. They really had a good boss. All the zombies inside the factory area had been killed, and it was safe outside. The people hiding in the building finally could come out to get some fresh air. But as soon as they stepped outside, the hot sun almost roasted them to a crisp. Inside, there was air conditioning, so it was cool. Outside, it was just heat. Someone sighed, without the boss's protection, we probably wouldn't survive long. Suddenly, the factory was lively. People were driving, moving things, and making noise. The zombies outside heard the noise and rushed over. Leja guarded the factory gate, fighting zombies, while others helped move supplies. After more than 2 hours of hard work, they loaded the supplies onto trucks and got the survivors on board. Tao Yeruo told Yi Songlei, when we reach the base, exchange the supplies for points. Rest well and wait for our return to make arrangements. Add me on WeChat. I'll send you the villa address. If anything happens, you can go there for help. When you're free, have these survivors read more about plants and farming. Yi Songlei looked confused. It's over 70 or 80 degrees Celsius. Why read about farming? Are they researching how to grow crops in soil that's as hard as bricks in this heat? Tao Yeruo. There's definitely a reason for this. You'll understand later. Yi Songlei nodded. Okay, I got it. Behind the armored vehicle, several trucks slowly left the factory area heading toward the seed base. A few team members sighed in relief. They had finally finished their work. Tao Yeruo called out in the group chat, Sister, gather the kitchenware.
We can leave now.
Meng Shiwang was lying on the sofa, playing a game. When she heard Tao Yeruo, she exited the game, extended a vine to gather the dishes, and started the vehicle. The convoy slowly left the factory area, returning to the quietness from before. Xiao Xue ran upstairs to sleep again. She wasn't in the driver's cabin with Meng Shiwang, so Meng Shiwang felt a bit bored. System. Expand the second floor space to 500,000 cubic meters. This size should be enough to store various supplies, almost sufficient. The system happily responded. Okay, expanding second floor space to 500,000 cubic meters. Meng Shiwang corrected it. It's to expand to 500,000 cubic meters, not by 500,000. Don't try to trick me. The system pretended to be innocent. The second floor space has been expanded to 500,000 cubic meters. The remaining crystal cores from transactions are 427,833. Meng Shiwang temporarily had no plans for these crystal cores, so she stored them in the space. She was driving the RV behind the convoy, feeling like she had forgotten something. The system reminded her, the chickens, ducks, and geese on the farm are starving and making loud noises. Meng Shiwang slapped her forehead. She suddenly remembered. She had forgotten to feed those little creatures. She stopped the vehicle and quickly entered the farm. The little ones in the orchard were chirping loudly, their voices so loud they seemed about to burst their throats. Feeling a bit guilty, Meng Sherwang took out a pot of noodles she cooked last time and poured some out for them. The little creatures happily ate the noodles, burrowing into the pile. Meng Sherwang sighed in relief, then continued driving to catch up with the convoy. They traveled through the industrial zone, sweeping through each area. Whenever they found useful supplies, they collected them directly. Useless ones they skipped. The team members had no complaints and were even a bit excited. They were busy searching for crystal cores to exchange for ability enhancement liquids to strengthen their powers. When they encountered zombies, Meng Sherwang didn't need to do anything. Her team quickly handled them. Occasionally, they met survivors, and they kindly reminded them to go to the seed base early. Whether the survivors listened or not was not their concern. When passing gas stations, Meng Sherwang would check them out and store the fuel inside in her space. At these times, she always thought that wood-type abilities were really useful. Vines stretched through the pipes, allowing her to collect all the underground stored fuel. Otherwise, extracting fuel from underground was a troublesome task. They wandered around the industrial area for 2 days before slowly leaving for the seaside. During these 2 days, they only stopped to eat. Even the strongest psychic was feeling somewhat tired now. Meng Sherwang encouraged them in the group chat. Once we reach the fishing village, rest for a while and sleep, then go to the salt factory. The salt factory is by the sea, and they need to pass through a busy fishing village to get there. Once inside the village, there are probably many zombies, so they should gather their strength before fighting. Okay, we'll follow your plan, sister. A tow truck led the way, with 7 level 4 and 5 psychic fighters clearing zombies. The convoy moved steadily, not very fast, but smoothly wherever they went. Following the cracked, dry road, the outline of the fishing village gradually appeared. This village used to be famous in Haicheng, with many fishing boats stopping there. Every morning, fresh seafood was sold. Some people drove for hours overnight just to buy fresh fish from the morning market. Because of this, the village grew bigger and better, with many residents living there. When the convoy reached the village entrance, they saw several large off-road vehicles parked by the roadside. Many people stood nearby, hearing the noise of the convoy and turning to look. Leisha looked at them through the window. There are about 10 of them, split into 2 groups, standing on both sides of the road. They're armed, not like ordinary people. Sister, what should we do? Meng Sherwang glanced ahead and said, keep your distance, pull over to the side. Find some food and rest. Right now, even if the King of Heaven himself was in front, they wouldn't delay their sleep. Okay, Leisha replied, steering the tow truck to the side. They were about 100 meters from the off-road vehicles ahead. Their cabins had food and water, enough to eat and fill their stomachs, then they could rest on the seats and fall asleep. Just then, from each of the 2 groups, a man stepped out and walked toward them. Leisha had just opened a bag of crispy noodles. Seeing this, he frowned slightly. What's going on? We're not bothering them, so why are they coming to us? Meng Sherwang's RV is soundproof, but his tow truck is not. Even through the window, he can hear everything clearly. Leisha rolled down the window slightly and asked, what are you guys up to? The man continued, we're also heading to the salt factory, but there are too many zombies in this fishing village. We've tried to fight them several times but couldn't get through. Maybe we can work together. How about splitting the supplies later? Leisha didn't need to ask Meng Sherwang for permission and directly refused. Sorry, we're tired from the journey and want to rest first. No cooperation. According to their Dawn Squad strength, they could kill the zombie king, so these zombies are nothing to them. They don't need to cooperate with others. But the man kept persisting. It's okay. We can wait until you finish resting. You might not be able to get through either. Working together would be good for both of us. This time, Leisha decisively said, no cooperation. He then rolled up the window, showing a firm attitude. The muscular man who was speaking earlier was named Luo Zhenfeng. Seeing Leisha's attitude, his already fierce face looked even uglier, filled with hostility. Huh, what are you so proud of? When they go in and get chased by zombies and then come begging us to cooperate, we won't help them. They're overestimating themselves. Another man with him, Peng Tao, sneered, these people might be from the seed base. I recently heard that the seed base somehow got a potion that boosts abilities. Some of their mutants get a special liquid that doubles their strength after drinking it. A few days ago, I met some mutants from the seed base outside. They're really formidable and don't take anyone seriously. Luo Jinfeng scoffed. Huh, what's there to brag about? Even if they're level 4 mutants, it's not easy for them to break in. Since they're so confident, I want to see how capable they really are. No cooperation. Let them go in first, and we'll just sit back and profit from the chaos. The two of them smiled coldly, each planning to return to their own team. They are mutants, but not members of the seed base. Each of these two squads belongs to their own base. Outside the seed base, some former capitalists or capable individuals took advantage of the chaos to build private bases, aiming to become the ultimate leaders. These private bases accept some survivors, which helps reduce pressure on the seed base from a certain point of view. Therefore, regarding future disaster prevention, the seed base shares some information with these private bases so they can prepare early. This is also to help the survivors in these private bases survive longer. When they learned about more terrifying acid rain and tsunamis in the future, collecting supplies became a race for every base. Salt was one of the most important supplies. People cannot survive long without salt. When these two small teams first met here, they were cautious and kept their distance, each relying on their own skills, thinking whoever collected more would win. However, after several attacks, neither team managed to break through the fishing village to reach the farm. Eventually, with no other options, the two teams had to cooperate, but they still failed to break in. They didn't even get halfway before being forced back by a horde of zombies, and several team members were injured. While they debated whether to ask for help or spend more time to find a boat and go around by sea, they saw the Dawn team's vehicle slowly approaching. They thought that with 3 teams working together, they could reach the salt factory, but were disappointed when the others refused so firmly, which made them very annoyed. The leaders of the 2 teams now wanted to see if, when these people failed to break into the fishing village and retreat in embarrassment, they would still be so arrogant. Luo Jinfeng told his team, everyone get back to the car and rest. After those people make their move, we'll plan again. Over on the Dawn team side, after eating, they sat in their seats, ready to sleep. Tao Yarrowing was worried, saying, I'm on duty watching them. You all can rest assured. With a group of mutants nearby, they couldn't sleep peacefully without keeping an eye on them. Leisha said, you sleep, I'll watch them from the front. Tao Yarrowing didn't complain. Okay, I'll sleep for a while. When I wake up, I'll take over. Meng Sherwang took a rice bowl from the fridge space, finished eating, drank some water, and then rolled into bed to sleep. They hadn't rested for 2 days, and as soon as their heads hit the pillow, they fell asleep. It is now noon, the hottest part of the day. The Dawn squad rested and ended up sleeping until the sunset, and the sky turned dark. Lu Jinfeng and Peng Tao's teams were feeling anxious. Lu Jinfeng couldn't wait in the car any longer. He got out and walked to Peng Tao's vehicle, knocking on the window. Why are those people sleeping so soundly? They should get moving. Peng Tao peeked out of his car window, looking at the convoy behind him, which was completely still. He sighed. It should be soon. Without the sun, they might be planning to act at night. Lu Jinfeng is a quick-tempered person. They should act soon. I'm almost growing mushrooms waiting here. When they break through the zombie group at the fishing village and are exhausted, ready to retreat, we can follow and maybe break into the salt factory. That way, our time here won't be wasted. Peng Tao perked up. They're waking up. Get ready. We'll follow behind them and attack. This time, we will succeed. Lu Jinfeng looked ahead and saw a few cars behind. Someone got out of the driver's seat and was standing by the road, playing with their phone. The light from the phone illuminated their face, cold and quiet in the night. And Jiawen stretched lazily and asked in the group chat, Sister, are we going to move tonight? Meng Sherwan just woke up and hadn't gotten out of bed yet. She turned over, squinting as she pulled back the curtains to look at the night outside. She lazily said, No action tonight. Let's have a good meal and sleep. We'll go tomorrow morning. Earlier, she was anxious because her space was empty, Nothing inside, which made her uneasy. After days of rushing to clear the industrial zone, her supplies were now full. The diesel and gasoline tanks, each holding 20,000 cubic meters, were only a quarter full, so she wasn't so worried anymore. After taking over this salt factory, she planned to circle back to the base, check the gas stations, and stockpile supplies. She was almost ready. "Okay, sister. I want hot pot," Leisha was the first to suggest. Tao Yar yawned. "Hot pot again? Aren't you tired of it?" "But honestly, I want hot pot too," Leisha hummed. "Of course I'm not tired of it. Everyone who agrees with hot pot, raise your hand." "And Jiawen, count me in. Jiuzi, count me in. Luyu, count me in. Ma Jiandong, count me in. Zhongyuan, count me in. Leisha." "All right, everyone's in." Meng Sherwan sighed helplessly. "I'll leave the kitchenware and seasonings for you. You start cooking the broth, and I'll go plant some vegetables." Since she was taking care of this group of food lovers, most of the vegetables she had stocked in the supermarket were almost gone. From now on, if they want to eat greens, they will have to grow them themselves. Leisha was quite straightforward and started ordering dishes. "Sister, if you have lotus roots and potatoes, hot pot will taste the best," Meng Sherwan replied. "All right." The team members saw a large pile of tableware suddenly appear beside the convoy and began preparing dinner together. They were very familiar with their tasks and didn't need to say much, each busy with their own work. And Joan went to the roadside to dig trees for charcoal grilling. Ma Jiandong froze ice cubes to cool down drinks. Xiao Zi acted as a water faucet, turning on the water. The others prepared rice and vegetables, each doing their part. Watching this group operate on the main road, Luo Zhenfeng, who was always paying attention to their movements, was stunned. "Wait, what are these people doing? Making a big pot of food?" Peng Tao pursed his lips. "They'll eat after waking up and finishing their meal." "I understand. Let's wait a bit longer. We've been here for several days already, so this little wait doesn't matter." Meng Sherwan woke up and immediately went to the farm. The night on the farm was as peaceful and beautiful as always. Her small garden looked even more lovely in the night. The first thing Meng Sherwan did when she arrived at the farm was to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. This time, she had feed for them. After raiding a feed factory, she had stored a large amount of feed in her space. The 30 little creatures looked very healthy. After eating their fill, the ducklings and goslings went swimming in the pond. The chicks were scratching around in the fruit trees looking for food. Meng Sherwan stepped on the soft grass, jumped into the clear pond. She dove underwater, dug out a few sections of lotus roots, then surfaced and washed them clean. After coming ashore, the water on her body was blown dry by the breeze, feeling very cool. Holding the lotus roots, she walked through the garden, out of the fruit trees, toward the crops planted last time. After a few days, tiny sprouts had already appeared. Meng Sherwan roughly estimated that, with her current abilities, it was unlikely she could quickly ripen crops across 100 acres of farmland. But ripening vegetables on 30 acres should not be a big problem. She placed her hands on the ground, releasing all her special powers. Large patches of green plants grew wildly, blooming and bearing fruit. In a short time, the crops on 30 acres of land looked like a beautiful scene ready for harvest. Meng Sherwan took out a big woven basket from her space, walking through the fields, picking whatever she saw. She gathered common vegetables and fruits that could be harvested quickly, like various melons and strawberries. While picking, she thought about releasing the farm when no one was around, so a few team members could come and harvest. 30 acres was too much for her alone. Even with her wood-type powers, it would take a long time. She decided it was better for them to do the work. After filling the basket, Meng Sherwan estimated she had enough to eat. She put the basket into her space and went back to her trailer on the second floor to call Teshua. "Come on, let's go eat." Teshua lifted its head, looked at Meng Sherwan, then stood up and walked over to her, jumping straight into her arms. Teshua knew her shoulders couldn't hold it anymore, so it jumped into her arms directly. But now, being so big, even when jumping into her arms, Meng Sherwan struggled to catch it, and the impact pushed her back against the wardrobe behind her. Teshua tilted its head, still wondering when her owner had become so fragile. It had only been a few days since it last stayed with her, and she hadn't been eating or sleeping well. Her body seemed to have become weaker. Even this little cat couldn't hold her anymore. It seemed that in the future, it should spend more time with her. Chuangyuan, holding Teshua, which was already half her size and very strong, pretended to be strong. "It's okay. No matter how big you grow, you're still my little baby." She used all her strength to carry Teshua down from the car. Teshua nuzzled her neck with its head, almost knocking her to the ground. Luyu was tasting the soup base when he looked up and saw Teshua lying on Chuangyuan. Its fluffy, chubby body completely covered her knees, only her arms supporting her as she held Teshua's hips. Her delicate, fair arms were bulging with veins from the effort. "Wow, I haven't seen you in 2 days, and Teshua has grown so much, almost as big as a tiger." That's not an exaggeration. Luyu was stunned. He had never imagined that a cat could grow so large in his life. Tao Yering looked up when she heard the sound. "Takshu, haven't you noticed you've grown up a lot? I can barely lift you now." Takshu huffed loudly. "I'm not that big. My owner just said I'll always be their little baby." From afar, Luo Jinfeng watched the scene with a fierce glare in his eyes. "Oh my god, what is that? A leopard? Are people already raising leopards in the end times?" Leisha installed a few big lights on the roof of the car for illumination. The lights weren't very bright, so Luo Jinfeng couldn't see clearly. Peng Tao sighed. "Have you ever seen a leopard with black and white spots? That looks more like a cat." Luo Jinfeng nibbled on a dry, hard, and disagreed. "Have you ever seen a cat grow that big? That's definitely a leopard, a mutated spotted leopard. These people really like to play." Over with the Ming team, the broth was already simmering, and the rice was cooked. After washing some vegetables and fruits, they could start eating. In the middle, there was a large iron pot over a constantly burning stove. A group of people gathered around, adding ingredients and eating together. The red oil was bubbling and boiling. The meat was tender, and the vegetables coated in red oil with some seasonings looked very tempting. Ma Jiandong used his ice powers to keep the area cool. Even in this weather, eating hot pot wouldn't be too hot. Luyu even made a small pot of soft, tender meat soup for Takshu, who happily squatted nearby, eating it with great satisfaction. The aroma of spicy hot pot filled the air. When the two teams ahead smelled it, they all stuck their heads out of their cars. Seeing the green vegetables and fruits on the table, the beer and drinks in the ice piles, and the bubbling red oil soup in the big pot, they couldn't help but drool with hunger. A boy swallowed a packet of instant noodles in shock. "No way. Is this still the end times? Am I dreaming? Maybe we're all dreaming. Their lives are completely different from ours. What time is it? Why do they still have fresh vegetables and fruits to eat? Oh my god, it smells so good. Just one sip of this hot pot broth, and I feel like I could float with happiness." With Meng Sherwan on the Ming team, their lives didn't seem like they were living in the end times at all. Who in the end times still has fresh fruits and vegetables to eat? But these two teams are truly living through the end times. Don't mention fresh fruits and vegetables. They can only eat a proper stew if they're lucky. Now, seeing a big pot of hot, delicious hot pot makes them drool. Luo Jinfeng angrily throws the compressed biscuit on the ground, his eyes wide with hunger. Why do they have so many tasty foods? Where do they get fresh fruits and vegetables at this time? Peng Tao, a calm person, thinks for a moment. They probably have a space ability user among them. Before the end of the world, it's smart to stock up. Having fruits and vegetables isn't surprising. Luo Jinfeng swallows hard. Even if they stockpile, they can't keep this up forever. We don't know how long this disaster will last. No matter how much they store, they can't eat it all. And they're eating so well right in front of us. Are they trying to tempt us to death? Peng Tao presses his hand down to calm himself. Stay calm. Luo Jinfeng's eyes flicker and he finally calms down. He lowers his voice. The fruits and vegetables are brought out by that woman who raises leopards. She's probably their space ability user. If we get a chance to kill her when they rush into the fishing village to fight the zombies, those delicious foods would be ours. Space ability users are weak, he continues. If we kill her, we can get their supplies. We just need a good chance. Peng Tao sniffs and feels motivated. Let's do as you say. Meng Sherwan, who is eating hot pot, smirks. Another overconfident person has come to us. Under the watchful eyes of the group ahead, the Dawn squad surrounds the hot pot, still eating happily. They chat and laugh, ignoring the others as if they don't exist. Eating hot pot takes time, usually 2 hours. The two small squads smell the tempting aroma and start to get impatient. They can smell the delicious food but can't eat it. It's a strange kind of torture. Luo Jinfeng, feeling annoyed, scratches his head. Why can they eat so much? They've been eating for so long and aren't full yet. He swallows hard, almost full from hunger. A young man in his squad speaks up. Captain, let's get some food too. It smells so good. Luo Jinfeng slaps the young man on the head. That's all you've got? If you're craving, just heat up a self-heating hot pot. It tastes just as good. The young man holds his head and mutters, that's not the same. Self-heating hot pot doesn't taste as good as stew with meat broth. Jinfeng Luo glanced at his eager teammates and lowered his voice. Wait a bit longer. Once they make a move, we'll find a chance to take out that space ability user. These supplies will be ours. Two small teams waited patiently. Finally, after the Dawn squad finished eating, they started packing up their things. Jinfeng Luo quickly signaled to his team and Peng Tao to check their weapons and prepare for the upcoming fight. Some members of the Dawn squad were busy packing, washing dishes, and tidying up. After eating, Meng Sherwan didn't rush back to the RV. Instead, she took out a ball of yarn from her space and waved it in front of Teshua. Teshua, come here. Teshua, full from eating, was lying on the ground sleeping. When it saw the yarn ball in Meng Sherwan's hand, it perked up. Unlike Zele, who always clung to his ball and ran away, Teshua was more relaxed. It walked over to Meng Sherwan, its height reaching above her knees. Its fluffy tail stood up straight like a feather duster. Its big, round eyes watched the yarn ball in Meng Sherwan's hand, and its tail wagged happily. Meng Sherwan threw the ball along the road with force, creating a perfect arc in the night. Teshua shot out like a shadow, zipping through the air. It was so fast that Meng Sherwan was surprised. It seemed that Teshua was not only growing in size and strength, but also becoming much faster. When Teshua returned, it was holding the yarn ball in its mouth. It handed the ball to Meng Sherwan, eyes full of hope, just like a playful dog. Meng Sherwan threw the ball again, and Teshua dashed into the night to fetch it. Once Lu Yu and the others finished tidying up the kitchenware, they said, Sister, we can pack everything up now. Meng Sherwan ended her game with Teshua, packed away the kitchen tools, and returned to the vehicle. Some teammates were busy counting the crystal cores they had collected over the past 2 days. Meng Sherwan took Teshua back to the RV. Teshua wanted to go upstairs to sleep, but then she remembered she had been neglecting her owner these days. Her owner wasn't taking good care of her and was almost too tired to carry her. Teshua paused on the stairs, then turned back to find Meng Sherwan, who was lying on the sofa, ready to play a game on the monitor. Meng Sherwan was a bit surprised to see her. Aren't you going to sleep upstairs today? Want to come play with me? Snow jumping onto the sofa, its big body pressing down on Meng Sherwan, almost making her gasp for air. Meng Sherwan helplessly patted its big head. You think you're still a little kitten? Stay beside me. You're too heavy. Snow tilted its head, looking at Meng Sherwan. It said that its owner has been weak lately and can't even lie on her comfortably. This home really keeps the little cat busy. It rolled over, stretched out in a long line between Meng Sherwan and the wall, watching her play a game. The sofa was too crowded for both of them, so Snow pushed Meng Sherwan to the edge, almost falling off. Meng Sherwan took out 2 storage boxes from her space, wedging them into the gap at the sofa's edge, so she could lie down peacefully. The two of them, one person and one cat, relaxed together, playing a simple farming game. At this moment, Tao Yar knocked on the car door. Sister, I'm here to exchange for the ability enhancement liquid. They had gained quite a lot these days. After counting all the crystal cores, they found over 2,000. Meng Sherwan put down her controller, got up, and opened the door, accepting a bag of crystal cores. Then she asked the system to buy 11 bottles of ability enhancement liquid and handed them to Taoyaru. Taoyaru took the bottles, put them in her pocket, and happily went back to share with others. Each person got 1 bottle. The remaining 4 bottles were divided among Leisha and Jiawen, Chiozi, and Taoyaru. After drinking the ability enhancement liquid, everyone either played on their phones or went to sleep, and soon everything was quiet. Meanwhile, Luo Zhenfeng had already put on his weapons, ready for a big fight. But after waiting and watching, he saw that after the group returned to the car, they didn't move again. He was annoyed. What's going on? Why are these people so slow? Are they not planning to do anything tonight? They've eaten and slept, but aren't doing the real work? As the day of the acid rain drew closer, everyone was anxious. But this team was surprisingly relaxed. They arrived here at noon, slept in the afternoon, had hot pot at night, and after eating, they didn't work and just went to sleep. Even the most laid-back workers before the end of the world weren't this free. Even Peng Tao, who was usually calm, couldn't stay patient anymore. He got out of the car and looked at the convoy behind him. Do they know what we're planning? Are they planning to give up? Zhenfeng Luo replied. Impossible. The salt factory is just over there in the fishing village. Since they came, they must be heading for the salt factory. I don't believe they can just eat, sleep, and do nothing. Could it be that supplies come here on their own to find them? Wait a bit longer. I refuse to believe in superstitions. They waited until the next morning. Before sunrise, the members of the Resting Dawn team got up and went outside to stretch and prepare for today's plan. Meng Sherwan opened her eyes. The giant snow cat was still lying beside her, snoring loudly. After a few days, the snow cat finally came back to sleep with her again. The small kitten, once tiny, now looked almost as big as her. Meng Sherwan put her legs and arms around the snow cat, blinked sleepily for a while, then got up. After washing up, she changed into a long-sleeved shirt and pants, ate a simple breakfast, and went outside to get into the car. The snow cat happily followed behind her. Meng Sherwan raised an eyebrow. Do you want to come with me? Meow. The snow cat rubbed its head against Meng Sherwan's leg. All right, then you can come. A few team members saw Meng Sherwan getting into the car with the snow cat and asked Leisha, Sister, are we leaving now? Meng Sherwan thought for a moment. Tao Yeren, Chiozi, and Chuangyuan will go with me. Leisha and Jiawen, Luyu, and Ma Jiandong, you 4 stay here to watch the house and clear out the zombies in the village. They all agreed and went their separate ways. Inside the off-road vehicle, the guards saw the group and the cat heading toward the fishing village. They hurriedly woke Luo Zhenfeng. Captain, they're leaving. Luo Zhenfeng, always alert, jolted awake. Seeing the figures ahead, he quickly got out of the vehicle. According to yesterday's plan, 2 stay behind to watch, and the other 3 follow me. Peng Tao's team also got out of their vehicle. He led 4 team members and the 2 teams gathered and chased after Meng Sherwan's group. Luo Zhenfeng was surprised to see the snow cat beside Meng Sherwan. You were right. It really is a cat. How can a cow-sized cat exist? I've never heard of animals mutating. But he sneered inwardly. This space ability user was clearly a rookie. Relying on her space powers, the other team members had to wait for her to bring out food. Those people were kind to her, and this woman really thought she was the boss. Space ability users, besides carrying things, are usually weak in attack power. Yet, when going on missions, they still have to bring a pet. Carrying a burden, surprisingly, her teammates have no objections. This small team is quite tolerant. The space ability user who looks good but is not very smart and a bit of a troublemaker is the easiest to deal with. Luo Zhenfeng caught up with Meng Sherwan and others and said to Chiozi, who was walking at the front, Hello, are you planning to go into the fishing village? We can work together. We've tried a few times before, but the zombies inside are too dense. Without enough people, we can't get in. Among these 4 people, Meng Sherwan and Tao Yaru are both girls. Chiozi, walking at the front, looks good and has a decent aura. Luo Zhenfeng thought Chiozi was the one with the authority. Chiozi looked at Luo Zhenfeng, who was muscular and looked fierce. He remembered that Luo Zhenfeng had asked about cooperation yesterday. After being refused, he came back today. Chiu Zi felt a bit annoyed. He decisively refused. No cooperation. Luo Zhenfeng then said, "You can't get in." Chiu Zi coldly replied, "Don't bother me." Luo Zhenfeng didn't insist anymore. A group followed behind them at a moderate distance. He spat and muttered softly, "Thinking you're so impressive? You'll be crying later." He wasn't truly planning to cooperate this time. He just asked to create the illusion that he was following openly into the village. Otherwise, staying behind like this would seem like stalking, which could make them suspicious. Before they reached the village entrance, they heard the howling of zombies inside. Some zombies, smelling human breath, rushed out of the village and charged along the road toward them. The dense zombies completely covered the road, and their numbers were truly terrifying. Chiu Zi used his water ability, forming a 2-meter-high whirlpool. The whirlpool spun rapidly, pulling zombies into it and crushing them into pieces. The whirlpool moved along the road, clearing a path. As his strength increased, he became more skilled with his water powers, no longer the weakling he once was. Ma Jiandong used his ice ability to form ice spikes, killing zombies on both sides. Each time he shot out many ice spikes, he could kill large groups of zombies at once. With the two of them leading the way, they could easily carve out a clear path through the zombie crowd, creating a safe passage without needing Tao Yering and Meng Shiwan to fight. Seeing the situation, Tao Yering decided to control the vines and look for the crystal core. Some zombies that rushed too quickly would also be killed in the process. Meng Shiwan saw no need to fight and quietly followed behind the others with Teshua. The zombie horde that had been impossible for two teams to handle was easily torn apart by them, opening a safe passage for people. Luo Zhenfeng and Peng Tao followed behind, and everyone was stunned. The scene looked like a dream. When did zombie groups become so harmless? Luo Zhenfeng exclaimed, "Are the special ability enhancement liquids bought from the seed base so powerful? Drinking one can boost strength so dramatically?" Their strength was now on a different level from theirs. Not to mention 2 or 3 people after entering the fishing village, about 10 of their team members, some were injured and had to come out. Peng Tao cautiously said, "No wonder they don't want to work with us. They really don't need to cooperate with us. Their strength is too high. It's better not to provoke them. We can't win." They originally planned to kill Meng Shiwan and take their supplies, but seeing how strong their team was, they hesitated. If they really fought, they wouldn't gain much. Luo Zhenfeng thought deeply, recalling the taste of fresh fruits, vegetables, and hot pot from last night, flashing through his mind. After a moment of thought, he gritted his teeth and said, "Maybe the space ability user's space contains the enhancement liquids. Their strength probably isn't from just one drink. Also, they've collected a lot of supplies along the way. For the enhancement liquids, supplies, and food, I think we should take a chance." Peng Tao looked at him in shock and warned, "Chances are slim." "Not necessarily," Luo Zhenfeng analyzed. "If we attack the space ability user first and she dies, she will explode supplies. The others will definitely panic. They have to deal with the zombie horde, so they might only have one person to handle us. Even if they're strong, with so many of us, we can fight a mid-level ability user. When our space ability user collects the supplies and items, we should retreat immediately. As for the salt factory, we can come back later." His face, covered with thick flesh, showed a fierce expression typical of a reckless fighter. There might be plenty of fresh fruits and vegetables, as well as special energy-boosting liquids, worth risking everything for. The chances of winning were low, but not impossible. Gambling-minded people mostly think about winning. Peng Tao thought hard and decided, "Let's give it a try." He believed there was a chance, especially if they could kill the space-powered person and get the supplies. After taking the supplies, retreating would be much easier. That group was strong. They couldn't fight them head-on, but retreating and escaping with weapons increased their chances. Moreover, killing that space-powered person was not difficult. So it was worth trying. Having made up his mind, the group no longer hesitated. Watching the zombie horde slowly gather on the road again, they each used their powers and followed Meng Shiwan and the others. With Chiu Zi leading the way, the pressure on the group behind to fight zombies was greatly reduced. In a short time, they reached the vacuum zone created by Chiu Zi and the others. Meng Shiwang still followed behind, leisurely and unbothered. With Teshua, Luo Zhenfeng took out a rifle and aimed at Meng Shiwang's back of the head.
Bang!
The gunshot caused a loud noise in the fishing village, making the zombie crowd even more frantic. Contrary to expectations, the bullet did not hit the head, nor was there the sound of skull being pierced or blood splattering. All Luo Zhenfeng heard was the clash of metal against metal. The bullet hit Meng Shiwang's back of the head, but instead of blood, sparks flew. Luo Zhenfeng watched this scene in shock, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. He blurted out, "What's going on?" This was completely different from what he had imagined. He thought space-powered people were all weaklings. Did this one have an iron plate welded to the back of her head? Next to him, Peng Tao looked terrified. She's a metal elemental and space elemental dual-type power user. So scary. We've hit a steel plate. Retreat now. At this moment, their minds were filled with shock and fear. They had thought these weaklings would be easy to deal with, but it turned out she was made of steel. They had never heard of dual elemental power users before. Now, they had encountered such a freak. The group acted decisively, failed in the surprise attack. They turned and retreated. Meng Shiwang sneered. There was no way she would let these people go. Using her speed ability, she quickly caught up with the group and blocked their path. Luo Zhenfeng, carrying a gun, ran at the front, thinking about how they might be attacked and revenge taken, expecting a fierce fight. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of him. Luo Zhenfeng looked up and saw Meng Shiwang, who should have been left behind, standing right in front of them. Around her, angry zombies charged, but countless ice spikes shot out, killing many and preventing them from getting close. Luo Zhenfeng, at the front, was so scared he stepped back several steps, feeling like his head was about to explode. He was shocked, feeling it was almost unbelievable. Speed ability and ice ability, 4-element ability user. Are they even human?
It was terrifying.
How could there be such a powerful 4-element ability user in the world? Even more frightening was that her strength was greater than that of some of her zombie-killing teammates. Luo Zhenfeng retreated while warning Meng Shiwang. Sorry, we didn't mean to provoke you. We're leaving now. Meng Shiwang sneered. Leaving? In the next second, lightning ability was released. Thick bolts of lightning struck the group, and they had no chance to resist. If they dared to target her, they should be prepared to die. Before dying, the look in their eyes was still full of fear of death and fear of Meng Shiwang's power. They were 5-element ability users, and they had never encountered such a terrifying presence. Until the group slowly fell to the ground in the lightning glow, turning into piles of charred remains, dead beyond hope. Shui stood nearby, watching and licking his beard, feeling a bit regretful. These people were so fragile, he hadn't even needed to make a move, and they were already dead. The ability user with space powers among them died, dropping supplies. These supplies piled up into a small mountain as tall as a house along the road. There was all kinds of food, medicine, clothes, oil barrels, and other materials. Meng Shiwang raised an eyebrow, surprised by this unexpected gain. She stored all these supplies in her space and took out her phone to send a message in the group chat. All those people are dead. Leisha and the other 3 stood beside the convoy, discussing whether to leave someone to watch the vehicles while the other 3 went to the village to kill zombies. Just as they decided to leave Chuangyuan behind, their phones suddenly started ringing. When they looked ahead, all 4 of them focused on the direction of the convoy in front, showing excitement. Meng Shiwang told them to kill if they wanted to, so they wouldn't have to keep guarding against them. Leisha walked to one of the off-road vehicles, knocked on the window. Inside, 2 mutants were playing on their phones. They lowered the window slightly and warned, "Is there a problem?" Leisha grinned widely, placed his right hand on the car door, and lightning struck the 2 inside, ending their lives instantly. Meanwhile, Chuangyuan also took care of the other mutants. At this point, both mutant teams were completely wiped out. They had the wrong thoughts and lacked the strength. This is the punishment. Leisha sighed. Anyone can provoke someone in this world, but never our sister Meng. And Chuangyuan agreed deeply. You're right. Chuangyuan was confused. Is sister really that scary? I think she's a good person. She gives them all kinds of food and cares for them without hesitation. She's definitely a good person. Leisha chuckled. That's because you've known her for a short time and haven't seen her when she's angry. Luyu asked, what does she look like when she's angry? Leisha thought for a moment, then said, well, punishment for mistakes usually gives a chance for correction, like a prison sentence. But if someone angers her, the only option is the death penalty, no matter how minor. Even if someone just passes by and quietly curses her, if she hears it, that's a death sentence. That's just her personality. Luyu took a cold breath. Sister is really impressive. That group of people was dead. The four of them didn't need to stay and guard the cars, so they headed together to the fishing village to hunt zombies for crystal cores. Meanwhile, Meng Sherwan and the others had already fought their way through the fishing village and reached the coastal salt factory. With the high temperatures continuing, the coastline had receded quite a bit. Along the coast, there was a large area of neatly arranged salt fields, perfect for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Usually, seawater would flood these salt fields, and after drying, it becomes coarse salt. Further processing turns it into the table salt we eat. Now, these salt fields are abandoned, covered with a layer of white salt, looking like a blanket of snow. In the distance, some fishing boats of various sizes were docked at the pier, giving a somewhat deserted look. The salt factory was a short distance from the fishing village. After escaping the zombie horde, they ran toward the salt factory, where fewer zombies were present. Occasionally, groups of zombies would rush toward them, but they easily handled each attack. They headed straight for the factory. Along the wide seaside, several factory buildings stood together, looking somewhat lonely. The buildings were black and gray, giving off a cold feeling. As they entered the factory gate, a loudspeaker in the security room nearby crackled to life with a man's voice. After you go inside, turn left. There's a small door in the corner of Building 2. Enter through there. Be careful and don't attract too many zombies. Tao Yaro was surprised. Are there really survivors? Meng Sherwan looked toward Building 2, where they saw a pair of eyes staring at them from a window. Let's go see. Inviting strangers to come closer is risky, but they decided to check it out to see if the people were good or bad. With their current strength, they could go anywhere without fear. Following the man's instructions, they reached Building 2 and saw a metal door in the corner. They went inside. Inside was a workshop filled with large machines. In one corner of the workshop, many blankets and mats covered the ground. About 20 people were lying on them, either sleeping or chatting. When they heard the door open, everyone's eyes immediately turned to the 4 people and the cat, showing surprise and mixed emotions. They especially marveled at the huge, cow-like cat. A middle-aged man with glasses approached them, staring at Teshua carefully. He asked, "Is this a cat?" They had never seen a cat bigger than a dog. Teshua saw the stranger and hissed at him, baring its small, sharp teeth. The man quickly stepped back, afraid of being bitten. Right now, there are no medicines. If bitten, infection and inflammation could occur, and there's no cure. Meng Sherwan patted Teshua's head to signal it to stay calm. Teshua then stopped showing its teeth. Meng Sherwan asked, "Are all the survivors here?" The man sighed. "The survivors from the fishing boats and salt factory are all here. A few from the village outskirts escaped, but no others remain." The fishing village had many people, many zombies, and few survivors. Even those who managed to survive in this hot weather couldn't hold on much longer. He looked at the group in front of him, noting that they appeared healthy and well-fed, not like they were starving or lacking clothes. He quickly introduced himself. "My name is Zhouwen. Who are you? How did you get here?" Tao Yering didn't answer his question. Instead, she asked back, "In these 2 months, how have you been surviving? This factory doesn't seem like a place to store food. Just eating salt isn't enough to fill you up." Zhouwen explained, "We scavenged food from fishing boats. Every few days we go out to fish, then boil seawater to get some drinking water. It's barely enough to survive. If you have nowhere to go, you can stay here." He seemed very friendly, which surprised Tao Yering. In such a situation, it's rare to still hold on to your original kindness. Tao Yering and Zhouwen were chatting. Meng Shiwang wandered around the factory and found nothing unusual, so she relaxed. There were dried salted fish hanging on the machines and some fresh water in green buckets. All the survivors had cracked lips, showing they had very little water, just enough to keep them alive. Zhou Wen's words were true. It's only been 2 months since the end of the world, and it's not yet to the point where people are fighting over food. Meng Shiwang told Qiu Zi, "Give them some water." Qiu Zi received the order. He condensed water droplets and filled all the buckets in the corner. When the survivors saw the water, their eyes lit up. They all climbed out of their bedding, grabbing bottles and bowls to drink greedily. They were so thirsty that they kept drinking bowl after bowl, their stomachs bulging from the water, still wanting more. Qiu Zi stood aside, continuing to give them water after they finished. Seeing this, Zhou Wen licked his lips in shock and asked, Are you people with special abilities? Are you here to help us? Can you take us to your base? We can't hold on here much longer." His voice choked with emotion, and tears shimmered in the corners of his eyes. Lacking fresh water, not enough to eat, their bodies grew weaker. Soon, they wouldn't even have the strength to go fishing, only able to starve. At that time, death was very close. They never expected that special ability users would come to help. They felt saved. Tao Yering replied, "Yes, we have special abilities." "Don't panic." She looked at Meng Shiwang, wanting to see her attitude. From her understanding of Meng Shiwang, her sister wasn't the type to interfere in others' affairs. But with the base being built soon and needing people, perhaps they could help. Tao Yering was unsure and didn't dare to make any promises to Zhou Wen. Meng Shiwang did not respond to Tao Yering. Her gaze fell on a woman. This woman was very thin, with bones visible through her skin. She poured a bowl of water, took a few sips herself, and quickly carried the bowl toward the bedding. On the bedding lay a girl about 10 years old, also very thin, with a pale yellow face, and 2 pigtails that were dry and frizzy. She was lying on a mat, eyes tightly closed, with a furrowed brow, seeming to be in pain. It was unclear whether she was having a nightmare or was sick. The woman carried water and called out to the girl, "Lulu, Lulu, wake up quickly. We have water to drink, lots and lots of water. Don't you always say you're thirsty? Come on, drink the water." The girl, about 10, frowned, her cracked lips seeming to be saying something. Meng Shiwang heard her and said, "Water, water." The woman put her ear close to the girl's mouth to listen carefully. "Lulu, there's water, lots of water. I'll feed you." She placed the bowl on the ground, helped the girl sit up, leaning her against her, and held the water bowl near her mouth, pouring water in. The girl couldn't swallow properly. Water dripped from her lips onto her body. The woman was frantic and had to take a sip herself, then tried to feed the girl by mouth-to-mouth contact. Suddenly, the girl shouted loudly, "Water. Boiling water. It's boiling from the sky. It hurts so much, so hot." Her voice was full of fear, panic, and pain. The fragile girl's body seemed to endure great pain, thrashing back and forth on the mat. The woman was panicked, dropping the bowl on the ground, shattering it. She hurriedly tried to hold the girl down, but the girl's struggles were hysterical, and she couldn't control her. "Lulu, it's not hot, it's cool water, it's not hot. What's wrong with you?" Seeing her daughter acting strangely, the woman quickly called for help. "Dr. Zhou, come quickly. Look at Lulu. She's acting crazy again. What kind of illness is this? She's never been like this before." Zhou Wen, who was talking with Tao Yering about the situation, hurried over. He called some men to hold the girl's body so she wouldn't thrash around. Zhou Wen checked the girl's pupils and complexion. He lifted Lulu's eyelids and saw that the pupils were gone. Only white remained. He was startled and scratched his head. "This illness is really strange. I've never seen anything like it." The woman anxiously called out Lulu's name from the side. Other survivors saw the commotion and gathered around to watch. "Lulu is having another attack. What kind of strange illness does she have? It's so odd. Maybe she's having a nightmare. But how can a nightmare cause such a strong reaction? Or maybe not. She often talks in her sleep. How can such a young girl get this strange illness? It's really cruel." Lulu was still twisting wildly and crying out in pain. Tao Yering approached and asked Zi, "What kind of illness does she have?" Zi shook his head. "It's really strange. I've never seen anything like this." "Why are her pupils all white?" Meng Shiwan stood nearby, recalling the little girl's words. Her eyes grew deeper with thought. She had just said, water, boiling water, water falling from the sky. Meng Shiwan was startled and quickly asked an older woman standing in front of her, "Has this girl been sick before?" "How many times?" "Was it the same?" The older woman turned and saw Meng Shiwan, responding warmly. It seems she had 2 episodes before. Once was during the zombie outbreak at noon. Lulu kept crying in her sleep, saying there were many scary people on the road, gasping for breath. Lulu's mother hurriedly took her to the village clinic, which is Dr. Zhou's house. But before they could see the doctor, the zombies attacked. They ran together and managed to escape, so they avoided the danger. The second time was a few days after the zombie outbreak. She had another nightmare, kept crying about heat and struggling to breathe. Dr. Zhou couldn't find anything wrong. After an hour, Lulu woke up and was fine. Now it's the 3rd time. She's crying about water falling from the sky and burning her. No one knows what's going on. You're all supernatural abilities users. Maybe you should check on Lulu. There might be a way. Meng Shiwan's deep gaze gradually became firm. She was right. Lulu had a special ability to foresee the future. The first time Lulu predicted the future was during the zombie outbreak. She said there were many scary people outside. She was actually talking about the zombies. The second time, Lulu said it was very hot, probably the days before extreme heat arrived. This time, she said water was falling from the sky and it hurt. It wasn't water, it was acid rain. Acid rain can corrode walls and metal. When it falls on people in large amounts, it eats away at flesh and bone. Lulu was just a girl around 10 years old. She couldn't describe what she saw with precise words, which made her seem very strange. Initially, Meng Qinghua pretended to have the ability to foresee events to hide the fact that she was reborn. Now, the person they encountered was truly genuine. Lulu was still struggling painfully, while several men held her down, trying their best not to let her move. Meng Shiwan stepped forward. "Let me see." Zhou quickly moved aside, thinking that maybe a person with special abilities could understand the strange illness better than a doctor. Meng Shiwan crouched beside Lulu, holding her wrist, which looked like it could be broken with just a little pressure. Then, Meng Shiwan rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot, lying motionless on the ground. Everyone present was shocked. Tao Yaru rushed over first, shielding Meng Shiwan and gently shaking him. Sister, what's wrong?" Meng Shiwan lay on the grass mat, motionless, as if she had fainted. Zi saw that things were getting serious and hurried over. He gently lifted Meng Shiwan's eyelids. Her pupils were exactly the same as Lulu's, completely white, with no black. The men who had been holding Lulu were so frightened they kept retreating, as if trying to escape a plague. Can this illness be contagious? Why did another person faint suddenly? If even people with special abilities can catch it, maybe we can too. Lulu was no longer being held down. She was rolling in pain and hitting Meng Shiwan's body with her small hands. Tao Yaru had no choice but to temporarily tie Lulu with vines to stop her from moving around. Zi checked Meng Shiwan again. "There's a strange energy fluctuation. It's not a disease. It seems to be some kind of strange ability. What kind of ability could cause fainting and dreaming?" When Zhou heard the word ability, he hurried over. "Ability? Do you mean Lulu's strange illness is actually an ability? What kind of ability could be so painful?" "This doesn't look like an ability at all," he said this, but his eyes were full of hope. Even the strangest ability was still an ability, and that was better than being an ordinary person. Lulu's mother was surprised. "Really? Lulu doesn't have a strange illness anymore. She has an ability." As for what kind of ability it was, Zi didn't know for sure and couldn't answer them right now. Tao Yaru was much calmer. "It's a foresight ability. I learned about it when I was with the rescue team. This kind of power can predict the future." Lulu kept shouting that hot water was falling from the sky, and that it hurt. "That's because the next disaster will be acid rain. What she called hot water is actually acid rain. When it falls on people, it burns and causes pain. She saw this coming in her dream. Qiuzi was shocked. Then, doesn't that mean sister? They had already guessed that Meng Shiwei's ability was copying, and she had admitted it. Tao Yering nodded. Sister must have fallen into a foresight dream as well. Hearing this, several team members finally relaxed. As long as sister was fine, that was enough. The other survivors, after learning that Lulu had such a rare ability, went from worried to excited. In this world after the disaster, people with powers lived very differently from ordinary people. Knowing there was no danger for now, everyone felt relieved. Only Treading Snow walked to Meng Shiwei's side, full of worry. It lay down beside her, quietly waiting for her to wake up. The moment Meng Shiwei touched Lulu, her vision went dark, and the scene around her changed. She felt like a drifting soul in the sky, watching everything from above, as if from a god's view. The extreme heat ended. The sky grew heavy with clouds, and the temperature dropped. People inside the seed base came out of the buildings, cheering and celebrating. The heat is finally over. So many people died in these 2 or 3 months. At last, it's finished. Heaven, please, no more disasters. There are still many zombies outside, but as long as no more disasters come, we can stay in the base, farm, and live on. Let everything return to normal. Let the rain bring life back to this world. After months of extreme heat, the survivors looked pale and thin, worn down by hunger and hardship. Thunder rumbled, and dark clouds gathered, as if rain was about to fall. From above, Meng Shiwei watched the scene. It felt strangely familiar. Looking closely, she noticed there was no protective barrier above the seed base. People were celebrating the end of the heat. This had happened in her previous life. Meng Shiwei had lived through it once before. In her past life, Meng Qingyue was simply Meng Qingyue. She did not reincarnate, nor did she know about future events from the base. The base was also trying to figure things out as they went, and did not prepare for upcoming natural disasters in time. In her past life, Meng Shiwei had never heard of anyone in the base with precognitive abilities, which means Lulu was not saved in her previous life. Perhaps Lulu's small precognitive power was seen as a strange illness by her family. In the end, the people at the salt factory couldn't get help in time and died. After the extreme heat ended, the survivors from the base went outside to celebrate the end of the disaster. They watched big raindrops fall and tried to catch them with their mouths to enjoy the rain. But instead of feeling cool, the raindrops on their skin, faces, and mouths felt hot and burning. When they realized something was wrong, acid rain started pouring down heavily, soaking them from above. It quickly corroded their flesh and bones, turning their skin into blood and flesh that dripped onto the ground. Suddenly, loud screams of pain filled the air. They hurried into the buildings, but it was too late. Within just a few minutes, their scalps were corroded enough to see their skulls and bones. They collapsed helplessly onto the ground, their flesh melting away in the acid rain. That day, the entire base was flooded with blood, creating a brutal, bloody world. Many survivors were killed or injured, and reality hit hard. The disaster was not over. Worse things still lay ahead. In her past life, on this day, Meng Shiwei had just come out of the base the night before, hunting zombies. Luckily, she found a crystal core and was resting in her room, narrowly escaping danger. The acid rain grew heavier, and the tops of buildings started to corrode and drip black water. The roofs of the buildings gradually became unstable and began to collapse. Meng Shiwei's perspective slowly zoomed in. In the heavy rain, she saw her pink camper. The camper was moving through the villa area and quickly drove into the underground garage of a villa. Gu Zhencheng got out of the driver's seat and rushed into the villa to bring his parents into the camper. Then the camper drove away into another villa's underground garage. Meng Qingyue suddenly appeared from inside the camper, moving very fast. She had a speed-type ability. Meng Hanyuan and Yuan were called into the camper, and their family of 6 finally relaxed. 6 people sat on the sofa in the camper's living area. 2 sat on one side, looking a bit crowded but still able to sit comfortably. Meng Qinghua took some snacks and fruits from the space and placed them on the small square table in the middle.
Mom and Dad, you should eat something.
The acid rain outside is so terrible that it can corrode buildings. Jin Chun and I are worried that the villa might get damaged and be dangerous. It's better for us to stay in the RV first. Gu Jinchun's mother smiled happily. Qingyue is so thoughtful. Your family Qingyue is really talented. Not only is she a rare multi-ability user, but she's also so caring. Having such a good daughter-in-law is truly our family's blessing. Yuan also chuckled. You're so modest. Jin Chun is also very excellent. She said this proudly, even a little arrogantly. In her eyes, Qingyue's ability to copy is special. She is the only multi-ability user she knows, and she's so cute and beautiful. Gu Jinchun doesn't deserve Qingyue at all. He's lucky to have her. In Yuan's view, no one in this world can match Qingyue.
Her daughter is the best.
Meng Qingyue tucks her hair behind her ears and forces a smile. I'm not as outstanding as you say. It's all because the elders taught me well. Her words made the elders in the RV laugh happily. Gu Jinchun handed her a small cookie. Right now, you're a 12-ability user. In my heart, you're the best in the world. With support from both the Meng and Gu families, once they learned that Meng Qingyue could copy abilities, they copied all the ability types in the base, making it simple and efficient. Meng Qingyue took the small cookie and smiled sweetly. In my heart, brother Jinchun is also the best. From Meng Shi's perspective, watching this scene, she shivered with goosebumps. She couldn't understand why such a rare precognition ability kept focusing on Meng Qingyue, this dead green tea. The 6 people in the RV chatted happily, and Meng Qingyue shared her worries. I think my system is very strange. Gu Jinchun tilted his head and asked, how is it strange? It feels like the system is very enthusiastic about crystal cores. Sometimes, it even takes advantage of my inattention to trick me out of some crystal cores. Do you think this system came from somewhere? Why does it like crystal cores so much? Where do all the crystal cores I trade to it go? This question stumped everyone. They couldn't quite figure out what was going on. Yuan smiled and said, who cares? This system brings you so many benefits. As long as you have some crystal cores, it's worth it. We can buy as many crystal cores as you need with supplies. The scene suddenly cut off. Meng Shiwan felt the picture shift again. When she opened her eyes, she was back inside the workshop. Teshua licked her face with his tongue, and the tiny barbs on his tongue made her skin feel a little prickly. Meng Shiwan patted Teshua's head and sat up. Lulu was already awake, being held and fed water by Lulu's mom. Everyone else looked at her with surprise and confusion, as if waiting for an answer. Tao Yering squatted beside Meng Shiwan and asked, Sister, are you okay? Meng Shiwan rubbed her head and pressed her hand against Teshua's soft belly. I'm fine. Let me rest quietly for a while. Everyone else fell silent and looked at Meng Shiwan lying on Teshua. She still felt angry when she thought about her past life. In her previous life, Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng took her RV and lived peacefully, while she struggled just to survive. Her beautiful face was constantly targeted and schemed against during the apocalypse. She knew only she herself could understand how dangerous each risky situation was. After anger, she used her rational mind to analyze the information from her premonition dreams. There was too much information, but it helped answer many of her questions. Her premonition dreams showed her not the future, but the future of her past life. This confused Meng Shiwan. Why did her visions show her the past, especially her past self, Meng Qingyue? From the conversations with Meng Qingyue and others, Meng Shiwan learned a lot. First, in her past life, Meng Qingyue had the ability to copy powers and became a multi-ability user. Meng Shiwan had always wondered whether her own copying ability had awakened in her past life or not, or if she had awakened it but not realized. Now she had the answer. Meng Qingyue had awakened her copying ability, and she had a vehicle and a system, which meant these 3 were linked. In this life, the vehicle was in Meng Shiwan's hands, so she bound herself to the system and awakened her copying ability. Second, Meng Qingyue also suspected that the system's enthusiasm for crystal cores was too much. Meng Shiwan had always suspected the same, but couldn't find the reason. It seemed that whether it was Meng Qingyue in her past life or herself in this life, both were walking the same path and facing the same doubts. What exactly is this end-of-the-world game? Could it be related to the RV system? Meng Shiwan would rather Meng Qingyue not tell her these things. It's as if knowing or not knowing doesn't matter, which is annoying. Reborn Meng Qingyue is completely different from the fake, pretentious green tea Meng Qingyue she knew before, like a different person. Even killing Gu Jichen was done so decisively. In her past life, Meng Qingyue experienced many things over 10 years. Thinking of this, Meng Shiwan seems to understand her premonition dreams, why she sees her past self. She suddenly lifts her head from the snow-covered belly, her eyes brightening. Her past self, Meng Qingyue, is very important. If she knew what Meng Qingyue's past experiences were, she would understand what Meng Qingyue hadn't explained. This is a good way to find a breakthrough. Tao Yalong is startled by her sudden movement and asks carefully, "Sister, what's wrong?" Meng Shiwan stands up. "Nothing, I'm going to find the salt storage." Tao Yalong asks, "What about the survivors?" Meng Shiwan's gaze falls on Lulu. In her past life, she never heard of anyone in the base with precognitive abilities. Otherwise, on the day the acid rain came, so many people wouldn't have died. It shows that the fate of these people in their past life was death here. Besides, precognitive abilities are very precious. Meng Shiwan replies, "Take them along." "Got it." Tao Yalong calls out to them, "Pack up and get ready to leave with us." When the survivors hear they can leave, they become excited and start picking the salted fish hanging on the machines. Food is very precious. Not a single bit can be wasted.
Zhou Wen is very perceptive.
I'll take you to the warehouse.
I know where the salt storage is.
Meng Shiwan nods. She instructs Tao Yalong and the others, "Clear out the zombies outside and wait for me at the factory gate." "Got it, sister." Meng Shiwan packs up the various machines inside the factory, then follows Zhou Wen and Lu Shui out of the building, heading toward another one. Zhou Wen secretly glances at Meng Shiwan and asks with a smile, "Lulu really has abilities?" Meng Shiwan responds calmly, "Yes, a precognitive ability." Hearing this, Zhou Wen clenches his fists and pounds his palm, looking very excited. It's as if having abilities makes him very happy. They all come from the same village. Some people with special abilities can benefit a little, gaining some support. This small help might be the hope for survival. Zhou Wen introduced to Meng Shiwan what each factory building was used for. Meng Shiwan's vines stretched out wildly, and all the salt-making equipment was packed away, as they might need it later. Zhou Wen looked at the twisting vines that moved like snakes, feeling a chill down his spine and getting goosebumps all over. He had to admit that this ability user was very powerful. But these winding vines moving so quickly did look a lot like a snake's nest. Zhou Wen quickly took a few steps forward, leading the way to the next building. He was also wondering how this girl could have both space and wood element abilities. Could there be other multi-element ability users? But he didn't dare ask. Right now, the most important thing was to stay close to these ability users and leave here alive. The two of them wandered around the factory area, collecting useful supplies into their space. The salt warehouse was stocked with plenty of salt, enough for the base to last a very long time. They arrived at the factory gate, where Tao Yaru and two others, along with a group of survivors, were already waiting. The zombies around had been cleared out. Any careless zombies that came from afar were easily dealt with by the three of them. The salt factory was in a wide, deserted area, so there weren't many zombies. Because of this, Zhou Wen dared to lead the men through the seaside, going out to fish from time to time, and they had survived until now. Tao Yaru saw Meng Shiwan walking over with Teshua and Zhou Wen and asked, "Sister, are we going back?" Meng Shiwan replied, "No, we're going out to sea." Tao Yaru was surprised, "Huh? Going out to sea for what?" There were fishing boats here. Most of these survivors were villagers from fishing communities who knew how to sail and fish. It was a great opportunity to go out and catch some fish to raise on the farm, so they wouldn't have to worry about running out of seafood later. Qiu Zi and Ma Jiandong scratched their heads. not expecting Meng Shiwan to have such plans. But for them, going out to fish was quite interesting. About 20 adults and children, men and women, survivors all, followed Meng Shiwan and the others toward the dock, bustling and lively. Zhou ran to catch up with Meng Shiwan and explained, because of the very hot climate, there aren't many fish near the coast. We spent 2 days sailing around on a fishing boat and only caught some small fish and shrimp, barely enough for us to survive. To catch a lot of fish, we need a big fishing boat to go far out to sea. Going far out to sea for fishing isn't something you can do in just a few days. Before the apocalypse, a trip to the deep sea might take 10 days or half a month. Meng Shiwan looked at the biggest fishing boat at the dock, which was about 30 to 40 meters long, like a steel giant floating on the water. Isn't that a big fishing boat? Then we can go far out to sea. She didn't need a lot. A few more fishing trips with the nets might be enough, and she could come back in just a few days. Hearing her words, Zhou Wen's face looked even more worried. There are pirates in the deep sea. We saw them wandering near the coast from afar on the fishing boat. Their ships were heading toward us, but luckily we were close to the shore, so we could run fast. Now, we only dare to stay near the coast when we go out to sea, and we don't even go into the near sea anymore. Meng Shiwan sneered. Pirates? I want to show them what real pirates are. There are zombies everywhere on land, so hiding at sea or on small islands is a wise choice. But resources at sea are scarce, so they can only look for things to steal. Hopefully, these pirates will be more cautious and not bother her. Zhou Wen pursed his lips and, after a moment of thought, carefully warned, but there are missiles on the pirate ships. He knew these mutants were very strong. When missiles fly over, some of the mutants might have ways to protect themselves, but for ordinary people like them, it would mean death along with a fishing boat in the big sea. Meng Shiwan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you die." She has a system that deals in weapons and military supplies, plus hundreds of thousands of crystal cores in her space. Zhou Wen ruffled his dry, messy hair, feeling helpless. Right now, besides trusting this mutant, they had no other options. He had thought about leaving the fishing village by docking the boat in an uninhabited suburb and leaving, but after thinking it over, he felt it wasn't a good idea. They could leave the fishing village, but then what? They are ordinary people and can't safely reach the seed base. Staying in the fishing village at least allows them to fish and eat. These mutants are their lifeline to reach the base safely. Whatever the mutants say, they will do. Afraid of upsetting these several superpowered individuals, they left them here without supervision. A group of people boarded the largest fishing boat, standing on the deck and looking out at the calm blue sea. In hot weather, the wind is usually steady and the sea is very calm, so there's no need to worry about big waves. Zhou Wen skillfully directed, "Men, check how much fuel is left in the tanks, whether all systems are working properly, and if any repairs are needed. Women, tidy up the cabins and prepare a few rooms for rest." They had already searched the fishing boats at the dock before. The zombies inside had been cleared out, so it's now safer to move around. These boats were used normally before the apocalypse. They've only been idle for 2 months, so there shouldn't be major problems. While everyone was busy working, Meng Shiwan's voice suddenly rang out, "Let's eat first, then work after we're full." She took out a bag of 20 jin of millet, a 50 jin bag of rice, and some simple seasonings and dried vegetables from her space. There were no fresh vegetables for now. If they wanted some, they had to pick them from the farm. The survivors still stared at the rice and dried vegetables with wide eyes. They had been eating sea fish for 2 months. Now, seeing grains and dried vegetables, they couldn't help but drool. They were extremely lacking these foods. In their excited eyes, Meng Shiwan pulled out a live pig. Earlier, at the farm, she had stuffed 500 pigs into her space. These pigs were castrated and couldn't breed. They were just for eating. The big, white, fat pig looked confused on the deck, then suddenly panicked and ran around wildly. With a group of people drooling and staring at it, how could it not be scared? The survivors didn't care about anything else. Seeing the pig run, they all started chasing after it, causing chaos and commotion. They hadn't eaten enough for a long time, so they couldn't catch up with the energetic pig. Just as Tao Yering was about to make a move, Teshua couldn't stand it anymore. It leapt forward and quickly pawed at the pig's forehead with its furry paw. The pig, which had been thrashing around fiercely just moments before, immediately kicked its legs and fell to the ground. It rolled its eyes and lay still. This pig was actually killed by Teshua. A group of people chasing a pig suddenly stopped and looked at the snow with surprise. Is this still a cat? This giant lion cat has a different color pattern than others, and it's so strong. It managed to kill a pig with one paw. Shue, the cat, licked its paw, tilted its head proudly, and walked over to Meng Sherwan, asking for a pet. Meng Sherwan patted its head and said, "Good job." Shue wagged its black tail, which looked like a feather ornament, feeling very happy. Zhou Wen was the first to react. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and start bleeding the pig, catch the blood in a basin, and don't waste it. Everyone quickly got busy, slaughtering the pig and preparing the meal, as if celebrating a festival. With Qiu Zi here, they didn't have to worry about running out of water. Meng Sherwan took a small cylindrical fish tank from her space, wrapped vines around it, and filled it with half a tank of seawater. She held the fish tank and said to Tao Yaru, "Watch them for a bit. I'll go back to the RV." Tao Yaru nodded. "Okay." Meng Sherwan patted Shue's head. "Let's go back to the farm." She and the cat disappeared on the deck. Lulu, a small and thin girl, sat in the shade near the boat cabin, trembling in fear at what she saw. For Lulu, who was only about 10 years old, this was a bit too much to understand. Tao Yaru saw her and walked over, pulling out a lollipop from her pocket. She smiled and said, "I'll treat you to some candy." Lulu was happy to see the lollipop and took it, smiling sweetly. "Thank you, sister." Tao Yaru looked around and sat beside her. "Where's your mom?" Lulu blinked. "She went to cook. She told me to stay here and wait for her. There will be something tasty later." She was very thin with big eyes. Tao Yaru praised her. "You're so well-behaved." Lulu looked at the older sister beside her and asked, "Mom said I'm not sick." "She said I'm a special ability user, just like you." "Is that true?" Tao Yaru explained gently. "You're much better than us. You can see the future. The water falling from the sky in your dreams is actually acid rain, and it's something that will happen later." Lulu looked confused. "What is acid rain? If it happens later, will I get burned?" "It sounds very painful." Tao Yaring patted her head and said, "It's okay. When you're with us, we will take you to a safe place so you won't get caught in the acid rain." Acid rain is corrosive and can damage many things. Lulu crossed her arms and curled up, saying, "That's so scary." She couldn't understand how the beautiful world she knew had become so frightening now. At her young age, she couldn't figure out this problem. Meng Sherwan and Takshu returned to the RV from the farm. She placed the small fish tank filled with seawater on the shoe cabinet, next to a small potted plant, and fixed it with a magnet. Then she called up the RV's transparent view, which showed that the fish tank could be expanded. The system spoke. "Why make things complicated? If you need help, just ask me. I'm happy to serve you." Meng Sherwan pouted. "You're very happy to serve the core," but the seawater fish tank expanded to 50 acres, with 6 cubic meters folded, separate from the freshwater pond. "Don't connect them." "Okay, it's expanded." The total cost was 200,100 crystals. The system sounded excited, and Meng Sherwan felt a little heartache. She had lost 200,000 crystals in one go. She probably still had about 220,000 crystals left. It felt like she didn't have enough crystals at all. Suddenly, Meng Sherwan thought of something and asked the system, "Will a 6-meter-deep seawater pond kill the fish?" When she mentioned this, the system proudly said, "The farm space is specially designed for breeding and planting. As long as you bring living things inside, I can take good care of them." Meng Sherwan didn't believe it. "With the farm's constant temperature of over 20 degrees, can I grow tropical plants and raise tropical fish? Just like oranges, they won't grow if the climate isn't right." The system became even more proud. "Haven't I told you? The farm space contains special nutrients. Whatever you plant will grow strong, unaffected by the climate." Meng Sherwan. "You didn't tell me that." If the system had told her, she wouldn't have worried about her fruit trees not bearing fruit, which depended on her wood-type abilities to survive. "Now I'm telling you." Meng Sherwan. For some reason, she suddenly felt like punching the system. After finishing these tasks, Meng Sherwan sent a message in the group chat. We're going out to sea for a few days. Leisha, you four stay in the fishing village to clear the zombies. As soon as she sent the message, Leisha's voice message started ringing in the group chat. My sister, we want to go to sea too. Sis, take us along. We can clear the zombies anytime, but going to sea isn't always possible. And Joan also sent a message, let's go to sea together. Liu said, sis, take us. Chuangyuan added, I want to go too, I want to go too. Meng Sherwan looked at the constantly flashing messages in the group chat and showed a look like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. All these are teammates I recruited. What can I do? Just bring them along. Meng Sherwan replied in the group chat, I'll store a few cars in the space. You guys go directly to the harbor. Okay, sis, you're the best. Let's go, heading to sea, just experiencing the joy of going to sea. Everyone in the group chat was cheerful, and outsiders might think they were going on vacation. Meng Sherwan got out of the car, stored the other 4 vehicles in the space, and drove the RV straight to the dock. The road in the fishing village was once again crowded with zombies. She cleared the way with vines as she moved forward. Passing by the salt factory, Meng Sherwan saw Leisha and 3 others happily running. Leisha waved his hand. Sis, give us a ride. Then they watched the pink RV drive away into the distance. The dock was nearby, so why not give them a ride? The dock was large, usually busy with cargo ships, very open. The RV could easily drive through. Meng Sherwan used her water powers to clean the zombie blood off the outside of the RV, then drove onto the deck. On the 34-meter-long fishing boat, a small RV parked, not very noticeable. Lulu saw the RV and stood up, such a pretty pink car, so nice. Meng Sherwan got out of the driver's cabin. The salty sea breeze mixed with the smell of meat wafted into her nose. Leisha and the others had already run onto the boat, panting. Sis, what are we going to do at sea? Meng Sherwan replied, fishing. Leisha got even more excited. Fishing? I've never seen fishing before. Tao Yaru couldn't hold back anymore. We're going fishing, not on vacation. Leisha hummed. Every day following sis is like a vacation. Tao Yaru. Such flattery. Joan ran out of the cabin. Everyone, dinner is ready. Leisha ran the fastest. I smelled the aroma from afar. Coming here means there's food. That's great. The inside of the ship's cabin has a dedicated kitchen, and it is quite bright. They cooked millet porridge in the rice cooker because they hadn't eaten for a long time, and their stomachs were weak. Millet porridge is good for the stomach. They also steamed a pot of rice for the few special ability users. In a large iron pot on the stove, a big stew was simmering. It contained pork blood, pork offal, pork meat, and dried vegetables, all cooked together, and it smelled very delicious. Lulu's mother was busy serving dishes into bowls, giving portions to everyone. Zhou Wen, who understands people well, was the first to serve food to the ability users, smiling and saying, that pig was pretty big. Cutting it into pieces and storing it in the fridge will last us several days. The ship runs on fuel oil, and everything is powered by electricity, making things much more convenient. The other survivors, already overwhelmed by the smell of food, didn't speak at all. They all sat to the side, focused on eating. By the time everyone finished eating, it was late afternoon. Millet porridge with stew made the survivors' stomachs full. After eating, they felt like they had come back to life. Their spirits seemed much better. Zhou finished the last bite of his food, put down his bowl and chopsticks, and called everyone to start working. Men, check all the equipment on the ship. Repair what needs fixing. Women, find some bedding and prepare the cabins for the ability users to sleep. Let's get busy. Everyone dispersed to do their tasks. Before the apocalypse, Zhou ran a clinic in a fishing village. After the disaster, having a doctor nearby could really save lives at any moment. The survivors didn't want to offend the doctor, so Zhou gradually became the leader of this group. Leisha and a few other male team members finished eating and didn't rest. They followed the survivors, studying the ship's various functions. This fishing boat was very large, equipped with many nets suitable for catching different kinds of fish. It also had a freezer to keep the fish fresh. To these boys, a big fishing boat was no different from a giant toy. About half an hour later, Zhou went to report to Meng Sherwan. The ship's equipment is fine, but the fuel in the tank is running low. We can only sail for one more day. Take me to the refueling port. Meng Sherwan had about 5,000 cubic meters of diesel stored in her space, which was more than enough. She added 1,000 cubic meters of diesel to the fuel tank. Zhou directed everyone to start the fishing boat and slowly leave the dock. Meng Sherwan stood at the edge of the deck, watching the boat make a gentle S-shaped turn, and fell into silence. Aside from everything else, it was quite an achievement that this group of amateurs could get the boat moving. The sea was calm, and the boat seemed to glide on a blue mirror, giving a very peaceful feeling. Just now, Leisha, who was excited, quickly ran to the railing, sticking his head out and vomiting. Soon, Qiuzi also came over and stood next to Leisha, both of them vomiting together until they emptied their stomachs. Leisha was exhausted from vomiting and staggered into the cabin to find Zhou. "Can you guys go straight? You're making me dizzy with all this shaking." Zhou was anxious and scratched his head. "I've never driven such a big boat before. I'm still getting used to it. I'll be able to go straight soon." As the sky darkened, the fishing boat moved smoothly toward the deep sea. The temperature on the water seemed a bit lower than on land, not so hot. Traveling on the sea was a bit boring. Looking at the calm surface for a long time made one tired. Meng Sherwan was about to visit the farm when she turned her head and saw Lulu sitting on a small bench at the edge of the cabin, bored, staring at the sea with her chin in her hands. There wasn't much fun on the boat. The adults were busy with their own things, and she, as a child, felt very bored. Meng Sherwan bought 2 special ability enhancement liquids from the system and walked over to Lulu. "I'll buy you a drink." "Thank you, sister. You're so kind." "Another sister also bought me a lollipop," Lulu said happily. Lulu took the 2 thin tubes and looked at them back and forth. "Sister, what kind of drink is this?" "I've never seen it before." Meng Sherwan smiled softly and said quietly, "It's a flavorless drink. Low-level precognitive abilities only allow passive glimpses into the future. The ability users themselves don't know when they will suddenly fall into a precognitive dream and see future scenes. However, intermediate precognitive users can briefly activate their ability to see what will happen in a few minutes. But it consumes a lot of energy. The higher the level of the ability, the longer and more accurate the future predictions. Improving Lulu's ability level is a good idea. Lulu unscrewed one of the tubes, poured it into her mouth, and said, "Sweet and tasty." The ability enhancement potion has no taste, but it has a sweet, water-like flavor. Lulu wants to put the remaining bottle in her pocket to give to her mother. Meng Sherwan urges her, "Drink both bottles, and I will give you other sweet drinks." Lulu's eyes light up. She immediately pours the other bottle into her mouth, looking at Meng Sherwan with anticipation. Meng Sherwan takes out a row of Waha drinks from her space and hands them to her. Lulu loves them and hugs them happily. "Thank you, sister." "Thank you, sister." Meng Sherwan advises her, "Don't go near the edge of the boat. Go to the cabin to sleep early." Lulu nods. "I understand." Meng Sherwan quickly enters the farm. Compared to before, there is now a seawater fish pond in the farm. If freshwater ponds are in the north, seawater ponds are in the south, separated by about 100 acres of farmland. Meng Sherwan arrives at her small garden and sees Teshua lying on the grass, flipping onto her belly and sleeping. She is surprised. "Teshua, why aren't you sleeping on the second floor? Why are you at the farm?" Since the black cube was placed on the second floor, Teshua has wanted to stay with it every day. Seeing Meng Sherwan, Teshua gets up from the grass and runs over, rubbing her head against her thigh. It now has the size of a dog, but still has the heart of a cat. Despite its large size, it is very flexible and loves to act cute. The ceiling height on the second floor of the RV is about 1 meter, which is a bit cramped for Teshua now. It feels uncomfortable sleeping there, so it came to the farm to get some fresh air. Meng Sherwan strokes its fluffy ears. "Wait a moment. I'll check if the chicks and ducklings have finished their food. Later, we'll set up your house." Teshua wags its tail happily. Since feeding the chickens, ducks, and geese, she has been using a feeder. Just filling it with food every few days is enough. There is water in the nearby pond, and outside the fruit trees, there is a vegetable garden. They often go there to eat some leaves. After refilling their food, Meng Shirwang takes Teshua and heads toward the grape cottage. The cottage is a 3-meter-high, 80-square-meter house. It is built with wood, with grapevines climbing on the walls. There are windows on all sides, and the floor is wooden. Inside, it is bright, spacious, and empty. When she cleared the industrial zone earlier, she paid special attention to pet supplies and food factories. Now, the space is filled with plenty of pet snacks and supplies. After stepping into the snow, she no longer worries about these things. She took out a bunch of items from the space and started knocking and hammering in the room. Takshu, pass me a hammer. Takshu, bring over that transparent nest. Takshu, help me hold this, I'm nailing a nail. She was busy and Takshu was busy too. Takshu is quite smart and seems to have improved a lot recently. When Meng Shirwang says something, it actually understands. While working, it can really help Meng Shirwang. With the effort of one person and one cat, the little grape house quickly became full. They nailed up a cat climbing frame on the wall, very large. The normal size is too small for Takshu's current size. On the ceiling, there's a swing hanging, along with various balls and toys for cats. In one corner, there's a tall shelf filled with different cat snacks and cat food. When Takshu wants to eat, it can go get it by itself. Another corner has a big tatami mat, soft and covered with a blanket. Meng Shirwang flopped onto it, feeling extremely comfortable. Just a slight turn of her head, she could see the fruit trees outside and the starry sky. The night breeze was cool, and everything around was quiet. Takshu walked onto the tatami and slept beside Meng Shirwang. So comfortable. Without electricity, only the faint moonlight shone through the window, carrying the scent of soil and the night's fresh breeze. Meng Shirwang turned over, hugged the big Takshu, and relaxed completely. She smelled the sweet cat scent on Takshu and fell into a deep sleep. In the paradise, there were no insects or bird sounds. When she woke up, it was already the next morning. The gentle morning light streamed through the window, casting rays of light. Looking at the results of the busy night from yesterday, one person and one cat, Meng Shirwang felt very satisfied. The room, made up of many toys, looked like a fairy tale and matched the grape house very well. Meng Shirwang thought, this isn't just Takshu's room. Sleeping here is also very comfortable for her. She took out a round wooden table from the space, brought some bread and milk, and also gave Takshu a fresh stew can. The person and the cat finished breakfast inside the little house. Meng Shirwang tidied up the dishes and asked Takshu, I'm going to the boat. Do you want to come with me? Followed by Meng Shirwang, Teshua showed she wanted to go. Meng Shirwang grabbed Teshua's ear and they returned to the deck of the fishing boat together. As soon as they stepped out, a strong fishy smell hit them. Looking closely, everyone was busy pulling in the nets, and a small pile of tiny fish and shrimps lay on the deck. The net was very large, but it only caught a few small creatures, almost like an empty net. Leja stood beside the pile of fish and shrimp, busy sorting them. Hurry, get ready to cook. Those that need stewing, steaming, or boiling, these are so fresh. I've never eaten such fresh wild seafood in my life. I plan to enjoy it all. Luyu was also excited. I'll do it. With such good ingredients, I must cook. Only they were excited. The survivors who had been eating seafood for nearly 2 months felt sick just looking at the pile. Teshua was also excited. Seeing the lively fish and shrimps, she went over and bit into one, crunching happily. The biggest and best fish went into Teshua's stomach, making Leja grimace. But he didn't dare say anything. He knew that in Meng Shirwang's heart, Teshua's position was higher than his. Tao Yerwang came over to Meng Shirwang. Last night, Leja and the others insisted on trying to catch another net. They caused a fuss all night, and in the end, only caught this much. They were so happy, it was almost funny. Meng Shirwang also found it amusing. These guys really think they're on vacation. The boat was gradually sailing more smoothly, and since they no longer felt seasick, they started messing around. Exactly, Tao Yering also thought these guys were childish. Meng Shirwang saw Leja trying to small yellow fish from Teshua's mouth. She angrily slapped Teshua, startling Leja, who quickly stepped back. He then moved closer, but the only small yellow fish was already eaten by Teshua. Meng Shihuang couldn't bear to watch anymore. She closed her eyes and told Tao Yaring, "Go see if anyone is free. Gather them and have them pick vegetables at the farm." The 30 acres of land she had previously accelerated to grow were still at the farm, unharvested. Some fruits and vegetables, if left unpicked for a few days, might rot or spoil. Her stored fruits and vegetables in her space had already been eaten, so she planned to harvest more after picking. As for the farm being exposed, it wasn't something Meng Shihuang worried about. She planned to use the farm as a base. Her land could be farmed normally, and sooner or later, everyone would know about it. It doesn't matter if it's a little early or a little late. With enough strength and a systematic weapon shop, as long as she has enough crystal cores, she's not afraid of others trying to steal from her. If someone dares to come, she dares to fight back. Now she has a special ability, enhancement liquid, so she's even less afraid of lacking crystal cores. This creates a good cycle. She becomes stronger and her future base will also become more powerful. Meng Shihuang looks around, opens her farm domain, and folds the edges of the farm onto the fishing boat's deck. The rest of the area is suspended above the sea, so the farm can move along with the boat. One good thing about the farm domain is that it is folded into the real world. It can be placed over any space in the real world, unaffected by terrain, making it easy to operate. People gathered around the fishing net, watching the scene, and when Tao Yaru said they should go pick vegetables, they were all confused. Zhou asked, "Pick vegetables? For lunch?" "No rush, just soak them in water. By lunchtime, the women can sit and chat while picking, so we don't all need to go." Lulu's mom waved her hand. "No need. With that little bit of food, by lunchtime, a few of us women can tidy up and even cook lunch together. Right now, their only vegetables are the dried vegetables Meng Shihuang gave them yesterday." When they heard Tao Yaru say to pick vegetables, their first thought was definitely this. Tao Yaru smiled and said, "You'll see later." The others were confused. What could there be to see? The sea around them was vast. Could vegetables even grow in the ocean? But since Tao Yaru said so, they obediently turned around to see if anything had changed. When they looked back, they froze instantly, like statues that had stood for many years. Blood rushed through their bodies, and for a moment, they wondered if this was real. Zhou took a while to regain his senses. He took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and then rubbed them again. His eyes turned red from rubbing, but when he put his glasses back on, the lush green farmland was still right in front of him. On the calm sea, suddenly appearing a patch of farmland full of fruits and vegetables. No one could stay calm in that situation. Fortunately, after 2 months of surviving the apocalypse, they had seen many abnormal things and developed strong mental resilience. If this had happened before the end of the world, these people would have fainted from shock. Zhou took a long time to find his voice. "It's amazing. I actually saw a mirage over the sea." Someone next to him asked, "Are mirages really this close? Aren't they usually in the sky? Do you believe this is real farmland or just a mirage?" "Of course it's a mirage. A piece of farmland appearing mysteriously on the sea. If I were starving in the end times, I wouldn't even dream of this." Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe what they saw. Tao Yaring saw their reactions and smiled. "Is it real? Just go and see for yourself." Meng Shihuang's farm domain was truly incredible. No one had ever heard of a space ability where the user could release a space that others could enter and farm in. When they first learned about it, they were shocked beyond words, especially ordinary people. Thanks to Tao Yaring's reminder, everyone snapped out of their shock and hit their foreheads in surprise. Zhou quickly walked toward the farm. "It's right in front of us. Whether it's real or not, we'll find out when we see it." The others hurried to follow. Only 2 or 3 people still busy collecting fish with their nets, too anxious to leave. Leisha and a few others were still picking small fish and shrimp. For those who had already visited the farm, catching fish in front of them was even more tempting. He hurriedly snatched a fish from the cat's mouth and comforted the anxious people. "Don't worry. There will be endless land for you to farm in the future." Based on Meng Shihuang's personality, would she save this group of people for no reason? No, she was just using them as labor to farm later. A young man pulling the fishing net asked, "Is that lush green farm really real?" Leja quickly grabbed a big, fat crab in front of Teshua. "That's my sister's ability. Of course it's real. Don't think about the farm now. Focus on collecting the nets. I'm waiting to eat steamed." Teshua, who was about to eat the live crab, saw the biggest crab being snatched away by Leja and angrily slapped him. Several male team members hurriedly snatched food from Teshua's mouth, making the atmosphere tense. Others rushed to the bow of the boat. When their feet touched the moist, soft soil, they still felt like they were dreaming. Whenever this farmland appeared on land, they could accept it more easily. But this was at sea, surrounded by water in all directions. They couldn't see any boats. Suddenly seeing a patch of farmland full of fruits and vegetables was quite shocking. Zhou bent down and picked up a handful of soil, smelling it close to his nose. The rotten smell of the earth hit him hard. He even took a bite, feeling the soil dissolve in his mouth, and finally accepted this strange reality. It's real. We're not dreaming. Zhou ran over and picked a small white melon from the ground, planning to eat it. But then he saw Meng Sherwan standing nearby, watching them. He looked at the melon in his hand and suddenly felt embarrassed, as if caught stealing. He hesitated, unsure whether to eat or not. Zhou awkwardly explained, I wasn't stealing the melon. I was just too excited." The others also stopped trying to pick the small melons, standing nervously and looking at Meng Sherwan, unsure what to do. If they were normal people, they wouldn't worry much. They hadn't eaten fresh fruits and vegetables for 2 months and were extremely hungry. They would probably eat as much as they could first. But they were facing a supernatural person. They were afraid that if they were too greedy, Meng Sherwan might leave them behind in the sea. Meng Sherwan said calmly, "Eat as much as you want. Once you're full, get to work. There are dozens of acres waiting to be harvested. The tools are stacked at the edge of the farmland. Take whatever you need." With Meng Sherwan's approval, everyone eagerly rushed into the melon field, grabbing small melons and biting into them. They wished their throats were stronger, so they could eat one in a single bite. Zhou chewed on a melon in his mouth and held another in his hand, mumbling with a full mouth, let's go. Check the edges, find tools, and start working. We can't eat for free." They ate the melons and headed toward the edge where farming machines were parked. For crops like wheat, rice, or corn, there were special harvesters that worked quickly. But for different kinds of fruits and vegetables, there were no such machines, so they had to pick by hand. Fortunately, they had the right tools and small carts for farming, which made the work easier. They pushed the carts and carried baskets, starting from the edge, excited and ready to work. Planting crops, which used to be hard and tiring work, now surprisingly gives them a feeling of healing. The farm has a comfortable temperature of over 20 degrees, fresh air, and lively plants to care for. These people work happily, smiling as they work. When a small cart of cabbage is filled, Zhou pushes it to Meng Sherwan and smiles. "Sister, where should I put it?" Meng Sherwan squats on the ground, truly surprised by his question. There are no buildings or storage on the farm, so there's nowhere to put the vegetables. Even if there were a warehouse, it wouldn't be safe to store farm produce there, as it would spoil over time. The best place is in Meng Sherwan's space, where it can stay fresh forever. For now, they can pile it up, and Meng Sherwan can come to collect it when she has time. In the future, she can't stay at the farm every day, so she'll just store the harvest in her space when there's produce. If she doesn't store it, the crops will produce more than they can eat, and it's hard to keep. Meng Sherwan feels a headache coming on. "Let's find a place to pile it for now. I'll think about it." Zhou pushes the cart back to the vegetable patch and carefully stacks the vegetables in a corner. Meng Sherwan notices the old leaves on the cabbage and calls out, "Don't keep the yellow leaves. Clean it up and make it look nice." She's still waiting to use these fruits and vegetables to exchange for crystal cores later. What's most precious in the end times? Superpower enhancement liquids and produce. Coincidentally, she has both. "Got it," Zhou says, looking at the old leaves on the cabbage, reluctant to tear any off. The leaves are a bit old and yellow, but still very fresh and not spoiled at all. He instructs everyone, remove the yellow leaves. Sister said no, So gather these old leaves together. We'll take them back to cook. Everyone gets excited at the idea of having endless vegetable leaves to eat, working even more enthusiastically. Meng Sherwan kneels on the ground and asks the system, is there a way for others to store things in the space too? Preferably a fixed area, for example. I set up a separate space where they can only put things in, not take out, or only take out, not put in with restrictions. This would make building the base much easier in the future. The system responds quickly, yes, as long as the crystal cores are in place, there's nothing I can't do. Meng Sherwan. How many crystal cores are needed? She has already sensed the smell of extortion. The system spoke. Can't you ask for less, system? 50,000. Meng Sherwan. Haha. Then don't even think about earning from a core. If I work a little harder, I can save 50,000 cores. That's a good deal. Hearing this, the system got anxious. No, let's talk it over. We can negotiate. Meng Sherwan sneered. I'll give you one chance to make a new offer. Only one. Otherwise, you won't earn from the core. She just can't understand why she's spent all the cores she got on the system. Why does the system always act like a sneaky merchant, willing to do anything to earn cores? The system was reluctant. 10,000 cores to unlock this feature. After that, this project won't need cores anymore, okay? Meng Sherwan argued. No, that's still too expensive. With 10,000 cores, I could buy a powerful cannon at the weapon market. The system gritted its teeth. Then I'll give you a measuring tool. I can help you make a detailed list of everything stored in your space, what it is, how much, and its weight. Meng Sherwan's eyes lit up. This feature really is useful. The more things stored in her space, the less she knows about what exactly is inside. Having a detailed inventory would be perfect. Meng Sherwan raised an eyebrow. That 10,000 cores is still a bit too much. It didn't respond. Meng Sherwan waited a moment, then asked, are you going to say something? Why aren't you talking? The system snorted. What do you want me to say? You're not really serious about doing business with me, Meng Sherwan. Being pushed to this point, it's clear that the price of 10,000 cores is fair. 10,000 cores is just 10,000 cores. Deal. Now tell me, how can I let others use my space and ensure the safety of my supplies so I can save some trouble? The system huffed proudly. Hand over your hand. Meng Sherwan extended her hand, and a transparent card appeared in her palm. It felt cold, neither glass nor stone, and she couldn't tell what material it was. She examined it carefully. The card was about the size of a bank card, more transparent than glass, free of impurities, very thin, about the thickness of 2 bank cards. Meng Sherwan kept looking at it. What is this thing? The system explained. Think of it as a medium for space. You can expand the space inside this card, creating an independent area that doesn't connect to your other spaces. It's like your fuel tank space and your refrigerator space. They don't touch or connect. When you give this card space to others, it won't threaten your other supplies. You can also set permissions for this card space. Only designated users can access it. If someone finds it, they can't use it unless authorized. You can decide whether items inside can be stored, taken out, or both. The name and quantity of items will be shown on the card. No matter who uses the card space, you have full control. You decide what to store, what to take out, or even move the space to the RV for use. Everything is up to you. After hearing this, Meng Sherwan was already fascinated. She explored the card repeatedly. This is such a good thing. It's incredibly useful. So, you mean I can expand the space on this card and give it to someone, but I still keep full control? The system still acted proud. Yes. Just say whether those 10,000 crystal cores are worth it. Meng Sherwan patted her thigh. Definitely worth it. It's so valuable. You said once I use 10,000 crystal cores to unlock this feature, it won't accept more cores, right? The system replied, yes, I am a conscientious system. Meng Sherwan said, then give me 10 more cards. The system squealed. Why do you need so many? Meng Sherwan smiled. You're a good system, so you won't go back on your word, right? Reluctantly, it gave her 10 more cards. Meng Sherwan held a bunch of cards and called out to Chuangyuan, who was busy harvesting cabbages. Chuangyuan, come here. Chuangyuan heard her call and hurried over, not daring to delay. Sister. What's up? Meng Sherwan took out a card. Press your fingerprint on it. Zhouwen was confused but did as told. He pressed his index finger's fingerprint on the card, locking it to him. In her mind, Meng Shiwang said to the system, "Expand this card space by 100 cubic meters and set it to only store items, no taking out." The system didn't reply but followed her instructions. Meng Shiwang handed the card to Zhouwen. "Hold this card and place it on the pile of vegetables. Think about putting the vegetables into the card space, and they will be stored inside. Don't include rotten leaves, as you can't take them out." Zhouwen's eyes nearly popped out. "Really? I'll try it now." He quickly moved toward the vegetable pile, eager to test if it was real or not. If it was true, he thought, this card was more amazing than any supernatural power in the apocalypse. Following Meng Shiwang's instructions, the pile of cabbage in front of him disappeared. Oh my God! He hurriedly looked at the card in his hand. On the transparent card, a line of words appeared. Cabbage, 30.82 kilograms. Zhouwen froze. This wasn't just blood speeding up his reactions. He felt like his blood had turned to ice. What just happened? An ordinary person like him, with no special powers, now had space inside a card? Even if he could only put things in and not take them out, it was still incredible. He turned to look at Meng Shiwang, hoping for some answers. But she had already stood up and was walking toward the boat. Zhouwen felt like he had found a rare toy. He started gathering cabbage in bunches. Seeing this, the others lost interest in their work and gathered around Zhouwen. "Wow, how do you have space powers now? Did you secretly awaken your powers without telling us? Where did the cabbage go? How did you make it disappear so quickly?" Zhouwen proudly said, "My sister just gave me this card. It has space inside, so I can put the vegetables in." Everyone around him was envious. Is she really that powerful? She has multiple types of powers and can give others space? This is too unbelievable. Did we meet some really strong person? The group looked at Meng Shiwang's back with admiration, almost worshipping her. When Meng Shiwang returned to the boat, the sweet aroma of steamed seafood drifted from the kitchen. She walked over and saw a group of food lovers waiting by the kitchen, eager for the seafood to be ready. Louis was busy preparing the sauce. Teshua was lying nearby, staring intently at the steaming pot. Leisha crouched beside Teshua, asking, "Cat, aren't you full yet? Leave some for us from the pot." Tao Yeren couldn't stand it anymore. "Takshu is so cute. If you want to eat, just eat. Look at how stingy you are." Leisha almost laughed out loud. "It's cute? Can it be so cute that it hits me with an iron ball? Can it be so cute that it hits me on the head with 2 packs just to get a fish? Is that what a cute cat does?" A few team members nearby held back their laughter but finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Taksha stood up quickly and ran to the door, rubbing against Meng Shiwang. Meng Shiwang wanted to hug it but saw that Takshu had grown too big to handle, so he could only pat its head. Seeing that everyone was in the kitchen waiting, Meng Shiwang smiled and said, "They're all here. Today, I have a special treat." Louis was busy preparing the sauce and didn't forget to ask, "Sister, what kind of treat?" In their minds, Meng Shiwang was always generous with food and drinks, never stingy. When she mentioned a treat, it must be something better than just delicious food and drinks. The others also stared eagerly at Meng Shiwang, full of anticipation. It was like little birds in a nest opening their mouths, waiting for their mother bird to feed them. Meng Shiwang. She took out a card. "Come on, each of you take one and press your fingerprint on the card." Everyone stood up, approached Meng Shiwang, and received a transparent card. They looked at it but didn't know what it was for. Leisha was confused. "Sister, what is this? What's the use of a small card?" Chuangyuan looked at it repeatedly. "So transparent. It should be good for phone screen protectors." "And Zhouwen?" He looked at Chuangyuan. "You wouldn't be in the phone screen protector business before the apocalypse, right?" Chuangyuan confidently said, "Yeah, I used to sell screen protectors at night markets." "And Zhouwen?" Tao Yering asked, "Sister, is this our team member ID card?" Seeing that they were getting more and more off-topic, Meng Shiwang explained, "This is a space card. Each card currently has a 1 cubic meter space, which can be expanded and upgraded. 10 crystal cores can expand it by 1 cubic meter. If you have crystal cores, come find me to expand." Leisha, casually holding the card, suddenly trembled and carefully cupped it in his hands, afraid to damage it even a little. Space card? There are such good things. Tao Yeren was also surprised. Space card? Is there such a supernatural ability? Do we also have a space to use? A 1 cubic meter space isn't much, but for them, it's an incredible treasure. They usually store food and daily supplies, which makes life much easier. The best part is that they can upgrade it. Holding a crystal core, they can find Meng Shiwang to expand the space. At Meng Shiwang's place, crystal cores can be used to buy good things. Before, there was a special ability enhancement liquid. Now there's space. Ma Jiandong happily holds a card saying, "Wow, wow, wow. We have space to use. We can actually have space too." Lu Yu almost cries. Back then, we stubbornly followed sister. Our decision was right. Now, I also have space. Even though they have seen a lot with Meng Shiwang, this space card still amazes them. Space. Whether it's their own special ability or how to get it doesn't matter. What matters is that they have usable space, and that's really awesome. Leisha looks at Meng Shiwang with stars in his eyes, saying, "Sister, you're so kind. You really give us good stuff. I would go through fire and water for you, Meng Shiwang." She set the card's storage and retrieval functions for these people. Except for Meng Shiwang's absolute control over the space inside their cards and the lack of privacy in front of her, using the space is similar to other space abilities. Everyone praises Meng Shiwang for being kind, but only the system complains. Sneaky merchant. Previously, Meng Shiwang doubled the sale price of ability enhancement liquids to team members. Now, she's 10 times the price for space. Big sneaky merchant. The system can't stand it anymore. Qiu Zi shouts, "Crystal core, crystal core, crystal core. From now on, I won't share the same enemies with zombies." Crystal cores are really good because they can be exchanged for better things at Meng Shiwang's place. Meng Shiwang helplessly says, "The fish and in the pot are getting old if we steam them again." Liu finally comes back to himself, saying, Right, seafood can be eaten now." He quickly turns off the fire and plates the seafood. They didn't catch many this time, but they prepared many dishes, steamed, boiled. The simpler the cooking, the more they can taste the fresh sweetness of the seafood. Leisha, who benefited, no longer argued with Teshua. "Teshua, if you like it, eat more. After we're done, we'll catch more." Teshua tilted her head. The cat's punch didn't make Leisha give up, but 1 space card was enough to make him stop fighting over food. The fishing boat moved steadily on the calm sea. There was no wind or waves, and the water looked like a mirror, a bright blue color. Everyone on the boat was busy. Besides the person taking turns to steer the boat, others were working on the farm. They harvested fruits and vegetables, cleaned them thoroughly, and stored them in Zhou Wen's card space. The vegetable leaves that were picked off were usually used for cooking. When there was too much, some women dried them to make vegetable jerky or preserved them through pickling. They tried every way to store the vegetables so they could last longer. When they had free time, the team also helped on the farm. In just 3 or 4 days, with about 20 or 30 people working together, they finished harvesting and also planted new fruits and vegetables. The farm was well organized. Meng Shiwang packed everything up, and the green fields disappeared into the blue sea. On the deck of the fishing boat, there were piles of vegetable leaves, mostly old and yellowed, discarded from the harvest. Apart from their appearance, they were still edible. The survivors were busy processing and finding ways to preserve the food. Zhou Wen carried his card space to Meng Shiwang and said, "Sister, all the fruits and vegetables we've gathered these days are inside." When work was done, the items had to be handed in. As an ordinary person, he dared not keep the space for himself. Such a magical thing didn't belong to him in the first place. Meng Shiwang didn't take the items. She said, "I've moved the fruits and vegetables inside. You can keep the card space. I'll leave you 1 cubic meter of space for free for you to access freely. It's a reward for your hard work on the farm these days." She then combined the 99 cubic meters of produce with the space inside the fridge. Zhou Wen's card still had 1 cubic meter left, which was his private space. He was so touched he almost couldn't speak. "Thank you, sister. I really appreciate it. Now I also have a space of my own, A regular person like him now had access to space. Before meeting Meng Shirwan, just staying alive was a luxury. Now he could eat meat and vegetables, and even have his own space like a space ability user. He felt incredibly lucky. Meng Shirwan told him, "Don't tell anyone about the farm or the card space. Keep it a secret." Zhou Wen quickly responded, "Got it. I understand. I'll tell no one. Don't worry. Anyone with a brain knows what planting farmland means in the end-of-the-world scenario. This kind of thing shouldn't be talked about openly." Zhou Wen has a space of 1 cubic meter filled with leafy vegetables for future meals. Having food makes him feel much more secure. After a few days of sailing, they are now far from the coast. Looking around, all they see is endless sea, just sea everywhere. The vast, lonely ocean feels a bit oppressive. Zhou Wen kept watching and finally decided, drop the net. Let's start with a bottom trawl net to see what we catch. Different fish require different netting methods. Bottom trawling is good for catching shrimp and on the sea floor. To catch fish, they need to use seine nets or drift nets. It takes about 6 or 7 hours to set and retrieve the nets. Sailors who go out to fish work very hard. They set the nets at night, and by dawn, everyone rushes to pull them up. This time, they had a good catch. As the net was pulled out of the water, it was full of shrimps and Meng Shirwan controlled the vines, which moved smoothly around the net, quickly bringing the seafood into the farm's seawater fish pond, saving them a lot of effort. Everyone was busy pulling up the nets, preparing to set them again. Suddenly, a man staggered out of the cockpit, panicked, shouting, "Something's wrong." The radar detected a ship speeding toward us. Could it be pirates? Hearing this, everyone working on the boat panicked. Pirates? We really ran into pirates? How unlucky. What do we do now? Pirates usually have weapons and we have nothing. It's over. We just started to have a good life, and now we meet pirates. What do we do? They all knew that encountering pirates usually meant trouble. Now they could only hope that the few special ability users could help. Everyone looked at Meng Shirwan and the others with fear and hope. Meng Shirwan looked out of the sea and saw a smaller ship moving quickly toward them. And Zhou Wen frowned and said, "It's a missile boat, a small combat ship. It can carry up to 8 missiles. Because of its small size and weight, it's fast and very agile on the water." As they were talking, the missile boat had already arrived nearby, and a loudspeaker was warning, "Fishing boat ahead, slow down immediately, or don't blame us for being unkind." Zhou Wen's face turned pale with fear. They're really pirates. What should we do? If they fire a missile at us, we'll all end up at the bottom of the sea. Meng Shirwan raised an eyebrow. Hey, if we find the pirates' hideout, maybe we can make a big profit. Zhou Wen's face grew even whiter.
What?
Find their hideout? This pirate ship right here could already be deadly for us. Leisha, on the other hand, got excited. That's for sure. Stealing from pirates is so thrilling to think about. Tao Yering smiled. I thought we came out to catch some fish, but it turns out there's an unexpected bonus. Zhou Wen? This doesn't feel right. The missile boat kept warning and circling the fishing boat faster, stirring up waves that made the fishing boat shake slightly. The survivors, already scared and worried, became even more panicked. Inside the missile boat's cabin, about 10 strong men were smoking, looking relaxed and casual as they gazed at the large fishing boat beside them. I hope there's something good on that boat. Eating fish all day makes me sick. Look at those 2 girls standing by the boat. They're pretty good. Once we finish this job, we can rest for a while. Wow, those 2 girls on the edge of the boat are really nice. I can't wait to have some fun with them. The men laughed loudly, their eyes gleaming as they looked at Meng Shirwan and Tao Yering. At this moment, a woman's voice came from the loudspeaker on the fishing boat. I'm the captain. We're just nearby catching some fish. If you have any issues, let's talk. They looked carefully and saw that the most beautiful person holding the loudspeaker was actually the captain. The leader of these pirates was named Lu Hai. He chuckled and said, good talk, good talk. Why don't we stop the boat, and you come over? We can sit down and discuss nicely. His voice carried a mischievous smile, clearly showing bad intentions. Unexpectedly, the other side agreed quickly. Okay, Meng Shirwan's reply made the pirates start to feel uncertain. Someone warned Lu Hai, "Boss, something's wrong. Usually people see us and stay far away. No one would come directly to us. This woman might be planning to herself up with explosives. We can't let her get on our boat." Lu Hai thought for a moment and changed his mind. "Let's go to your boat to talk. We can't have the beauty come to us." After saying that, Lu Hai stood up, determined to take control of the hijacked fishing boat. Without any special weapons, the pirates saw that the crew was thin and that the captain was a woman. They felt they could easily overpower her. Suddenly, the woman's voice sounded cold again. "Let's go to your boat. I will come myself." As she spoke, Meng Sherwan gathered wind wings behind her and charged straight at the missile boat. Chuangyuan, who had wind-based powers, followed closely behind. The pirates saw the two flying over and immediately stood up, grabbing their guns to prepare for a fight. Lu Hai cursed. "Why are there power users out fishing? There are plenty of supplies on land. Can't they use their powers to fight zombies and carry supplies? Wasting time fishing from pirates, what's wrong with them?" Even though he complained, everyone knew today was a tough challenge. They came out of the control room with weapons, but sharp wind blades sliced through their throats, cutting their necks in half. Lu Hai, the last to come out, saw his companions fall one by one, blood splattering everywhere. He was so scared he kept retreating. Holding his gun, he tremblingly pointed at Meng Sherwan, who was walking over the corpses, and stammered, "We can talk. We won't rob you. Let's just go now." Chuangyuan stepped forward, took their weapons, and searched the control room. He stored the weapons in his card space for now. Lu Hai and the two pilots, terrified, hid in the corner, watching them cautiously. Seeing their weapons, which were meant for self-defense, disappear into Chuangyuan's space, they were stunned. Weren't they flying over just now? Weren't they wind power users? How could they have space? The three, already scared, became even more terrified. They held their guns, still able to fight ordinary people, but now faced with power users, they had no chance to resist. Meng Sherwan looked at them coldly. "Stop the boat next to the fishing boat." The two pilots hurriedly obeyed, afraid that if they hesitated even a moment, their lives would be at risk. Meng Sherwan told Jiang Yuandao, "Let Tao Yering, Lei Jia, and Lu Yu come over. And Jiawen, Qiuzi, and Ma Jiandong will stay on the fishing boat to continue fishing here." "Okay, sister." Jiang Yuan received the order and went to inform them. Lu Hai's eyes darted around. He thought the woman was the easiest to bully, but she turned out to be the toughest. He felt regretful and anxious. Why were they so unlucky to meet these supernatural beings who come to the sea to fish in their free time? Lu Hai begged, "We didn't mean to offend you. Please let us go. In the future, you can fish as you like, and we won't bother you anymore." Meng Sherwang saw Tao Yering, Lei Jia, and Lu Yu come over along with Teshua. She sneered coldly. "All right, I'll let you go now. Turn around and head back to your base." Lu Hai? What? Did he hear right? Going back to their base? He thought these supernatural beings didn't have bases of their own. But they did. These supernatural beings really don't know if they are proud or overconfident, to the point of risking their lives. Anyway, as long as they return to their base, they might avoid death. Lu Hai clenched his teeth and said, "Fine." Meng Sherwang expanded the space and Jiawen's card by 100 cubic meters to store fish. She could control the items inside the space at any time, putting the fish and shrimp they caught into the farm's fish ponds. Time inside the storage space was frozen, so it was safe to keep things there for a long time. While they went to raid the pirate's base, and Jiawen and the others continued fishing, so neither side was delayed. Tao Yering and the others entered the cockpit and saw two pilots sitting upright, controlling the ship. There was also a strong man, honest-looking, squatting by the wall like a big radish. Lei Jia asked, "What's going on?" Jiang Yuan, who followed behind, explained, "Sister said we're going to raid the pirate's base." Lei Jia walked toward Lu Hai, who was squatting by the wall. "Great. There should be a lot of good stuff in the pirate's base, maybe many crystal cores." Everyone else was thinking about supplies. The Dawn team thought about crystal cores every day. Lu Hai looked up at the 5 people occupying the pirate's base and snorted, feeling dissatisfied. "There are plenty of good things, but I'm afraid you don't have the ability to take them." Lu Hai was not convinced. Their missile boat, in theory, should not fear any ship they encounter. They only ask who isn't afraid of missiles. Even if the other ship has special abilities, they have ways to deal with it. Low-level ability users can be suppressed with firearms. First, they use missiles to threaten the enemy into surrender, then use guns to control them, and even tie up ability users. If the enemy stubbornly refuses to surrender, they can use the main cannon to up the bottom of the ship, waiting for it to sink. They don't use missiles unless absolutely necessary. After all, missiles are quite expensive. Who knew that on this fishing boat, there were not only ability users, but also wind-type ability users? They didn't give the enemy a chance to threaten or scare them into surrendering. Instead, the wind ability user flew over and almost wiped them out. What bad luck, really bad luck. But just because they are easy to bully doesn't mean their bloody pirate group is also easy to intimidate. No matter how powerful these ability users are, trying to wipe out the entire pirate group is overly arrogant and unrealistic. Seeing that Lu Hai still looked defiant, Leisha released a current that ran over him, causing him to twitch and lie on the ground. When he was about to foam at the mouth, Leisha stopped the current and warned him, "Whether we have the ability to take what we want isn't your concern. Tell us everything about your pirate hideout. What's the situation there? If you're not honest, I'll electrocute you." I think the other two would be happy to talk. The two drivers nearby felt a chill down their spines, like sitting on pins and needles. Lu Hai, who was being punished, was so shocked that his tongue almost couldn't straighten out. Sorry, I can't do it. Please let me go slowly." He still hoped to return alive to the pirate group and maybe be saved. Lu Hai crawled up from the ground, sat against the wall, and stopped protesting or acting proud. He began to speak openly. "Our pirate group is called the Bloody Pirates. We are on a small island, which is our leader's private island. I heard that before the apocalypse, the leader owned a big company and was very rich. He bought this island to relax and go on vacations. When the zombie outbreak happened, he immediately took his private plane to hide on this island. Later, he kept recruiting people with special abilities to join us. The Bloody Pirates was officially formed. The special ability users go on land to fight zombies and gather supplies. The rest of us sail around on boats, looting wherever we go. After the zombies appeared, many coastal people left with supplies on ships to escape the zombies." Hearing this, Leisha was very angry. He slapped Lu Hai on the head, almost breaking his skull. "Are you still human? So many people died when the zombies appeared. Survivors who barely escaped from the zombies are floating at sea, seeking safety, but they end up being killed by fellow humans. Are you even human?" Leisha asked, and then slapped Lu Hai's head like a ping-pong ball. Lu Hai also had a temper. He dodged Leisha's hand and retorted, holding his neck high, "We don't love killing people. As long as they don't resist and follow us to the island, we give them a chance to join our pirates. Once they join, they have food and drink. Isn't that better than floating at sea?" Leisha slapped his head again. "Trying to turn good people into pawns. You still have the nerve to talk? How many people does your so-called Bloody Pirates group have now?" Lu Hai was not convinced. "What do you mean, Bloody Pirates? We are called the Bloody Pirates, and now we have about 40 or 50,000 members." "Wow, I see you've been hit less often," Leisha said, knocking his head again. "Bloody Pirates, huh? You're proud of that?" Feeling superior because of your evil deeds, Leisha kept knocking Lu Hai's head rhythmically, very smoothly. Lu Hai's face turned a dark purple from anger, but he dared not speak out and could only endure. Seeing Leisha knocking his head so rhythmically, Teshua came over to see what game they were playing. Lu Hai's head was dazed from the hits, and when he saw Teshua approaching, he blurted out, "What the heck is this?" The typical black and white cow-patterned cat has very long fur, making it look like a plush toy with long hair, similar to a cow cat, but it is excessively large in size. Lu Hai strongly suspects that the size of this big creature should be comparable to that of an adult female lion. It looks like a long-haired cow cat, but its size is like a lion. Lu Hai has never seen such a species before. Then Lu Hai sees this strange big cat slowly lift its right front paw. The paw is large and thick, about half the size of his head. In the next second, the big paw slaps down on his head. Lu Hai's eyes roll back, and he faints on the ground.
Teshua. Sigh?
This person is quite playful. He hasn't even used much force, yet he looks like he's really hitting hard. Tao Yering asks Meng Sherwan, "Sister, what should we do next?" From what this person said, their pirate group is quite large. Meng Sherwan thinks for a moment. A direct attack definitely won't work. This person mentioned that the survivors they captured will be taken to the island and given a chance to join the pirates. We should sneak in and observe the situation first. A missile speedboat races across the calm sea, leaving a long water trail behind. The outline of an island gradually appears ahead. As we get closer, the bustling prosperity of the island slowly reveals itself. The island isn't very big, but you can see both ends from the sea. Along the coast, there are many ships docked, warships, fishing boats, cruise ships, cargo ships, all lined up. Looking at the rows, it seems quite prosperous. Louis looks at the scene with a frown. This is going to be tough. They have quite a few combat ships like missile speedboats, and the weapons stored on the island are probably abundant. Plus, there are about 40 to 50,000 people, and some with special abilities, making it a tough target. Lei Zhe kicks Lu Hai, who has been unconscious for a while, to wake him up. Where do you get so many weapons? The storage is a bit too rich. Lu Hai rubs his dizzy head. This is at sea, not far from neighboring countries. As long as there's supplies, there's nothing you can't trade for. Tao Yering says seriously. It seems the leader of this pirate group is quite capable. She looks at Lu Hai. Later, when you take us onto the island, just say we are your captives. Lu Hai shook his head. You can't go to the island. Every time we dock, there's a blood test. Your abilities as mutants can't be hidden. We 3 ordinary people can't possibly capture 5 mutants like you. Only a fool would believe that. Meng Sherwan frowned. Blood tests are troublesome. Not only can they reveal your abilities, but they can also show your level of power. If they tested 5 intermediate mutants, it would cause a big fuss. It's unlikely they could sneak onto the island. The area around the island is full of ships and ports, so the defenses are probably very strict. Quietly sneaking onto the island seems impossible. Meng Sherwan thought for a moment. Tell your pirate group that I have a potion that boosts abilities. Ask if they want to buy it. Lu Hai shivered in fear, almost thinking he heard wrong. A potion that boosts abilities? Really? If it's real, they're not that easy to fool. Without real stuff, you still won't get onto the island. Lei Zhe kicked him. Just say what you need to say. No more nonsense. Okay, I'll tell them, Lu Hai agreed. Inside, he thought that these people might as well die trying. It would be a way to avenge his fallen brothers. Lei Zhe warned them again. Don't say anything unnecessary after you land. If I see you making small moves or giving signals, I'll be the first to kill you. A missile speedboat docked at the pier. Lu Hai led Meng Sherwan and the others ashore. As soon as they stepped onto the dock, 2 fully armed men approached. They first looked at Shui, the snow-trampling creature beside Meng Sherwan, with confusion. What kind of creature is that? Then they looked at the 5 of them, strangers with no familiar faces. One of the men asked Lu Hai, "What's the situation with these people? They didn't seem like prisoners. Prisoners are usually." These people looked healthy, even had pets, and appeared calm and proud. Something was off. Lu Hai quickly explained. They say they're here for business. They have a potion that boosts abilities. The 2 heavily armed men gasped. A potion that boosts abilities? Really? Lu Hai wasn't sure if it was true. He looked at Meng Sherwan. Based on what they knew now, only 2 bases had such potions. One was the Chuangyuan base on the southern island. They rarely interacted with outsiders, and no matter how high the price, they didn't sell the potion to outsiders. There is a seed base that recently acquired a lot of special energy enhancement liquids, which have greatly increased the strength of the psychics there. Currently, the seed base has not revealed where the enhancement liquids come from. Outside guesses suggest they might have been developed by the base itself. Many other bases want to buy these liquids, but the seed base does not sell them. As a result, many people know about the existence and benefits of the enhancement liquids, but have no way to buy them, which makes them anxious. Now, someone unexpectedly offers to sell the enhancement liquids. Their first reaction is disbelief. They think, such a good thing can't be real. Meng Sherwan knows these people are not easily convinced. She casually takes out a sample of the enhancement liquid and offers it to them. Whether it's real or not, you'll know after testing. Hurry up, we don't have much time. If you don't buy, others will. Seeing her so confident, the two people cautiously accept the sample, feeling a bit more convinced. One of them carefully takes it and says, "Please wait in the office for a moment. I will report this immediately." Meng Sherwan waves her hand. "Forget it. We'll wait right here. If we wait too long, we'll leave." The man doesn't dare delay and quickly takes out a satellite phone to report the situation to his superiors. The leader of the pirate group is named Hua Tianxiang. Before the apocalypse, he was one of the top entrepreneurs in the country, often seen on financial channels. After the apocalypse, he didn't join the seed base. Instead, he set up his own base at sea, completely indulging himself and doing all kinds of evil. In the middle of an ancient castle on the island, a sharp, piercing scream echoes through the entire castle, then suddenly falls silent. The castle's servants, hearing the scream, shiver involuntarily, trembling with fear. In a luxurious room upstairs, the door opens from inside, and a middle-aged man dressed in a high-end suit, with some silver in his hair and a stubbled chin, walks out. This man exudes nobility, clearly cultivated from years of high status. He looks expressionless and speaks to the several male servants standing at the door. "Take her away. She's no longer useful." "Yes, Mr. Hua." The servants enter the room and quickly carry out a girl. She has a young face, with a developing body that looks about 14 or 15 years old. At this moment, her body was covered with red marks, whip scars, and multiple bruises, clearly indicating she had just experienced a brutal. The girl's limbs and head hung weakly, showing she had lost all signs of life. The male servants, seemingly numb, carried the body and, as usual, threw it into the sea to feed the fish. Hua Tianxiang was impatient. "Next time, send a more resilient guy." The butler behind him quickly responded, "I'll arrange it, Mr. Hua." At that moment, the butler's phone vibrated in his pocket. He quietly stepped aside, whispered something, and his face changed dramatically. He hurried over to Hua Tianxiang and reported, "Sir, someone has come to our island. They say they are selling a special serum that enhances abilities and have brought a sample. The sample has been delivered downstairs." Hua Tianxiang was also surprised. A serum that boosts abilities? How could someone just come here to sell it? Such a rare item, usually impossible to buy at any price, and now it's being offered directly. Hua Tianxiang entered the elevator and went to the first floor, where a security guard dressed in camouflage was already waiting in the living room. He sat down on a luxurious sofa, and immediately, servants brought whiskey and snacks. He didn't need to say anything. The butler had everything arranged perfectly. Soon, a doctor in a white coat arrived with a blood testing device. The doctor drew blood from the security guard, who brought the serum for testing. The result: Level 3 ability user. All the guards around this ancient castle were ability users, ensuring Hua Tianxiang's safety. The butler ordered, "Drink it." The guard didn't hesitate. He unscrewed the bottle of the serum and drank it. They waited about 10 minutes, then the doctor drew blood from the guard again for testing. This time, the result was Level 4 ability user. The butler was surprised. "Mr. Hua, this serum really works. Drinking 1 dose can raise your level by 1. This ability-boosting serum is quite powerful." Hua Tianxiang, relaxed and drinking wine on the sofa, couldn't help but sit up straight, eyes showing some surprise. "It's real." Meng Sherwan and the others stood on the dock, their eyes not idle, observing the situation on the island. The island was relatively flat, and looking up, rows of houses came into view. These houses were all single-story, built with simple materials, likely temporary structures with rough craftsmanship. Occasionally, you can see armed patrols wandering around the island. The island has strict security measures. You can even see tanks and armored vehicles passing by. It's like a war zone, showing how well-stocked the island is with weapons. Tao Yering, Leisha, and the others all become cautious. This pirate hideout isn't easy to raid. Even intermediate-level mutants wouldn't withstand so many firearms. At this moment, the man who had just left with the mutant enhancement liquid hurried over, smiling politely and bowing to Meng Shiwang and the others. "Ladies and gentlemen, our leader invites you to meet. A special car will pick you up soon. Please cooperate by taking a blood test. It's for safety, so we hope for your understanding." Meng Shiwang sneered. "You think we can hide zombie blood in our own blood to cause trouble? If you don't want to do business, we'll go somewhere else." The man quickly waved his hands. No, please come this way. The car will arrive shortly. These people have mutant enhancement liquid in their hands. That's a valuable resource. If he offends them and drives them away, not only the leader but all mutants on the island might come after him. Lu Hai stood nearby, scratching his head in confusion. These people came to cause trouble, yet they were so respectful and polite. Leisha saw him scratching his head and shot him a stern look, warning him to behave. Lu Hai felt a jolt of electricity again and quickly stood still, not daring to breathe loudly. Since these people have mutant enhancement liquid with such a good item, even if he told others they came to cause trouble, no one would care. Lu Hai could only silently pray that their clever leader would see through their tricks and deal with them. A black Qian stopped by the roadside. The butler got out of the passenger seat and opened the door for Meng Shiwang. "Honored guests, please, Mr. Hua is waiting for you." Meng Shiwang got into the car, with Teshua jumping in after him. The others sat in the back. The vehicle started and drove around the island road toward the castle. The butler looked back at Teshua and said to Meng Shiwang, "May I ask your name?" Meng Shiwang replied calmly, "My surname is Meng." The butler smiled and said, "Miss Meng, your pet looks very fierce. Is it a cat?" This was the first time she saw a cat so big it could take up an entire seat. Meng Shiwang remained calm and said, The housekeeper cheerfully chatted. "I heard you guys met at sea." "Miss Meng, where are you from?" Meng Shiwang replied, "Haicheng." The housekeeper continued, "Haicheng is nice. We also moved here from Haicheng. Living on the island without zombies makes us feel safer." It seemed like casual conversation, but he was actually subtly gathering information. The serum that boosts supernatural abilities first appeared at the seed base in Haicheng, then spread to other city seed bases. Since this person had the serum and was from Haicheng, they matched. When the housekeeper asked more questions, Meng Shiwang didn't want to talk, so he wisely stayed silent. She sat in the back seat, resting her hand on the snow-white cat, and turned to look out the window. She could see many things happening among the buildings. A drunk man holding a bottle of white wine blocked a woman's way, then grabbed her hair and dragged her into a nearby house. Soon, loud shouting and fighting broke out. People passing by seemed used to it, even showing a disgusted smile that everyone understood. The sounds of card games and gambling filled the air, and Meng Shiwang lowered some windows, letting the noise flow in like waves. The metal shantytown was crowded, with narrow roads packed with reckless, sinful behavior. Patrols passed by, unbothered by these scenes, clearly used to them. Ahead, a business car pulled over. During the gap between two passing vehicles, Meng Shiwang saw two men pull out a injured woman's body from the trunk. She looked young and delicate, despite her wounds. The two men threw the body harshly into the street outside the road barrier, causing a small splash that quickly disappeared. They acted as if she was just trash, then clapped their hands and drove away. Their reckless attitude showed that such scenes had long become normal on this island. "Is this the bloody pirate gang?"
Huh.
Meng Shiwang sneered, withdrew her gaze, and focused on gently stroking the smooth fur of the snow-white cat. The butler's eyes were dark as he explained, "Sorry to make you laugh. The people living outside are just here to get by. Now that order has broken down and there are no rules, they do whatever they want and are hard to manage. We just turn a blind eye and provide them a place to live, letting them survive by their own skills." We are about to reach the castle. When they left the so-called outer area and entered the inner circle, everything suddenly became clear. There were rows of townhouses that looked much more luxurious, and the noise from before was gone. The main castle in the center was even more impressive, becoming a symbol of the island. Cars stopped in front of the castle on the square. The butler got out and opened the door for Meng Sherwan. Please come inside. Mr. Hua is waiting for you inside. Tao Yalong and the others also got out of the car. A group followed the butler into the castle. Inside the castle, the living room was so luxurious it was hard to imagine. Every item was very valuable. The butler asked them to sit in the living room, and servants brought a table full of drinks and snacks. Even Lei Jia and the others who loved to eat knew not to eat the things here. A cake caught Teshua's attention. It stretched its neck, wanting to try it. Meng Sherwan grabbed its ear and pulled it back, then took out a big piece of dried codfish from the space to give it. Teshua gave up on the cake on the table and lay down on a very expensive-looking carpet, gnawing on the dried fish. Meng Sherwan asked, "Where's Mr. Hua? Didn't he say he was waiting for us?" The butler pushed over a large screen monitor, turned it on, and the face that often appeared on financial channels showed up. Meng Sherwan looked at the butler, looking unhappy, as if waiting for an explanation. The butler apologized. "Sorry, everyone. Mr. Hua has been coming and going recently, and the temperature inside and outside varies a lot. The cold and heat have made him catch a cold. Since there's no medicine or treatment available now, he's worried about infecting you all, so he chose this way to meet. Hope you don't mind." Meng Sherwan cursed silently, thinking he was a sneaky fox. He clearly was worried about his safety and afraid they might threaten him, so he hid. Meng Sherwan said they had a special ability enhancement liquid. If they were ability users, their levels should be high. If someone tried to attack him up close, the security outside might not be able to save him. That's why they came up with the video meeting idea. No wonder he used to be a big business owner. His mind was really sharp. Hua Tianxiang smiled kindly through the screen, saying, "Sorry for the inconvenience. I hope you all won't mind." Meng Sherwan also smiled politely. "It's no big deal. We're here for business. As long as the deal goes through, everything else is not important." Meng Sherwan silently asked the system, "Locate his position." Hua Tianxiang is indeed very cunning and hides well. But this time, he is dealing with Meng Sherwan, who has powerful external support. The system quickly reported, in the southeast corner of the third floor in the study. Meng Sherwan remained calm and stared at Hua Tianxiang on the screen. Hua Tianxiang chuckled. Good things like the ability enhancement liquid are in high demand everywhere. Why are you coming to me? This was still a test. The island is in the sea, far from land. Not selling to the bases on land, traveling thousands of miles to the sea, and delivering it right to his door. This is very strange. Meng Sherwan responded calmly. The batch of ability enhancement liquid I have is obtained through questionable means. Trading on land is unsafe, and I also want a good price. I heard that Mr. Hua is wealthy, so I came to ask if you're interested. If we can agree on a price that satisfies me, everyone will be happy." Hua Tianxiang leaned forward, resting his arms on the desk. "How many do you have and what price do you want?" Meng Sherwan answered confidently. "I have 100 bottles at 2,000 crystals each." No bargaining. Her words were firm, showing she had no room for negotiation. Hua Tianxiang's eyes darkened, as if he was planning something. At this moment, Meng Sherwan reminded him again, "I can get 100 bottles of ability enhancement liquid now, and I can get more in the future. Maybe we can work together more." This was a warning to Hua Tianxiang. Better not think about stealing or cheating. She is alive, and there might be more transactions in the future. If she is killed, that would be the only 100 bottles left. Hua Tianxiang laughed heartily. "Of course not. Business is business. Miss Meng, why don't you show me the goods? If everything looks good, we can work happily together." Meng Sherwan raised her hand, and a small storage box appeared on the table in front of her. One of those cheap, small storage boxes worth about 10 or 20 yuan. She opened the lid, revealing neatly arranged energy enhancement liquids inside. The butler stepped forward to look and politely said to Miss Meng Sherwan, "Miss Meng, we need to check 2 more samples." Miss Meng Sherwan gestured for him to go ahead, saying, "It's fine. Just give the crystal core later." Her confident attitude made the butler smile even more. He took out 2 samples from inside, called in the doctor and a security guard, and they immediately took blood samples for testing. Miss Meng Sherwan kept a calm face, but secretly instructed the system in her mind, After I get the crystal core, I will go upstairs and deal with that person. You wait for the right moment, then teleport my RV to the door and wait for me. System. That will cost a fee 100 crystal cores. Miss Meng Sherwan knew how it behaved and agreed. Okay. After testing, both samples showed no problems. Genuine energy enhancement liquids. Hua Tianxiang ordered the butler, check the count and have someone bring the crystal cores. Yes, Mr. Hua. The butler used a satellite phone to notify others and personally counted the samples at the table, one by one. Miss Meng Sherwan was precise, saying, add the sample we sent before, 200,000 and 20,000 crystal cores. Not a single one missing. The butler smiled. Of course. How could Miss Meng suffer a loss? Please wait a moment. The crystal cores will be delivered soon. After carefully counting the energy liquids and confirming the amount, he carefully closed the storage box and placed it on the table. Once the crystal cores arrived and the deal was completed, he could take the energy liquids away. With these items, the strength of the psychic pirates would surely increase rapidly. Soon, the pirate group would dominate a large part of the sea, grow stronger, and retreat to land before the tsunami hits. In this new world, they would find their place among the rising powers. They would create new systems and build their own kingdom. Some people pushed in several large boxes into the living room. The butler opened them to reveal clear, sparkling crystal cores inside. He asked Miss Meng Sherwan, would you like to weigh them to confirm the quantity? Miss Meng Sherwan stepped forward, placed her hand on the boxes of crystal cores, and stored all of them into her space. She smiled and said, the number of crystal cores is correct. We are honest traders, and you wouldn't be stingy with just a few cores. He wanted to replace Mr. Hua and shake hands with Meng Sherwan to show friendliness, but the person standing in front of him suddenly disappeared in the blink of an eye. The butler's face changed drastically. He quickly turned around and saw Hua Tianxiang on the screen, his neck suddenly cut by a shard of ice. Blood splattered across the screen, and his head rolled onto the ground. Mr. Hua, the butler exclaimed in shock. Outside, security personnel heard the commotion and rushed inside. At the same time, Meng Sherwan's beautiful face appeared on the blood-splattered camera, softly saying, take action. A few people sitting on the sofa quickly stood up. Tao Yarrowing put the mysterious energy enhancement liquid into her card space. Shui, fight. Shui, lying on the carpet and chewing dried codfish seriously, suddenly sprang up and jumped toward the rushing crowd. It could easily knock people away with one paw. Shui was fast and strong, like a flock of chickens running wild. Tao Yarrowing, Leisha, Luyu, and Chuangyuan released their abilities. The security guards were all low-level supernatural users, and even with guns, they were no match for them. In just a moment, they cleared them out. Meng Sherwan came down from upstairs and quickly headed outside. Get in the car, Leisha asked. Car? They followed Meng Sherwan and saw her pink camper van parked at the door, though they didn't know when it arrived. Meng Sherwan sat in the front passenger seat. Leisha, drive. Leisha got into the driver's seat. Isn't the camper on the boat? Why is it here all of a sudden? In this urgent moment, no one answered his question. Tao Yarrowing opened the side door of the camper, first letting Shui get in. She, Luyu, and Chuangyuan then entered the vehicle one after another. The castle's alarm blared loudly, with a harsh sound. Tao Yarrowing suddenly pulled the door shut, and the world instantly fell silent. It was so quiet that only the air conditioning inside the camper and a few people's breathing could be heard. Tao Yarrowing exclaimed, wow, such amazing soundproofing. SHT, 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 are we going to be stuck here? Leisha's frightened voice trembled. They hurried outside, but saw no one approaching. Instead, people nearby were fleeing into the distance. Looking up at the sky, a broken armor-piercing shell was flying rapidly toward the camper. Armor-piercing shells are made to attack tanks. If used against a camper, they could probably destroy it completely. Luyu felt like there was a big stone stuck in his throat. They reacted so quickly, realizing something was wrong, and started firing shells at us. So ruthless. Chuangyuan was about to cry. Are we really going to die here? They knew Meng Sherwan was very strong. He was powerful and always had surprising tricks up his sleeve, hiding many secrets. But based on the current situation, Meng Shirwang could easily teleport away. However, under the attack of armor-piercing shells, saving all 4 of them was impossible. They would be destroyed along with the camper. Meng Shirwang looked at Leisha, who was staring with wide eyes and mouth open. "What are you hesitating for? Drive." Leisha was so scared he stammered. "Sis, we're going to die here. We can't escape even if we drive away." As soon as he finished speaking, the armor-piercing shell arrived and hit the front windshield perfectly. Leisha closed his eyes in fear, gritting his teeth, waiting for death. He didn't hear the explosion or feel any pain. Leisha wondered if he was killed too quickly, ending before he could feel anything. Was death so peaceful? He slowly opened his eyes and saw he was still inside the camper's driver's seat. The front window was intact, but the glass was covered in dust, blocking his view. He instinctively turned on the windshield wipers. The dust was wiped away, revealing the scene outside. The once smooth square was now a big crater caused by the explosion, damaging the castle behind it, with a hole blown in the wall. Strangely, the camper was unharmed, with no damage or white marks on the windshield. "Wow, sis, is this camper really that awesome? Even armor-piercing shells can't break it? That's incredible." Meng Shirwang looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Now you can drive." "Ha ha, yes, I can. With such an amazing camper, I can walk around the island freely." Leisha started the vehicle, slowly reversing to a flat area to turn around and go forward. The system's voice suddenly rang in Meng Shirwang's mind. "I helped strengthen the camper's defenses. It remained completely intact during the explosion. I will take 30 crystal cores as your reward." Meng Shirwang smiled and said, "I will give you 300 crystal cores, guaranteed that the RV won't be blown up until it's safe to leave the island." The system was satisfied and replied, "Okay." Inside the RV, Tao Yereng, Lu Yu, and Jiang Yuan had just regained their senses. Lu Yu exclaimed, "What's going on?" "We're fine. The RV is fine? We didn't even feel anything." He pressed his face to the window and looked outside. The large crater and the destroyed walls didn't look like nothing had happened. The RV was soundproof, and with the system's protection, it kept the vehicle from being blown over. So, inside, they couldn't feel any of the outside chaos. Jiang Yuan hesitantly asked, "Is this RV immune to damage? Is that how it works?" Tao Yereng was also confused. "I always thought my sister's RV was just for easy living, but it can also be bulletproof?" Wow! Meng Shirwang's shock kept growing, never stopping. Not only were they surprised. At the edge of the villa area, there was a weapons storage, where the armor-piercing missile was launched from earlier. Now, inside a command room of the weapons depot, a muscular man stood in front of a wall of monitors. He stared at the drone footage showing the pink RV, which was unharmed by the armor-piercing attack and even started moving quickly. His face showed shock, horror, disbelief, and now, complete freeze. How is this possible? What material is this RV made of? How can it withstand explosions like that? The man's name was Tan Lei. He used to be a mercenary abroad, then retired due to injuries and returned home to be a bodyguard for Huatianxiang. In the apocalypse, he awakened a metal-type supernatural ability. Combined with his mercenary experience, he was responsible for island security and managing the supernatural on the island. He had just received news that Huatianxiang was killed, and the suspect might be a multi-element supernatural. Inside the castle, servants saw the suspect display space, ice, and speed abilities. Tan Lei didn't dare underestimate the enemy. He immediately locked onto the fleeing RV, planning to destroy it with an armor-piercing missile. But unexpectedly, the RV remained safe and sound under the attack. Tan Lei angrily slammed his fist on the table, denting the metal surface. "This is crazy. Load up all the armor-piercing, anti-armor, fragment, and grenade shells and fire them all at once." "I don't believe we can up a camper." Several shells were fired, flying through the air, locking onto the camper, then falling and exploding. After learning that the camper could resist damage, Leisha decided to go all out, driving recklessly and arrogantly. The camper withstood one explosion after another, speeding along the island road. Meng Shirwang asked him, "Where are you heading?" Leisha replied, "To the dock. We're making a run for it." Meng Shirwang. Tao Yeren couldn't hold back anymore. She poked her head out from the display hatch and said, "Are you listening to yourself? You're driving such an awesome camper, and all you're thinking about is running away." Leisha was momentarily stunned. "What else should I do?" Tao Yering scolded him. "Of course, we should go find their weapons depot or granary. With a camper that can resist damage, who cares about shells or guns? It won't stop us from gathering supplies." Leisha. "Right, I was just scared and confused earlier. I'll turn around now and go to the place where the shells were fired from. They might be their weapons depot." He quickly turned the camper around and sped toward the weapons storage. Tanlei saw the camper heading toward them and panicked, spinning in the command room. "What kind of thing is that camper? It's tougher than a turtle shell." Several shells fired, and it's still not even scratched, and it's running so fast. He had never seen such a strange thing before. Tanlei watched the camper's position. The area was open land, with no buildings. "Launch a tactical missile." I refuse to believe this. Tactical missiles are small, with a range of about 100 meters, causing limited damage to the island. Strategic missiles, which can cover thousands of square meters, are not used here. If one of those hit, half the island could be destroyed. Nuclear missiles are even more out of the question. Tanlei wasn't that foolish, and they didn't have nuclear weapons anyway. Once his orders were given, someone immediately prepared. A helicopter slowly took off, flying above the camper, launching a missile aimed directly at its roof. A huge explosion caused the ground on the island to shake slightly. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, showing how powerful the destruction was. He believed that this tactical missile could create a deep crater on the ground, so he didn't think the camper could remain unharmed. He guessed it was probably already shattered and unrecognizable. But before his smile even reached the top, he saw on the screen that the camper forcefully drove out of the crater and headed toward the weapons storage. Tanlei's smile froze, and his face turned multiple colors, looking very intense. He was stunned, feeling a shiver down his spine. "This is crazy. Is this camper some kind of freak? What material is it made of?" Even under missile attack, not a single part fell off. He thought of many possibilities but couldn't understand what was happening now. At that moment, he realized he had no way to deal with this camper. Gather all the mutants for battle. He was out of options, completely helpless. If even the mutants couldn't take down this camper, they might as well run away. After all, normal people fighting a freak like this might not stand a chance. Inside the camper, Leisha was extremely excited. "This is awesome. It's just too cool, driving the camper safely through missile bombardment and speeding wildly. How could he not be happy?" Lu Yu and Chuangyuan sat in the corridor beside the cabinet, both stunned, speechless. This experience was enough for them to brag about for a long time. Tao Yering had nothing more to say. Her heart was only filled with two words: amazing. Leisha kept asking, "Sis, how does the camper resist damage? Is it powered by metal-type abilities? Can a mid-level ability user's metal power make the camper withstand missile strikes?" Meng Shiwan looked speechless. "Stop talking so much. Drive your car properly." Leisha quickly changed his tone. Right, I shouldn't have asked."
"Sorry."
The camper turned into the weapon storage. As soon as it entered the yard, a dozen people rushed out from both sides, throwing all kinds of abilities at the camper. Tanlei's metallic arm punched the side glass of the camper, but the glass remained smooth and unmarked. He thought something was wrong. Abilities seemed useless against this camper. He looked up and saw that the abilities from other team members also failed to damage the camper. Tanlei decisively ordered, "Retreat." He was out of options, truly out of ideas. He had used his weapons and tested his abilities, but they couldn't harm the RV at all. There was simply no way to stop it. They should run away. Anyone would be afraid if they saw such a monster. But running was impossible. They definitely couldn't escape. Tao Yerwang, Lu Yu, and Jiang Yuan unleashed their powers. These people would be completely defeated. Tao Yerwang's vines easily pierced through Tanlei's metallic skull. Before dying, Tanlei was still in shock. He was a metal-type ability user, yet his head was turned to metal and was easily pierced by a vine. Who were these people on the RV? They were all so strange. No matter how many low-level ability users there were, they still didn't stand a chance in the eyes of these three. Nearby, soldiers with weapons saw these ability users attack and die instantly. They were so scared they slowly backed away and turned to run. Ability users were too strong for them. They wouldn't go forward to die. The RV reached the weapons warehouse. The group got out of the vehicle. When Tao Yeruang got out, she called out to Snowstep. Seeing it sleeping on the second floor, she didn't let it follow and closed the door. Inside the weapons warehouse, everyone gasped in amazement. There were so many weapons that their eyes couldn't take it all in. Various guns, boxes of ammunition, hand grenades, shells, and missiles. Leisha picked up a rifle and couldn't put it down. I used to see this kind of gun in games, but I could never afford it. I never thought I'd see so many stacked here. Lu Yu and Chuangyuan weren't far behind. Looking at the entire room full of weapons, their eyes shone brightly. Meng Shiwang walked further into the warehouse, passing through a door to the airport behind it. There were a dozen fighter jets, ground vehicles with different types of shells, and large displays of missiles and bombs. Tao Yeruang exclaimed, "How rich must Mr. Hu have been to buy so many weapons? That must have cost a lot of resources." Meng Shiwang chuckled softly. The seed base has already informed all private bases to prepare for future acid rain and tsunamis. These aren't secrets.
Mr. Hu must know about this.
I think he's stockpiling all these weapons to move to land and build a base before the tsunami hits. Tao Yeruang burst out laughing. What a coincidence. We're also planning to build a base. Now, these good things are ours. Knowing that there was a pirate hideout nearby, I didn't expect to find such a big gain. Meng Shiwang told Tao Yeruang, "Go find a satellite phone and contact Wu Ming. Tell him we've taken down the pirate hideout and ask him to bring people to clear the area. There are many people on this island, both good and bad, mixed together." Meng Shiwang doesn't have time to manage them all. This kind of task is better left to the seed base. Besides people, there are various miscellaneous supplies on the island. Meng Shiwang's space can't hold everything, but Wu Ming and his team would be happy to come and help. Tao Yeruang nodded. "Okay, I'll go now." Meng Shiwang asked the system, "How many crystal cores do I have now?" The system replied, "400,000 and 92,333. Meng Shiwang thought for a moment, then took out a card from last time. "This card can expand by 400,000 cubic meters." System. "Understood. Expansion complete." Meng Shiwang took out a vine seed. After using her wood-type ability to grow it, the vine stretched out aggressively, wrapping around various fighter jets, helicopters, and artillery vehicles. All kinds of shells, guns, and ammunition were also stored inside this card space. She walked from the airport behind her, collecting all the weapons from the armory into the card space. Large aircraft and heavy weapons take up a lot of space, but she managed to pack everything tightly at the end. Some ammunition boxes couldn't fit and had to be placed inside the cockpit of the aircraft, barely fitting. Tao Yeruang ran over to report, "Sister, Wu Ming said he's bringing people over immediately." Meng Shiwang nodded. "Go find the granary and the warehouse where they store valuable supplies. Usually, the granary and the warehouse for precious items are located in the safest places. On this island, only two places are the safest. One is near the armory, and the other is the castle." Meng Shiwang thinks it's more likely to be near the armory. Based on Hu Tianxiang's extravagant lifestyle, he probably wouldn't set the frequently used vehicle storage inside the castle. Leisha spoke up, "I just saw an underground entrance. There should be another level beneath the armory. Let's go check." They left the armory and indeed saw a passage leading underground at the edge. Following the passage, they entered a wide corridor. This corridor is wide enough for trucks to pass through, and there are many forklifts and similar equipment along the sides. There are several heavy metal doors on both sides. Meng Shiwang pushes open the first door on the left, and cold air rushes out. She carefully observes and finds that this warehouse stores many medical supplies and various medicines. Most of these items need to be kept at low temperatures, so a special cold storage room was built. She walks inside and notices two large boxes against the wall. These boxes are exactly the same as the ones used during the previous transaction to hold crystal cores. Meng Sherwan walks over and opens one, revealing clear, sparkling crystal cores inside. She collects all the crystal cores from both boxes into her space and asks the system, "How many crystal cores do I have now?" The system replies, adding the remaining 9,233 from before. The total is now 113,300. Meng Sherwan raises an eyebrow, pleased with the result. Use all of them to expand the medicine cabinet space. System. Understood. The medicine cabinet space is expanded by 113,300 cubic meters, bringing the total volume to 111,182 cubic meters. With more space, Meng Sherwan activates her collection mode. She gathers all the medicines and medical supplies in this warehouse, which occupy 24,827 cubic meters. Previously, at the Central Hospital, collecting medicines and important medical equipment only used 881 cubic meters. This shows how rich the stored medical supplies here are. Meng Sherwan leaves the warehouse, and the others have finished checking the other storage rooms. Tao Yering says, "This warehouse is a grain storage, holding rice, flour, oil, salt, and other essential foods." Leisha adds, "This one is for fuel, kerosene, gasoline, diesel, and so on, stored in large barrels, all packed tightly." "I don't know how much there is," Liu says. "Over here are various protective suits, gas masks, cold weather gear, explosion-proof suits, diving suits, and similar equipment." Meng Sherwan clicks her tongue. Quite complete. They had spent so much effort searching for supplies on land, but coming here to raid a pirate group's hideout is much easier. Meng Sherwan has no crystal cores left and can only reorganize her current space to move all the supplies out. The space for diesel tanks and gasoline tanks has each been expanded to 20,047 cubic meters. Previously, while clearing out gas stations on land, about a quarter of the supplies were taken, roughly 5,000 cubic meters. An additional 1,000 cubic meters of diesel was added to the fishing boats. The diesel tanks can hold up to 16,045 cubic meters. The gasoline tanks can hold up to 15,036 cubic meters. Meng Sherwan took out a new card and transferred these spaces into the card storage, totaling 31,081 cubic meters. Adding the remaining 8,631 cubic meters of medical supplies previously stored, the total in use space is 117,391 cubic meters. The freshwater tank has 42 cubic meters of space, and the pure water tank has 22 cubic meters. Both can be removed. She now has water-based powers, so when water is needed, she can add it directly, without expanding the tanks. Extra water is stored in the freshwater ponds on the farm. In total, about 117,455 cubic meters of space has been freed. Meng Sherwan sighed, realizing that despite collecting batch after batch of crystal cores, it still isn't enough. Even when using space, she still feels tight on supplies. It seems no matter how many crystal cores she has, they are never enough. Meng Sherwan used her vines to first store the fuel, then the granary, and finally various protective gear into her space. The space is packed full, with only half a warehouse of protective gear left outside. Leisha looked worried. What should we do? Future disasters could be unpredictable, and these good items are right in front of us. If we can't take them away, it will be very uncomfortable. Meng Sherwan threw out 2 tow trucks and 2 trucks she stored before going to sea, freeing up dozens of cubic meters, then stored all remaining protective gear into her space. She asked the others, "Can someone get a cruise ship?" The repeated explosions probably caused chaos among the island's people. On their way to the armory, they saw many frightened people rushing to the dock, fleeing into the sea by boat. They were afraid the next shell might fall on their heads. Chuangyuan stepped forward. "I'll go. I can fly. Even if the cruise ship goes out to sea, he can catch up with it." Meng Sherwan nodded. "Go ahead." With a cruise ship, things become much easier. Several vehicles can be loaded onto the ship, and they can continue storing supplies on it. Reisha was full of energy. "Sister, let's go find more supplies. If we find anything useful, we'll load it onto the truck and take it to the dock. Once Chuangyuan brings back the cruise ship, we can keep stocking up." Meng Sherwan replied, "Go ahead. Reisha, Tao Yering, and Lui went out together, all very excited. This pirate group's supplies are really abundant. It was worth coming here. That general who stored these supplies early on, mainly to build a base. Now they are ours, and it's all thanks to Sister's amazing space. Without it, moving so many supplies would be very hard. Now these are our base building materials. Just thinking about it makes me happy. As they talked, they all laughed loudly, showing how excited they were. Meng Sherwan couldn't help but smile slightly. This big gain was really a good deal. Wu Ming and his team took several hours to come from Haicheng here at top speed. Meng Sherwan decided to wait for him here. What if he brought crystal cores to exchange for ability-enhancing liquids? Right now, Meng Sherwan was very poor and desperately needed crystal cores. She lacked crystal cores to expand her space. When she used her farm as a base and wanted to expand it, she still lacked enough crystal cores. It was not enough, far from enough. She came out of the underground, and the sun was slowly setting behind the horizon, making the sky dark quickly. In the middle of the island, the castle's lights gradually turned on, making the entire castle look grand and dreamy. The white walls, with their pointed gray-brown roofs typical of castles, looked more stable, solemn, and dignified. Meng Sherwan thought about the luxurious decorations inside. Each piece of ornament, each piece of furniture, either expensive luxury items or rare antiques with no market value. She felt a strong desire. Thinking about such a beautiful castle, which might be destroyed by a tsunami and sink into the sea in the near future, she felt a wave of regret. System, can you move this castle to my farm? System. What are you talking about? I'm quite capable, but you can't think I'm all-powerful, Meng Sherwan. I'll give you 1,000 crystal cores. Just tell me if you can do this job. System snorted. You don't have crystal cores right now. Meng Sherwan imitated it, humming. Let's put it on credit. I'll have them later. Just tell me if you can do it. The system seemed to grit its teeth and said, I can do it. As long as there is a core, it can be moved or used for anything. The system reports detailed information. This castle covers an area of 10 acres, with a front square of 2 acres, totaling 12 acres. Should we move it directly, or harvest the crops from the farm first and then move? Meng Sherwan. Currently, the farm's total land is only 100 acres, and this castle needs 12 acres. But looking at the majestic castle under the lights, she knows it must be moved. The farm can be expanded later, but missing out on such a luxurious castle might mean she won't get another chance. Let me harvest the crops first, then move. Seeds are precious, and the crops definitely can't be wasted. These vegetables were just planted a few days ago. She thought the farm was well managed and wouldn't need attention for a while. But now, she has to harvest and prepare to move again. Fortunately, only 12 acres need to be cleared. With her effort, she can handle it alone. Meng Sherwan releases the farm's control, walks to the center, and uses her wood element ability to grow crops on 15 acres. Plants grow rapidly, bloom, and bear fruit. She looks at the large field of crops, slowly harvesting and sorting them, not knowing how long it will take. So she uses the simplest method. Controlling countless vines, she wraps around the roots of the crops, pulls them out completely, and piles them randomly on the ground. No need to organize them. This method is quick. In less than 2 hours, under her control of thousands of vines, all the crops on 15 acres are uprooted cleanly. System, move it. She steps back far away, standing in the sweet potato field nearby, wanting to see how the system will move this huge castle into the farm. Meng Sherwan thought there would be a loud, earth-shaking scene, something like the castle being uprooted and flying into the sky. But actually, it disappeared with a whoosh, as if it had never been there. The next second, the castle reappeared quietly in the farm, as if it had always been part of the scenery. Meng Sherwan is stunned. How did you manage to move it silently? You looked like you were struggling just now, but it seemed so easy for you. The system's voice became a little softer, not as strong and confident as before. Using space cutting to move buildings or objects isn't a big deal. It just costs a bit of energy. I need to rest and recover. Don't bother me these days unless it's urgent. Meng Sherwan was surprised. So that's how it is. Things humans can't do in front of high technology are really insignificant. You should rest well. I won't disturb you. She headed toward the castle. The grand castle sat in the open farmland, looking even more impressive. In front of the castle was a large square, and beside the main gate, a wall was blown up by an armor-piercing shell, creating a big, dark hole. It looked like a delicate doll's dress with a burn hole from a cigarette. She walked inside, and what she saw was still unimaginably luxurious. When Meng Shuan's mother passed away, she left her a large amount of money. She often suffered at the Meng family, but with her mother's inheritance, she never lacked money and was used to luxury items. However, the Meng family's wealth couldn't compare to that of Hua Tianxiang, who used to be a regular on financial channels. Every item inside the castle was very precious. Unfortunately, now it was the end of the world, the economy had collapsed, and in the fight for survival, these things didn't matter much. Meng Shuan wandered through the castle. During the explosion and the death of Hua Tianxiang, the servants had already run away in fear. The castle had many rooms, so many that she couldn't count them all. They served all kinds of purposes. There were bedrooms, studies, game rooms, cinemas, gyms, swimming pools, and more. Each room was decorated in a different style, reflecting different cultures. Besides that, there were antique calligraphy and paintings, rare wines, and artworks everywhere. After touring the castle from top to bottom, Meng Shuan only had one thought: luxury. The life of the rich really is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Now, all these good things belong to her. After organizing everything, Meng Shuan put away the farm. She planned to rest in the RV and wait for Wu Ming and the others. But just as she reached the RV, a fighter jet roared overhead and landed at the airport behind the weapons depot. Meng Shuan was surprised. Already so soon? She drove the RV to the airport and saw Wu Ming and Li Jun getting off a sleek fighter jet. Wu Ming and Li Jun just saw that familiar RV. The RV looked dark outside, but they immediately recognized it as Meng Shuan's vehicle. Wu Ming was surprised. This bloody pirate group is usually very careful and cautious. How did they manage to sneak in, destroy the pirate hideout, and even drive the RV here? Li Jun clicked his tongue. You can't judge Meng Shuan's actions by normal standards. In their eyes, Meng Shuan was capable and brave. She could even defeat the zombie king, so there's nothing she can't do. The RV stopped in front of them. Wu Ming quickly went to knock on the driver's window. The window rolled down, and he eagerly asked, Meng Shuan, what happened on the island? Meng Shuan sat in the driver's seat and shrugged.
Just what you saw.
We took down the pirate hideout, and the people on the island escaped by boat. We're waiting for you to come and clean up. Wu Ming brushed his hair. I know all that, but I want to ask about the castle in the middle of the island. Why is it gone? We just saw from the sky that there's only a big crater now. Meng Shuan. How do you know there was a castle there? Wu Ming was speechless. Of course I know. This bloody pirate group has hurt many people at sea. Many survivors who escaped were robbed or attacked by them. We've been watching them for a long time. He continued, their defenses are pretty good and their base is busy, so we haven't had a chance to deal with them. I not only know there was a castle, but I also know who lives there, which country they're working with, and what weapons and supplies they bought. Meng Shuan. Talking about this was getting boring. By the way, do you want to trade for the special ability enhancement liquid? If not, we'll leave. Wu Ming pressed his hand against the window. No, you still haven't told me where the castle went. How did it suddenly disappear? Even if it was destroyed, there should be some remains, right? Meng Shuan pursed her lips. I said that the castle just disappeared in a flash. Do you believe that? Wu Ming looked at her as if she was being silly, clearly not believing her. Meng Shuan changed her tone. All right, it was me. I moved the castle to my farm. Wu Ming looked at her with a foolish expression, clearly still not convinced. Meng Shuan thought he might really be foolish. She turned to Li Jun beside her and asked, Do you want exchange for ability enhancement liquid? Li Jun nodded. Yes, we're trading. The base in another city sent another batch of crystal cores to exchange for ability enhancement liquid. We've been looking for you for a long time and couldn't reach you. I didn't expect you to come to the sea and do such a big thing. He still wanted 1,000,000 crystal cores, as usual. He took out a container filled with crystal cores and placed it on the empty ground nearby. The system told Meng Sherwan not to disturb it these days. It couldn't handle large amounts right now. Meng Sherwan had worked with them several times. Each time, she received plenty of crystal cores. This time, since the amount was the same, she quickly packed them up. Then she opened them all and manually bought 3,334 bottles of ability enhancement liquid for them. After the deal was done, Meng Sherwan drove away. "We're leaving now. This place is yours." Wu Ming, still not convinced, asked, "You haven't told me yet. How did that castle disappear?" The only answer was a puff of exhaust from the RV. Li Jun packed up the box and the ability enhancement liquid and said seriously, "Meng Sherwan's power is becoming more and more terrifying. She has too many secrets. Moving such a large castle away, can humans really do that?" Wu Ming looked serious. "Luckily, we're friends with Meng Sherwan. The ability enhancement liquid she sells is very helpful for our seed base. If she ever became our enemy, it would be too dangerous." He turned and headed toward the weapons storage. Li Jun followed and asked, "Where are you going?" Wu Ming didn't believe in superstition. "I'm going to check the surveillance. I want to see how that big castle disappeared." They reached the weapons storage and saw it was completely empty, and they froze in shock. Wu Ming couldn't believe it. "She really didn't leave us anything. Everything's gone?" Actually, when they arrived at the airport earlier, he should have sensed something was wrong. At the airport, besides the fighter jet they parked, everything else was empty. According to the information they received, Tianxiang bought many warships, fighter jets, and shells. Wu Ming just couldn't believe this fact. He comforted himself by thinking that maybe the people on the island had escaped in a vehicle and they could still be caught later. Now, seeing the empty armory, Wu Ming felt very cold inside. All these good supplies were definitely taken by Meng Sherwan. They left nothing behind for them. Li Jun comforted him, saying, "It's okay. The warships have already left, right? Meng Sherwan definitely won't chase after each one. If we recover some supplies, it will be a good gain." Wu Ming resigned himself and went to find the surveillance room. What could he do? He didn't dare ask Meng Sherwan for help. The two of them entered the surveillance room in the corner of the armory to check the videos. The cameras at the armory entrance had a good angle, just enough to see the distant castle. They slowly rewound the videos, watching everything that happened on the island earlier. They saw some shells being fired, even tactical missiles used. Under such an attack, not to mention a camper van, even a tank would have been destroyed. But suddenly, the dark camper van not only withstood the attack, but also drove into the armory door perfectly intact. More than 10 mutants attacked the van, but all of them died. This made Wu Ming very upset, stomping his feet. Why did they all have to die? Just 10 or so mutants. Even if they were bad guys, they could have been used for hard labor. Mutants are so useful. Mutants were rare and precious. Losing more than 10 at once made him very sad. Next, they saw Meng Sherwan inside the armory gathering supplies. Until it got dark, the scene they wanted finally appeared. Meng Sherwan first set up a farm in an open space in front of the armory, then started planting and harvesting vegetables. In the surveillance footage, the deep brown fields grew various shades of green, connected to a pond. The scene was still peaceful. Meng Sherwan harvested a large patch of vegetables and piled them into a high mountain of greens. In the background, the castle lit up with lights, then suddenly disappeared with a flash. Just like that, it vanished completely. Wu Ming's eyes widened. He rewound the video and watched it several times. Finally, we conclude that Meng Sherwan truly did not deceive us. She disappeared suddenly and then reappeared at her farm. It seems she was busy harvesting vegetables to make room for the castle. Wu Ming and Li Jun both felt confused. They understood taking away supplies because no one would give up valuable strategic resources. But taking the castle, how did that happen? Such a large castle was just quietly taken away with the farm? When Wu Ming first discovered he had special abilities, he was never this shocked. But Meng Sherwan's actions now really surprised him. It's not that the castle was worth a lot, but that Meng Sherwan had the power to take it. She can move such a big house. What can't she take? She is incredibly bold and must not be offended. No one should anger her. When Meng Sherwan arrived at the dock in her camper, a huge cruise ship was parked there. It was much larger than a fishing boat and very luxurious. Tao Yering was driving a truck onto the cruise deck. After parking, she got out and opened the back door, which was filled with everyday items, fishing nets, clothes, and other miscellaneous supplies. She planned to unload these on the deck and then continue searching for more supplies with her truck. Meng Sherwan parked her camper next to the truck. Don't unload everything yet. Call the others back. Let's leave. Okay, sister. Tao Yering closed the truck door and took out a satellite phone to inform them. Sister said to leave, so hurry and get on the ship. Got it, came Leisha's voice from the other end. Soon, 2 luxury off-road vehicles arrived and drove onto the cruise ship. Meng Sherwan glanced at the license plates. Each car was worth several million. Sister. Leisha waved from the driver's seat and then drove to the edge of the ship to park. Previously, Meng Sherwan hadn't noticed that spot. Now, she looked more closely and saw a row of cars, business vehicles, sports cars, about 20 or 30 in total, all very expensive luxury cars parked along the edge. Tao Yering chuckled. You told us to find supplies, but they found a garage full of luxury cars. These 2 couldn't resist and just took all of them onto the ship, saying they want to enjoy driving these cars when they have free time. Meng Sherwan felt helpless. Indeed, men can never resist such a big toy at any time. It was already very dark. All the lights on the huge cruise ship were turned on, making it as bright as daytime. Meng Sherwan asked, "Where is Chuangyuan?" He's in the control room learning how to steer the cruise ship from the captain. Since they used to be members of the rescue team at the seed base, they had already learned these skills. Driving various vehicles and ships was part of their required training to make good use of nearby transportation in different situations. But back then, it was just theory. Now, in practice, they needed to get more familiar with it. Just then, Chuangyuan came over carrying 2 people. He threw the 2 men onto the dock and said, Sister, everything is settled. We can leave now. Meng Sherwan got out of the RV and said, Let's go to meet Incubating and the others. Chuangyuan drove the cruise ship, with Leisha and Luyu helping from the side. Tao Yara looked around to see if anyone was hiding on the ship. The big cruise ship slowly sailed away from the coast, heading out into the vast ocean. Meng Sherwan wasn't very interested in the inside of the cruise ship. She returned to the RV, washed up, changed into clean clothes, and lay comfortably on the sofa. She turned on the monitor and continued playing her small game. Taksha heard the noise and came downstairs from the 2nd floor, curling up at Meng Sherwan's feet to sleep. Sometimes she took out ice cream and snacks to eat. Takshu would smell the food and climb onto her to it. Takshu, do you know how heavy you are now? Even Meng Sherwan's strong build was almost unable to bear Taksha's adorable weight, but Taksha didn't seem to realize her current size. She snatched the small cone from Meng Sherwan's hand and ate it with a crispy crunch. The next morning, before dawn, everyone on the fishing boat was busy pulling in the nets. As the nets were slowly pulled out of the water, they saw lively fish jumping inside, quite a few in number. Zhou was very happy. Yes, this catch is pretty good. Everyone hurried to pull the nets. And Zhou went over and stored the fish into the card space. At this moment, someone inside the control room quickly ran out and said, Something's wrong. The radar detected a very large cruise ship approaching. As soon as he said that, everyone became nervous. Could it be pirates again? Those few haven't come back yet. If we run into pirates again, it will be trouble. I'm most worried if they come on a cruise ship. If there are many people and a conflict happens, there could be injuries. What should we do now? What can we do? Pirates are known for being ruthless. Meeting them is always a big problem. And Jiawen stands at the edge, watching a small black appear on the calm sea. He cautiously says, If things look bad later, you all go hide in the cabin. Qiu Zi, Ma Jiandong, the 3 of us will act quickly. No matter how many pirates come, the 3 of them are intermediate level abilities, and they can fight if needed. The cruise ship gets closer, and they can see it clearly. It's a big, luxurious ship. Before the end of the world, you wouldn't even get on such a ship without hundreds of thousands of dollars. And Jiawen keeps staring at the cruise ship, becoming more cautious and ready to fight. Ma Jiandong frowns and looks carefully. Look at the ship. Do you see the vines waving? Could it be Tao Yering's vines? Maybe they've come back. Really? They only left a day ago. How could they come back so fast? Did they find the pirates' hideout? Qiu Zi leans forward to look. As the cruise ship gets closer, Zhouwen takes out a telescope and looks at the people on the deck. It's them. They're back. They went out for a day and brought back a big cruise ship. Impressive. When everyone confirms they are allies, they all breathe a sigh of relief and become excited. Lulu's mom smiles and says, "They've always been amazing. The captain can even create a farm out of thin air. What can't they do? Didn't they go find the pirates' hideout? They came back in a day. Did they find it or not? If they didn't find it, where did the cruise ship come from? They probably did find it." Everyone guesses eagerly, waiting for the answer. Once confirmed as allies, the fishing boat starts to slow down and approaches the cruise ship. Getting closer, Qiu Zi shouts loudly, asking Tao Yering on the other ship, "How is it? Did you find the pirates' hideout?" Tao Yering smiles and says, "Yes, we found it. We took down the pirate island. Wu Ming and the others are handling the aftermath. We made a big profit." Everyone on the fishing boat cheers excitedly when they hear about destroying the pirates. Tao Yering continues shouting, "We've caught most of the fish." Sister says it's time to go back to land. "Let's go together," Qiu Zi responded. "Okay, you go ahead, we'll turn around." Both the cruise ship and the fishing boats are large vessels. Approaching each other at sea is tricky, so it's easier to sail back to land together. Zhouwen heard Tao Yering shouting, so he quickly told the driver to follow the cruise ship back to land. On the way back, the fishing boats didn't rest. They kept casting their nets several times and caught a good amount of fish. Meng Sherwan stayed in the RV on the cruise ship, playing games, watching movies, eating delicious food, and enjoying the snow. On the return trip, she felt quite relaxed since there was nothing urgent. Meng Sherwan moved all the seafood from Jiawen's card space into the farm's seawater fish pond. And Jiawen's 100 cubic meter card space had 99 cubic meters transferred to his second floor space, leaving 1 cubic meter for himself. It's better for everyone to have the same amount of resources. Since they are all team members, giving more to some and less to others isn't fair. Various marine creatures like fish, shrimp, and will gradually adapt to the pond environment, rebuild the ecological chain, reproduce for generations, and continue endlessly. At least, in the future, they will always have seafood to eat. This sea trip was truly worthwhile. Back at the fishing village dock, Meng Sherwan's RV, along with 2 tow trucks and 2 cargo trucks, was driven down from the cruise ship. The survivors, including Zhou Wen and his group, also happily disembarked from the fishing boat. It's only been a few days, but their condition has changed completely. When they set out to sea, they looked pale, weak, and starving from long-term hunger. Now, standing on the dock again, they all look healthy, with rosy cheeks and full of energy. It seems the porridge, vegetables, and meat they've eaten these days have been very nourishing. Meng Sherwan got off the RV, and vines spread out, wrapping around the cruise ship, fishing boats, and several new-looking small fishing boats and speedboats on the dock, moving them into the farm and placing them on the water surface of the seawater fish pond. The farm's seawater fish pond covers 50 acres, so storing these boats and vessels is no problem. The farm has changed a lot now. In the middle of the field stands a large castle, and in the fish pond, there are cruise ships, various fishing boats, and speedboats, creating a scene that looks somewhat lively. "Let's go. We need to continue clearing the zombies in the fishing village," Meng Sherwan said as she turned and got into the RV. After a trip at sea, the zombies in the fishing village still need to be cleared. More than 10 survivors got into the trucks, which formed a convoy heading toward the fishing village. Ma Jiandong sat in the front passenger seat, occasionally cooling down the people inside to keep them comfortable. Back on land, their phones had signal again, and the group chat for the Dawn team became lively. Qiu Zi eagerly asked, "How did you manage to defeat the pirate group in just one day?" Tell us everything. The pirate group must be quite powerful to sail a warship and act as pirates at sea. Meng Sherwan and a few others said that they destroyed the pirate suddenly, so something big must have happened. Leisha chuckled. Sister led us to cheat. If they hadn't had the RV, facing so many cannon attacks would have been very difficult. And Joan looked confused. Cheat? Leisha remembered the situation at that time and still felt excited. You guys don't know how dangerous it was. They used all kinds of shells to attack us, even a tactical missile. Ma Jiandong exclaimed, Wow, they use missiles? Even mid-level superpowers wouldn't be able to survive a missile attack. Leisha was excited. Exactly. I thought I was going to die. But guess what? Sister's RV withstood the explosion and blocked the bombs. Zi was surprised. What? Your RV can withstand missiles? That's incredible. Leisha snorted. Not just that. After all the shell and missile attacks, the RV didn't even lose a coat of paint. We drove right into the pirates' hideout and destroyed it. Zi said, Wow, your sister's RV is so awesome. I never knew. And Joan said, You guys are really impressive. The pirates never expected anyone to defeat them like that. Ma Jiandong nodded. I have only one word. Awesome. Just listening to Leisha's story, they could imagine how exciting it was. For a moment, the three of them felt a bit regretful for not going along. Tao Yara spoke up. That's nothing. On the island, there's a super luxurious castle, the pirate leader's residence. Guess what happened next? Zi was once again interested. Hopefully, the bomb didn't up the place. That would be such a shame. Tao Yering smiled. No, that castle was moved by our sister. Now it's at the farm. The three people, who had just calmed down, became excited again. Is that even possible? The castle can be moved? How did she do it? As fellow abilities users, why is our sister always better than us? Where is it? Sister, show us the castle. I haven't seen it yet. Meng Sherwan listened to their chatter in the group chat. Now they were all very curious about the castle her sister moved. She had to say, After we finish clearing the zombies in the fishing village, I'll show it to you. Zi was happy. Great. Let's go kill some zombies. Leisha added. Zombies, get ready to be defeated. They didn't realize when they started feeling especially eager to fight zombies. The convoy stopped at the entrance of the fishing village. Ma Jiandong got out of the truck, opened the back door, and called the survivors to come down. Time to work. We're killing zombies, and you guys are mining crystal cores. If we work together quickly, we can clear the zombies from the village sooner. The survivors jumped out of the truck, seeing the other abilities users already working. When the zombies heard the noise and smelled the fresh blood and flesh, they rushed toward the sound. After 2 months of high heat, the zombies' skin and flesh had dried out, sticking tightly to their bones. Their faces were sunken, clearly showing the shape of their skulls. They looked like a large group of walking mummies. The blood and flesh on their bodies were dark brown. Some skin and flesh hung loosely, and some internal organs had fallen out, dried and shriveled. The group of zombies was coming, smelling terrible, and their appearance no longer resembled how they looked in life. Tao Yerung and the others used their abilities, causing many zombies to fall to the ground. Meng Sherwang went to a nearby house, tore off some doors, and crafted bone hammers to distribute to everyone. She also took raincoats from her space, giving each person a set. Wrap up tightly, and be careful not to get zombie blood on your face. Let's get to work. Everyone wore raincoats, rain boots, and held bone hammers, starting to hit the zombies' heads to find the crystal cores. The special ability users are responsible for killing, while survivors focus on finding crystal cores. Working together, they can move much faster. Tao Yering and the others stay in place. When zombies come, they fight back, killing many until the ground is covered with piles of zombie bodies. Then they move forward a little and continue fighting. Suddenly, they hear crying from behind. They turn around and see Lulu's mother, dressed in a pink raincoat, holding a zombie corpse and crying. Lulu, wrapped in her raincoat, crouches nearby, also crying. It's clear they've seen someone they loved. On the ground, there are piles of dried, dark brown zombie bodies, like mummies. The mother and daughter sit on the pile, hugging one of the corpses and crying loudly. Everyone watching feels their hearts ache and quickly look away. Meng Sherwan sees this scene and sighs, then turns back to continue fighting zombies. In the end of the world, life and death are very cruel. Tao Yering walks over to comfort Lulu. He will watch over you from heaven. Lulu's face is all tears. She squats beside her mother, small and thin, and says, "Sister, that's Dad. That's Dad." Tao Yering opens her mouth but can't say anything. At this moment, whatever she says feels powerless. Lulu's mother, holding the dried, shapeless corpse, chokes and says, "When the zombies first appeared, we took Lulu to Zhou clinic. He protected us and helped us escape from the zombies chasing us. But he was bitten and couldn't catch up with us." She starts crying uncontrollably. She takes a ring from the corpse's hand. It's a pair of rings, one on her finger and one on the corpse's hand. She carefully puts the ring away, looking at Tao Yering with a pleading gaze. "I want to bury him in our family grave." Tao Yering softly says, "Go ahead. Find some men to go with you. Be careful of the zombies that might come out." Lulu's mother nods. "Okay, thank you." Zhou Wen and a few men walk with Lulu's mother, carrying the corpse out of the village. Everyone's mood becomes very heavy. These zombies, who have no intelligence, were once real people. For survivors, this village was their home for many years, full of familiar faces. Now it's all turned into this terrible scene. Where will this world go? The remaining people quietly cleaned up the zombies, and the atmosphere was very heavy. Occasionally, there were sounds of crying, and some people found their loved ones. They worked from morning until evening. The endless zombies had been mostly killed, but the number of bodies on the open ground at the village entrance kept increasing. These bodies were their relatives, friends, classmates, neighbors, people they knew. Now they had become zombies, dying again and again. The survivors just hoped they could rest in peace. Zhou Wen walked up to Meng Sherwan and handed her a box containing crystal cores. "Sister, let's go bury them." Meng Sherwan took the box. "Go ahead. And Zhou is with them. Please help." And Zhou nodded and followed Zhou Wen and the others to find a truck. They loaded the bodies and left to bury them. Meng Sherwan looked at the crystal cores inside the box and handed it to Tao Yering. "We need to gather supplies." The crystal cores were collected together, belonging to the team members, and were divided among them. Tao Yering took the box from Meng Sherwan, stored it in her card space, then took out a storage box. "Sister, these are the 100 bottles of ability-enhancing liquid. The butler had tested 2 bottles and 98 remained. It was an emergency, so Tao Yering first stored them in her card space." Meng Sherwan took the box. The group headed toward the fishing village. The fishing village was not small. Before the apocalypse, the dock was busy with people trading seafood. Inside the village, there were several streets with various shops. They could collect useful supplies like snacks, drinks, clothes, daily necessities, and tools, things unaffected by the heat. Some zombies were stuck inside houses or alleyways and couldn't get out. When they saw them, they casually dealt with them. After wandering around the entire fishing village, they returned to the parking area. And Zhou and the survivors also came back. Everyone looked sad, and the mood was very low. Even Lei Jie and the others didn't want to talk about visiting the farm castle anymore. Meng Sherwan told Ma Jiandong, "Drive a truck and take them back to the base. Once there, stay inside and don't go out. We'll take a quick trip around the city center and then return to the base." Ma Jiandong, who had ice-type abilities and could control the temperature inside the truck, nodded. "Okay, I'll take them back now." Meng Sherwan went to the truck to get some food, and the survivors entered the cabin. Lulu waved to them, saying, "Goodbye, older brothers and sisters." Ma Jiandong drove the truck that Qiu Zi often used, and they slowly disappeared into the night. Tao Yering sighed. "I really don't know when this will end." Meng Sherwan remembered Meng Qingyuan's words, "The end of the world depends on you," and she shook her head irritably, too tired to think about these unanswered questions. "Are you all here to see the castle? Let's go." She released the farm, and the ground covered with spider webs and cracks was quickly replaced by lively, thriving scenery. "Wow, the farm has really changed a lot," Leisha exclaimed, then headed into the farm. The large castle in the middle looked especially grand among the farmland. In the distance, a cruise ship and fishing boats added a touch of prosperity to this simple land. Tao Yering and the others knew Meng Sherwan had moved the castle into the farm, but this was their first time seeing it, and they were all surprised. They hurried toward the castle, where the ground and walls still had bomb craters. Leisha pointed at the craters and explained, "When the first armor-piercing shell flew over, I really thought I was going to die. But I was fine. That intact block is where the RV was parked at the time." Qiu Zi widened his eyes. Awesome. They entered and, after seeing the interior decor, all praised its luxury. The castle's basement had a large generator providing power for the entire castle. They wandered around and found a wine cellar storing various world-famous wines. There was also a food storage room filled with different ingredients, including seafood. There was even a vegetable planting room, where vegetables grew green and healthy under simulated sunlight and nutrient solutions. The dining room here made Lu Yuga very happy. It had all kinds of kitchenware and plenty of ingredients, finally giving him a chance to show his skills. When all kinds of delicious, fragrant, and colorful dishes were served, everyone was surprised. Leisha was so impressed he was dazed. "Your degree from the New Oriental is real? You really know how to cook," Lu Yu proudly said. "Of course. As long as I have ingredients, I can make anything." Tao Yering took a few bottles of good wine from the cellar. This dinner in the castle was more luxurious than before the end of the world. Qiu Zi looked up at the bright crystal chandelier above and felt it was a bit unreal. "Following my sister, I really can live a good life. The end of the world has come, yet we can still sit in a castle and enjoy a big meal. Such a life was impossible before the apocalypse." Meng Sherwan took the last sip of her red wine. This castle can be used as an office building in the future. She wasn't interested in living inside the castle. It felt too fancy and unreal. It also felt too disconnected from the harsh reality of the apocalypse. She wasn't interested, but a few team members really wanted to experience the comfort inside the castle. They enjoyed the pool, fine wine, delicious food, and a super comfortable big bed, among other entertainment options. Leisha rubbed his hands. "Sister, just one night. Let's experience what it's like to be rich." Meng Sherwan stood up. "Suit yourselves." She quickly returned to the camper. The small space was a true fortress. Having Snow Step sleeping beside her gave her a strong sense of safety and comfort. Snow Step heard the noise, came down from the second floor, and rubbed against Meng Sherwan. Meng Sherwan patted its head. "Good boy. After I finish washing up, we'll go to sleep." Snow Step jumped onto the sofa and waited patiently. After she finished washing, Meng Sherwan lowered the foldable bed and took Snow Step to bed. Holding the soft big cat, she felt incredibly comfortable. The next day, they slept until late morning before waking up. Tao Yering and the others came out of the castle slowly, all feeling refreshed. They thought the castle experience was pretty good, but it was probably just a one-day experience. Once the base starts construction, many facilities inside the castle will be removed and turned into offices. Meng Sherwan packed up the farm, took out a sandwich and a box of milk from her space. She also gave Snow Step a can of food. After everyone ate, they drove to the city center. Meng Sherwan still wanted to stock up on snacks and drinks, as these would run out once they finished. They didn't know when supplies would be available again. Most parts of the city had probably been looted, except for the zombie-dense center area, where they might still find some supplies. When they returned to the base from the city center, the acid rain was probably not far off. On the way to the city center, Meng Sherwan, bored while driving the RV, roughly took stock of her current supplies. Currently, the basic equipment on the camper includes a diesel tank with a capacity of 4,002 cubic meters. The gasoline tank holds 5,011 cubic meters. The freshwater and purified water tanks were removed during the island's space integration, so there is no extra space for expansion now. The medicine cabinet has a capacity of 25,709 cubic meters, storing various medicines and medical instruments. These were collected at the Central Hospital and on Pirate Island. The refrigerator has a capacity of 20 cubic meters. mainly used to store food and snacks that Meng Shirwang has stockpiled for herself. The second-floor storage holds 500,000 cubic meters of supplies, which are quite varied. She has gathered all sorts of miscellaneous items along her journey here. This includes daily necessities, food, large generators, lightweight steel villa materials, and various supplies and equipment scavenged from the industrial zone. Basically, all complicated and miscellaneous items are stored in this space. The U-shaped sofa cabinet has a capacity of 3,508 cubic meters. Of this, 2,000 cubic meters are used for incubators, various breeding animals, and 500 pigs collected from the farm. There is also a large diesel generator stored inside the farm. The remaining 1,000 cubic meters contains seeds of various plants collected from the germplasm bank. Additionally, Meng Shirwang has several cards for stockpiling supplies. One card holds 100 cubic meters of fruits and vegetables harvested from the farm. Another card, with a capacity of 400,000 cubic meters, stores weapons from the Pirate Island Armory, including various fighter jets and shells. A third card, holding 117,455 cubic meters, contains grains, flour, oil, salt, and many barrels of fuel, along with protective clothing collected from the Pirate Island. These are all the supplies Meng Shirwang currently owns. If she were to use them alone, they could last for several generations. However, since she plans to build a base, these supplies are not enough. Building a base requires far more resources than she initially thought. Because of this, Meng Shirwang never forgets to gather supplies wherever she goes. Even on the way to the central area, she always checks every gas station she passes. If there is fuel, she takes it. If not, she keeps searching. Seeing shopping streets and large supermarkets, I often go into Scavenge. However, now there are fewer supplies in the city. It has been over 2 months since the end of the world began. During these 2 months, both the base and capable individuals have been desperately stockpiling supplies. Food and water are the most important. In the city, food in malls and streets has either spoiled in the heat or been taken away. The once lively city is now empty and very lonely. Everywhere is messy, like bandits just raided the area. Leja drives a clearance vehicle at the front. Many shops on each street are wide open, looted by people. It seems we need to go to the central area to gather supplies. The central area is crowded with people and zombies. Even low-level mutants might not be able to get in. The supplies inside might still be untouched. Talking about the central area, Tao Yering feels a bit emotional. Last time we went there, we were ready to die. I even wrote my last words. If my sister hadn't gone with us, we might have died already. It's only been a short time, but now they can face the terrifying zombie horde calmly because their strength has grown. They are no longer the same people they were at the start. Qiu Zi laughs. Luckily, we met my sister. Following her is the best. Since following Meng Shirwang, they've been eating well, sleeping well, and their strength keeps improving. Now they even have space cards to use. This treatment is unmatched anywhere else. They feel very lucky to have met her. In terms of happiness, the Dawn Squad is definitely at the top. Meng Shirwang listens to their silly chatter in the group chat, but she can't smile, because she knows the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. The current strength of the Dawn Squad is good, and life is comfortable, but the future holds more responsibilities and dangers. The end-of-the-world situation isn't simple to solve. The clearance vehicle moves ahead, its large mechanical claws grabbing cars and tossing them aside. Its speed is really not fast. Previously, having these 2 tow trucks to move vehicles blocking the road made everyone quite happy. It was a bit slow, but as long as the road was cleared, reaching any destination was good. Now they think these tow trucks are too slow. Tao Yering was driving a truck in the middle, feeling a bit anxious while waiting. Hey, you two, move aside so I can go first, Leja asked her. Why is a truck in front of us? Tao Yering clicked her tongue. What else? I clear the road faster than you two. Leja and Incubating, who were also quick to clear obstacles, silently made way and stepped back. Because wood-based powers work well for everything, they had no choice. Qiu Zi got out of the car. I'll drive. Qiu Zi's truck was taken by Ma Jiandong, so he was riding with Lu Yu and Zhang Yuan in Tao Yering's truck. Tao Yering climbed from the driver's seat to the passenger seat, took out a vine seed, and used her power to activate it. Hundreds of vines stretched out, writhing and waving in the air. The vines, like snakes, wrapped around the roadblock and threw it into the oncoming lane. All the cars blocking the road were no longer a problem. With Tao Yering's hundreds of vines waving, they cleared the way quickly. The convoy moved much faster. And Jiawen exclaimed, "It really looks like when we first came to the downtown area, and you cleared the roadblocks, sis." When they first saw this move, their minds went blank for a while. Their only thought was, can powers be used like this? Back then, they were full of amazement and admiration. Now they could do it too. With Tao Yering leading, the convoy quickly headed toward the downtown area. After some time, the environment became very dry due to the heat, and they often saw fires or thick smoke in some places. They all avoided those areas. Inside the downtown, there was a main road leading to busy shopping districts and other lively areas. On this main road, 2 yellow excavators were busy clearing obstacles. Wow, what is that thing up front? Chu Jie stuck his head out of the excavator window and almost thought he was seeing things, like a scene from an end-of-the-world movie. After carefully looking, he realized it wasn't a hallucination. The scene in front of him was real. He saw many vines rolling along the street, lifting cars and throwing them aside with loud crashes. It felt like a wave of plants crashing forward, knocking over cars of all sizes and rushing toward them quickly. As for the dense crowd of zombies on the road, they were struck by flashes of lightning and turned into charred remains, falling to the ground. This scene was so powerful that Chu Jie was afraid it might knock him and the excavator over. Hu Wenhao on another excavator had his mouth wide open. It's a wood-type ability. Who has such a powerful wood ability? I've never heard of this person. Seeing the vine wave getting closer, Hu Wenhao quickly took out a loudspeaker and shouted, "Stop! Stop! There are people ahead. Please don't us away." Tao Yeruang heard the noise and controlled the vines to lift into the sky, clearing the view ahead. She saw 2 buzzing excavators in front. The dense zombies around kept crowding near the excavators, but the sharp spikes on the machines kept them at bay. Tao Yeruang looked closely at the faces inside the excavator windows. "How come it's you two? Aren't you from the construction team? Not building the sky dome at the base, so what are you doing here?" Inside the seed base, several departments of ability users had trained together from the start. They all knew each other to some extent. Chu Jie recognized them and stuck his head out of the excavator, about to speak when a tall zombie jumped up, trying to grab his hair. He quickly retracted his head and shouted loudly, "The base recently got some ability enhancement serum. Our team of gold-type ability users, responsible for building the Sky Dome, was assigned to a special task. With the ability boost, work is faster. The Sky Dome at the base is already finished. We received a new mission to open a road in the central area to help survivors come out. The zombies in the central area were too dense for ordinary ability users to go in, so they sent the 2 gold-type ability users. If something serious happened, they could turn their bodies into metal, making it less likely for zombies to bite them and infect them with the zombie virus." Tao Yeruang looked puzzled. "Isn't this a rescue team's job? Why is your construction team also working?" This made Chu Jie think of something funny. He said, "I heard that 6 of the special ability users in the rescue team were taken away. I don't know who is so capable. Right now, before the acid rain arrives, all the ability users are busy saving people and stockpiling supplies. There aren't enough people, so no one cares about departments anymore. Whoever is free goes to do any work. Everyone wants to move as many supplies as possible and rescue more people. By the way, I remember you're also in the rescue team, right? What are you doing here? Taking on a task? Maybe we can work together." They had only met during training at the base. After training, everyone was busy with their own things, so no one paid attention to others. Chu Jie only knew that Tao Yeruang seemed to be in the rescue team. He didn't know anything else. He also didn't know that among the 6 ability users taken from the rescue team, Tao Yeruang was one. Tao Yeruang felt a bit speechless and didn't know how to continue the conversation. She replied casually, "We're just wandering around. You do your thing. Chu Jie got excited. He hit a zombie with a hammer, trying to grab its hair. A tall zombie stuck its head out of the window. All the ability users and soldiers in the base are almost overwhelmed with work. Why are you so free? Still have time to wander around? I haven't heard that your rescue team is so relaxed, Tao Yeruang. She gritted her teeth. Didn't you just say that 6 ability users were taken from the rescue team? Coincidentally, I am one of them. The other 5 of them are here too. Chu Jia. Who went away? Both of them looked at Tao Yeruang's convoy as if they had heard some incredible news. Everyone knew that the seed base provided the best benefits for ability users. Ability users had good meals and soup every day. Their families were housed in special apartments for safety, and they were given jobs. Ordinary people were almost jealous of this treatment. Now, some ability users had quit the rescue team. 1 or 2 might have a reason, but 6 quitting at once indicated a serious issue. Who is it? Who is so powerful to take away so many of you? What benefits did they give you that made you give up your positions? Tao Yering said proudly, I'm not telling you. If you knew how good the benefits of our Dawn Squad are, you'd probably beg our captain to let you join us. Chu Jie snorted, I don't believe your benefits are that great. Stop trying to fool us. By the way, when did your ability become so strong? You already left the rescue team, so you shouldn't be able to buy ability-enhancing potions. But just now, I saw your ability level, it's at least level 5. How did you manage that? Tao Yering looked even prouder. I told you, our squad has great benefits. Improving strength is just one of them.
Huye.
Who when how? Who is your captain? How can they be so amazing? And where did you get those ability potions? They're really scarce in the base, so how do you have them too? Tao Yering secretly thought, if they knew all the potions in the base were bought for my sister, they'd be shocked. But of course, she would never say that out loud. Instead, she simply said, we're leaving now. We still need to search for supplies. Just as she started the vehicle, Hu Wenhao quickly called out, since you're also going around, why don't you come with us? We're heading to the security department in the city center. A lot of survivors are gathered there, and we need to lead them back to the base. There are several big malls and shopping streets nearby, so you can also find the supplies you need. His eyes showed a hint of pleading. The number of zombies in the central district was terrifying. Even though he and Chu Jie were both metal-type ability users, they couldn't guarantee their own safety, let alone protect others. With Tao Yering's strength, their chances of success would be much higher if she joined them. Tao Yering was about to refuse, but when she saw Hu Wenhao's expression, she suddenly remembered how, during their last mission at the central hospital, they had clung to Meng Shiwan like a lifeline, hoping she would go with them to increase their chances. The refusal stuck in her throat. Instead, she turned to Meng Shiwan and asked, Sister, should we go with them? Meng Shiwan opened the map and checked. Sure enough, there were many malls and shopping streets around the security department, exactly the kind of places they needed to search. After getting Meng Shiwan's decision, Tao Yering shouted to Chu Jie, all right, we'll go together. You two drive your excavator and follow behind our team. Chu Jie and Hu Wenhao were very happy. They moved the excavator to the side so their convoy could pass first. They had just seen Tao Yering's abilities. With her leading the way, clearing the road, they could reach the security department much faster. Qiu Zi was driving, Tao Yering controlled the vines, and they kept moving forward. Lei Jia and Enjoan followed behind in a tow truck, and Meng Shiwan's RV was at the end. Chu Jie paused when he saw the passing RV. That RV looked very familiar. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He pointed at Meng Shiwan in the driver's seat and exclaimed, It's you. It's really you. Chu Jie was so excited that Meng Shiwan couldn't remember when she had seen them before. She stopped her vehicle, rolled down the window, and asked, Who are you? Next to her, Hu Wenhao also saw her and was even more excited. You. How come it's you? Meng Shiwan. Chu Jie was too caught up in his excitement. He shouted and tried to explain, We've met before. No, I mean we've seen you. You haven't seen us. When the apocalypse just started, we worked in a zombie killing zone. You were driving your RV on the road killing zombies, eating hot pot, watching TV, and playing games inside. We were so jealous. Later, a helicopter came after you. You threw bombs with your bare hands and made that helicopter crash. It was so cool. I still remember that scene clearly. A girl in pajamas in the middle of a zombie horde dropping bombs on a helicopter. That was truly impressive. Every time they thought about that night, they felt amazed. Now, seeing her in person up close, how could they not be excited? Meng Shirwang was very calm. So you two were spying on me back then? Chu Jia wanted to say more but suddenly couldn't speak. He was stuck, unable to get the words out. Her sudden question made everyone fall silent. Hu Wenhao explained, it's not really spying. When you didn't draw the curtains, we just looked to see what you were doing. Meng Shirwang pursed her lips. Oh, I didn't say I agreed, but I didn't say I didn't. So, I guess it doesn't count? Hu Wenhao. They were originally very excited to see her, but as they talked, something felt off. Meng Shirwang drove to catch up with the convoy ahead. Chu Jia and Hu Wenhao looked confused as they drove the excavator behind her. In front, Tao Yeruang cleared the roadblocks, making the path much smoother. Both of them only needed to use their special abilities to clear the surrounding zombies. They moved a little further into the central area. The number of zombies was now terrifyingly dense. They were almost shoulder to shoulder. Looking ahead, the entire street was filled with moving zombie heads. Fortunately, the members of the Dawn team were now quite powerful, using their abilities to kill the zombies in groups. Where the convoy passed, only a few fallen zombies remained. Chu Jia and Hu Wenhui, who were at the back of the convoy, watched in shock. Chu Jia muttered, I thought Tao Yeruang was the only strong one. I didn't expect the whole team to be so powerful. Hu Wenhui also couldn't understand. From how they used their abilities, they all seemed to be level 5 ability users. A private team and all level 5? How did they do it? Where did they get the ability-enhancing liquid? They couldn't figure out this question. They knew that the ability-enhancing liquid could boost an ability user's strength. But these people's strength was just too terrifying. The zombie horde in the central area was a place even ability users didn't dare to enter easily. Yet, they drove straight in and fought their way through. After killing the zombies on the street, they could see the condition of the shops on both sides. The supplies inside were still plentiful. Drinks and food in the small supermarket were still neatly arranged on the shelves. It was clear that after the apocalypse, no one had come here. Meng Shirwan summoned the RV's perspective map and manually expanded the second-floor space by 50,000 cubic meters. She took a vine seed from her space and held it in her palm. She extended her arm out of the car window, and her wood-type ability caused it to grow rapidly in the wind. Thousands of vines surged toward the shops on both sides of the street, covering almost a large section of the street. Her vines were thicker and more numerous than Tao Yeruang's. Looking at them, it was as if some magical plant had taken over the street. Chu Jia stared at the scene, eyes wide open, speechless for a long time. He had thought Tao Yeruang was already very powerful. But now, comparing the two, she was nothing. This was no longer just about being strong. Their abilities were simply extraordinary. What kind of people had they encountered? Others are collecting supplies, risking their lives to rush into stores, and struggling to carry things onto vehicles. One wrong move could cost them their lives. The person ahead, collecting supplies, is sitting in a camper, using wood-based powers to make everything in the shops disappear without even leaving the vehicle. In their end of the world, it seems, things are different. The convoy is heading toward the security department. From afar, loud gunfire can be heard. Everyone feels a sudden chill. Something's wrong. Anyone with a bit of sense knows that in a situation with many zombies around, using powerful weapons is a last resort. Gunfire and explosions only attract more zombies, surrounding them and making escape much harder. Only when zombies are already close and there's no other way to fight them, do people use guns to solve the immediate problem. At such times, people usually forget everything else and fight desperately. If they can't break through, death is the only option. In this emergency, Tao Yeruang speeds up, hoping to arrive early and maybe save them. After all, they are rescue team members. When they learn survivors are in danger, their first instinct is to save people. When the convoy stops at the security department's gate and sees the scene inside, everyone feels a shiver. The yard is full of zombies pushing and shoving toward a building. The zombies are making strange growling sounds, which are very uncomfortable to hear. The dense gunfire is coming from upstairs, probably from shooting at the zombies, indicating there are many of them. Tao Yareng can't hold back and asks Meng Sherwan for her opinion. "Sister, let's go help." Meng Sherwan turns off the engine and stops the camper. "Okay, you go in and fight. I'll go upstairs with Chuangyuan." In this situation, if she just watches without helping, it would seem too cold-hearted. A man with blonde hair grabbed a woman's clothes to pull her, then suddenly rushed up several steps. The woman was pulled off balance and tumbled down the stairs. A scream of fear rang out. Chao Yong turned to look and saw the woman falling quickly. He reacted quickly, grabbing her to stop her from rolling into the zombie crowd below. Once the woman steadied herself, her face was pale with fear, tears streaming down her face. "Li Huai, you caused us so much trouble. How can you run so fast and feel okay about it? Li Huai, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be running for our lives. If we die here today, I swear I won't forgive you, even in death." Everyone hated that blonde-haired man. If their looks could kill, they would have stabbed him 100 times. They cursed him while running upstairs. Chao Yong led about 10 soldiers, retreating while shooting at the zombies rushing up the stairs. There were too many zombies. Even if they killed some, others would step over the dead to keep coming. Zombies were fast. They had to run and shoot at the same time. If they were careless or slow, they might get caught and be torn apart. They ran desperately upward, the zombies smelling their fresh blood and chasing after them. Their only hope was to reach the rooftop quickly, close the metal door, and maybe block the zombies from catching them. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded. The metal door hit something. Things didn't go as they expected. Not only were the zombies trapped in the stairwell, but all of them, including Chao Yong and the others, were also locked inside. The blonde man at the front leaned against the door, waving the keys in his hand, a sinister smile on his face. Everyone's breath caught, their hearts pounding. They stared tightly at the keys in his hand. This was their only hope to escape. They swallowed their curses and nervously tried to persuade him. "Li Huai, stay calm. Let's go to the rooftop first, and then we can figure out what to do. Open the door quickly, or we'll all die here. No matter what happens, staying alive is more important. There are already too many dead outside. We've barely survived, so don't let us die so easily. Please, open the door." The yellow-haired man looked at their frightened faces and said nothing, but a bigger smile appeared on his lips. In front of everyone, he threw the key into the gap in the stairs, and it clinked as it fell down to the first floor. Someone's eyes followed the key closely. They climbed the stairs trying to catch it, but the small key, which held their hope of survival, was falling to the first floor. The zombies kept pushing up the stairs. The bullets in Chao Yang's hands wouldn't last much longer. Even with gunfire, the zombie horde was slowly getting closer. The hope of reaching the rooftop to escape was now completely gone. Soon, they would become part of the rotting, stinky zombies. The woman who was pulled down by the yellow-haired man was overwhelmed by fear of death and finally broke down. She rushed at the yellow-haired man. "Are you crazy? If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag us down with you. I've fought to stay alive this long. I don't want to die." "I'll fight you." She swung her fists, ready to hit him. But the yellow-haired man, who had been silent despite everyone's curses, suddenly snapped. He pushed her hard in the chest and shoved her away. The woman couldn't resist his strength and fell backward. People nearby tried to catch her, grabbing her clothes, but her clothes slipped from their hands due to her momentum, and she tumbled down the stairs. Her body hit a soldier's leg heavily. The soldier was busy shooting at the zombies, but after being hit, he slipped and fell into the zombie crowd. Chao Yong and others saw him trying to help, but it was too late. The soldier and the woman rolled into the zombie horde together. The impatient zombies saw fresh humans in front of them and swarmed to swallow them whole. The sounds of teeth tearing flesh, the screams of pain from the man and woman, the grinding of teeth on bones, and the chomping sounds of zombies echoed in the narrow stairwell. The zombies stopped climbing and eagerly tore into the flesh. Soon, the two were completely eaten, and the bloodstains spread through the stairs. Everyone was so frightened by what they saw that they sat on the ground, pale and trembling. The two people who had just been alive moments ago were now nothing but bones. After the zombies finished, they looked at the survivors with blood-covered faces, their eyes greedy, ready to devour their flesh. Someone cried out in fear, unable to watch what had just happened. Chuangyuan, with red eyes, kept shooting at the zombie horde, trying to hold them off for a moment longer. Only the blonde man stood at the door, laughing wildly. Haha, it's good to die, it's good to die. You all will be eaten by zombies. None of you will escape. His appearance now looked even more terrifying than the zombies in everyone's eyes. Don't get excited. If you're upset about something, just tell us. There's no need to seek death. A man tried to comfort the blonde man and quietly approached, hoping to open the door and escape. But the blonde man was very alert, saw through his plan, and pulled out a pistol from his pocket, eyes bloodshot. Don't come near me or I'll shoot you. The man, with the gun pointed at him, dared not move and had to step back a little, keeping his distance from the blonde man. Behind them was a group of zombies. In front was a crazy man with a gun. Today, they might really die here. Everyone huddled in a corner, far from the zombies and far from the blonde man. They watched helplessly as the bullets in Chuangyuan's gun grew fewer, the zombies got closer, and they waited together for death. They were unwilling. They didn't want to die at the hands of zombies, but at the hands of their own people. Just then, there was a loud bang again from the iron door. The originally locked iron door was forcibly kicked open from the rooftop. The blonde man guarding the door was hit by the powerful force, slammed against the wall, and blood immediately streamed from his nose. Everyone looked toward the door. Outside, the hot sunlight shone diagonally onto the stairs, casting a shadow of a human figure. It was a slender figure, wearing loose sports clothes, with a ponytail and large wind wings on their backs slowly dissipating. At that moment, the people waiting for death seemed to see an angel coming to save them. Run, there's hope now. Someone shouted, and everyone snapped out of their shock, rushing toward the rooftop. The blonde man saw this and also ran up to the rooftop. Once everyone had retreated from the staircase, Chuangyuan closed the iron door again, reinforced it with her metal abilities, and sealed the zombie horde inside. Chuangyuan watched these people who had escaped death, sitting on the ground and gasping heavily, feeling very puzzled. What are you locking yourselves inside for? Do you not know how to break open a lock with something? If they had arrived just a little later, none of these people would have survived. At this point, everyone looked at the blonde-haired man with anger. Chuangyuan thought about his fallen comrades. His eyes filled with hatred as he looked at the blonde-haired man. He quickly walked toward him, ready to fight this beast. The blonde-haired man stepped back 2 steps, holding a gun pointed at Chuangyuan's head. Don't come any closer. If you take one more step, I will shoot you. Chuangyuan stopped in his tracks, glaring at him with fiery hatred. What do you want? When your family was trapped in the basement with no food or water, we found you while gathering supplies. We brought you here so you could survive. Now, you want us all dead? You're ungrateful, a cold-blooded snake. We shouldn't have saved you in the first place. Over the past 2 months, Chuangyuan and his surviving colleagues, equipped with various weapons and devices from the security department, managed to create a safe zone within the center area. They're all former soldiers who served the people before the apocalypse. Even after the disaster, they still hold that belief and continue to serve the people. Chuangyuan has been in contact with the seed base. The seed base once offered to send people to rescue them, but Chuangyuan refused. He knew the situation inside the center area. Zombies were terrifying in number, and even those with special abilities found it hard to break in. Under these conditions, rescuing survivors inside the center was impossible. Chuangyuan thought that since they were inside the center, with enough weapons from the security department, they could use armored vehicles and other strong fighting machines to rescue survivors around them. He planned to gather all survivors at the security department and then have the seed base send people to rescue them together from the center. He shared this plan with his colleagues. After they agreed, the seed base also approved his idea. The seed base promised that if they ran out of food or couldn't hold back the zombies, they would ask for help immediately, and the base would send rescue teams right away. Over the past 2 months, Chuangyuan and his team have done very well. They set up electric fences and raised walls around the security department to keep zombies out. They drove armored vehicles equipped with weapons to gather supplies and rescue people around the area. Over 2 months, some colleagues sacrificed themselves and others faced life and death dangers, but they all endured. They rescued a total of 57 survivors. After confirming there were no more survivors nearby, Chuangyuan reported the situation at the security department to the seed base, asking them to send people to support them. Because the security department had very strong armored vehicles and many survivors, and since there are too many zombies, the seed base decided to send Xu Jia and Hu Wenhui, 2 powerful ability users, to lead the way. They could drive various combat vehicles with the survivors to reach the seed base. Victory was close. They just needed the 2 ability users to clear the road. Once that was done, they could head to the seed base and be completely safe. But at this critical moment, zombies broke through the wall. Many survivors didn't escape in time and were killed. The remaining 20 or 30 survivors ran up the stairs, but the yellow-haired man locked the rooftop door, trapping them and forcing them to wait for death. He even caused 2 people to die. They were furious at the yellow-haired man. They felt like their lungs would explode from anger. If he didn't have a gun, they would have rushed to fight him. The angrier they got, the more the yellow-haired man enjoyed it. He let out a sad, crazy laugh, saying, "It's good to die. You deserve it. It's all your fault. Because of you, my wife and children died. I want you all to die too and go too." A man in a floral shirt, furious and heartbroken, stood up and pointed his finger at the yellow-haired man's head, shouting, "Are you crazy? If Captain Chow and his team hadn't rescued you from the basement, your family of 3 would have already rotted underground. We even lost a soldier trying to save you. Now you're saying such things? Your wife and children died from illness. What does that have to do with us? Why should we go to with you?" The yellow-haired man, with bloodshot eyes, pointed his gun at the man in the floral shirt. "You. What's in your pocket? Is it medicine? You clearly have medicine. I saw you secretly hide medicine in your bag. When your wife and children were sick, why didn't you take it out? That's 2 lives lost. You hid the medicine and didn't treat my wife and children. It's your fault they died." The man in the floral shirt was angry, but when the blonde man pointed a gun at him, he immediately calmed down, sweating nervously. He was really afraid that this crazy person might shoot him at any moment. But hearing the unreasonable words of the blonde man, he felt even more angry, like his stomach was hurting. "The vitamins in my pocket are just vitamins. Your wife and children have heat stroke. Can vitamins really help?" He took out a small white bottle to show him it was vitamin B. The others agreed along with him. "Yes, yes. When your wife and children first arrived, a doctor checked on them. They already had heat stroke. With our current medical conditions, we can't treat it. So, it's not our fault. We also want to help, but we simply don't have the means. How can you blame us? Your wife and children died. What does that have to do with us? Why should we be punished too?" The blonde man was even angrier now. "Shut up. All of you, shut up. You all deserve to die. Before the apocalypse, I delivered packages. You people looked down on me, complained about my wages. I've hated you for a long time. Now I want you all to die." After saying that, he pointed forcefully, ready to attack. Chuangyuan was quick. He threw a wind blade, knocking the gun out of the blonde man's hand. The blonde man's hand was cut and bleeding. Meng Sherwan stood nearby, listening for a while. He understood that this blonde man was nothing but a revenge-seeking madman. Before the apocalypse, he delivered packages and was constantly complained about and had his wages deducted. He was already unhappy with the people here. After the apocalypse, his wife and children died from heat stroke, and he completely lost his mind. He just wanted to take a group of people with him in death. These people were unlucky too. They barely survived and then met such a crazy person. When the blonde man saw Chuangyuan and the others raise their guns at him, he knew he wouldn't survive today. Before dying, he didn't want these people to have peace. Do you know how the zombies broke into the security department? I was the one who smashed the wall and let them in. All I had to do was loosen the wall, and when the zombies heard the noise, they would crash into it. After the wall was broken, the zombies would push hard to get inside. The whole wall would loosen and collapse. The blonde man was proud and wanted to say more, to make these people angry. Meng Sherwan suddenly blew a strong gust of wind, pushing him off the rooftop and into the zombie horde below. She was annoyed. Stop wasting time talking. Wait on the roof. Once the people below clear the zombies, they can drive to pick up the others and go to the base. Almost furious with the blonde-haired person, everyone listened to Meng Sherwan and gradually calmed down.
Chao yang reminded someu hatrational.
He asked Meng Sherwan, "Where are the people coming to help us?"
There are too many zombies below.
They can't clear them all. Just tell them to protect themselves. Right now, only a helicopter from the base can come to the roof and rescue us. Meng Sherwan replied, "No need. They're already clearing the zombies below. Just wait here, Chao Yang." Already clearing the zombies, he knew how terrifying the number of zombies in the central area was. Even the supernatural abilities users would be overwhelmed by the zombie tide. With the endless stream of zombies, the powers used by the abilities users were like a drop in the ocean. Their best option now was to retreat, not to keep fighting the zombies. Chao Yang walked to the edge of the rooftop to see what was happening below. He was shocked when he looked. In the crowded zombie group below, a few people had entered. They each defended their area, forming a circle, fighting off zombies coming from all directions. From the rooftop, he could clearly see their supernatural abilities. The first thing he saw was Tao Yering's plant-based power, with hundreds of vines moving in the air, spectacular to watch. The vines looked soft, but they were deadly to zombies. Every attack brought down hundreds of zombies. When the vines pulled out of zombie heads, they also extracted crystal cores. Chao Yang was amazed. Such a powerful ability. Others also came to the edge of the roof to watch. They saw lightning powers being used, capable of killing large groups at once. The earth powers created walls around the collapsed fence, which suddenly started to move. The ground rose up, forming new walls to block the zombies from rushing in. The water powers formed whirlpools, killing zombies while the water quickly turned murky. The fire powers were even more aggressive, setting fires directly. The two metal-based abilities were slightly weaker, using nearby metal to hunt zombies. They weren't as fast as the other abilities. With the help of these abilities, the crowded zombies in the yard were quickly cleared out, leaving a safe space. These ability users were so powerful that the survivors on the rooftop were stunned. For a moment, they forgot about how angry they were earlier because of the yellow-haired person. Someone said, "Online, everyone says that ability users can run out of energy when facing huge groups of zombies. But look at this situation. These ability users are like wolves among sheep. How are they so strong?" Another added, "Honestly, these people are really tough. We almost died from zombies, but they make killing zombies look so easy. Now we're saved. With them here, we'll definitely make it to the base." They were so excited and happy that they forgot about the other two ability users behind them. Meng Sherwan told Chuangyuan, "You stay here and clear the zombies. I'll go nearby to gather supplies." Chuangyuan nodded. "Okay." Meng Sherwan gathered her wind wings and flew toward the nearest mall. There were too many zombies, so she drove a camper. But flying there was faster than driving. At the mall, she cleared zombies and collected supplies. With her current ability level, these tasks were easy. Looking down at the ability users fighting zombies, she felt a strong wind over her head. She looked up and saw a person with sharp wind wings flying across the sky, heading toward the distance. The man in the floral shirt looked confused. "Am I dreaming? What did I just see?" Someone flying. The world had become strange and wonderful. He accepted that ability users existed, but seeing someone fly overhead still felt unreal. How could people fly? And so fast? Chuangyuan walked over to them. "Stay up there. I'll go down and fight zombies too." After saying that, he gathered wind wings and jumped from the rooftop, flying toward the other ability users below. The survivors. It seemed the whole world was evolving, and they were just standing still. The collapsed wall of the security department was repaired, blocking the zombies from rushing inside. Cleaning up the zombies inside the security department became much easier. After few of them crazily used their powers to kill zombies in groups, the number of terrifying zombies sharply decreased, turning into piles of dead bodies on the ground. The survivors on the rooftop looked on in surprise, feeling that it wasn't as hot as before, even with the high temperature up there. Once the zombies inside the courtyard were cleared, Lei Jia, Tao Yeruang, Chu Jie, and Hu Wenhao went inside to clear the remaining zombies and then help the survivors on the rooftop. In Jiewen, Qiu Ji, Lu Yu, and Chuangyuan took out their bone hammers, transforming into farmers in the yard, hitting zombie heads to find the crystal cores. Facing the piles of zombie bodies, they each hit heads slowly, which was a bit inefficient and a waste of time. Chuangyuan held his bone hammer, standing still among the zombie piles, lost in thought. Lu Yu urged him, "What are you standing there for? There are so many zombie heads waiting for us." "Hurry up and work," Chuangyuan responded vaguely. "What do you think wind and water could connect to?" Lu Yu looked confused, not sure why he asked, and honestly answered, "Tornado." Chuangyuan finally turned to look at him, full of excitement. "Yes, tornado. Powerful tornadoes can tear ships apart, so tearing apart a zombie body shouldn't be a problem, Lu Yu." He finally understood Chuangyuan's meaning. "Wow, you're clever. Try to see if it works. If it works, they wouldn't have to keep hitting zombie heads one by one." Chuangyuan called to Qiu Ji nearby. "Later, you hold back water, as much as possible. The more, the better. Let's try a combo move and see how effective it is." Others focused on strengthening their powers to fight enemies. They focused on strengthening their powers to quickly extract the crystal cores from the zombie heads. Qiu Ji gathered a huge water sphere in the air, while Chuangyuan controlled the wind to stir the water, making it spin rapidly. In a moment, a few meters-high tornado-like water column appeared inside the courtyard. The water at the bottom was thinner and closer to the ground, spreading out and becoming thicker and wider higher up, affecting a large area of airflow. It wasn't as big as a tornado over the sea, but a fast-spinning, several-meter-high water tornado inside the city was still impressive. Chuangyuan controlled the direction of the small tornado. At the bottom of the tornado, piles of zombie bodies were swept into the swirling vortex. Standing nearby, you could see the zombie corpses being crushed by the spinning wind, blood and flesh mixing into the clear water column inside the tornado. The entire tornado quickly turned black and gray, adding a cold, ruthless look. Lu Yu saw a thick layer of zombie bodies on the ground. As the tornado moved, they were all pulled into the vortex and crushed, which surprised him. "Wow, it really works. How did you come up with such a good idea?" he asked. Qiu Zi was also surprised by this move. "Can abilities be used like this? It looks pretty powerful." And Joan smiled and said, "If this can help us extract the crystal cores, it will save us a lot of time." Right now, the tornado's ability to crush the bodies was quite effective. The only question was whether it could crush the skulls. If it couldn't crush the skulls, they would still have to carefully knock on each zombie's head. Controlling the wind at high speed for a long time consumes a lot of energy. Chuangyuan was sweeping the zombies in the yard with the tornado. He estimated that about 60% of his energy was used up. This shows that no matter how strong an ability user is, facing a large number of zombies could drain all their energy and cause them to die. Using the ability continuously at high intensity is very exhausting. Chuangyuan slowed down the tornado. He adjusted the wind's strength, splitting the water column inside the tornado into two parts. He carried each part to different spots. When he released the wind, the two water masses, stained with zombie blood and flesh, spilled onto the ground. The water quickly seeped into the cracks of the dry cement ground, leaving only two piles of zombie tissue. One pile was the crushed zombie flesh, blood, and clothes. The other was white bones mixed with shiny crystal cores and some jewelry made of gold and silver. Qiu Zi moved closer and exclaimed happily, "Chuangyuan, this move really works. The bones are shattered into small pieces, and we can't even find a complete skull. All the crystal cores have fallen out. Looking for crystal cores in the bone debris is much easier than knocking on each zombie's head. And Jiawen and Lu Yu also came over to look. The white bones had no flesh on them. When they used a bone hammer to pry, it made a ringing sound as the bones clinked together. The lowest layer of the crystal core and jewelry sparkled brightly in the sunlight. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. I have an immature idea. Since tornadoes can directly lift zombies, we don't need to bother killing them first. Chuangyuan can just use a tornado to gather the living zombies. It's fast and efficient. In just a short time, the crystal cores will be right in front of us. The three of them crouched in front of a pile of bones, busy picking out the crystal cores. Chuangyuan, panting from the effort, said, I think your idea isn't very mature. It uses a lot of energy and can't be sustained for long. Lu Yu smiled. That's okay. After we collect this batch of crystal cores, we can exchange them for energy enhancement liquids. Don't drink the liquids you get. Save them for when your energy runs out. That way, you can last longer. Chuangyuan. Are you planning to use me as a tool? After clearing the zombies inside the building, Tao Yaru and the others went to the rooftop and saw about 20 or 30 survivors, all lying in rows along the edge, watching something below with great interest. They didn't even notice when the four of them came up. Chu Jie couldn't help but shout, What's down there? Why are they all so focused? Chaoyang turned around and saw a few energy users standing behind them, staring at them strangely. Chaoyang quickly explained, the energy users downstairs just made a tornado. It was spectacular. Tao Yaru. Her first thought was that those below must be doing something new and interesting. When the others heard the noise, they quickly stood up from the railing on the rooftop and looked at Tao Yaru and the others with admiration and envy. They're all energy users, and very powerful ones at that. How could anyone not be jealous? If they had such abilities, they wouldn't be so passive. Chaoyang admired. We saw how you fought the zombies downstairs. It was amazing. Tao Yaru nodded to the survivors as a greeting. She said to Chu Jie and Hu Wenhui, Take them back to the base. Chu Jie wanted to ask if they were not going back, but then thought that they came to gather supplies and probably wouldn't leave so soon, so he didn't ask. Hu Wenhui called out to the survivors, Let's go. Get ready to go downstairs. We're heading back to the base. The survivors waited anxiously for a long time and finally could go to a safe base. Everyone cooperated actively and was eager to leave. They couldn't wait to fly to the base and escape the days of constantly being threatened by zombies. When Chaoyang and the others learned that the base had sent people to pick them up, they were already prepared. The armored vehicles were packed, and the survivors could get in and leave at any moment. No one expected that, just before leaving, so many people would be killed by a crazy person. Back downstairs, they saw 4 people squatting next to a pile of bones, picking out crystal cores. The yard, which was once full of zombie bodies, had mostly disappeared, leaving only some remains in the corners or beside vehicles. Chaoyang was busy pulling zombie bodies off the vehicles with the survivors. Leisha walked over to the bone pile, surprised. Did you come up with a good idea? How did you manage to separate so many zombie brains' crystal cores in such a short time? Qiu Zi was rummaging through the bones, looking for crystal cores. Chuangyuan used wind powers to create a tornado, smashing the zombie bodies. Then he filtered the water and the cores came out. Leisha was happy. That's great. Now we don't have to knock on each zombie's head one by one. Chuangyuan looked helpless. It can't be used for long. The energy drain is too fast, Leisha said boldly. That's okay. When you get the energy boost liquid in the future, don't drink it. Save it for when your energy runs out. That way, you can last longer. This wasn't about respecting him, it was about not treating him like a person at all. And Jiewen, Qiuzi, and Lu Yu heard the same words again and tried not to laugh, giving Chuangyuan sympathetic looks. The survivors had all gotten into the vehicles and were settled. Chu Jie came over to greet them. We're heading back to the base. Really? Thank you so much for your help this time. Tao Yaruing waved to him. Bye-bye. Be careful on the way. Chu Jie reminded them. The acid rain should arrive in a few days. You should head back to the base early. After saying that, Chu Jie and Hu Wenhui got into their excavator. Chaoyang drove the armored vehicle, followed by several others, slowly leaving the security department's yard. Tao Yeruang and the others finished collecting the crystal cores from the bones. Meng Shiwang, who was gathering supplies, hadn't returned yet. Leisha suggested, "Let's kill another group." Taking advantage of the available time and the large number of zombies, they killed as many as possible to gather more crystal cores. This way, they could trade with Meng Shiwan for energy enhancement liquids and space expansion. Lu Yu told Chuangyuan, "You don't need to help with killing zombies. You can rest in the car. Remember to turn on the air conditioning and eat some snacks to recharge. We still need you to help extract crystal cores after we finish." He really found a good job for himself. And Joan removed a section of wall to block the zombies outside. The zombies rushed into the courtyard in a swarm. Everyone focused on their work, killing zombies nonstop. Until the courtyard was full of zombies, and Joan sealed the wall again and closed the door to trap them. To save Jiangyuan's energy, after killing this wave of zombies, they didn't let Jiangyuan use his wind power to extract crystal cores. Instead, they opened the wall again and let in another wave of zombies to kill. They repeated this twice, piling thick zombie bodies on the ground. By then, it was getting dark. Leisha called Jiangyuan, "You've rested enough. Come and help." Jiangyuan knew it was time for the final count. He let Xiaozi relax and controlled the wind to spin again, forming a tornado in the courtyard. Tao Yaru saw the tornado for the first time. "Honestly, your idea is pretty clever." Leisha was happy, thinking about how he wouldn't need to hit zombies on the head anymore to extract cores, which made him very pleased. The bottom of the tornado looked like a deep abyss, capable of quickly pulling in any number of zombie bodies and turning them into fragments in an instant. This time, they had gathered even more zombie corpses, but the tornado's efficiency remained the same. It seemed to swallow any amount of bodies effortlessly. The tornado moved around the courtyard, while others hurried to gather the remaining bodies from corners and toss them into the tornado. Once all the zombies in the courtyard were eliminated, Jiangyuan separated the cores, bones, and floating flesh and blood. His energy was almost completely used up. The pile of bones was as tall as a small mountain. Picking up the crystal cores alone took quite a while. They took some food from their card spaces to fill their stomachs, then found a flashlight, carried a small stool, and sat beside the bone pile to dig through the remains. Since they now had a 1 cubic meter card space, storing food and supplies inside was very convenient. Once the sun sets, the sky quickly darkens. Tao Yeruang feels a bit worried. "Why hasn't Sister come back yet?" Leisha's picking at some bone fragments. "Don't worry, Sister's strength is fine. Maybe she's taking longer because there's a lot of supplies around." Tao Yeruang thinks this makes sense. Based on Meng Shiwang's strength, not many people can bully her. Until they finish collecting the mountain of bones, Meng Shiwang still hasn't returned. The group continues fighting zombies or counting crystal cores, and they choose to focus on counting the crystals. Since going to the fishing village, they haven't counted their crystals yet. They clear a clean spot on the ground and spread out all the crystals stored in their card spaces. They pile up a small heap. When they shine their flashlights, the crystals sparkle brightly. Lu Yu gently touches the crystals, as if holding a precious treasure. This pile probably has several thousand crystals. Leisha estimates, maybe over 10,000. Considering the zombies they cleared today, they might have thousands of crystals already. They also got quite a few from clearing the zombies in the fishing village before. They don't bother looking for scales. They sit down and count each crystal one by one. They look happy, as if counting a valuable treasure. Each person counts their own pile, then they add up the total. It's impressive. 12,070 crystals. Xiaozi is shocked. Over 10,000 crystals. We can buy a lot of power-up liquids. Leisha pulls out his phone and calculates. We can buy 60 bottles of power-up liquid. 60. We've never been this rich before. Lu Yu quickly speaks up. No, we also need to exchange some card spaces. 10 crystals for 1 cubic meter, and Jiawen suggests, with Sister here, card spaces aren't the most important. First, focus on exchanging for power-up liquids to strengthen ourselves. Card spaces are just enough for daily use. Jiangyuan calculates. 12,000 crystals can get us 60 bottles of power-up liquid. The remaining 70 crystals, each of us can exchange for a 1 cubic meter space. His idea gets unanimous agreement. Tao Yering slapped the table. That's settled then. Meng Shuai gathered all the supplies nearby and returned to the RV through the farm portal. Through the window, she saw the others huddled together, whispering about something. She stepped onto the stairs to check on Treading Snow. The big cat opened its round eyes and looked back at her. Stretching lazily, Treading Snow walked toward her. By now, its body had grown so large that with a second floor only a meter high, its back could brush against the ceiling. In just a short time, the little kitten she once held in her arms had grown to nearly a meter tall. The power of that black cube was truly remarkable. Meng Shuai jumped down the stairs and called it over. Want some freeze-dried snacks? She took out a variety of pet treats from her storage space and filled Treading Snow's small dish to the brim. Now that it was bigger, its appetite had grown as well. With a loud thump, it leapt onto the cabinet. Luckily, the RV was damage-proof, or else Meng Shuai suspected the cabinet would have collapsed under its weight. Its fluffy mouth took one big bite, finishing nearly half the dish at once. Meng Shuai thought to herself that with its current size, snacks and cat food alone wouldn't be enough. She would need to feed it more meat from time to time. She pulled out a piece of frozen beef she had stored earlier, cut off a chunk, and placed it in front of Treading Snow. It sniffed the meat, then chomped down eagerly. Meng Shuai patted its big head. My little one has really grown up. Meng Shuai sliced more beef strips and placed them in Treading Snow's dish. It ate happily. She then took out a tall metal cup, opened the fridge, and filled the cup with ice. From her storage space, she retrieved 50 ability-enhancing vials and poured them in one by one over the ice. These were from the 100 she had bought back on Pirate Island in Shanghai. 98 had been left, stored away all this time. Fortunately, the system had been quiet these past few days. Otherwise, it would surely complain that she was wasting precious resources. Others would treat a single vial like a priceless treasure. But in Meng Shuai's hands, they were poured out like water, cup after cup. By the time she had emptied all 50 vials into the cup, Treading Snow had nearly finished eating. Treading Snow, come on. Let's go out for a walk. Meng Shuai took a sip from her cup, feeling the cold liquid with no particular taste. She opened the car door and stepped out of the RV through the snow. Tao Yering saw Meng Shuai return and was very happy. Sister, you're back. We've collected a lot of crystal cores and want to exchange them for ability enhancement liquids. Meng Shuai looked down and saw a small pile of crystal cores on the ground. There were quite a few. How do we exchange them? She asked. Tao Yering explained, there are a total of 12,070 crystal cores. We can exchange them for 60 bottles of ability enhancement liquid, and each person will get a 1 cubic meter card space. Okay. Meng Shuai gathered the pile of crystal cores, took out the remaining 48 bottles of ability enhancement liquid from her space, and bought 12 more at the mall, giving them all to everyone. They each received a 1 cubic meter space in their card. Tao Yering held the 60 bottles of ability enhancement liquid, excited. Here, 8 bottles per person. The remaining 4 bottles will be divided among Lu Yu, Ma Jiandong, Chuangyuan, and Zhewen. The 3 of us will wait until next time to give more. Ma Jiandong wasn't there, so she kept his 9 bottles for him at the base. Everyone eagerly grabbed several bottles of ability enhancement liquid, ready to drink. Lei Zhe quickly stopped Jiang Yuan. You can't just drink it casually. Your ability enhancement liquid needs to be used wisely. If you create a tornado with 9 bottles, you can last a long time. He really wished he hadn't had that sudden idea today. Now he was like a beast tearing apart crystal cores. Jiang Zhewen thought for a moment. We shouldn't waste it either. We can help send zombies into the tornado, making him more efficient. The others agreed, clapping their hands and heading toward the zombie horde outside the gate, their eyes shining. Meng Shuai initially wanted to suggest returning to the base now, but seeing how excited they were, she decided to wait until they finished. She took a chair from her space, sat on the clean ground, sipped her iced ability enhancement liquid, and watched them busy at work. Teshua lay lazily at Meng Shuan's feet, ready to sleep. Chuangyuan went to the entrance, drank a bottle of ability enhancement liquid to control the wind, and made it spin rapidly, forming a tornado. At the bottom of the tornado, the swirling zombies could be into the eye of the storm and torn apart. Meng Shuan's eyes lit up. This move had great destructive power. Others were also busy, each finding ways to push the dense zombies into the tornado, trying to kill as many as possible. Chuangyuan guided the tornado toward the area with the most zombies. The vehicles on the road were affected by the strong wind, sliding up and down unpredictably. The signs on the buildings beside the road were blown loudly, making a howling sound. Chuangyuan felt his special energy was running out, so he drank a boost liquid to restore his power instantly, bringing him back to his peak state. He only had 9 bottles of the boost liquid, which would last about half an hour. The tornado gradually lost strength, and bones and crystal cores were piled up inside the courtyard. A few team members happily ran back from the zombie horde, shining their flashlights and kneeling in front of the pile of bones to pick up crystal cores. Leja pondered, there should be hundreds of crystal cores. Tao Yar nodded, definitely. They were now focused on collecting crystal cores, happily gathering them. Even Meng Shuang, sitting nearby, was forgotten as they concentrated on their task. Meng Shuang silently finished her boost liquid and said, "We will leave for the base tonight." The acid rain was coming in a few days. They had collected enough supplies. Returning early meant they could move out of the seed base before the rain arrived and establish their own base. Even if she used her farm domain, it wouldn't be affected by the harsh weather. This meant the acid rain wouldn't harm her farm. While everyone was hiding in the base during the rain, it was the perfect time for her farm to develop and grow stronger. Normally, if her farm was made public, many people would be watching her. Okay, sis. They quickened their pace in collecting crystal cores. In the end, they counted a total of 670. Tao Yaru handed the crystal cores to Meng Shuang. Sis, exchange 3 boost liquids. The remaining 70 can be stored in each person's cube space. Meng Shuang bought 3 more boost liquids for her and allocated each of them a cube space of 1 cubic meter. She patted the sleeping Teshua's head and said, "Let's go. We're heading back." Teshua stood up, stretched lazily, and followed Meng Shuang back to the RV. The 3 who were short of 1 boost liquid finished their bottles and returned to their own vehicles. The convoy started moving. The headlights lit up the night, shining on the dried zombies, making them look even more frightening. On the way back, the road was cleared of obstacles, and apart from fighting zombies, the journey was smooth and unobstructed. When the convoy reached the entrance of the seed base, it was already early morning. Looking at the large canopy covering the entire base, Meng Shuan couldn't help but marvel at this huge project. The canopy was like a big semicircle, enclosing the whole base inside. If it weren't for the help of a metal elemental ability user, completing such a large project in a short time would have been nearly impossible. And Joan's voice rang out in the group chat. I've imagined how spectacular the canopy would look once finished. Seeing it now in person is still very shocking. This must have taken many ability users working together to complete. Since the apocalypse, the sky has remained very clear, with stars and the moon casting a cold light over the land, making it just possible to see. The canopy was hidden in the night, and its black outline looked like a giant creature lurking in the dark. Leja sighed. I have to say, the seed base is really impressive. This canopy can protect so many lives from acid rain. The post-apocalyptic world is terrifying, but the seed base has been working hard to respond to natural disasters and protect the people, giving some comfort. Humans support each other and fight disasters together, and they can always get through these tough times. Many people came and went at the base entrance. After more than 2 months of high temperatures, people had already gotten used to working by day and resting by night. Taking advantage of the cooler night without the sun's heat, many went outside the base to find supplies. Not many people entered the base at this time. They didn't have to wait in long lines and could go straight to the monitoring station at the entrance. The routine was the same: car washes, people washes, blood draws, and disinfection inside the vehicles. Teshua was lying on the sofa, lifting her head to look out the window at the scene outside. She remembered the first time she came, when she was soaked like a drowned rat and was bathed by Meng Sherwang. She shrank her head and quietly tiptoed to the second floor, hugging her black cube to sleep, trying to avoid trouble. Meng Sherwang, in the driver's seat, heard her sneaky movements and couldn't help but smile. No matter how old Teshua got, she was still that cute little cat. She came down from the driver's seat, didn't call Teshua, closed the car door, and went into the disinfection room next door. After being soaked in disinfectant, she used her water elemental ability to rinse herself clean and then went into the blood collection room for testing. The inspector, wearing a white coat, saw Meng Sherwan and looked surprised. "Is that you? I remember you. Last time, I did a test for you when you returned to the base. You're a level 5 ability user." When she first learned that the girl in front of her was a level 5 ability user, she almost thought she was seeing things. She checked several times before accepting the shocking news. At that time, the entire base had only low-level ability users, with no one at level 4. Suddenly, a level 5 ability user appeared. It was truly shocking. Now, with ability enhancement liquids available, there are many level 4 users and occasionally level 5 users are seen. But this inspector still remembers her first encounter with a level 5 ability user very clearly. Meng Sherwan didn't reply. She extended her arm for the blood test. The inspector's movements were gentle, and her eyes were full of admiration. Ordinary people and ability users are no longer on the same level. Living in the apocalypse is tough for ordinary people every day, while ability users, with their stronger powers, live a bit easier. This concerns their lives and safety, so ordinary people naturally envy them. Everyone wants to live well. The inspector felt a mix of emotions as she placed Meng Sherwan's blood into the testing machine. She was ready for the beeping sound to start, but when it suddenly sounded urgently, it startled her. The sound was loud and rapid, something she had never heard before. She checked the display on the testing machine and was so shocked her heart skipped a beat. She stared at Meng Sherwan with disbelief. Level 7 ability user. Last time, she was only a level 5. How had she become level 7 so quickly? Level 7 ability users are not just a little stronger. Each level up is a big leap. It's no exaggeration to say that a level 7 ability user can fight all the level 4 and level 5 users in the base alone. It's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Meng Sherwan remained calm. She raised an eyebrow. Level 7. It seemed her continuous intake of ability enhancement liquids had paid off. Meng Sherwan stood up. "Test is done. I'm leaving." As she left the testing room, the inspector finally recovered from her shock. She remembered she needed to report to her supervisor. Meng Sherwan drove her RV to the next stop, where she disinfected the interior. A worker carrying disinfectant walked onto the RV, checked inside and out, and saw it was quite clean. Since it was a living space, it probably didn't carry any zombie virus. He only sprayed some disinfectant at the corridor entrance, feeling amazed at how different people can be. He worked in the heat just for a bite to eat. Looking at the RV owner, he saw the fridge was full of food and drinks and the air conditioner was on inside, so it wasn't hot at all. He felt envious. He went upstairs, turned his head, and saw a huge fierce beast glaring at him with cold eyes. He was shocked and scared, so he turned around and ran away. He ran far down the road from the RV, and when he saw the beast didn't follow, his heart was pounding. Thinking about the cold eyes of the beast, he still felt scared. Meng Sherwan heard the noise and asked him at the RV door, "Are you okay?" "That's my pet. It's a bit big, but it doesn't bite." She forgot to tell the worker earlier that her pet was quite large, and she didn't expect it to scare him. The worker, panting, questioned, "Your pet is big? Is it a normal size? The ceiling upstairs is about 1 meter high." That creature was so crowded that it almost couldn't fit, and she said it was a bit big. In the end of the world, having such a big pet must eat a lot. Only someone special could afford to keep it. Thinking carefully now, he realized the pet looked really strange, black fur, with white mouth, neck, and paws, and it seemed to have fur. It looked a bit like a cat, but how could a cat be that big? He didn't have the courage to look again. He told Meng Sherwan, after entering the base, "Watch your pet. Don't let it bite anyone." Meng Sherwan nodded, "I know." She closed the RV door, returned to the driver's seat, and drove into the base. Inside the base, the sky was very dark, covered by a canopy, and it was so black he couldn't see his hand in front of him. There were streetlights along the road, but they weren't very bright, just enough to provide some light. A few team members came out from other inspection points, chatting excitedly in a group chat. Leisha was very excited. I'm a level 6 psychic. I actually reached level 6. The psychic enhancement liquid is so powerful. You guys don't know, when the inspector saw I was a level 6 psychic, he was so shocked. Chiozi snorted. Who isn't? I'm also a level 6 psychic. It feels like a dream. When he first met Meng Shirwang, she was still a level 5 ability user. At that time, he was very jealous. Not long after, he had already become a level 6 ability user, which he never dared to imagine. Lu Yu excitedly shouted, I am also a level 6 ability user. He, Ma Jiandong, and Jiang Yuan joined the team later. They didn't drink as much of the ability-enhancing liquid as Qiu Zi and the others, but they still reached level 6. It was clear that their persistence to join the Dawn team was the right choice. In the group chat, they kept asking each other questions. Wow, everyone was a level 6 ability user. Finally, Tao Yering summarized, we are really lucky. We met sister, and following her means endless good days. The others strongly agreed. Listening to their chat, Meng Shirwang still had no idea how much ability-enhancing liquid was needed to level up. Anyway, as long as there was ability-enhancing liquid, she just drank it. Leisha asked, Sister, what level are you now? They were all very curious. They were all level 6 ability users, so Meng Shirwang couldn't also be level 6, right? Meng Shirwang's voice suddenly sounded, and the group chat exploded. Leisha excitedly shouted, Wow, a level 7 ability user. An advanced ability user. That's pretty powerful. He was even more excited than he was about being a level 6. And Jiao sighed, Our sister will always be our sister. No matter when, she is the strongest. Just over 2 months into the apocalypse, a level 7 ability user appeared. It was hard to imagine what the world would become if more people reached such levels in the coming years. Meng Shirwang's level 7 strength truly shocked and delighted them. Qiu Zi drove the truck to the front and said, Let's go, hurry home. We need to pack up and build our new base. Leisha didn't want to hear that. Stop pretending. Just say you want to see your girlfriend. Don't talk about rushing to build a new base. Your car is so fast the wheels are almost smoking. Qiu Zi. I can't be bothered arguing with someone who has no partner. And Jiawen understands. We just want to build the new base sooner, right? And Jiawen, that's not it. I drive fast because I want to see my wife. I'm not pretending, Qiu Zi. They drove quickly toward the villa area. This time, they were out for a long while and everyone missed their families. Only Meng Shirwan, the loner, was driving the RV slowly at the back. She had no one she wanted to see and no place she wanted to go. The RV was her home, and her beloved cat was with her, which was enough. She drove leisurely, taking out a small packet of cookies from the space and eating them. Upstairs, Teshua was sleeping. When she heard Meng Shirwan sneaking snacks, he quickly came down, slipped through the opening, and naturally snatched a small bear-shaped cookie from her hand. His teeth crunched loudly as he bit into it, and after finishing, he licked his lips happily. Seeing how greedy he was, Meng Shirwan found it both adorable and funny. She couldn't help but pet his fluffy head. You didn't used to eat these. Why are you not picky now? Did I forget to feed you enough? Meow, I love eating, it's tasty. Since Teshua mutated, his appetite had grown a lot. He wanted to try everything he saw. Once he tasted it, he found it all quite delicious, and soon he was fighting Meng Shirwan for snacks. Teshua chewed happily, not getting enough, and looked at the open packet of cookies on the central armrest, munching loudly. It was as crunchy as cat food. Meng Shirwan, like a caring parent, said, Eat slowly, don't choke. She focused on driving ahead. The streetlights weren't very bright, and there were many pedestrians on the roadside. Many people were riding electric bikes, bicycles, or walking, all heading out to find supplies from the base. Most looked tired, sunburned, thin, and malnourished, with pale faces. Every day, The base gave each person a cookie and a bottle of mineral water, just enough to prevent starvation. To get better food, medicine, or supplies, they had to go outside and exchange points for goods. Life for ordinary people was still very hard. But there was no other choice. No one knew when the disaster would end, so resources had to be used carefully to survive longer. Suddenly, a dark shadow was rapidly approaching from the sky. Because of the cover of the sky, it was very dark, but Meng Sherwan still keenly sensed that the shadow's target was her. She stopped the RV, and a shadow landed in front of it. It was an elemental wind user, and possibly an acquaintance. Meng Sherwan rolled down the window. "Wu Ming, you probably didn't come to invite me to join the rescue team this time." When she returned to the base the first 2 times, leaders from various departments were there to block her, offering her great conditions, even promising handsome male models with six-pack abs to serve her. This time, after the news of her being a level 7 ability user spread, those department leaders didn't come. Wu Ming walked to the window with a bitter smile. "No way. You're now a respected figure. Our departments can't accommodate you anymore. I was told to come and invite you. The base commander wants to see you." When Meng Sherwan was a level 5 ability user, they could still compete for her. But now, the department leaders really don't dare to compete. A level 7 ability user with 10 types of abilities, holding countless ability enhancement liquids, and owning a farm domain that can be cultivated. Any one of these skills alone is extraordinary. Now, all these impressive skills are in one person. Such talented people, they wouldn't bother fighting over her. Even if they offered Meng Sherwan a leadership position, she wouldn't care. Meng Sherwan guessed that after returning to the base, this kind of situation was inevitable. And she had many things she wanted to find out. Lead the way. Wu Ming saw her straightforward attitude and climbed onto the roof of the RV, pointing the way to the tallest building in the center of the base. Before the apocalypse, that was an office building. Now, it's the operations department of the base. Meng Sherwan drove, while Wu Ming sat on the roof, knocking here and looking there, acting as if he had never seen an RV before. Meng Sherwan was speechless. "Have you never seen an RV?" Wu Ming clicked his tongue. "I've seen plenty of RVs, but one that's undamaged after being hit by tactical missiles? That's really rare. On Pirate Island, with so many shells bombing, how did your RV not even lose a coat of paint? Even if your metal ability is powerful, it shouldn't be able to protect the paint perfectly, right?" He had always wondered about this. Meng Sherwan. "Keep talking, and I'll throw you off." Wu Ming snorted and stopped talking. He knew that Meng Sherwan had many more secrets, otherwise the base leader wouldn't have wanted to meet her personally. As for what those secrets were, he couldn't know. After parking under the office building, Meng Sherwan looked up at the bright lights. She asked the person next to her, Teshua, who was licking cookie crumbs, "Can you go play at the farm? I have something to do." Teshua blinked, rubbed her head against Meng Sherwan's arm, then slipped into the farm. Meng Sherwan returned to the car, stood on the stairs, controlled the vines, and took out a large black cube, holding it in her arms as she got out of the car. She couldn't understand this thing, and keeping it might be good or bad, so she decided to give it to the seed base for research. At least the seed base was very good at finding out new things, with many scientists who could figure it out. In a way, Meng Sherwan trusted the seed base. Because they shared the same goal, ending the apocalypse as soon as possible. The seed base used to be part of the government, and no matter what, she could trust the government. Wu Ming flipped down from the top of the car and looked at the black cube in Meng Sherwan's arms. "I'll take you upstairs." Meng Sherwan followed him. "I have a question." The seed base is now covered by the sky dome, and it's dark inside, relying only on electricity. That must use a lot of power, right? She could understand that during the day the sun was strong and solar power worked well. But with acid rain coming, solar power might not work, and wind turbines would be useless because the acid rain would corrode them. Power supply might be cut off. Generators consume a lot of energy to produce electricity. Wu Ming touched his nose. The base already has the latest research, which can convert lightning and electric ability into steady power. Meng Sherwan. Electric abilities related to lightning could be used this way? She had mentioned before that abilities could be very practical in daily life. but she didn't expect that lightning abilities would turn into portable chargers. Wu Ming took Meng Shiwan to the elevator and pressed the 8th floor button. When the elevator doors opened again, they saw simple offices lined up. Wu Ming knocked on the door at the very end. Base leader, Meng Shiwan is here. The frosted glass door quickly opened from inside, and a middle-aged man reached out his hand to Meng Shiwan. Hello, my name is Wei Jiangwo, the head of this base. Please come in. Meng Shiwan shook his hand politely, gave a friendly smile, and then entered the office. The office was simple, with a large desk piled high with thick files. There was a sofa and tea table nearby for visitors. Wei Jiangwo invited Meng Shiwan to sit and poured her a cup of tea. I've heard that Ms. Meng is very capable. Seeing you today, I didn't expect you to be so young. He was very enthusiastic, but his voice carried a strong sense of exhaustion. Wu Ming closed the office door and left. Meng Shiwan placed a black cube on the corner of the tea table and looked at the man in front of her. He was a middle-aged man with a square face that looked honest and straightforward. His short hair showed some specks of white. His face looked tired, with dark circles under his eyes, indicating he had been working hard recently. He had a rare kind of calm and reliable aura. Meng Shiwan didn't drink the tea. She went straight to the point. Did Meng Qinghua leave any message? Meng Qinghua had traveled back in time to warn the base about future disasters, so they could prepare early. She told Meng Shiwan that the end of the world was a trap, but before she could ask more, she died, leaving many mysteries behind. Meng Shiwan thought that perhaps Meng Qinghua had left some words at the base that could give her important information. Wei Jiangwo stood up, took an envelope from his desk, and handed it to Meng Shiwan. This was left by Meng Qinghua. Meng Shiwan took it, opened the envelope, and found 2 sheets of white A4 paper with blue ballpoint pen writing. The handwriting was somewhat wild and aggressive, extending at the end, making the words look fierce. Meng Shiwan remembered that Meng Qinghua's handwriting used to be elegant. When did it change to this style? There was a lot written on the pages. It listed future disasters over the next 10 years, with approximate timelines. It also described how to make a special liquid to enhance abilities. Since she didn't understand chemistry, her instructions were vague, but still somewhat useful. However, the ability-enhancing liquid produced was definitely not as pure as the system's products. Meng Shiwan brought the papers closer and saw that at the very end, there was only one sentence, written in larger characters than the rest. The collection of black cubes will trigger automatically. This sentence is unclear. It doesn't specify how many black cubes need to be collected or what will be triggered. She only provides one piece of information. Collecting the black cubes will trigger something. She doesn't mention anything about the so-called game or her 10 years in the apocalypse. Meng Shiwan guesses that if Meng Qinghua had written this, the envelope wouldn't still exist now. It's like on the rooftop of the central hospital, where she was killed just after saying one sentence. Someone was watching her. Who killed Meng Qinghua? What caused the zombie outbreak and the arrival of the end of the world? What is the purpose of the black cubes? What will happen when they are all collected? Where does the system come from? In her past life, she followed Meng Qinghua. In this life, she follows her again. What is the secret of the system? These questions remain unanswered. It seems that once these questions are solved, the truth will come to light. Meng Shiwan thinks of a person, the wind-type supernatural who stole the black cube. She asks Wei Jiangwo, "How much do you know about the Chuangyuan base?" Wei Jiangwo thinks for a moment, then replies, "Not much. I only know they have a very pure supernatural enhancement liquid. Their base is very strict, and they rarely interact with the outside world. We know very little about what's inside the Chuangyuan base. In fact, we don't even know who leads it." Meng Shiwan considers this. The Chuangyuan base might be a key point. They know about the black cubes and are trying to steal them, and they also have the system-produced supernatural enhancement liquid. They must have a lot of information about controlling the end of the world. Maybe the answer can be found at the Chuangyuan base. Wei Jiangwo notices Meng Shiwan is silent and asks, "Did you come back from the end of the world a few years ago, huh?" Meng Shiwan looks up at him, surprised. Wei Jiangwo smiles slightly. "Don't be nervous. We mean you no harm. The seed base is also searching for the cause of the apocalypse, hoping to end this disaster. You changed a lot on the day the zombies appeared. With Meng Qingyue as an example, it's easy to guess you are also a reborn. Meng Shirwang sighs, realizing she shouldn't underestimate the power of the seed base. Perhaps all her strange behaviors have already been analyzed by them. During the 3 years of the apocalypse, my past life has little relevance. I was just an ordinary person in the seed base, living day by day. I experienced natural disasters, and Meng Qingyue documented everything. When I went out to find supplies, I was killed by a horde of zombies. Wei Jiangwo frowned and thought, an ordinary person, why would they be reborn? Meng Qingyue is a space ability user. During the 10 years of the apocalypse, her power level should be quite high. She might have used some method or other abilities to be reborn. But an ordinary person at the bottom, who has no access to special abilities, why would they be reborn? Meng Shirwan sighed helplessly. I also want to know why I didn't die completely. All these questions are mysteries waiting to be solved. Meng Shirwan felt a bit overwhelmed. Since we can't continue this topic, Wei Jiangwo changed the subject. What is your real ability? Meng Shirwan raised an eyebrow. Special ability copying. Wei Jiangwo smiled. That's not it. You can copy others' abilities, which is clear. But your true ability isn't just that. How do you make your indestructible RV? Where do you get the pure ability enhancement liquids that keep coming out? Why can your space domain grow crops and have its own climate unaffected by outside weather? Before copying Meng Qingyue's space ability, you had already stored a large amount of supplies in the RV that couldn't normally fit. These are your real abilities. Not just abilities, what are they? This gets to the core, the secret of the system. Meng Shirwan definitely wouldn't tell. She stood up. I have other things to do. I'm leaving now. The black cube causes animals and zombies to mutate, so you can use it for research. After saying that, she strode toward the office door. Wei Jiangwo called out to her. MS. Meng, we just want to know if your true ability is related to the apocalypse. According to our understanding, so far only you and Meng Qingyue are reborn. You're sisters, and you have many anomalies. Plus, your strange RV, are they connected? This information is very important for us to understand the cause of the apocalypse. He knew asking this was bold. But they had analyzed everything they could, and still couldn't figure out Meng Shirwan's true ability. The only option left was to ask her directly. Even if she knew Meng Shirwan might not speak, she still had to ask. Being open about it made them seem honest. Meng Shirwan opened the office door and said, in the future, if the timing is right, I might tell you, but not now. The system offered too much good stuff, which was very tempting and made her a target for attention. She trusted the seed base because they shared the same goal of ending the apocalypse. But Meng Shirwan wasn't foolish enough to reveal all her core secrets. Maybe one day, when she was strong enough to face anyone, she would share everything. Meng Shirwan left the office, closing the door behind her. Wei Jiangwo watched the glass door gently close and sighed slightly. Since Meng Shirwan didn't trust them and didn't tell him her true abilities, Wei Jiangwo could guess and understand. When the world collapsed and production stopped, everyone wanted to hold some cards to survive the chaos. Across the country, seed bases in different cities were working 2 things. 1. Stockpiling supplies to save as many survivors as possible. 2. Using the whole country's effort to find the source of the sudden disaster, hoping to end it early and restore human civilization. Meng Qingyue and Meng Shirwan are the only 2 known reborn people. Meng Qingyue is dead, leaving only Meng Shirwan. Meng Shirwan is very powerful. The special ability enhancement liquid she sells helps the seed base a lot. Wei Jiangwo thinks that in front of truly strong people, trying to hide or test each other is annoying. That's why he invited Meng Shirwan to come and have an honest talk. Besides, Meng Shirwan was willing to leave the black cube, which everyone was fighting over, for the seed base to study. This shows she is friendly and cooperative with them. As for other things, they can take their time later. Wei Jiangwo ordered someone to send the black cube to the research department immediately to find out what it really is. Meng Shirwan stood in the elevator, slowly descending. The system's proud voice suddenly rang out. Now you see how powerful I am. In the future, Find me more crystal cores. Meng Shiwan smiled and said, I've never said you're not strong. I just think you're a bit greedy, always thinking about crystal cores. By the way, have you rested well these days? Is your energy restored? The system replied indifferently. It's not a big problem. Eating a few crystal cores to restore energy is enough. This statement felt like an electric shock, running from Meng Shiwan's feet straight to her mind. Wait, you said your way of restoring energy is through crystal cores. Currently, she didn't know much about crystal cores. Meng Shiwan only knew that crystal cores could be used to make energy-enhancing liquids and recovery fluids, but human-made versions had too many impurities and could harm the body. However, the system's products were very pure, and drinking them wouldn't cause side effects. Besides that, humans knew nothing else about other uses of crystal cores. If crystal cores could provide energy to the system, then maybe they are a kind of energy source themselves? Why does the system know how to use crystal cores as energy? Where does the system come from? Why can it freely control space? Such abilities and technology were impossible for humans before the end of the world. After analyzing, Meng Shiwan realized the system hadn't answered her question. System, talk to me. Can crystal cores be used as a kind of energy? You've always existed, but I can't see you. Is it because you're in another dimension? Just like you can control space freely, can you travel between higher dimensions? And the energy that powers you, is it from crystal cores? The more Meng Shiwan analyzed, the more she felt shocked, as if she was uncovering some very important secret. High-dimensional technology, crystal core energy, zombie outbreaks, the end of the world. These are all connected. System, talk to me. Do you know something? Where do you come from? You definitely aren't from Earth. Explain yourself clearly. Meng Shiwan tried to get more information from the system. The system's voice responded slowly. I don't know what you're talking about. I only received one command, to use all my resources and abilities to exchange for as many crystal cores as possible. The crystal cores I get from you will be stored in a space. They will sometimes disappear, but often a small part remains. When my energy is low, I will absorb the energy from the crystal cores to recharge. That's the command I follow, and the rules I operate by. As for everything else you mentioned, I don't know. Meng Shiwan's smooth eyebrows furrowed tightly. Crystals are a form of energy. Crystals within the system's space can disappear unexpectedly. The system's task is to obtain these crystals. If her suspicions are correct, this could be a big problem. Meng Shiwan left the office building and stood in front of the square, looking up at the sky. The sky was covered by a dark canopy, completely black, and she couldn't see anything, just like how she felt about this broken, worn-out world. She returned to the driver's seat of her RV and drove to the villa area. When she arrived, it was very lively inside. Several team members' families, about 10 security guards including Zhang Chong, and the group brought back from the fishing village by Ma Jiandong were all staying in the villa. The originally high-end villa had become a crowded dormitory. Yi Tsonglei heard they had returned and ran over from the housing area. Now everyone was crowded together in the villa hall, chatting excitedly. Tao Yaruang saw Meng Shiwan's RV driving into the yard and quickly stood up. Sisters back. Everyone else also stood up and hurried out of the villa to welcome Meng Shiwan. This big group of people owed their good lives to Meng Shiwan's care, enough to fill their stomachs. It wouldn't be wrong to say that Meng Shiwan is like their parent who provides for their daily needs. They showed respect and warmth toward Meng Shiwan. Seeing her return, they all came out to greet her. Meng Shiwan parked her RV in the yard and called out, Teshua. There was no response inside the vehicle for a while. She guessed they hadn't come out of the farm yet. She got out of the car, and a group of people gathered around to greet her. Captain, you're back. Captain, you've worked hard. Come inside and rest. Meng Shiwan quickly glanced around at the crowd, which numbered about 60 or 70 people. She nodded in response and headed into the villa, with everyone quickly making way for her. She sat down on the sofa in the living room. Su's mother, Luo Mei, warmly asked, Captain, are you hungry? I can make you some food. Meng Shiwan declined. No need. Luo Mei still went to the kitchen and brought out a pot of water and a small plate of cookies, placing them on the table in front of Meng Shiwan. Others crowded into the living room, trying to stand at the edges to leave the center open for a few special ability users. Leisha and the others were not polite. They sat down on the sofa. Leisha said, "Sister, I told them to pack their things. Once everything is ready, we can leave." Su stood next to Chiu, her big eyes full of hope. "Sister, are we going to build our own base now?" She had seen Meng Shuan's ability before and was not surprised. Tao Lina, the mother of Tao Yering, asked, "Captain, I heard that a rainstorm is coming soon. It took a lot of effort to build the canopy to protect us from the rain. Should we wait until the rain passes before leaving the base?" This was their main concern. They had been inside the base, watching the canopy being built step by step, and they knew how dangerous the rain could be. A few days ago, the base announced that no one was allowed to leave on the 7th. Anyone outside looking for supplies had to return before then. That means the rain will arrive in 3 days. At this critical moment, Meng Shuan said they should leave the seed base and build a new one. Even though they trusted Meng Shuan's strength, they were still worried about this decision. They believed that during the rain, no matter where they went, the seed base under the canopy would not be safe. Others agreed with her. "Yes, Captain. Building a new base, even if we hide in a cave or basement, isn't safe during the rain. It's better to wait until after the rain to leave the seed base and build our new one. That would be safer." Without needing Meng Shuan to explain, Tao Yering told everyone, "We just told you to trust the captain's ability. Since the captain wants to build a new base, she will make sure everyone is safe and not harmed by the rain. The captain has a good place where the rain won't reach. Follow her decision and you won't go wrong." Seeing the ability users following Meng Shuan closely and reassuring everyone, their worries eased a little. Zhang Chong stood at the back of the crowd on the stairs and shouted, "I believe in the captain. Whatever the captain says, I listen. Wherever the captain goes, I follow. Anyway, I want to stay with the captain." Initially, when Meng Shuan didn't mind that he was missing an arm and an ear, and even gave him a security job with food and accommodation, Zhang Chong made up his mind. As long as Meng Shuan didn't dislike him, he decided to stay with him for life. Tao Lina clenched her teeth and said, "All right, my daughter says it's no problem. It's definitely fine. The captain is so capable, he must have a plan." After thinking carefully, the others also decided to follow Meng Shuan. There's no other reason. Meng Shuan was very generous to them. During these difficult times, he let them live in a villa, fed them well, and took good care of them. Such a good boss is hard to find. If they didn't follow Meng Shuan, they would have to live in temporary housing at the seed base, eating only bread every day, not enough to eat, and too poor to buy medicine if they got sick. They clearly knew which days were better. After considering, everyone's expressions became firm. Leisha's father awkwardly spoke up. "Captain, we have some other relatives. Can they come along too?" They all lived in the same city, and they had many relatives and friends through family ties. The apocalypse was tough, and everyone liked to stick together. Some close relatives and friends didn't want to be separated. Meng Shuan said, "Bring everyone who wants to come. Anyone willing to follow can come." She needed people to farm, and she didn't mind how many there were. When everyone heard this, they were immediately happy. It was best to go with people they were close to. Meng Shuan told them, "Don't stay here anymore. Pack your things if you need to. Go find your relatives and friends. I'll give the keys to the 2 trucks to them, so they can load their stuff. Meet at the villa and we'll leave together." Tao Yaru and Ma Jiandong handed the keys to Leisha's father and Zhang Chong. There were quite a few people from the bread factory living in the temporary housing. Yi Tsonglei brought them to the base in a truck that could be used. Meng Shuan reminded them again, "If you have points, go to the mall and exchange for supplies you need. Don't exchange food. Try to get clothes and daily necessities for yourselves. The points here will be invalid at the new base." "Okay, got it, Captain. Then let's go busy ourselves." In the living room, a large group of people quickly left to handle their own tasks. Some went to the Points Mall to buy things, others visited relatives and friends, and some packed their luggage. There was a lot to do. Soon, the living room became quiet, leaving only the members of the Dawn team. Meng Shuan said to Su, "Go to the office to cancel the lease. Convert the remaining points into supplies. Chiu will go with you. Both nodded and, as a cute couple, happily skipped out the door. Meng Sherwan looked at the few people left. You all should do what you need to do. I'm going back to the RV. Call me when you're ready. She hadn't stood up yet when Leisha called her back. Sister, I just got some news. I'll send it to you to see. Her phone rang. She took it out and opened the message Leisha sent. It's a table. The table shows the levels of superpower users and how much energy-boosting liquid they need. 1 dose of energy-boosting liquid can raise a low-level superpower user to level 4. To go from level 4 to level 5, you need 1 dose. From level 5 to 6, 10 doses are needed. From level 6 to 7, 100 doses. From level 7 to 8, 1,000 doses. From level 8 to 9, 10,000 doses. The chart doesn't show how to go from 9 to 10. No one knows if reaching level 10, the maximum, can be done just by using energy-boosting liquid. Leisha explained, this is a colleague from the rescue team, who told me. It's based on an estimate from the base about how much energy-boosting liquid is needed. I don't know if it's accurate. If we ignore the natural increase in superpower strength, just relying on the liquid, the amounts are roughly like this. Meng Sherwan stared at the data. The amount of energy-boosting liquid needed for each level increases tenfold. This clearly shows how much stronger superpower users become at each level. But if someone wants to quickly boost their strength in a short time using the liquid, first, there's the question of whether they can buy enough crystal cores. Such a huge amount of liquid would require drinking so much that it would turn someone into a giant. Meng Sherwan put away her phone. That's good. Now I have a rough idea of my own strength. She stood up and went back to the RV. As Meng Sherwan opened the car door, she saw Chao Ji standing on the stairs. Its front paws were on the second floor, and it was stretching its head around, looking for something. When it heard the noise of Meng Sherwan returning, it turned its head and looked at her with big, round eyes full of disbelief. That look seemed to ask, where is the black cube? Where did the black cube go? Meng Sherwan closed the car door, feeling a bit guilty, and touched her nose. I gave the black cube to someone else. Chao Ji. Its pupils trembled. It jumped from the stairs onto the cabinet and tilted its head, staring at Meng Sherwan. It bumped its head against her, as if asking why she gave the black cube away. It nudged her arm with its head again, wondering why she gave it away. Can it be brought back? It bumped her again. Such a good thing. Why did she just give it away? Meng Sherwan. She hugged its big head, which was even larger than her own, and said, the black cube isn't safe. We can't keep it with us. I think you've stopped growing recently, so you must have reached your final form. It's better without the black cube. Chao Ji huffed and lifted its head from her hand, then bumped her again with its head. It was very comfortable sleeping with the black cube. How could her bae just be given away? Meng Sherwan patted its head. All right, don't be angry. How about I take you out to play? I'll buy you something you want. Chao Ji still looked upset, turning its head away and ignoring her. Meng Sherwan took out a fresh stew jar for it, but Chao Ji turned its head and didn't eat. She pursed her lips, thinking, oh no, Chao Ji is really angry this time. Suddenly, she had an idea. She approached Chao Ji with a coaxing smile. You usually play alone and get bored. How about we go see something? Maybe we can adopt a pet for you. Then you can play with your pet. Chao Ji. It seemed like a strange, wonderful idea had opened in its mind. It wanted to adopt a pet? That didn't sound too bad. It jumped down from the cabinet, walked to the sofa, slid open the display, and crawled into the passenger seat. It sat down firmly, indicating it agreed with the plan and was ready to go. Meng Sherwan let out a small breath. She thought, she's pretty easy to please. She went to the driver's seat, opened the crystal core collection box, took everything out, and stored the crystal cores in her space. Recently, I have collected quite a few crystal cores, about 700 or 800. I put the remaining gold and silver jewelry into a box, planning to exchange them for points at the points office later. I want to buy a pet for Teshua. Let's go, Teshua. Meng Sherwan started the vehicle, and Teshua sat properly in the front passenger seat, her eyes full of hope instead of anger. First, Meng Sherwan went to the points office. She exchanged a box of jewelry for over 10,000 points. After leaving the office, she asked a staff member walking by, "Do you know where pets are sold?" The staff looked surprised. "You want to buy a pet?" In this situation, many people can barely take care of themselves, let alone keep a pet. He looked at Meng Sherwan, noting her fair skin, rosy face, and good condition. Maintaining such a good appearance now means she is either a wealthy person living in a villa area or an ability user enjoying excellent treatment. He replied, "Next to the Points Mall, there used to be a park. Now it's enclosed, and inside, they keep cats and dogs." Many of these animals were found by people outside when gathering supplies and brought back to exchange for points. Some pet owners who can no longer afford to keep their pets sell them there. He continued, "You might try your luck there. The animals are cleaned out periodically. If they've just been cleared, there might be none now. You'll have to wait a while. Most people in the base are struggling just to feed themselves, let alone keep pets. They often sell their animals. Many people out gathering supplies catch small animals and bring them back. It's not that they don't want to eat meat, but selling these animals for points helps them eat more meals. The animals sold to the park usually end up as canned food, preserved for a long time to prepare for future disasters." In a letter, Meng Qinghua mentioned that this disaster has lasted 10 years and still hasn't ended. Meng Sherwang drove toward the park, gently patting Teshua's head. She felt very lucky that in this life, she has the ability to protect Teshua and let it grow happily. Although it is called a park, it is actually just a bare, empty lot. The plants and trees have long since died. The dim, yellowish lights are not very bright. From afar, you can see many animals kept inside iron cages, and you can hear their sounds from a distance. Meng Sherwan parked her car by the roadside. She called out to Takshu, "Come on, I'll take you to pick a pet." Takshu jumped into the driver's seat, then onto the ground. Meng Sherwan closed the car door and let it into the park. Looking at the iron fences, it's clear they were built quickly and carelessly. When they reached the main gate, there was a security booth nearby. The air conditioner outside the corner was humming. Meng Sherwan knocked on the window of the security booth. The window rolled open, revealing a face. When the person saw Meng Sherwan, he was very happy. "Sister, what are you doing here?" Hearing the word sister, Meng Sherwan's first thought was, "Who is this old acquaintance?" She looked at the man coming out of the security room. He looked quite young, very thin, with visible cheekbones. His face looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him before. Du Zitao couldn't wait to introduce himself. "It's me, sister. We met at the farmer's market. You were driving a camper van and killing zombies. My dad and I even helped fix your van," Meng Sherwan remembered. At the farmer's market, she had wanted to modify her van, and a father and son had helped her do it. But she didn't end up using their work because the system made the modifications for her. However, the metal box next to the van door, where she kept her shoes and crystal cores, was welded by them. Meng Sherwan was quite surprised to see him again. She didn't expect to meet him here. "Do you work here?" Jobs at the seedling base are hard to find unless you have some skills.
Du Zitao shekeld.
My mom used to like buying gold jewelry. After we came to the base, we used those jewelry pieces to find a job. Now I'm responsible for buying and selling animals here, and I also take care of them. The work's okay, and I get to enjoy the air conditioning. Sister, what are you doing here? I remember you had a cat. Could it be that? Du Zitao hesitated, not wanting to say more. Most people who come here are animal sellers. He remembers that Meng Sherwan used to get along well with her RV and was doing fine. Now, she's even selling pets, which surprises him. Every pet owner loves their animals deeply. Selling them is always sad, even when necessary. He has worked here for a while and has seen many things. Many people come here to sell their pets because they can't keep them anymore. They cry and beg him to take good care of their pets and not let them suffer too much. To comfort them, Du Zitao always says that the animals are well fed and comfortable here, so they can rest assured. In reality, once these animals are brought into the park, they are usually taken away and killed within a few days. Meng Sherwan nods calmly. "Yes, I want to buy a pet for my pet." Du Zitao wants to comfort her, but when he hears her words, he looks surprised. "What? You want to buy a pet for your pet?" For your cow cat? He's seen many people sell pets here, but he's never seen anyone buy a pet for their pet. He asks Sister, "Where's your cat?" Meng Sherwan points to An, who is quietly standing to the side on the snow. Isn't that it? To save electricity, the lights are dim in unnecessary areas. An stands obediently behind Meng Sherwan. Du Zitao doesn't notice at first. He leans forward to look and sees a huge black silhouette with bright, shiny eyes staring at him. He's so scared he jumps back and rushes into the security room, shouting, "Sister, I remember your pet is a cat. When did you start raising a black panther? Such a big creature is frightening just to look at." Meng Sherwan. She is speechless. "My cat has been eating well lately and has grown bigger. Come, let's go inside and see the animals."
Du Zitao almost crie.
"Sister, no cat can grow that big as a black panther. Don't fool me." Meng Sherwan pats An's head. "Don't worry, it won't bite. I'm watching it." Seeing that the big creature is indeed staying close to Meng Sherwan and not making any trouble, Du Zitao finally steps out of the house, opens the gate to the park, and walks in front, trying to stay as far from An as possible. "Big sister, come in and pick what you like. These animals are not in good shape, so we should take them home and care for them properly." Inside, in large iron cages, there are all kinds of animals. There are cats, dogs, and many poultry that probably came from farms, all casually kept inside. The cages have no food, only some water. They all look very pitiful. In this world, even humans struggle to survive, let alone animals. Meng Sherwan asked Teshua, "Do you see anything you like? If yes, we can buy it." Teshua eagerly looked around, circling inside, then sadly returned to Meng Sherwan's side. Meng Sherwan was surprised. None of them are liked. Teshua looked upset, with drooping ears, and seemed weak and sad, indicating she didn't like any. Du Zitao sighed. Animals haven't eaten or drunk, and they're chased by zombies outside. It's not easy for them to survive until now. Probably only a few are healthy. At that moment, Meng Sherwan's phone rang. She answered. "What's the matter?" On the other end, Wu Ming spoke. "I heard you want to adopt a pet? Wait at the park. We'll bring some for you soon." The base had been paying close attention to Meng Sherwan. When they heard she wanted to adopt a pet, they immediately asked Wu Ming to bring some over. Meng Sherwan caught a key phrase. "Some? You? How many is some?" "I only want one." Wu Ming hesitated. "We'll be there soon. Let's talk face to face." Meng Sherwan looked at her phone, feeling uneasy. Soon, loud trucks roared outside. Meng Sherwan went to the gate and saw a really big truck. 2 giraffes had stuck out from the top. Wu Ming came down from the passenger seat, smiling playfully at Meng Sherwan. "The pets I brought are really good, truly good. Before the apocalypse, if you wanted to keep them, you'd have to hide from the authorities." Meng Sherwan glanced at the animals on the truck, then couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Are you crazy? Calling them pets and playing me for a fool?" Wu Ming looked serious. "Aren't they pets? A pair of pandas, so cute. And those giraffes, can just anyone keep them? They're a pair of red pandas, a pair of Siberian tigers, a pair of golden snub-nosed monkeys, a pair of Yangtze alligators, a pair of white dolphins, and a pair of leopards." Meng Sherwan clenched her teeth and said, "Shut up." Wu Ming smugly added, "Afraid you can't take care of them? We've even prepared keepers for you." Thoughtful, right? Just joking. Where could these rare animals be kept? It would be great if they were on Meng Sherwan's farm. Does Meng Sherwan not see their plans? They just said the seed base is also working on animal species preservation, and now it seems to be about her. Meng Sherwan called out to Teshua, "Let's go back." Teshua didn't leave. Instead, she jumped onto the truck and stared intently at the pandas. Teshua looked at the pandas, then at Meng Sherwan. She liked this animal. Meng Sherwan was silent. Teshua was quite picky, clearly interested in the national treasure. Wu Ming chuckled. "See? The kid likes it. Why not raise them together?" Everyone knew Meng Sherwan was a strong person, with hardly any weaknesses. When necessary, she could be ruthless and decisive. If she had a weakness, it might be her cat. Wu Ming's gaze fell on Teshua. That weakness didn't seem very soft after all. Meng Sherwan gritted her teeth. I only want that pair of pandas. Wu Ming said, "That's not possible." Meow. Teshua looked at Meng Shiwang with anticipation. Cute and eager to keep it. Meng Shiwang silently relaxed her tension. Fine, if the kid likes it, she'd endure a little loss. She used her wood element's supernatural power, and vines reached into the cages, pulling the animals into her space. I'll take the animals. You won't need your keepers anymore. Wu Ming was stunned. No keepers? Can you really take care of them? Meng Shiwang pouted. It's just feeding meat and vegetables. Simple. Don't let them die, okay? Meng Shiwang replied, then don't interfere. Suddenly, she felt this plan might not be very reliable. Meng Shiwang turned to Du Zitao. I remember you and your dad can repair farm machinery, right? Du Zitao nodded. Yes. Our hometown is a village. When nearby agricultural machines broke down, people would come to my dad. I learned a bit too. Meng Shiwang invited him. I'm planning to build my own base. Do you want to come to my base? In a place like Haicheng, people from many different industries can be found, but there are very few skilled in repairing various agricultural machines.
Du Zitao was surprised.
Are you planning to build your own base? The acid rain is coming soon. Are you thinking of leaving? He had met Meng Shiwang at the farmer's market before and knew she was decisive and capable. She could kill large groups of zombies alone. But with such skills, plus her recent display of wood element powers, it wouldn't be enough to support a whole base. And especially with the acid rain approaching. Everyone else was desperately trying to get into seed bases. Not many people would go out to build a new base at this time. Du Zitao politely declined. I think it's better here. I have a job, and I can manage to get by. During the acid rain, no place is safer than a seed base under the sky cover. Staying in a safe seed base with a job is better than going to a new, empty base that's just being built. He would choose the safer option. The other person didn't want to go, and Meng Shiwang didn't insist. She was preparing to leave with Tia. Wu Ming watched this happen and couldn't bear it anymore. He really couldn't stand it. He had told Meng Shiwang before that he wanted to join her base, but she had refused. Today, he saw her actively inviting an ordinary person to join her base. And the strange part was, this person refused. What's wrong with him? No one can refuse Meng Shiwang. If following Meng Shiwang means a better life, then why stay working in this broken yard? Wu Ming felt sorry for the young man. He said to Du Zitao, the acid rain is coming soon. People will stay in the base and stop going out to find supplies. There probably won't be many animals to sell anymore. This garden should probably close. Du Zitao's eyes widened like bells. He couldn't accept this.
What?
I'm unemployed. He had spent a lot of gold trying to find a way to get this job, and now it was just gone without reason? Meng Shiwang raised an eyebrow. Want to come to my base? We have good benefits. Du Zitao was about to cry. With the acid rain coming, and just about to build a new base, how could it be safe? Wu Ming looked at him with a troubled expression and muttered, You all think good days won't come to me. Huh? Really? What's the delay? Hurry home and tell your family to come with her, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Wu Ming was almost furious. He wanted to go but couldn't. These people who invited him kept hesitating.
Du Zitao was a bit confused.
He knew Wu Ming, at least. He was the leader of the rescue team, in charge of a group of special ability users. Could he be an ordinary person? Even he said Meng Shiwang's base was good, so it probably was. Otherwise, why would a big shot like her trick him? Moreover, Wu Ming's envious and resentful expression didn't seem fake at all. Du Zitao clenched his teeth and decided to take a gamble. Anyway, he was about to lose his job. Who knew what life would be like in the future? Maybe he'd be out of a job someday. He decided to go see the good days the rescue team leader mentioned. Could someone who is building a base at this time be incapable? Let's go. When are we leaving? Meng Shiwang gave him the address of a villa. Wait here. Before you go, exchange your points for supplies. No need to exchange food. Our family isn't short of that. Get some daily necessities. If relatives or friends want to go, they can come too. Wu Ming, listening nearby, almost laughed out loud. Our family isn't short of food. What kind of boastful statement is that? They have a large farm. How could they lack food? Wu Ming couldn't help but ask, Do you really not consider me? I'm actually quite capable too. Meng Shiwan glanced at him. Teshua, let's go. They both got into the RV and drove off. Where exactly did he fall short compared to others? Where? Du Zitao turned his head and asked, is her base really that good? Even you want to go? Wu Ming was furious. Get lost. Don't act innocent now. Hurry up and pack your things to go with her. Live your good life. Seeing Wu Ming's reaction, Du Zitao was sure. Her base was indeed a good place. Wu Ming was thinking about a life he might never have.
Du Zitao dignité d'arrêt de lait.
He quickly went back to gather people and pack up, even giving up today's wages. Meng Shiwan drove the RV, taking Teshua to the points exchange shop. Let me buy you some toys, and also get some for your pets. You can choose whatever you like later. The over 10,000 points spent on buying pets haven't been used yet. Maybe I can go to the mall and buy some favorite things for Teshua. Teshua sat in the front passenger seat, softly pressing its paws on the seat, with its ears perked up and eyes looking forward with anticipation. It's excited to buy gifts for its pets. It likes the 2 new pets, which are black and white, fluffy and round, just like it. Meng Shiwan clicked her tongue, feeling something was strange. The world really has changed. Now her cats can be kept as national treasures. The Points Mall is called a mall, but it's actually a big warehouse with tall shelves filled with various supplies, casually stacked. People go in and browse like at a supermarket, freely choosing items, then pay together at the end. Meng Shiwan pushed a shopping cart at the entrance, walking inside with Teshua following her, curious and looking around at the items on the shelves. As soon as they appeared, they drew everyone's attention, and she could even hear whispers. What's that animal? It looks so strange. I've never heard of a zombie virus causing animals to mutate. It looks like a cow cat. The color pattern is just like a typical cow cat. But why is it so big, like a tiger? It's almost as tall as a waist when it stands. It's also fluffy, a huge fluffy black and white ball of fur. Honestly, it's pretty adorable. Large animals can seem dangerous. But Teshua's long fur makes it look like a big fluffy ball. When it shows its teeth in a fierce way, it's actually quite cute. Especially now, it's skillfully weaving between shelves, hopping around happily, choosing what it likes. Meng Shiwan took it to the pet supplies area. Teshua, like a mouse in a rice jar, saw a toy and wanted it, then another nest, and even small pet blankets, all being carried into the shopping cart. She watched its behavior carefully. Teshua no longer seemed like a clueless animal. It behaved and thought logically like a cute little kid. To put it simply, Teshua has become smarter. The mall is divided into 2 areas, one for food and one for non-food items. Most of the food in the food area consists of packaged snacks brought in from outside. A few security guards with guns patrol back and forth in the food area. Food is scarce now, and many people are hungry. They are willing to do anything to get food, and only armed guards can keep them in check. The non-food area mainly has daily necessities, but not many people are shopping there. People are focused on earning points to buy enough food to eat. They don't want to spend points on unnecessary household items. The pet supplies section is completely empty. Only Meng Shiwan pushes a shopping cart, busy selecting toys and other items in the snow. There are no pet food cans either. These are all kept in the food area. Some people buy pet food to eat themselves because it's much cheaper than other meats. Teshua carries a toy shaped like a bamboo stick and places it into the shopping cart along with bowls and other items. Soon, the large shopping cart is full. Teshua holds a big bamboo-shaped toy in its mouth, staring at the overflowing cart and wagging its tail at Meng Shiwan. Meng Shiwan smiles and says, "Let's go to checkout first, then come back to buy more later." Teshua, holding the bamboo toy, jumps happily and leads the way to the checkout. At the counter, Teshua suddenly swings its head and drops the bamboo toy onto the counter, startling the cashier girl. The cashier leans in to look and sees the big, fluffy Teshua standing outside the counter, wagging its tail at her. Seeing how cute it is, the cashier quickly scans the items and says, "This toy costs 2 points." As she speaks, Meng Shiwan approaches, placing items one by one on the counter. The items include the toy, a small blanket, a cozy bed, pet bowls, and toys, quite a few. The cashier is surprised and asks, "Are you buying all these?" She's been working here for a month, and most customers only buy food. Few buy household items. The pile of pet supplies at the back has not sold anything in a month. Now, people are struggling to take care of themselves, let alone buy things for pets. The wealthy residents in the villa area seem to have pets, but they don't come here to shop. Now I see someone buying so many useless things. How many points must they have to spend so freely? Meng Sherwan nodded. Yes, all of it. The cashier quickly scanned and checked out. A total of 350 points. Since these pet supplies were not very useful and priced cheaply, a large shopping cart only cost a little over 300 points. Meng Sherwan has over 10,000 points. How much can she buy with that? She opened her points app, paid with points, and directly stored all the items from the counter into her space. The cashier was surprised, then looked at Meng Sherwan with envy. No wonder she was so generous when buying pet things. She's a space ability user. While the cashier was admiring her, Meng Sherwan said even more boldly, "Shua, keep shopping. If needed, clear out the pet supplies section. We have plenty of points. With over 10,000 points, she could buy a lot." The cashier. She knew that ability users were very powerful. Going outside to find supplies was much easier for them, especially space ability users, who could move things easily. But even the strongest people risk their safety to go outside and gather supplies, then exchange them for points at the base. Every point is precious. She, as a cashier, only earns 10 points a day. And this person was spending such valuable points on useless junk? The treatment of pets was just too good. This time, Meng Sherwan pushed 2 shopping carts. The cashier couldn't hold back and asked her, Sis, do you still need a pet? Look at me, I can dance, sing, and perform talents. Meng Sherwan. Are pets now so competitive? Are people fighting for jobs? But unfortunately, she has a long-standing bond with her pet, and no one can take it away. Humph. Shue. The pet proudly lifted its head, wagging its tail, walking beside Meng Sherwan to declare its ownership. Shue thought, the owner belongs to me. This person really has no eye for talent. If they thought about becoming my pet, maybe they'd consider it. Hey, Captain, are you here to buy something too? Meng Sherwan looked over and saw Su Su greeting her. With Su Su came her family and Chiu Zi and his family. Some faces looked unfamiliar. Meng Sherwan hadn't seen them before. They were probably relatives or friends. Su Su's mother, Luo Mei, exclaimed, "Captain, is this Snow Step? Why has she grown so big?" Su Jianzhong was also surprised. Snow Step? Is she really a cat? Why is she so large? The last time they saw her, she was being held by Meng Sherwan. Now, she looked like a tiger, which startled them. Meng Sherwan greeted them. Yes, I brought Snow Step to buy some things.
Susuwav Herhan.
All right, we're here to buy supplies too. Meng Sherwan nodded and headed toward the pet supplies area with Snow Step.
Luomei pul susualon.
Come on, let's go to the food section to buy some food. With so many people in the new base, we won't have enough food. Su Su hesitated. But the captain said we shouldn't buy food. Luo Mei clapped her hands. Oh, you young people don't understand. No matter when, stockpiling food is always a good idea. Even in peaceful times, this group liked to store food at home, and now it was even more important. Chiu Zi explained, stockpiling food is fine, but following the captain, we really don't need to buy food. We need to buy daily necessities like pots, bowls, paper towels, and clothes. You go buy those, and Su Su and I will look for farming tools. We should buy more. With farms that can grow crops and elemental users who can work with wood, there's plenty of food. But these processed items are more urgent for the new base. Because they can't restore production lines quickly, they can't produce these items right now.
Suhyanson pul Luomei Said.
Listen to the kids. They know more than us. They often stay close to the captain and understand the situation better. We should trust what they say. Luo Mei thought for a moment. All right, we'll listen to you. Whatever you say, buy it. A group of people pushed 2 shopping carts each and headed toward the non-food section. The cashier looked at them in surprise. In the past, they rarely bought household items and pet supplies, so why are so many people shopping today? Where did all these people get so much money? Seeing the pots, pans, and bowls that Su Jianzhong and his group bought, they immediately took the points they had earned recently and went shopping too. After waiting a little while, Tao Yering and a few others, along with their families and friends, arrived in a large group. The usually quiet non-food area suddenly became lively. It looked like a big sale at a supermarket, surprising everyone who came to buy food. People with points were spending them on medicine and buying all sorts of random things, which confused onlookers who couldn't understand what was happening. What's going on with these people? Are they exchanging supplies for points? Why are they wasting them? Who knows? I can understand if they buy some tissues, but why buy pots and pans? Do they even have meat or vegetables to cook? I'd be happy just to buy a pack of instant noodles. They look pretty clean, so they probably aren't short on points. Some brought supplies from home, and their points last a long time. Sure enough, no matter when people are so different. I can't even afford a pack of cookies, but they can buy whatever they want. Their actions made others feel envious. Meanwhile, at the relocation building, Yi Tsonglei was calling the group she brought to pack up and move. Hurry up. The truck is already downstairs. Bring your luggage and come down. We're moving to the new base. If you're meeting family or friends, bring them along. They had come together originally and were assigned to the same building. When Yi Tsonglei called out in the corridor, her former employees came out of their rooms to ask what was happening. MS. Yi, where are we going? Yeah, where's the new base? Yi Tsonglei explained, just follow me. Hurry and pack your things. Okay, we'll do that now. They listened to whatever Yi Tsonglei said. Yi Tsonglei is an ice-type psychic and their former boss. Being with a psychic would definitely be better, at least they wouldn't be bullied. Since she didn't explain further, they didn't ask questions. Anyway, whatever she said, they just did. Everyone started busy packing their luggage and heading downstairs. Yi Tsonglei called her former trusted factory director, Oldly, tell the guys in the men's dorm to pack up and come downstairs. We're moving. Oldly hesitated on the phone. Okay, I'll notify them right away. Yi Tsonglei hung up and looked at her phone with a slight frown. At that moment, an aunt from the next room came out and asked gossipingly, Where are you rushing off to? Yi Tsonglei put away her phone and replied, We're going to build a new base. The aunt scoffed. It's about to rain heavily, and you're still going out to build a new base? Are you crazy? After saying that, she went back into her room and closed the door. Yi Tsonglei went downstairs. Her workers, with their families, were loading their belongings onto a large truck. When they saw her, they greeted her. Ms. Yi, where are we going? Yeah, Ms. Yi, where are we moving to? Yi Tsonglei explained, We're leaving the seed base to go to a new one. If anyone doesn't want to leave, they can stay here. Those who want to come with me, pack your things and get on the truck. There was a moment of silence among them. Ms. Yi, it's going to rain heavily. Ms. Yi, the new base probably doesn't have a roof. Yi Tsonglei replied coldly, I know, so I won't force anyone.
If you want to stay, stay.
If you want to come, come. After hesitating for a moment, everyone started loading their belongings onto the truck. During this time, they had been living in the relocation building and had seen many tragic events. They often went hungry, and many people risked their lives leaving the base just to find some supplies to eat. Some got sick, but had no way to get treatment. There were also thefts and robberies and many secret dealings. They could only rely on Yi Tsonglei and the mutants for support. No one dared to bully them. Oldly, the factory director, approached Yi Tsonglei and whispered, Ms. Yi. She looked at her longtime assistant and asked, Are you planning to stay here? Oldly explained, I think it's good here. I've been contacting my old classmates and found a job. Yi Tsonglei interrupted him. That's good. Then you should stay. Oldly hesitated for a moment but couldn't hold back and spoke. Boss Yi, I've been with you for some years. I know your character. You used to say you wanted to build a base, become the leader, and protect more survivors. Now, why are you running around with others? Why go to that unreliable new base? Isn't staying at the seed base better? If you join the rescue team, you'll definitely be given important roles. Why settle for less and leave the seed base to take risks? Yi Tsonglei thought about Meng Shiwang's strength. She is a powerful mutant with many abilities. She is much stronger than Yi Tsonglei. Even Wu Ming from the rescue team wants to go to Meng Shiwang's base. Yi Tsonglei believes her decision is right. Meng Shiwang's base might really be a good place. Otherwise, those team members wouldn't leave the rescue team to follow Meng Shiwang, and Wu Ming wouldn't want to go there either. Yi Tsonglei sighed. I really want to be the base leader and build something great. But I see my own limits. I am just an ordinary ice-type mutant. I can't protect all of you. If I hadn't met Meng Shiwang, I might still be blindly staying at the bread factory, dreaming of making the base bigger and stronger. But what would be the outcome? Dying in acid rain or some other disaster. Meng Shiwang is very powerful, much more than me. She can do things I can't. It's better to follow her. Old Li nodded. I understand, Boss Yi. We will all get better and better. Let's live well. Yi Tsonglei smiled. If you stay here, I hope you can get better and better too. Everyone has their own choice. No pressure, no forcing. Yi Tsonglei got into the truck, and they drove to the point shop. When she first came to the base, she brought some bread and other supplies, which earned her a lot of points. Today was the busiest day at the point shop. People came in groups, spending large amounts of points. Strangely, most didn't buy food. They bought useless items, farming tools, and pet supplies. The cashier couldn't understand this. Survivors collected a variety of supplies from outside. Many of these items, which usually couldn't be sold, were bought by these people. The cashier watched as they spent their points on useless things and felt sorry for them. Now, points are not the same as money. Points are equal to food, medicine, and even life. It was shocking to see these people waste them so carelessly. After shopping, Meng Shiwang returned to the camper. As she stepped into the snow, her pet immediately bit her pants eagerly. Meow meow, it sounded excited and hopeful. Meng Shiwang gently stroked its big ears. Let's go to the farm. It was already dawn at the farm. After such a long night of activity, time had passed quickly. Inside the seed base, under the sky cover, it was hard to tell day from night without looking at the clock. Shui stepped onto the grass, sitting with a hopeful face, waiting for Meng Shiwang to release her two pets. Seeing how cute and eager she was, Meng Shiwang couldn't help but smile. Shui really looked like a child wanting to keep pets. Meng Shiwang took out 2 cages from her space, each holding a panda. She opened them, and the 2 black and white fluff balls looked around, tentatively trying to come out. Shui excitedly circled around them, inspecting her new pets. The pandas looked very similar to her, which was quite pretty. Shui licked their heads repeatedly with affection. Since the pandas were new to the environment, they only moved around cautiously within a small area. One panda got annoyed by Shui licking its head and waved its paw to swat her, but Shui quickly fought back. Her heavy paws patted the panda's head twice, and it kept meowing. Meng Shiwang didn't understand what Shui was saying, but she guessed Shui was trying to teach them some rules. After Shui's assertive actions, the panda's eyes became clear. The one that had tried to hit Shui even rubbed its head against her belly. Shui was satisfied and continued licking the panda's fur. This time, the pandas behaved much better. Even when their heads were bald from being licked, they didn't resist. Meng Shiwang watched from the side, amused. With these 2 pandas, she finally had small animals to play with Shui. Shui, you need to teach them some rules. No hurting chicks or ducks, no damaging crops, and no hurting people. Meow. Teshua nodded in understanding. Meng Shiwang walked to the side of a small grape hut, took out some grape seeds from her space, and scattered them on the ground. She activated her wood element ability, and the grapevines grew rapidly in the wind. The vines grew taller and thicker, twisting around each other to form the shape of a big house. It was right next to Teshua's small grape hut, with doors and windows, looking quite like a fairy tale. Meng Shiwang went inside. There were 2 large rooms. She put all the toys Teshua bought today into one room. She came out and said to Teshua, who was playing, "All your toys are in the room. You can decorate it yourself. I'm going to plant some bamboo outside the fruit forest. When they're hungry, they can eat. Then I'll go back to the caravan." Meow, meow. Teshua nodded in understanding. It took 2 pandas and ran into the house to play. Meng Shiwang crossed the fruit forest and planted a patch of bamboo near the pond. There were several types, and her wood element ability made them grow lush and green. The pandas could choose their favorite types to eat. After finishing, Meng Sherwan returned to the caravan from the farm. She went to the driver's seat, planning to go straight to the villa. But when she looked up, she saw someone she really didn't want to see. A cold, mocking smile appeared on Meng Sherwan's face. She started the caravan, aimed at that person, and stepped on the accelerator hard, as if she wanted to hit him. Meng Hanyuan sensed something was wrong. He quickly moved behind a stone pillar nearby and avoided the danger. Meng Sherwan stopped the car, rolled down the window, and sneered. "Do you remember what I told you last time? When I leave the base, I will kill you. I haven't even looked for you yet, and you come to me instead." Meng Hanyuan rarely got angry at her words. Instead, he showed a fatherly smile he had never shown before. "Sherwan, I am your father. You can't talk to me like that." Meng Sherwan was so angry she laughed bitterly. "Father? So, you know you're a father? How have you treated me all these years? And my mother? Didn't she die from your anger back then?" He had an affair and used emotional torment in his marriage for many years. In the family, he used cold, blood ties to torment her, his daughter, for many years. In her past life, he guarded a large supply of resources, but watched helplessly as she struggled in the apocalypse, starving to the point of losing her appearance, and ultimately died among the zombies. Now, he claims to be her father. But he isn't even considered a person. Meng Hanyuan showed a pained and sorrowful expression. "Sherwan, the end of the world is too hard. Now, only the two of us are left. Blood is thicker than water. We won't hold past wrongs against each other. I feel sorry for your mother. Whether you killed Yuan or not, it's all in the past. The debts are wiped out with death. We, as father and daughter, should rely on each other." His words sounded sincere, but Meng Sherwan found them very funny. "Debt is wiped out with death? You're not dead yet, so how can the debt be gone? Have you forgotten what you said before? You said you didn't want me, your daughter. You said you wanted me dead, that I should pay for what Yuan did. Coincidentally, I also want you dead. So, how can you still pretend to be a loving father in this situation? Don't you think that's disgusting?" Meng Hanyuan was a little annoyed by her words. He stood behind a stone bench alone. "But I am your father. If you really kill me, it's patricide. No matter what happened in the past, you can't change the fact that I am your father." Meng Sherwan tore off his false face. "Stop pretending. Don't I know what you're thinking? Meng Sherwan, a level 7 psychic with 11 types of abilities, possess a rare energy-enhancing liquid that many psychics desire. The seed base is about to make me a guest of honor. I am about to build my own base, one that can grow crops and isn't affected by natural disasters. You're a businessman. You know better than anyone what this means. It can make you forget how much you disliked me before, forget how much you hated that I might die, even forget the deep hatred of me killing your current wife, and come to reconcile with me." Meng Sherwan chuckled softly. "I've changed my mind now. I won't kill you. I want you to see how capable your daughter is. I want you to watch her, and in your regret, slowly endure the hardships of this apocalypse. She wants him to walk the path she did in her past life, to endure the suffering she once went through." Meng Hanyuan looked at the pink car Meng Sherwan drove away in, his face darkening completely. What Meng Sherwan said was true. He hadn't expected that the daughter born to his ex-wife would turn out to be so capable. Initially, Meng Qingyue awakened dual-type supernatural abilities, predicting major events over the next 10 years and details of various natural disasters. She also personally participated in the research of the supernatural enhancement liquid. At that time, Meng Qingyue was the brightest star in the base. She was beautiful, talented, capable, and everyone spoke highly of her. As a result, both he and Yuan also shared some of her spotlight. Meng Hanyuan had donated a position within the base using supplies. These managers, built from supplies, had little say in the eyes of the core members of the base. They were wealthy people living good lives in the eyes of ordinary folks, but to the core leaders and supernatural users, they were just insignificant officials. However, during Meng Qingyue's most dazzling period in the base, anyone who saw him would greet him politely. Once, He even casually invited the base director for tea when they unexpectedly met. Meng Qingyue was a genius girl, and Meng Hanyuan was incredibly successful. Unfortunately, Meng Qingyue died. Such an outstanding and shining daughter was lost at the hands of her sister. Those once admiring and respecting him turned into pity and schadenfreude, stabbing into his heart like sharp needles. Meng Hanyuan hated Meng Shihuang deeply, wishing he could exchange Meng Shihuang's life to bring Meng Qingyue back. Yuan also hated her intensely. When she went to confront Meng Shihuang for justice, Meng Shihuang shot and killed Yuan. He saw it with his own eyes. After countless days and nights, Meng Hanyuan wished for Meng Shihuang's death, regretting that he hadn't strangled her at birth. Their happy, glorious family was destroyed by Meng Shihuang. But later, those looks of pity and sympathy gradually disappeared. People saw him regain his usual enthusiasm and respect. Meng Hanyuan was momentarily confused, feeling as if he had returned to the time when Meng Qingyue was still alive. Later, he learned that his other daughter, Meng Shihuang, was a once-in-a-lifetime genius. If Meng Qingyue was the brightest star in the sky, Meng Shihuang was the shining full moon. The dignity he had lost returned because of his hated daughter. Meng Hanyuan felt complicated and unsure how to face Meng Shihuang, until he just found out that Meng Shihuang had returned to the base and was tested as a level 7 supernatural user, with her entire team also being level 6 supernatural users. Meng Shihuang was still a powerful ability user, and the ability enhancement liquid used at the base was also purchased from her. Her various abilities constantly amazed people. Meng Hanyuan thought carefully and decided to reconcile with Meng Shihuang. Because Meng Qingyue said that this disaster had not ended even after 10 years. Meng Hanyuan had quite a bit of supplies, but they definitely wouldn't last 10 years. Who knew what the future would hold? Only by staying close to Meng Shihuang could he live well and with dignity. No matter what disasters might happen in the future, the seed base would never ignore him, Meng Shihuang's father. Unfortunately, his plans were wrong. He had not experienced his past life and didn't realize how much harm his self-interested actions had caused Meng Shihuang. He didn't know that Meng Shihuang also hated him deeply. While driving, Meng Shihuang took out her phone and called Wu Ming. Wu Ming was surprised to see Meng Shihuang's call. Usually, they contacted Meng Shihuang, but this was the first time she called him personally. "Hello, it's rare for you to call me. Is there something you need?" Meng Shihuang spoke calmly. "Yes, I need some help." Wu Ming was surprised. "Go ahead, tell me." It was strange for Meng Shihuang to ask for help. Her voice was light. "Remove Meng Hanyuan from all his positions, don't give him special treatment, and tell me where Meng Hanyuan has stored supplies." Hearing this, Wu Ming was unexpectedly relieved. "Last time, you said you wanted to kill Meng Hanyuan before leaving the base. I thought you were going to do it. Luckily, you didn't."
These are small matters.
"Just don't really kill him," Meng Shihuan sneered. Killing him would be too easy for him. In this apocalypse, death was relief. Living was the real torment. Wu Ming agreed. "It's a small matter. I'll send you the location of Meng Hanyuan's stored supplies later." Wu Ming knew which side to choose between Meng Shihuan and Meng Hanyuan. After hanging up, Meng Shihuan received a series of messages. They were all about the locations where Meng Hanyuan stored supplies in the base warehouse. There were quite a few. Capitalists donating supplies to the base gained protection and certain privileges, so the base naturally provided them with many conveniences. They provided a warehouse for them to move the supplies inside and to store them properly. There are dedicated staff guarding the warehouse, so there's no need to worry about theft. That's one of the benefits. Unless the base intentionally allowed the theft to happen. Since Meng Shihuan asked about Meng Hanyuan's supplies, Wu Ming naturally understood her meaning. Wu Ming agreed, which meant he approved of Meng Shihuan's approach. Wu Ming didn't want to get involved in the family disputes of the Meng family, but there was one thing he knew for sure. He must not offend Meng Shihuan. He was counting on her to sell him the special ability enhancement liquid. Meng Shihuan looked at the list of supplies. Her eyes were cold, with no other emotion. All these supplies, everything belonging to the Meng family, should have been hers. Years ago, Meng Hanyuan was young and had nothing. At a gathering, He met Meng Shuan's mother, a well-educated, wealthy woman. Meng Hanyuan tried to impress her with kind words and tricks, and after marrying her, he gradually revealed his true nature. He used his mother-in-law's resources to climb higher, but he became colder toward his wife. When Meng Shuan's mother fell ill and discovered Meng Hanyuan's affair with a woman outside and their illegitimate child, she was so upset that she fell seriously ill and eventually died. Everything Meng Hanyuan had was gained by stepping on Meng Shuan's mother's remains. Now, it should be returned to her. At this moment, Meng Hanyuan was still thinking about how to improve his relationship with Meng Shuan.
His phone rang.
After answering, he received shocking news.
What?
Remove me from my position? I donated so many supplies, and now you just say remove me. Return my supplies? No. Returning my supplies isn't a reason to dismiss me, is it? You should at least explain what's going on, right? Before he finished speaking, the other side had already hung up. There was no reason, no explanation. Dismissal was just that simple. Meng Hanyuan couldn't understand it. They had been polite to him before, so why was he being dismissed? He was Meng Shuang's father, a genius beyond compare. He was stunned. Could it be that Meng Shuang ordered this? Without her approval, no one would dare to act against him. Meng Shuang, fuming, Meng Hanyuan gritted his teeth and called her, but the line was busy. She had already blocked him. At this moment, his phone rang again. This time, the news was no longer shocking. He completely lost his temper. Meng Hanyuan stood on the busy street, shouting hysterically, "What do you mean my supplies are stolen? Only my supplies? All of them? Not a single item left? Even the things in my villa are gone, cleaned out completely, not even a chair left?" He was so frightened he sat down the ground, muttering to himself, "It's over, it's all over. How can I live without supplies?" He sat there, staring blankly, unable to accept this reality. Soon, he got up and ran toward the office building at the base. He wanted an explanation. He had to get one. First, he went to the warehouse where he stored his supplies. It was completely empty. Nothing was left. Then, he rushed to the office building, looking for familiar leaders to ask what was going on. Unfortunately, those leaders either avoided him or gave vague answers. Meng Hanyuan was so angry, he nearly lost his mind. "It's your base that said as long as I donate supplies, you'll protect us. Now you've lost my supplies, and you must give me an explanation." He caused a scene in the office building, shouting loudly, "The supplies are stored in the base warehouse. How could they just disappear? I think you've been stealing them. Return my supplies to me. Give them back now." He was so angry his face turned red, shouting furiously, but no one responded. People kept their distance from him. Wu Ming approached him coldly and said, "Your position has been revoked. The supplies you donated to the base have been returned. As for why your supplies were stolen, I think you should look at yourself. Why is it only your supplies that go missing? Did you offend someone important?" Meng Hanyuan's eyes darted around anxiously. He begged, "Meng Shuan, did she steal my supplies? Please go and get them back. I'm willing to donate most of my supplies to the base." Wu Ming calmly replied, "Steal? According to what we know, your ex-wife is an only child from a wealthy family. You used her family's resources to achieve your success. Meng Shuan only took what belonged to her mother, what should have been hers. How is that stealing? This is your family matter. We can't interfere. Stop causing a scene." Wu Ming then pushed him out the window with a gust of wind. Meng Hanyuan sat on the roadside, knowing he was finished, completely finished. He knew very well how powerful authority could be. Based on Meng Shuang's current abilities, he could easily surpass authority, but he deliberately made things difficult for him. He might really be unable to turn things around. He had no supplies and wouldn't be able to afford a villa in the future. He still had some points in his account, but not many. Meng Hanyuan quickly took out his phone to ask for help. "Hello, old classmate. Hello, old Lee, can you help me find a job? Hello, President Liu, you owe me some goods before the apocalypse. Please settle it with supplies now. I'll count it as a one-for-one exchange." Before he finished speaking, the people on the other end of a line acted as if they were avoiding a plague and hung up. These people were well informed. They wouldn't help Meng Shuang if he tried to trouble them. That would be opposing Meng Shirwang. Meng Hanyuan sat there blankly, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Right now, he had nothing, no supplies, no family, no friends. In this large base, he was completely alone. He was a grown man, sitting on the roadside, covering his face and crying loudly. No one knew what he was crying for. Maybe he was mourning the tragic life ahead, or crying for his beloved daughter who had passed away, or regretting not giving Meng Shirwang a little more fatherly love in the past, which might have prevented him from ending up like this. How sad it was, 2 outstanding and shining daughters, one dead, the other wishing he were dead. When Meng Shirwang returned to the villa after emptying Meng Hanyuan's warehouse, the place was crowded with people, noisy enough to be heard from half the neighborhood. When they first rented this villa, the wealthy passers-by looked at it with disdain, despising their roughness and poverty, turning a beautiful villa into a crowded mess. Now, such looks were gone. Even though it was noisy, no one dared to say anything, because the name Meng Shirwang was too shocking. Meng Shirwang parked his RV by the roadside, took a quick look, estimating there were about 400 or 500 people. Originally, there were only over 100. Now, with relatives and friends coming along, the crowd kept growing. Some even brought their families. Meng Shirwang didn't know how they convinced their families to leave the base at this time. He guessed it would take some more time. So he went to the farm to play with Teshua. In the villa, some family members of the team members started packing their bags after returning from the point shop. They didn't have many belongings, mainly books and documents. Earlier, Meng Shirwang told them to learn more about farming at home. They listened carefully, searching for similar books in the point shop and printing important knowledge points online. Unknowingly, they had already collected a large pile. The books were heavy, and Lena couldn't lift them. She called out to a few young men nearby. "Hey boys, come help move these books onto the car." Yering stepped forward. "No need, I'll do it." She took out her card and placed it on the books. Suddenly, all the boxes of books disappeared. There was a moment of silence among the noisy crowd, all eyes fixed on her. Lena's voice trembled with excitement. "How do you have space powers? When did you become a dual-type ability user? Why didn't you tell me?" Long ago, a dual-type ability user appeared in the base, and everyone talked about it. Now, her daughter was also a dual-type ability user. Yering waved her card. "No, the space isn't mine. My sister's space ability can store things inside the card for us to use." Lena was incredulous. "Space can be used by others? That's so powerful. I've never heard of this before." Yeah. Isn't space only for ability users? How come you guys can also use it?" Yering smiled. "More than that. The captain's space ability is so amazing you can't imagine. Hurry up and pack. Once we get to the new base, you'll be shocked." At that moment, Zhou also took out his card, swaggering over. "I also have a card with space. If anyone needs help moving things, just ask me." Zhang Chong nearly gawked. He shouted at Zhou, "Aren't you just an ordinary person without abilities? How do you also have space? What's the difference between that and a space ability user?" Zhou proudly said, "The captain's card space can be used by anyone." Everyone was stunned. "Anyone can use it?
Then,
will we have a chance to use space in the future? How do you get a card? I really want one to experience the joy of being a space ability user." "Just kidding. With a space card, we are truly space abilities users." Suddenly, everyone became excited. Even ordinary people, if they could connect with abilities users, would find it amazing. And being able to use space abilities oneself, who wouldn't be thrilled? Yara shouted to them, "Hurry up and pack your things. Relatives and friends are coming too. Call them quickly. Once we arrive at the new base, wait for the captain's arrangements. We won't treat you badly." When everyone heard this news, they couldn't wait. They started taking out their phones to make calls. "Hello, I told you not to come earlier because the outside rain was heavy and unsafe. I said I wouldn't go to the new base. Now I tell you, going to the new base gives you a chance to become a space abilities user. Just say whether you'll come or not. If you come, do it quickly. Space abilities user? Your child is still young and might get sick. It's hard to make a name for yourself in the temporary housing. Living is tough. If our captain notices your child and grants base abilities, then everything will change. Yes, even ordinary people might become space abilities users. Forget everything else. Come quickly. If you're late, we'll leave. Hearing this, people immediately packed their things and prepared to come. Abilities users are powerful, and space abilities users are even rarer. Even owning a small space means no more suffering and a much better life. Meng Shirwang was at the farm, helping Teshua set up the room. Toys were nailed to the wall, and Teshua was busy handing tools back and forth. A carpet was laid on the floor, with various plush toys piled on it. Two pandas curiously looked around, rolling a ball back and forth in the room. After helping Meng Shirwang, Teshua went to play on the carpet with the two pandas, having a lot of fun. Meng Shirwang hadn't seen it so lively and happy in a long time. Keeping a pet for companionship was a good decision. Meng Shirwang took out a tatami mat, tossed it by the wall, and lay down comfortably. She smelled the fresh scent of grapevines, watched the fluffy creatures playing nearby, and felt quite relaxed. System, how many crystal cores do I have now? The system quickly responded, 60,000. When Meng Shirwang went to collect Meng Hunyuan supplies, she expanded the space on the second floor by over 20,000 cubic meters. She roughly calculated, the farm has expanded by 900 acres. The system's voice became much more cheerful. Expansion complete. 900 acres require 59,944 crystal cores. Remaining crystal cores, 600. Meng Shirwang couldn't smile anymore. They had traded so many crystal cores, but now everything was gone again. No matter how many crystal cores she had, they were never enough. Luckily, what she gained was quite valuable. This time, they expanded the land by 900 acres. Including the previous 100 acres, the farm now covers 1,000 acres, which is a large area. There are also 50 acres of freshwater fish ponds and 50 acres of seawater fish ponds, enough for building the base in the early stage. Meng Shirwang looked at the time on her phone. She guessed that her family probably wouldn't arrive so soon. She lay on the tatami mat, found a comfortable position, closed her eyes, and took a short nap. Just as she closed her eyes, she felt dizzy. When she steadied her mind, she found herself inside a camper. No, wait. In the camper with her were Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng. Meng Shirwang knew she was once again involuntarily using her precognitive powers, seeing only her past life's Meng Qingyue. The camper's fold-down bed lowered, and Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng lay on it together. Gu Jincheng stretched out his arm, holding Meng Qingyue in a relaxed chat. They looked very harmonious, like a normal couple. But their expressions were much calmer and more serious than before, no longer showing the excitement and joy from earlier. Meng Qingyue lay in Gu Jincheng's arms, staring at the ceiling. The base detected abnormal crust movement. There might be an earthquake coming. Meng Shirwang watched them through a perspective like a camera, feeling a bit confused. An earthquake? In her past life, during the 3 years of the apocalypse, she experienced many natural disasters, but there was no earthquake. Could this predicted time point be after her death? Meng Shirwang recalled the letter Meng Qingyue left, describing future natural disasters over the next 10 years. The earthquake was in the 4th year of the apocalypse, which was indeed after her death. Gu Jincheng's brow furrowed even deeper. Do you have any plans? Meng Qingyue sighed. The supplies and crystal cores we've saved over these years are enough. The farm space can be expanded outward. Let's build our own base. Gu Jincheng was stunned, turning to look at Meng Qingyue, clearly surprised. Why did you suddenly think of building a base yourself? We are doing well at the seed base. Your special ability enhancement liquid is sold to the base, and there are many powerful ability users. Everyone at the seed base respects you. We have rights and resources here, living comfortably. Why do you want to build your own base? It's quite hard work. Meng Shirwang listened coldly. Unlike Meng Qingyue, she has always been alone. Behind Meng Qingyue are the Meng family and the Gu family. When it comes to gathering supplies and crystal cores, she doesn't need to worry. The families handle everything well. With these special tools she has, her status in the base is clear. It's really surprising that Meng Qingyue decided to build her own base. Meng Qingyue shifted in Gu Jincheng's arms, finding a comfortable position. Jincheng, the system is acting up. Gu Jincheng sat up completely, looking at Meng Qingyue. What's wrong? We have everything because of the system. Why is it acting strange? Meng Qingyue also sat up. Last time, a rescue team was outside looking for supplies. They got trapped by the zombie king and asked for my help. Gu Jincheng nodded. I know. We went together, and you worked hard to save them. Meng Qingyue shook her head. It wasn't just me. The system worked hard too. When the team was trapped in the basement, I told the system to up the building, and that's how I saved them. Afterward, the system told me it used a lot of energy that time and needed a few days to rest. Gu Jincheng was confused. And then? What's wrong? Meng Qingyue was silent for a moment, as if organizing her words. After that, the system did rest for a few days and recovered its energy. I asked it, does it have a form? How does it recover energy? It said it absorbs energy from crystal cores. Gu Jincheng was surprised. He quickly thought of the key point. You mean crystal cores can do more than just make ability enhancement liquids? They are a kind of energy? Why does the system know how to absorb energy from crystal cores? Now that I think about it, where does the system come from? Why can it easily manipulate space for us? Humans don't have this kind of technology. Hearing this, Meng Sherwang felt her soul tingle and was in a dazed state. Such a familiar scene. It just happened to her. Previously, she asked the system to help move the castle on Pirate Island to the farm. The system said it would take too much energy and needed a few days to rest. Last night, when she just arrived at the base and came out of the commander's office, the system recovered while they were in the elevator. It said it was restoring itself by absorbing crystal core energy. In the elevator, Meng Sherwang asked the same question about how the system responded. The system said that using its abilities and everything it had, it was instructed to exchange crystal cores with her. Beyond this task, it knew nothing. Even after storing the crystal cores in an independent space, they would sometimes disappear randomly. At that time, Meng Sherwang also had many questions. Where did the system come from? Why did it want so many crystal cores? Where did the cores go? Unfortunately, the system did not give her useful answers. Meng Qingyue turned her body toward Gu Jincheng. I thought the same way, and asked the system too. Guess how it answered me? Gu Jincheng frowned. How did it answer? Meng Qingyue said. The system said, all evolution happens through destruction. Only in destruction can there be rebirth. Great disasters are also great opportunities. Who I am or where I come from doesn't matter. What matters is who I can make you. Everything I give you, you enjoy, right? Why ask so many questions? Isn't that a strange answer? Now I feel a bit scared. I want to build my own base and develop my own power so I can handle future uncertainties. Gu Jincheng thought for a long time. All right, let's build a base. The system loves crystal cores. It says it gives you abilities to help you gather more crystal cores. From another perspective, you're more like a puppet used by the system to get crystal cores. That's definitely suspicious. Hearing Gu Jincheng's words, Meng Qingyue shivered and turned pale. Jincheng, I feel really creeped out. This system is a bit scary. I'm a little afraid of it. If we hadn't taken Meng Sherwang's RV, would this system still belong to Meng Sherwang? Would it come after me? Gu Jincheng patted her back. Don't worry, don't be afraid. I'm here with you. Think about it. Without the system, we wouldn't be so comfortable now. The system is still good. It likes crystal cores, and how it gives them to you doesn't hurt you. At this point, the scene abruptly ended. After another dizzy spell, Meng Sherwan opened her eyes to find herself still inside the grape house, lying on a tatami mat. Teshua and the two pandas were still playing. Everything seemed peaceful, as if nothing had happened. However, Meng Sherwan's mind was filled with turbulent waves. The same question, asked in her past life by Meng Qingyue's system, and in this life by her own system, received completely different answers. In her past life, Meng Qingyue's system was mysterious and wise, like a clever controller. In this life, her system responded like a clueless fool. Not believing it, Meng Sherwan asked again, System, where do you come from? System. I don't know. Meng Sherwan. What do you want so many crystal cores for? System. Oh, I don't know. How many times do I have to say it? It's so annoying. Meng Sherwan. Then how do you know you can absorb the energy from the crystal cores? System. It's in the core instructions. I was born knowing how. What's wrong? Are you jealous that I'm smarter than you? Asking and asking again. Meng Sherwan. She thought to herself, her system is just a clueless fool. Meng Sherwan recalled what Meng Qinghua had said. She said her system told her that all evolution happens through destruction. Only in the direst places can life survive. Great disasters are also great opportunities. Who I am and where I come from don't matter. What matters is who I can become. Such confident and arrogant words. From these words, it's clear that Meng Qinghua's system knows the source of the disaster, but it chooses not to say. Even her system believed that this catastrophic disaster for humans and the Earth was an opportunity for evolution. Evolving into superhumans? So many people die, many species go extinct, and what do we get? So-called evolution? Who cares? What puzzled Meng Sherwan was why her system was so different from the one in her past life. Did her intelligence drop after rebirth? Also, her current trajectory seemed similar to Meng Qinghua's in her past life, stockpiling supplies, building bases. But she was making faster progress than Meng Qinghua did in her past life. Meng Qinghua took 4 years in the apocalypse to decide to build a base, but she only had 3 months now and was quickly establishing a new one. Meng Sherwan sat up from the tatami mat. Based on her previous guesses and what Meng Qinghua's system had told her, she seemed to have touched the truth about the end of the world. If she could predict Meng Qinghua's situation a few more times to confirm, she would be almost certain. Meng Sherwan rubbed her forehead and said, "This is getting complicated." The system heard her muttering and asked, "What's so complicated? With a powerful system like me, what trouble could you have?" Meng Sherwan. "Stop talking, you silly fool." The system. "Are you calling me a fool? Are you insulting me?" Meng Sherwan didn't want to bother with this silly system. She left the farm and returned to her camper. At that moment, Tao Yering came over and knocked on Meng Sherwan's door. Meng Sherwan opened the door and asked, "Are the preparations ready?" Tao Yering made an okay sign with her hand. "Everything is ready.
We can leave now."
There are 730 people going with us. This number was more than Meng Sherwan expected. She glanced at the villa entrance. There were 2 large trucks, 1 huge semi-trailer with a container, and several private cars. People and luggage filled all the vehicles. Meng Sherwan nodded and said, "Let's go." She drove the camper at the front, with the convoy following behind, slowly leaving the seed base. People on the road saw the convoy leaving the seed base and looked confused. Outside the base, everyone was busy retreating inside. Why were there still people marching out in such a big group? Without the shelter of the sky, the hot sun shone fiercely on the ground. From the weather, it didn't look like it was going to rain acid. Ma Jiandong and Yi Tsonglei used their ice powers to keep several carriages cool and prevent anyone from getting heatstroke. Leisha sat in the driver's seat of a truck and asked Meng Sherwan in the group chat, "Sister, where are we going?" This showed their complete trust in Meng Sherwan. 2 days before the rain of acid was about to fall, they didn't even know where they were going and just followed Meng Sherwan with their families. Meng Sherwan replied, "There's a mountain range at the border of Haicheng and Shuicheng. The terrain is high there, so even a tsunami wouldn't reach it. Haicheng is not far from Water City. Even before the end of the world, it only took about an hour to drive there. Currently, the traffic is bad, and vehicles often get stuck on the road. This is not a big problem for Meng Sherwan, only making the journey a bit slower. It will take about 2 hours to reach the mountain range they are heading to." Meng Sherwan uses her wood-based supernatural power to clear the traffic jam in front. Several teammates are on the back of a truck, each using their powers to kill the zombies that are closing in. In this area, the members of the Dawn Squad work very well together, but their actions make the people sitting in the truck's cargo area feel very scared. "Oh my gosh, these zombies look so scary. They're so dried out like mummies. Their bodies are torn open, so terrifying. Zombies are even scarier right after they die. Maybe the high temperatures dried them out over time." Some people, in the early days of the apocalypse, were rescued and taken back to the base. They stayed inside ever since, never going outside again, so they don't know what the outside world has become. Seeing the terrifying zombies and the desolate, cracked land makes them feel a deep fear. Even though a few supernatural powers protect them well and help keep them cool, the fierce zombies still can't get close, but their inner fear remains strong and even grows. This fear comes from seeing the once lively, colorful world turn into a bleak, yellow land full of dry cracks, like a dead silence with no hope or life. How did the world become like this? Fortunately, when they see the powerful abilities of the supernatural users, who can flip over blocking vehicles and kill zombies in large groups, they feel a bit more secure amid their fear. They're so strong. I never imagined supernatural powers could be this powerful. Zombies are no threat to them at all. Killing zombies is like cutting grass. In the base, people always talk about how scary the outside world zombies are. Many soldiers and supernatural users have sacrificed themselves on missions. Zombies are more terrifying than floods or wild beasts. But now it doesn't seem so scary. Just wave your powers and they're dead. It's not that dangerous. They don't fully understand the abilities of the supernatural users. Watching Tao Yaru and others kill zombies, it seems like it's not very difficult for them. Zhouwen sat in the train car, overhearing their discussion and doubts. He couldn't help but speak up to explain. It's not that zombies are so scary, it's that the members of the Dawn Squad are incredibly powerful. You rarely meet psychics, so you don't realize how strong their smooth and confident actions look now. Let me tell you, the strength of these Dawn Squad members is outstanding. Not just at the seed base, but across the whole country, they are among the best. Otherwise, how do you think the captain has the confidence to lead us out to build a new base when the acid rain is about to come? Everyone sat on their luggage, listening to Zhouwen, and they were all shocked. So, the captain is really so amazing? Among all the psychics in the country, is he the strongest? I always thought psychics were high and mighty, but I didn't expect such a powerful psychic to be so kind to us. He's really a good person. Following such a strong psychic will definitely have a good life in the future, being able to eat well, wear warm clothes, and get medical help. That's enough for me. Zhouwen smiled mysteriously. Don't worry. When we get to the new base, you won't be disappointed. The captain's even more impressive abilities will surprise you. For the rest of your lives, your descendants will thank you for the decision to follow the captain out today. A man was a bit skeptical. How good can it be? Is it really that exaggerated? Just being able to eat and live comfortably is already enough for me. Exactly, Zhou, when you're exaggerating too much. Even if we can eat and wear well, it doesn't mean our descendants will thank us. Do you have some secret news? Spill it. Zhouwen shook his head. You'll see when we arrive at the new base. I have a big surprise for you. Everyone said Zhouwen was overdoing it, but inwardly, they started to look forward to it. Before the end of the world, they had many desires, buying cars and houses, settling in Haicheng, getting married and having children, getting promotions and raises. Now they only have one wish: to survive, to live well. The journey was relatively smooth. Meng Sherwan initially planned to gather some supplies along the way, but found that everywhere was empty. The zombie numbers in the suburbs were not many, making them the first choice for collecting supplies. But now almost nothing was left. Meng Sherwan decided to give up on gathering supplies and focus on driving. As the tall buildings of Haicheng grew farther away, a range of mountains appeared in the distance. These mountains are not very tall, but they are enough to protect against tsunamis. Before the end of the world, these mountains were probably developed for logging or similar purposes. Sadly, now there are hardly any trees left, only dead, twisted wood standing on the mountains. A winding road snakes up to the mountaintop. A convoy of vehicles drives along this road toward the summit. People sitting in the truck's cargo areas start to feel uneasy. Are we not going to the new base? Why are we heading to the top of the mountain? It's about to rain acid. Shouldn't we find a place to hide? Could there be a cave on the mountain? Are we going inside to avoid the acid rain? If so, why not stay in the seed base until the rain passes? I've been here before planting trees, and there are no caves on these mountains. Hearing this, everyone becomes more nervous. There are no caves or shelters on the mountain. If acid rain comes, they might be left to face it directly.